Chapter 1 The Escaped Scion Princess. If you catch a one-way ticket for crossing, you accidentally become a younger sister. You can have a bold idea. For example, rang she, cough cough. However, a certain white-haired loli who traveled through time. At this point, I just want to say, go to her meow's time travel, go to her meow's transformation. She is going home. Time travel is possible, and transformation is not impossible. However, is the world of Dragon Ball played by a social animal like her? The living planet is blown up by people, and the fireworks are endless, and the enemy is still chasing him desperately. This is absolutely amazing. Princess Bellis, you can't escape GGGG. From behind came the laughter of several Soul Hall elders who swallowed it in one gulp. Come again. Look, the standard villain grinned, usually the one who laughs like this is a good person. The white-haired loli twitched the corners of her mouth. Now she is the little white rabbit being chased by the big bad wolf. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. I'm not some kind of princess, and I'm not called Bellis, you've got the wrong person. Bai Mao loli retorted loudly. Ha ha ha, misunderstood someone? How could my majestic Jinyu admit the wrong person? Laughter came from behind again, a purple humanoid creature calling itself Jinyu, with two long black horns on its head. He pulled out a ferocious smile, raised his right hand, and threw out a purple energy bomb. The only white-haired scion on planet Vegeta, King Frieza asked to focus on the object. I will admit no one will mistake you. The white-haired loli dodged quickly, energy bullets whistling past her ears. Hearing Jinyu's slightly sarcastic voice, if it weren't for the fact that she had graduated from university a few years ago and used social animals to beat workers, the white-haired loli would have almost yelled at her. So what about Bai Mao? Did Bai Mao eat your rice? It's not that I want white hair. Naturally, what can I do? I have white hair, so you think I'm a super scion? Come on, are super scions that cheap? Frieza, what did your ancestors tell you? Watch out for the blonde warrior. Focus on blonde hair, not white hair. I'm a weak and helpless white-haired loli, but I'm not a muscular King Kong Barbie. I don't look like a super scion. If you think I look like something, can't I change it right away? Boom! The sky-shattering loud noise brought up layers of thick smoke. The purple energy bomb thrown by Jinyu sank into a mountain range thousands of meters away. The entire mountain range was wiped out in the explosion. The continuously released energy slowly raised a huge mushroom cloud on the surface. The aftermath of the spread in all directions. Oops! The white-haired loli crossed her arms, and the chi in front of her condensed into a wall of chi, resisting the blast storm that hit her face. Even so, the aftermath of the impact still slowed down Bai Mao loli's flying speed. Hey, you can't run away now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jinyu accelerated his flight, passed over the white-haired loli, and then slowly landed in front of her. Jinyu's body, nearly 3 meters high, looked down at the girl from a height. Facing Jinyu's gaze, the white-haired loli's face tensed, and she said viciously, "What are you trying to do? I told you I don't know you, and I don't know any scions." Jinyu took out a photo from the gap in the combat uniform, shook it in front of the white-haired loli, and said with a sneer, "Now, do you still want to quibble? The combat power of nearly dash, if not for the king's confession, I really want you to join my Jinyu team." The detector showed a value of nearly dash, which startled Jinyu. Jinyu has never seen Bellis. The Scion Princess Bellis has always been very low-key, and her fighting strength is only 2 or 3,000. However, as the only white hair in the Scion group, it can be described as a shining white spot on a piece of black paper, so King Frieza asked to focus on it. The photo held between Jinyu's fingers is exactly what Bellis looked like recently. Frieza asked to bring this rare Scion princess back before the Scions were wiped out. Is there a camera inside the spaceship? Looking at the photo, Bellis frowned. Perhaps, she was photographed before leaving the planet, but she clearly removed the tracker. Why did you find me? So far, sophistry is meaningless, this sentence is an admission of one's identity. Hey, princess of the Scion family, if you want to know, it's okay to tell you. There are always two positioning devices in the spaceship you are riding on. These are gifts from the king. What you have removed is only the positioning system on the bright side, but because you have removed the positioning system on the bright side, I will be the one who came to hunt you down. If it was someone else who came, you must have killed it all at once. Thinking about it now, the king is really wise, worthy of being the emperor of the universe. Jinyu said with emotion. I don't know who will win. Don't think you're sure to win. Bellis put on a fighting stance. Combat power, it does have the ability to struggle a little. Jinyu was not annoyed by the Scion princess's dying struggle, and pushed the eye detector with his right hand. Do you know what my combat power is? Jinyu moved his legs apart, clenched his fist slightly, stretched out his thumb and slowly pointed to himself, making a confident gesture. I am the captain of the Jinyu team, the #1 fighter under the command of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, and my combat power is as high as 11. How about it, are you desperate? Bellis was unmoved, but Jinyu touched his chin and laughed. How about this, how about I stand and let you attack for a minute? Bellis froze for a moment, then asked in surprise, are you sure? Some people are so stupid, stand up and give her output? I can't lift the knife? I keep my word, if I can't move, I won't move, whoever moves is a puppy. Jinyu clasped his hands together, and added a layer of air to himself after speaking. With the combat power of around dash, it is impossible to even break his skin. Don't regret it, Captain Jinyu. The aura on Bellis' body rose slowly. Sure enough, it's only this level, but it's much better than those wild monkeys who claim to be superior fighters. Looking at the final value of the combat power tester, Jinyu patted his chest with great reassurance. Come on, Frisia the Scion princess that the king pays special attention to, let me see your skills. Bellis raised her hands slowly and placed them slowly on her forehead. What kind of trick is this? Jinyu's face showed doubts, but he didn't care. In the face of absolute power, any means are meaningless. Too conceited will suffer, Jinyu. Bellis yelled. The hands in front of the forehead glowed blindingly, and the whole body emitted a strong white light, like a scorching sun emitting terrifying energy outward. Sun Fist. A blinding light shot into Jinyu's wide-open eyes. Jinyu instantly lost his sight, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. Ah! My eyes, my eyes! Jinyu's face became distorted, and his hands tightly covered his eyes penetrated by the dense light. Jinyu's head was numb, the tingling pain in his eyeballs was connected to his nerves, and he felt like his head was going to split open. Damn monkey, damn Scion! Jinyu removed one hand covering his eyes from the eye sockets, and continuously fired energy bombs at the front. Jinyu has completely ignored the matter of bringing back Bellis, and now he just wants to kill the despicable and shameless Scion monkey. This time he won't hold back. Suddenly, a deadly sense of crisis welled up in my heart. At the critical moment, Jinyu twisted his body and moved away from his original position. Page 2. Laugh. The sound of sharp blades cutting flesh. Leg, ah! My big right leg! The severe stinging pain went from the root of the thigh to the brain through the nerve transmission. Superimposed with the stinging pain in the eyes, Jinyu's wrinkled purple forehead was covered with drops of cold sweat. Ah! Jinyu roared, his angry voice resounded through the sky, and the chi on his body exploded layer by layer, and the terrible energy cyclone condensed around Jinyu, tearing and destroying everything nearby. Several kilometers away. Leaning behind the boulder, Bellis took a deep breath. Sun Fist disturbed the line of sight, and then harvested it with Chi Yuan /. This was one of the ways she could think of to deal with Jinyu. But after all, it was a bit short. Qi Yuanzhan failed to cut off Jinyu's head, Jinyu dodged, and only cut off the opponent's right leg. However, it is also expected. Jinyu's combat power is more than dash. This is not the era when the combat power will expand to the point where it cannot be calculated numerically. Now the combat power is less than dash to dash, which is the gap between heaven and earth. Bellis took a deep breath and simulated the strength comparison between herself and Jinyu in her mind. The advantage is with me, just be careful of Jinyu's changing light. I can win. Bellis also has the strongest trump card. It is also the main factor why the Scion's fighting power of about dash can be hailed as a fighting nation. Transform. After the Scion transforms, the basic combat power becomes 10 times the original. Using an artificial moon will make the transformation effect much worse. However, she also has a combat power of 40 to dash after transformation, which is more than enough to kill Jinyu. She didn't transform before because she didn't have a chance, and besides, after transforming, she was too big to be safe against Jinyu. Jinyu has the ability to swap bodies, and Bellis has to guard against it. Now, Jinyu is missing a leg and is in a semi-disabled state. He can't see his eyes, and he can't sense Qi himself. It is not easy to solve it. Jinyu, I'm different from those Scions who waved themselves to death. I'm very stable, and I won't give you any chance to come back. Bellis raised the corners of her lips, and slowly raised her right hand up. In her palm was an artificial moon that had not been fully manufactured. Okay. Bellis frowned slightly, and glanced at the sky from the corner of her eye. Immediately, an astonishing scene appeared in the retina. A huge energy wave pierced through the clouds, falling at an oblique angle. It is getting closer and closer to the ground. The landing point is very far away from the direction of Bellis, and the speed is extremely fast. Bellis had no time to catch up, let alone block it. Bellis fell silent. With a pinch of the right hand, the artificial moon turned into powder. Throw you Remkenyu. You don't talk about martial arts. The moment the energy wave fell to the horizon, thick smoke that covered the sky and the sun rose in the area. The destructive force generated by the explosion quickly spread to the surroundings with terrifying energy. The surface of the earth collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the scope of the collapse became larger and larger. The planet entered the countdown to destruction. Bellis had no time to do anything to remedy it. The energy released by the destruction of the planet completely submerged her body and consciousness. At the last moment before Bellis lost consciousness, she heard something vaguely. Ding! Get energy replenishment, the chat group is loading. Chapter 2 God of Destruction, and the Death Notice from the chat group. In the vast universe. A planet that is about to end. Endless war is the main theme of this planet, with flames of war and smoke of war one after another. The gods came quietly. Her arrival is to draw the final stop to this irreparable planet. God of Destruction. A god who destroys planets to maintain the balance of the universe. This is the mission given to her by the universe. Destroy. The tone without a trace of emotion and the slightly immature voice spread to every corner of the planet. The creatures living on this planet stopped what they were doing one after another. Even the two sides that are engaged in the most intense war are also far away from the hustle and bustle of the war at this moment. They raised their heads in unison, looking at the sky. The broken atmosphere was stained with a purple halo, forming a gorgeous aurora scene in the sky. Before long, the earth also turned purple. All the living beings were covered with a layer of purple tulle, and the unstoppable palpitations arose spontaneously. Have we offended the gods? Someone tremblingly said such a sentence. Perhaps, it is the last words of life on this planet. The earth began to crumble, and the sky soon turned dark. As far as the eye can see, purple energy devours everything around. Wear down, disintegrate, and finally turn into nothingness. In just a few seconds, there was no trace of this planet. This kind of work is really hard to like. In the universe, the girl watched the planet pass away. The long snow-white hair was draped freely on her shoulders, and the girl was dressed in Egyptian pharaoh-style clothes, making her look a little solemn. She slowly lowered her hand, and the purple destructive energy in her palm quickly faded away. It's time to leave. With a slight sigh, the girl's figure disappeared in the universe. Destroy the gods. The edge of the universe, a special space. The girl arranged herself in big characters and lay lazily on the lawn. What she was wearing was no longer pharaoh-style work clothes, but a light white suspender pleated skirt. It looks lazy, a bit like the girl next door. 20 years. The girl counted with her fingers. Traveling to the world of Dragon Ball and becoming the princess of the Scion family, the name Bellis has been with her for 20 years. 5 years ago, she changed from an alternate god of destruction to an official god of destruction, and since then, her appearance has not changed. She no longer cares so much about the gender change before and after time travel. Or rather, basically didn't care much. When you travel through time and know that the planet you live in will explode in a few years and your life will be lost, will you still care about gender? In a high-risk world where a planet can be easily destroyed with a wave of the hand, gender, in front of power, is not worth mentioning. Jinyu, I don't know if he's still alive. Even though it has been so long, Bellis still remembers Jinyu's bad behavior of throwing up the table when he couldn't beat him. However, if Jinyu doesn't blow up the planet, the chat group probably won't wake up either. She will not come to the current universe, let alone become a candidate for the god of destruction, and then accidentally become the new god of destruction. The chat group system, at the last moment of the planet explosion, saved Bellis' life and sent her to the current universe, and then it kept showing loading. She has been a god of destruction candidate for so many years, and the chat group is still loading. I don't know when it's ahead. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Bellis's mind. Ding! Chat group loaded successfully. Bellis. Bellis sat up like a bounce. What did you just hear? Page 3. The chat group of Xianyu Standby will officially start today? In my mind, the mechanical voice of the chat group sounded again. Ding, pulling people. Ding, age spots, join the chat group. Ding, Maiko of Misfortune, join the chat group. Ding, I'm not a spider, join the chat group. After 3 consecutive reminders, Bellis noticed the dynamics of the chat group. She briefly browsed the functions of the chat group, and then turned her attention to the group members who were pulled in by the chat group. Well, they are all strange names. In the chat group, besides her own, there are 3 avatars that are lit up. Bellis sends a message to the chat group. Princess No. Dash in the world, hey, hello, is there anyone? If you have something, let me know. I'm the leader of this chat group, Berries. My nickname seems weird too. Bellis just wanted to say hello to the group, but when the message was sent out, it became weird. The number 1 princess in the world, you mean her? It seems that in this world, she is indeed a princess. After a long time, still no one answered. Ding, age spots are dead. Berries. The message popped up suddenly in the chat group, and Bellis was stunned. However, what happened next left her speechless even more. The chat group continues to scroll through messages. Ding, I'm not a spider and I'm dead. Ding, the misfortune which has died. Berries. In the world of God of Destruction, Bellis was stunned as she watched 3 consecutive death messages, her forehead covered with black lines. Before pulling 3 people in, they all died suddenly. Tongzi, you are not pulling people, you are issuing a death notice. Ding, send a replay of the death of a group member to the group owner. Bellis looked at a corner of the chat interface. In the original blank group owner's attachment, there are 3 more videos. Tongzi, you are so caring, and there is a video. Beilizi complained. Bellis turned on the first death replay. The first thing that caught the eye was a cave with extremely dim light. Inside sat a haggard old man with wrinkled face, grey hair hanging down to his waist, panting heavily from time to time, and looked very weak. Obito, during the period before my resurrection, you were the Uchiha Madara walking in the world. The haggard old man sitting cross-legged staggered to his feet, struggling to make a sound. Use your eyes to observe this hopeless ninja world, and you will understand more deeply that only Infinity Tsukiyomi can save it. Chilla. The old man tore himself from the heretic golem. The delivery pipes used to replenish the vitality of the elderly hang down to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. The old man coughed forcefully, lost the support of the golem of the heretics, and his rapidly aging body slowly collapsed. In his mind, the picture of his best friend appeared. Sitting cross-legged on a cliff, the two teenagers were talking about peace and the future. And this scene was also recorded by the replay of the chat group. The old man's consciousness gradually became blurred. Hashirama. In the years since your death, 3 ninja world wars broke out, and the battles became more intense each time. The tailed beast you gave away, became a weapon to expand the killing. You're wrong, Hashirama. Ding, sensing your strong obsession, I invite you to join the chat group. Who? The voice that appeared interrupted the old man's thoughts, and made his consciousness about to fall into silence fade even faster. Ding, your consciousness is about to disappear. To avoid accidents, you will be forced to join the chat group. Ding, congratulations on successfully joining the chat group. After watching the video, Bellis didn't know where to start complaining. So, you dragged a dying person in this chat group to make up the numbers? Despite many questions, Bellis opened the second video. This perspective is so strange. In the classroom, the students listen carefully. The played video gives people an extremely distorted feeling, as if looking at the picture revealed in the distorting mirror from the outside, whether it is the lines or the surrounding scenery, it is not very harmonious. Is this group member lying on the ceiling and looking at the ground? Bellis looked at the nicknames and avatars of the group members. I'm not a spider. So, the group members are spiders? Boom. There was a loud bang, and the energy generated by the explosion flooded everything in the classroom. Dazzling light, covering the entire screen. Well, the death was a bit hasty, and there is a high probability that it was killed by an explosion. Bellis was thoughtful. With such intense energy, it is impossible for an ordinary gas pipe to explode. A ding sound is heard on the screen. Bellis didn't want to complain about the system anymore. It must have been pulled in when he was about to die again, and then died suddenly. Bellis directly clicked on the last death replay. In the video, a woman in a white dress and a red skirt, dragging her seriously injured body, walked slowly towards her village. The white clothes on her body, near her chest, were torn by sharp claws, blood kept oozing from the wound, and a large area of her clothes was also stained blood red. The witch who guards the jade of the 4 souls. Seeing the cold-looking woman in the video, Bellis guessed her identity. The video passed minute by minute. With the passing of the Miko, the playback screen also reached the end. Bellis had just watched the replay when a voice rang out in the chat group. Ding! It was detected that all the group members died, and the emergency measures were activated to bind the souls of the group members. Binding is successful. Ding! Uchiha Madara, Spider-Man, Kikyo, join the chat group. Chapter 3 Uchiha Madara's Provocation. The chat group reveals the identity of the group members. They are Uchiha Madara, the big boss of Matryoshka in Legend of Ice, 5 Village Fighting, the inhuman protagonist Spider in Reincarnation Spider, and the dog lover in the world of Inuyasha, the shrine maiden who guards the jade of the 4 souls Bellflower. Bellis backhandedly uploaded the death replay to the public screen. She coughed lightly and entered information into the chat group. The number 1 princess in the world, welcome to the chat group, I am the owner of the chat group, Bellis. Uchiha Madara, What is a chat group? Is it an illusion? The number one princess in the world, all the information about the chat group has been sent to your souls, you can check it out slowly. After Bellis sent the message, the chat group fell silent for a while. Not long after, the scrolling messages broke the silence. Spider, hey! The platform for communicating across different dimensions looks very powerful. Can that help me? I may die soon. Kankyo, what happened to you? As the maiden who guards the Jade of the Four Souls, Kikyo has always suspected that this strange chat group is caused by the Jade of the Four Souls, but she can't sense the existence of the Jade of the Four Souls. What puzzled her the most was that whenever her consciousness was far away from the chat group, she felt a vast expanse of whiteness, as if everything around her was still except her. Therefore, when the spider sent out a suspected distress signal, Kikyo couldn't help but test whether it was the ghost of the Jade of the Four Souls. Spider, this is it. Spider, when I woke up, I found myself in a strange world, the surroundings were scary, and there were spiders eating their own kind. Spider intercepts a short video through the chat group and sends it to the public screen. Page 4. In the picture, there are densely packed small spiders, they surround each other 3 by 2, use their spider legs to pry open the egg shells of the spider eggs that have not yet hatched, eat the egg shells and the spiders inside, and utter from time to time creaking sound. Uchihamadara, oh! Creatures from other worlds, seeing very interesting things. After consulting the chat group information obtained, although I don't believe it very much, Uchihamadara roughly knows what it is used for. He saw the video posted by the spider and commented with great interest. Spider, it's not interesting at all, hey, I always feel that the situation will get worse and worse. Kikyo, is this a spider's lair? Have you turned into a spider? Kikyo saw the replay of the spider's death. Although the video angle was a bit strange, it shouldn't be here. Then the spider travels to another place and becomes a spider. From a witch's point of view, it's not impossible to possess a soul. Spider, yes, I turned into a spider, obviously I was originally a human being. After speaking, the spider also sent a panoramic selfie to everyone. A creature that is different from ordinary spiders and more like some kind of monster. Spider, is the group leader here? Can you save me? It's scary, it's really scary here. As an ordinary student, why would she have to face such a thing? There's no need to go through time travel or something. Did you see, the spider next to it bit off the head of another spider in one bite? Very scary. The world's number one princess, unfortunately, I can't help you at the moment, I can only give you some advice. The place you are now is not the earth, but a world with magic and skill systems. Spider, not on the earth. I thought I had traveled to some deep mountain and old forest. It turns out, but there are things like system values, it really doesn't look like being on the earth, woo woo woo, this is even more terrifying, isn't it? The number one princess in the world, the system can make you stronger. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can become a human. Spider, human. Can you really turn back into a human? The spider jumped up excitedly and danced. God knows how desperate she is after becoming a spider. The number one princess in the world, really, but, you have to live, if you die, you won't be able to become a human being. Spider, I will work hard, thank you, the leader, I am full of strength, in order to transform back into a human, oh. The number one princess in the world, work hard. In the world of God of Destruction, Bellis wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Are spiders really social terror? It's been a lot of fun chatting in the group. However, speaking of it, social fear is just what Spider Zi thinks in his memory. Bellis did not disclose too much information about the spider. If you can't survive, it's useless to talk about it. Bailey can't guarantee that if the spider dies this time, he will be picked up by the chat group. Compared with the spiders, Uchihamadara and Kikyo in the group are much quieter. Except for a little information at the beginning, they are very cautious. At this time, a conversation jumped to the chat screen. Uchihamadara, interesting, really interesting, a platform connecting different worlds. Uchihamadara, can dance again. After a series of checks, Uchiha determined that he was not under the illusion, and that he was dead and still in the Pure Land. Then this chat group is most likely in existence above the sages of the six paths. Hashirama, your capacity is still too small. After I realize your dream, I, Uchihamadara, will spread my name to all the worlds outside the ninja world. In the Pure Land, Uchihamadara is full of fighting spirit. His eyes fell on the last option in the chat group. The owner of the chat group must have special benefits. I, Uchihamadara, don't want to be controlled by others. In God of Destruction realm, Bellis is eating the fruit of the spirit tree. Suddenly, she looked astonished. Uchihamadara drifted. Send her a group chat message. Uchihamadara challenges you, wants to cut you off the horse and seize the position of group leader. Ding, due to a system error, a group member died after entering the group, and a compensation method is given. The group members who entered the chat group this time have the qualification to challenge the group leader once. If the original group leader refuses, the chat group leader position will be automatically transferred to the challenger. Reminder, don't you feel ashamed to sit in the group leader's position even if you don't dare to accept the challenge from mere group members. Bellis. Is she despised by the system? If Uchihamadara succeeds in the challenge, he will automatically become the group owner, and the original group owner will be downgraded to a group administrator. Bellis was helpless for a while, and agreed casually. Ding, the leader of the group, the number one princess in the world, accepts Uchihamadara's challenge. The group leader challenge will be broadcast live to ensure the authenticity and integrity of the event. Spider. Pankoden. The jumping top message on the public screen made the two group members confused. Arena. Bellis and Uchihamadara were pulled in at the same time. Standing on the lush green planet, Bellis let go of her senses and searched for information around her. A planet is created in an independent different space, and everything on the planet looks real. The ability of the chat group is more terrifying than I imagined. Feeling the sense of body substance, Bellis was quite sure that this was not her original body. This specially made body can display her strength almost without reservation. At this time, the rampant voice caught Bellis' attention. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. This is the feeling of being alive with such a body. Uchihamadara bit his arm mercilessly, scarlet blood gushed out of his arm immediately, and fell to the ground with a da-da-da. Uchihamadara laughed wildly. His mouth was full of blood from biting his arm just now, and from time to time there were a few drops of blood mixture mixed with saliva, flowing down the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Bellis was speechless, and couldn't help complaining in her heart. Uchiha laughed wildly as the leader of the four heroes. He really deserves his reputation, just like a rabies attack. Chapter 4. Which adult would be serious with a child? The live broadcast screen was sent back to the chat group. The leveling spider, hide in a safe place on the side, open the chat group live broadcast, and watch the duel. It's just that, just after taking a look, I was surprised by the appearance of a certain killer. Spider, hey? That old man named Uchihamadara was so handsome when he was young. Spider, the group leader is so beautiful, too, with white hair and kawaii. It just looks weak, and he might cry for a long time with a punch. Can he win like this? The world's number one princess, you exposed XP, and don't arrange me casually, I can hear you. Spider, group leader, I. The spider panicked and talked fast for a while, not wanting to be caught directly. The number one princess in the world, don't worry, I'm not so stingy. Is Uchihamadara handsome? Actually, he's a scepter. Spider, No, no. It's unbelievable. Kankyo, what is suffering? The number one princess in the world. Princess no. Dash in the world, come and explain to Kikyo, I want to concentrate on fighting. Spider. On the arena. Bellis withdrew her consciousness as if fleeing, and no longer cared about the messages in the chat group. On the opposite side, Uchiha laughed wildly at the head of the four heroes. Although he didn't speak in the chat group, he kept spying on the screen. Uchiha Madara's face gradually darkened. It seems that from the chat group, I understood the concept of receiving for the science popularization of Kikyo by spiders. Mr. Madara, your complexion doesn't seem very good. Will it be a bit unfair to you to fight like this, and won't you deny it when you lose? Although it is useless even if you deny it. Bella's teasing voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears, and Uchiha Madara almost broke his defense. Hey, I won't deny it, Uchiha Madara, am not someone who can't afford to lose. Uchiha Madara said coldly, also, you just wear this kind of clothes and fight me. A casual knee-length suspender pleated skirt, against the backdrop of snow-white hair, made the girl look more like a tourist than a battle. It doesn't matter, I will be careful not to let the clothes be damaged, you can attack without any worries. Bellis said very understandingly. Little ghost, what do you mean, you can defeat me, Uchiha Madara, without even breaking your clothes? Uchiha Madara made a scribble on his forehead, and smiled angrily, even the original Hashirama dared not say that he was so arrogant. I always thought that in the Valley of the End, Qian Shaozujian said I don't want to kill you enough to be arrogant, but I didn't expect that today someone is even worse than that idiot. It's not impossible for Mr. Madara to think so. Bellis spread her hands, speaking of which adult would be serious with a child? You. Madara Uchiha was immediately annoyed. He used to say that to others, but now Feng Shui takes turns. Originally, I wanted to be gentler, hey. It is impossible to compete with the other party, in Bellis's words, Uchiha Madara senses that the other party is very likely and knows about the world he lives in. Page 5. Uchiha Madara didn't take the lead, not because Bellis looked 15 or 16 years old, but because he was afraid of the other party. Don't think Uchiha Madara is reckless, as a third-party force, the second dog king of the ninja world, decades of history in the ninja world and conspiracies between ninja villages abound. Even at the beginning, he was not as resourceful as Senju Bashirama's younger brother, but time and experience were enough to make up for this deficiency, not to mention that Uchiha Madara was also a man who had been the patriarch. Uchiha Banmeng, because with his strength, he can use the simplest method to solve the problem without resourcefulness. However, Bellis, the current chat group leader. Even if you think about it with your toes, you can tell that this surprisingly young girl, who looks only 15 or 16 years old, is likely to be even more difficult to deal with than Sen Shaozujian. Bellis was not in a hurry to do it, and as time went by, Madara Uchiha couldn't help it. Even if he was watched, Uchiha Madara felt faint pressure. This is the feeling that even Qian Shaozujian failed to give him. The pressure is still slowly increasing, which seems to be the result of the other party deliberately. Uchiha Madara made seals with both hands, and shouted loudly. Fire escape, the fire is extinguished. The terrifying chakra erupted, and a scorching sea of flames formed in front of Uchiha Madara. The scorching flames spread to the ground, and attacked Bellis at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Madara's strength, even ordinary fire escape ninjutsu, can exert incredible power. The sea of flames quickly spread around Bellis, like a huge tsunami engulfing the place where Bell was standing in an instant. The scorching flames scorched the earth, making a crackling sound. In the chat group, Spider and Kikyo witnessed Uchiha Madara's powerful strength. Spider, it's so scary, the group leader won't be gone, right? Transmigrating into a spider, and there are things like system templates. Spiders know that the world has magic and extraordinary non-human powers. The power of the fire released by Uchiha Madara seems to be much more terrifying than the big spider mother she just took a peek at. Kankyo, Uchiha Madara is not the leader's opponent. As a Miko who can kill big monsters, Kikyo has always had a wider vision than the current spider. Although she doesn't know the methods of the group leader, but from the previous group leader's words, she also agrees that the group leader knows all the things in the group members' world. Since knowing it is an inference, the group leader still entered the arena with Uchiha Madara, and showed that he didn't care much. Then the group leader's strength is much stronger than Uchiha Madara, which can be judged. Also, as Kikyo said, even if Uchiha Madara is conceited, he doesn't think it's easy to kill the enemy with a mere fire. Okay. Uchiha Madara frowned. In the area covered by the flames, a purple spot of light is extremely eye-catching. Then the purple energy at the light spot quickly devoured the surrounding fire. In the blink of an eye, a large sea of flames turned purple. What is this inexplicable and palpitating energy? As soon as Madara Uchiha finished speaking, the purple sea of flames subsided quickly. In less than a second, the ground was burning red. And the huge sea of flames thousands of meters away disappeared without a trace. As for the white-haired girl in the center of the sea of flames, her beige pleated skirt swayed gently in the breeze. The expression on the girl's face was calm, and the hot flame just now didn't seem to have brought her any harm. I see. The so-called chakra composition is also quite interesting. Bellis raised her head, her eyes calmly looking at Madara Uchiha in the distance. Mr. Madara, with such a level of strength, there is no way to overwhelm me, and the position of group leader is also out of your reach. Humph, I was just trying to test the depth. Uchiha Madara's face darkened, he folded his hands together, and the chakra, which was more powerful than before, emerged, and the surrounding ground made a trembling sound. The next step is the real thing. This is Hashirama's move. I want to see how you resist it. Wudun, the tree world is coming. Chapter 5 Uchiha Madara. The ground shook violently, and winding tree roots broke through the ground, growing rapidly, and expanding in all directions. The surface that was scorched by the flames was soon full of life. Messy roots, sprouting new branches dotted with green shoots. With the blessing of Uchiha Madara Chakra, the area where the tree world descended quickly moved towards Bellis. Looking at the surging sea of trees, Bellis looked calm. Crack! The sapling broke out from the ground under Bellis' feet, grew rapidly, circled around Bellis' ankles a few times, and then tied Bellis' ankles. It's somewhat similar to the rules of Kai Wangshan. Bellis murmured. A weak traction is absorbing her energy. The difference in energy level, even if you stand and suck the branches for 3 days and 3 nights, there will be no problem. But it's a bit too much. The branches at the ankles climb up like vines, and they all reach the knees. Hey, I'm wearing a skirt. It's kind of itchy. It might be strange if it goes on like this. If one day I get used to these subtle things, I might overturn in the future. Bellis took a deep breath, and said 2 words lightly. Destroy. Almost at the moment when Bellis' voice fell, the branches wrapped around Bellis stopped. With Bellis as the center, the branches wrapped around the legs withered and collapsed, and then quickly disappeared. Then came the lush leaves and branches nearby, cleared by invisible energy, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Bellis was the center of the circle, and in all directions, thousands of dense giant trees were no longer lush, and turned into a little bit of dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. A breeze swayed Bellis's beige pleated skirt, causing it to sway slightly. Mr. Madara? Is there anything else fun, or should we stop here? Hearing Bellis' words, Uchiha Madara was very angry. Twice in a row, he was dignified Uchiha Madara, and he couldn't see why the attack made with chakra disappeared inexplicably. It's not clear why the energy that made him feel uneasy. The fire was extinguished, but it was extinguished, and Uchiha Madara recognized it. But when the tree world came, what he got from Hashirama, even the ability to absorb powerful energy, was exhausted in an instant. Play. In the bottom of Uchihamadara's heart, such a word appeared inexplicably. He, Uchihamadara, was played by the opponent like a monkey. The reason why the battle didn't end was because the opponent wanted to see his tricks again. Angry, it was beyond recognition. Never has Shura, a dignified ninja, ever suffered such insults. Humph, it was just an appetizer just now, this time it's the real deal. Uchihamadara embraced his hands, his eyes were cold and stern. Oh? I'm looking forward to it. Come on, maybe I accidentally lose the group leader to you. Bellis stretched out her hand, pressed her index finger and thumb slightly, and made a small gesture about the size of a finger. Uchihamadara didn't understand what the gesture meant, but felt strongly insulted. Uchihamadara formed a seal with both hands, and the guyu in his eyes turned quickly, turning into the shape of an eternal kaleidoscope. The skeleton Susanoo, which is more than 10 meters high, rose from the ground and wrapped Uchihamadara inside. The huge blue Susanoo exudes a terrifying aura all the time. I saw it stretched out 4 arms, and at the same time produced the same spell as Uchihamadara. Heavenly shocks the stars. After a few seconds, the clouds in the sky were penetrated, and huge shadows were reflected on the ground. The meteorite that covered the sky and the sun fell quickly, and because of the speed, there were sonic booms around the meteorite. The target of the meteorite was Bellis, who stood on the ground in the shadow of the meteorite. She looked up at the meteorite falling sharply from the sky, stretched out her hand to straighten the hair that covered her sight, and commented. It's a spectacular sight, 2 consecutive meteorites with a diameter of more than 250 meters. It's just, Madara, have you forgotten that you are also within the coverage of the meteorite, planning to die with me? Abba, die together? Uchihamadara still had a tugging expression, not caring about the meteorite landing at all. I don't understand Uchihamadara's brain circuit. It stands to reason that Uchihamadara could not be more reckless after 2 consecutive trials. Could it be that Uchihamadara was so angry that he burned his brain directly? Bellis took 2 steps back to the left, dodging the attack from behind, and the breeze passing by her side gently blew a few strands of white hair of Bellis. Oh! It turned out to be a surprise attack. Wheel Tomb Side Prison. Uchihamadara's reincarnation eye skills, speaking of this trick, is quite interesting. Seeing that Bellis dodged his fatal blow, the avatar constructed by Tombside Prison jumped to another position and attacked Bellis again. However, even though the speed was faster than before, it was still easily dodged by Bellis. Sure enough, I can see it. The Sharingan in Uchihamadara's eyes turned into Samsarayan at some point. He was a little surprised to be able to see the round Tombside Prison. It's because I overestimated the ability of Samsara Eye. 10,000 worlds, not only the world of ninjas, the eyes of reincarnation, and the sages of the 6 paths may not be a big deal to other worlds. Page 6. The avatar of the round Tombside Prison still kept attacking Bellis, and Bellis didn't fight back. She almost always took a step or 2 back, or took a step forward, avoiding the wheel every time. Tombside Prison's tricky attack seemed to predict the opponent's prediction. If the meteorite that took so much effort to make only hits Mr. Madara himself, I don't know if he will be angry. Belize slightly staggered a position, and the round Tombside Prison missed again. Bellis didn't look back. Even if she didn't have to look, she could 100% avoid the round Tomb Prison's attack. Vientiantianyan. Uchihamadara's voice came from behind Bellis. Bellis felt a strong gravitational pull behind her. However, gravity didn't work for Bellis, and her body didn't fly to Uchihamadara's position. Uchihamadara still launched the original attack plan, and the black stick condensed by Yin Yang done in his palm stabbed Bellis from behind. Swap the positions of the clones. It turns out that Mr. Ban thinks this way. Lun Mubian Prison switched positions, combined with Wangxiang Tianyan, and then used the black stick made by Yunyang Dun to immobilize her. However, your Wangxiang Tianyan didn't have the effect it should have on me. This time, Bellis took 3 steps back, and then turned sideways, avoiding the black stick stabbed by Uchiha Madarama. The airflow in the sky is becoming more and more oppressive, the meteorite is getting closer to the ground, and the entire land is attracted by the typhoon-like airflow. Just go on like this, are you worried that I will fly? But if you don't leave, Mr. Madara may die if the meteorite falls. Bellis saw through Uchiha Madara's thoughts at a glance. He wanted to hold her back and let her be killed by the meteorite. Uchiha Madara is too naive. Humph. Uchiha Madara did not answer Bellis' words. Uchiha Madara estimated the landing distance of the 2 meteorites, and then attacked Bellis again. I have to say that Uchiha Madara's physical skills are really good, and his dancing posture is quite gorgeous. However, if you can't hit it, you can't hit it. Just when Bellis avoided Uchiha Madara's frontal attack, Uchiha Madara suddenly disappeared. Swapping again. Bellis was a little surprised, sensing that Uchiha Madara's position was 1,000 meters away. It turns out that it is possible to use 2 rounds of Tombside Prison. Just when Beilizi thought so, another round of Tombside Prison who had been beside her also started to attack Beilizi. However, whether it is 1 or 2, to Bellis, this level of strength and speed is almost the same. Do you want to hide? The meteorite is only less than -meters away. If you avoid it, will Uchiha Madara be disappointed? However, he probably has other backhands. After all, she is also a ninja from the Warring States period. After such a long time, she should be able to judge that there is no way to keep her in 2 rounds of side prisons. What's more, even the round tomb side prison has been taken back. So, 4 red sun arrays. Uchiha Madara's voice came from 4 directions. Then, purple enchantment walls rose simultaneously in the southeast and northwest. Chapter 6 Complete Body Susanoo almost. It's a great idea. The 4 red sun formations blocked the area where Bellis could escape the falling meteorite, and also enveloped the 2 falling meteorites with a diameter of more than 200 meters inside. Maximize the power of the meteorite falling. Lu Dao Obito also used a similar method to optimize the 10-tailed beast Jade. Bellis glanced outside the 4 red sun formation. There was a Uchiha Madara Mudun clone in the southeast and northwest respectively. Each Uchiha Madara Wood-dun clone manipulated a barrier of the 4 red sun formation. The 4 red sun formations are like rectangular chimneys, extending to 1,000 meters above the sky. The 4 red sun formations are not far away, and Uchiha Madara's body is more eye-catching. Much larger than the size of a meteorite, Susanoo in full body protected Uchiha Madara, and Susanoo made a gesture of drawing a sword. Surrounding Uchiha Madara through Susanoo's blue chakra armor, the released chakra became more and more terrifying, and the energy almost distorted the surrounding space. Worthy of being a strong man in the Warring States period, planning one after another. Whether it's wooden escape, round tomb prison, or meteorite, they are all the front-end methods of Uchiha Madara, and the real killer move comes from Susanoo in the sky. It's just that if you miss all your methods, and spend so much effort, you can't hit anyone. Mr. Madara, I'm curious if you will vomit blood in anger. The meteorite fell rapidly, and there was a gust of wind in the gap between the surface and the meteorite. Bellis pressed the blown pleated skirt with one hand, and with the other hand brushed aside the messy hair that covered her eyes and was blown by the strong wind. Actually, I should end the battle now, but I still have some things to confirm about the chat group, and, Mr. Madara, you seem to have reservations. Then, let's play a little more. Kikyo and Spider are still watching the game in the chat group. Through the chat group, they can see the most shocking pictures from a better angle, just like watching a movie. Spider, okay, so powerful, I wish I could become so powerful. The spider has escaped from the spider lair and is now being hunted down by a group of weird monkeys. Even in the crisis of his life, Spider still does not forget to watch the battle in the arena. The spider fantasized that he would smash the monkeys chasing him one by one with one meteorite after another, and the experience value of his experience bar would ding 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 jump up. However, as a result of such distraction, the spider almost lost his grip on the wall by a spider's thread, and fell directly into the ferocious monkey group. The spider was so scared that it rolled and crawled and grabbed a raised stone on the stone wall as a fulcrum. Almost finished. The spider looked terrified, feeling that his 8 spider legs were trembling. Compared with spiders, bellflowers are much quieter. She doesn't flock like a spider. The group leader Bellis and Kikyo can't understand, but Uchihamadara and Kikyo can still do a little analysis. Uchihamadara's strength may be comparable to that of Inuyasha's father, who used to be the ruler of the West Country, Inu Daisho. Humans, can they become so strong? Kikyo doesn't know what the power system of other worlds is, but she knows that she will not be Uchihamadara's opponent. People have limits, even if they are hailed as the strongest shrine maiden. Kikyo knew very well in her heart that if it wasn't for the special damage to monsters caused by the power of breaking demons, she would have almost no chance of winning against the big monsters in a normal fight. In strength, speed, reaction, etc., human beings are completely inferior to monsters, let alone big monsters with more terrifying strength. Kikyo was very surprised to see Uchihamadara's battle. Because Uchihamadara is a person. Moreover, it is not weaker than the big monster in every respect. As for the group leader Bellis, is she human? As a wild priestess who does not serve the gods, she is not completely ignorant of divinity. The extremely mysterious feeling in Bellis. Divinity. Kikyo speculates that Bellis is most likely a god. It is equal to the gods enshrined by the witches. No, it is infinitely more powerful and higher-level gods than those gods who need incense and faith as their foundation. In the arena, the first meteorite hit the ground. The tens of kilometers of the surface shook violently. The meteorite fell extremely fast, and when it collided with the ground, countless rebels were produced. The broken stones flew around in the enchantment of the 4 red sun formations, like sharp stone knives, cutting everything in the enchantment of the 4 red sun formations. Moments after the first meteor fell, the ground began to level off. However, a second meteor that was almost identical to the first landed in the same place. It slammed into the first meteorite hard. The ground, which was originally gradually stable, shook again, and the amplitude of the shaking became more and more intense, and the range of tens of kilometers was like an earthquake. Boom! Boom boom! The second meteorite smashed a meteorite into pieces. Click! After the second meteorite hit the barrier formed by the 4 red sun formations, dense cracks began to appear. It's not that the 4 red sun formations can't maintain the stability of the enchantment, but that Uchihamadara cancelled all the wooden clones and lost energy to maintain it. Naturally, the 4 red sun formations can't last long. Of course, Uchihamadara no longer needs the 4 Xiang formation. Because, at this time, Uchihamadara has enhanced Susanoo's energy to the maximum. The 400-meter-high Susanoo covers the sky and the sun, and is even close to the diameter of 2 meteorites superimposed. I saw Susanoo's right hand holding the handle of the knife moving slowly. Zzz. The blade with the blue chakra compressed to the extreme was slowly withdrawn from the scabbard. The blade gradually appeared in the air, and the whole sky suddenly became oppressive. One knife shura everything in everything. Where the blade crossed, the air was sucked out instantly. The piercing knife light rubbed against the air and sent out a piercing sonic boom. Page 7. Boom. The barrier of the 4 red yangs was completely shattered, and the meteorite made by Tianzhong Zhenxin became torn apart. Under the fierce knife light, the meteorite was torn into pieces, and then submerged in terrifying energy. Not even a single wreck remained. In the distance, the towering mountains were divided into 2 by the light of the knife. The scorching red cross-section left a daunting aura. Spider, that's so scary. Kankyo, indeed. Seeing this scene, Spider and Kikyo were immediately startled by the sight in front of them. Especially Spider, who has never seen such a brutal battle. The knife marks stretching for several kilometers, and a mountain with a height of hundreds of meters, were cut into two pieces like cutting tofu. This was just the aftermath, not the real direction of the attack. As for the location of the meteorite, two meteorites with a combined height of 400 meters were hit by Uchiha Madara, and even the meteorite powder was hard to find. Spider, group leader, are you still there? The spider shivered and swallowed. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara panted slightly, still maintaining a complete Susanoo state. Just now, it was almost his full blow. But I don't think that my tricks can solve Beilezi. No news of victory came from the arena. Uchiha Madara didn't dare to be careless. Tired, Mr. Madara? Uchiha Madara was startled. Samsara eyes quickly determined the location of the voice, and when she saw berries, her voice was filled with disbelief. It's impossible to be unscathed. The girl stood quietly at the tip of Susanoo's knife, still wearing a beige pleated skirt, her long snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, not to mention her injuries, even her clothes were spotless. Mr. Madara seems very surprised. Bellis looked at Uchiha Madara's still shocked expression on his face, and teased, obviously calculated everything, but there is no effect at all, even Mr. Madara, I am afraid that he will not be able to calm down woolen cloth. You actually know space ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, the only way Bellis could escape the danger without touching the four Scarlet Yang formation. Well, it's correct to understand it in this way. It is indeed related to space. Bellis smiled slightly. To explain it in a more popular way, I can perform space jumps within the reach of my perception. So, Mr. Madara, just now you chopped off loneliness. Uchiha Madara. Hearing Beilezi's ridicule, Uchiha Madara's mind actually appeared a certain white-haired figure. Spatial ability, by Mao. Humph. The Thousand-Handed Fable Room, which is born evil. Chapter 7 Madara Uchiha is dying. Mr. Madara, I know you are very angry now, but please don't be angry. The battle between you and me was doomed from the beginning. Thinking about it this way, doesn't it make you feel better? What Bellis said almost made Uchiha Madara run wild. The result is doomed, how dare you say it? Uchiha Madara laughed back angrily. Susanoo held the blue arm of the scabbard, the chakra of the scabbard trembled slightly, and turned into a blue samurai sword. Swinging the blue blade in his hand, he slashed fiercely at Bellis' position. Mr. Madara, are you still unwilling to give up? The light of the sword suddenly appeared, Susanoo was in front of him, and there was a powerful chakra fluctuation. Just when the blade was about to cut Bellis in two from behind, Bellis' figure disappeared with a swoosh. The next moment, she landed lightly on the back of the knife that was swinging it. Even though Susanoo swung the knife extremely fast, she still remained motionless at the tip of the knife. As expected of the Susanoo passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha, both in terms of attack and appearance are quite good. It's just. Beileizi said, her voice suddenly changed, I don't know how to defend. Bellis' figure disappeared again, rushing to where Uchiha Madara was in full body Susanoo. Uchiha Madara seemed to sense danger, and manipulated Susanoo to defend. One knife, two knives. Susanoo swung the two knives extremely fast, but every time it was about to fall on Bellis, Bellis dodged it skillfully. Moreover, he escaped Susanoo's slash in a dangerous way, which made Uchiha Madara hate his teeth. Damn it, just a little bit. Bellis was getting closer and closer to the Susanoo goggles, and Uchiha Madara's hands quickly sealed. Fire escape Longian. Too slow. The voice came, almost at the same moment. As Susanoo's hardest, it is used to protect the user's body, a special goggle on Susanoo's forehead. Crack. Several cracks appeared. Not good. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed. He gave up the seal, and began to squeeze out the power of the pupils with both eyes of reincarnation. Super Shen Luo Tianzheng. The pupil force control and the repulsive force released by the skills all converged in one direction. Boom! At this moment, Suzanu's goggles shattered. An unbelievably powerful shock wave hit his face. This is impossible. The repulsive force generated by Chao Shen Luo Tianzheng was suppressed by the air wave at once, and there was no resistance at all. Wow! Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a big hole in the back of Susanoo's head. Uchiha Madara's body flew upside down, and after a few seconds in the air, it hit the ground heavily, causing a great impact on the inertia, causing Uchiha Madara's body to rub against the ground violently, rolling hundreds of meters away before barely stopping. The perfect Susanoo also completely collapsed because of the loss of Uchiha Madara's pupil power maintenance. Where Madara Uchiha rolled and stopped, he smashed a shallow pit 7 or 8 meters wide. Cough, puff, cough cough. Uchiha Madara covered his chest with one hand, coughing up blood non-stop. The red armor he was wearing also became tattered as it rolled and rubbed against the ground. The gap between me and her is so huge. Uchiha Madara never imagined that someone just stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. Compress the air at will, release the air cannon, and it can collapse instantly. The Susanoo, known as the strongest defense, is still the Susanoo of his Uchiha Madara complete body. If in the past, someone told him that the complete body of Susanoo was almost vulnerable, he Uchiha Madara would immediately go over with a big bag. Just now. Ahem. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, there are cells between the columns, otherwise I'm afraid I can't even stand up. Fail, utterly fail. There is no chance of winning at all. No, if you can perfectly use the power of Hashirama, maybe there is still a little chance. Dying in the arena is not really dying. This is the information Uchiha Madara got from the arena rules. And it is also the reason why he didn't plan to keep his hands in the first place. Bellis fell slowly from the sky, standing relatively far away from Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, do you want to give up? Bellis' voice was calm. Humph, I, Uchiha Madara, only have failures and successes, and never give up. Uchiha Madara spat out bloody mouth, and stood up with his chest straight. I still have one last move. If you can face it head-on, I will admit that you are the strongest. It's like this. Bellis smiled slightly, although I don't care much about being the strongest, but since it's Mr. Madara's request, I will reluctantly agree. I will be within your attack range, and I will not use teleportation to run casually. Mr. Madara, feel free to attack. Bellis gave Uchiha Madara a reassuring look. That's good. Uchiha Madara said arrogantly. It's a bit despicable, but it can't be helped. Beilizi casually jumps in space, and she can't hit anyone with her big move with all her strength. Isn't it uncomfortable? Just like before, when he attacked Beilis, she didn't want to play with you, and ran away to watch the show. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara once again opened the full-body Susanoo. Mr. Madara, are you going to get up where you fell, and use Susanoo to save face? Bellis said with great interest. Humph, don't use your tongue, the next thing is the real thing. I saw Uchiha Madara put his hands together. Wudun, the technique of the wooden man. The ground trembled violently, and a few seconds later, a huge wooden man made entirely of wood crawled out of the soil. Page 8. Hashirama, become one with me. Uchiha Madara yelled, Susanoo the difficulty of the beast. The blue chakra emanating from Susanoo spread to the wooden figure's body in an orderly manner, covering the surface of the wooden figure, turning into an armor similar to that of the wooden figure. Susanoo or a wooden figure. Beilizi stood on the violently turbulent surface, watching Uchiha Madara's new moves that were gradually being completed, with a hint of playfulness on her face. Interesting, quite good at playing. However, Mr. Madara, you don't seem to be able to use fairy arts now. If Bellis remembers correctly, Uchiha Madara's celestial art was plundered from Senjuzuma after the reincarnation of the dirty soil. Hey? Uchiha Madara's appearance, his vitality is rapidly decaying. Did you do something? Bellis didn't understand, and she only glanced at the chakra formation rules. As for how to play flowers, she still doesn't understand. Madara Uchiha's jet black hair turned grey at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was gradually covered with wrinkles. Suzuda Wooden People has been successful. Uchiha Madara's vitality is still being cut geometrically. This is the strongest move that belongs to me, Uchiha Madara. The ground trembled continuously, and the air became stale within a radius of 1,000 meters. Uchiha Madara put his hands together, panting heavily. Immortal Law: The difficulty of beasts. Thousands of hands. Chapter 8: Real Thousands of Hands, transforming Buddha on the top. The giant wooden man serves as the fulcrum, and the 1,000-armed Buddha statue rises from the ground. Suzanu's blue armor quickly covered the outer layer of the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue, which is nearly 1,000 meters high, is over 1,000 meters high after being wrapped in Suzanu armor, reaching a level of 200 meters. Each hand of the Buddha statue has a light blue scale-like luster. The 1,000-armed Buddha statue, which was a bit monotonous at first, is even more magnificent at this time. Hoo! Uchiha Madara showed a tired, old face and grey hair on his face, but he still couldn't hide his monstrous fighting spirit. Except slightly hoarse voice, roaring loudly. True thousands of hands, transforming Buddha on top. The wooden figure began to move, carrying the huge Buddha statue under its feet. The whole earth made a sound of shaking, and the ground shook violently. The distance with Bellis is getting closer and closer. The Suzanu wooden figure looks good, but it's also quite bluffing. Bailizi gave a rare admiration. Then, let me be a little more serious. Bailizi said, her open eyes slowly closed, and strands of lightness and mystery emerged. In the Susanoo goggles, Uchiha Madara noticed Bellis' movements. Facing the strength of me and Zujian, how dare you close your eyes, how arrogant is this? Cough cough. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly with soaring anger, and having lost most of his vitality, he almost didn't come up and went straight over, coughing several times before straightening the air stuck in his throat. Humph, since that's the case, I'll take the position of group leader. The Buddha statue over a kilometer erupted with a terrifying chakra. Surrounding the Buddha statue, the thousands of arms forming a circle are armed by Suzanu, showing a blue appearance, which is extremely deterrent. 1, 2, 3. At the end of the arm, the palm turned into a fist, and it was punched out one after another. Countless fists fell like bullets. All attacks are directed in one direction. Where Bellis stood. The fist that was the first to approach the ground made a burst of noise on the ground. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! Zhen Qianchao's arms kept pumping back and forth, pounding the ground vigorously. Uchiha Madara uses the eyes of reincarnation and manipulates Zhen Qianchao to try to catch Bellis. Gradually, a few drops of sweat appeared on Uchiha Madara's old face. Is this kind of thing, can humans do it? The pupil of the reincarnation eye almost shrinks into a point. Even so, it was barely possible to catch a few after-images of Bellis when she dodged. A fist blasted from the direction of Bellis' head. Bellis moved her body slightly, dodging by brushing past the fist. Immediately followed by a second fist, attacking from the side. Bellis just jumped up lightly, dodging the roaring attack. Even if the fist came from behind, Bellis seemed to have eyes and avoided it effortlessly. Even with Suzanu's reinforcements, the dense fists kept bombarding the ground, and even when one fist fell, the second fist landed on the same point, and the two arms collided, causing damage to each other. Such things are not uncommon. The attack area covered by the real tree's 1,000 hands, countless broken wooden arms, and debris flying around. However, the dense and palpitating, sharp wooden thorns like blades still have nothing to do with Bellis. Bellis closed her eyes, dodging the attack in a seemingly unbelievable way every time, as if she had predicted the attack's location. Sage of the Six Paths, can you do the same thing? Uchiha Madara expressed doubts. If Beilizi used absolute power to collapse the real thousands of hands, he would not feel much surprise. However, Bellis didn't even fight back. Every time she dodged, every time she landed, she was within the attack range of thousands of hands. No matter how dense the attack was, or the aftermath, it couldn't reach her even a little bit. Really, thousands of hands lasted nearly 20 minutes. The arm couldn't bear the load of the attack, and it kept breaking and breaking. Uchiha Madara still maintains the appearance of the wooden figure Susa. The arm of the huge Buddha statue behind him has been completely damaged, leaving only a bare and amputated arm. The ground surface with a radius of tens of kilometers became a mess under the explosive devastation of thousands of hands. Uchiha Madara's face was extremely ugly, he gasped for breath. It didn't hurt at all. The real tree Senshou who put him under great pressure, even under the blessing of the complete body Susanoo, far surpassed the power of the Buddha of the Valley of the Ending Hammer Nine Tails, and did not even hurt other people's fur. Mr. Madara, please don't say that, you still hurt me. The flat voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears. What? Uchiha Madara didn't know why. Tired, he looked at the palm of his right hand held up by Bellis. You. There is no need to make a fuss. In terms of strength, you are already very good. Bellis interrupted him without waiting for Uchiha Madara to say something. Looking at the two snow-white hairs lying quietly in the palm of Bellis, the expression on Uchiha Madara's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was speechless for a long time. Are you insulting me? Uchiha gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. He meowed, saying he hurt her. Susakage, are such open and closed moves used to cut hair? I'm just stating the facts, and I don't mean to humiliate Mr. Madara. Bellis looked up at Uchiha Madara, you seem very angry. Then, how about I change the way to express the gap between me and you more specifically? Uchiha Madara frowned, what do you mean? It is to defeat you head-on in a way you approve. Uchiha Madara Samsara's pupil shrank, and then said coldly, if you can do it, try it. Even if there is no doubt of defeat, his own pride will not allow him to show weakness. Don't worry, it will be over soon. In the palm, two white hairs are blown into the distance along the breeze. Bellis lowered her raised right hand slowly. She took a deep breath. Speaking of which, I haven't used this posture for a long time, maybe it's a bit unfamiliar. The hanging white hair fluttered slightly. A faint coercion spread in all directions centered on Bellis. This is... Page 9. Even in Susanoo, Uchiha Madara could clearly feel the terrifying energy emanating from Bellis. The powerful air wave rolled over and turned into a raging storm, spreading outward continuously. The Buddha statue trapped by Susanoo was suppressed by the breath released by Bellis, and even the chakra that maintained Susanoo began to become unstable. Under the erosion of the air waves, the Buddha statue retreated again and again, and it was only tens of meters away before it barely stopped. Around Bellis, golden flames rose. The devastated surface also formed circles of bright golden ripples due to the energy escaping from the flames. Falling down to her waist, Bellis's snow-white hair started from the end of the waterfall, and slowly turned into a bright golden color. A pretty face with cool purple eyes. A frightening energy, centered on Bellis, burst out suddenly. Chapter 9 The Purple-Eyed Super Saiyan. What a horror this is! Above the head of the huge Buddha statue, the Buddha statue controlled by Uchiha Madara keeps retreating. The giant Buddha over a kilometer, even if it is further strengthened by Susanoo. Under the impact of raging energy, it also collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out again. The vicissitudes of age spots actually showed a trace of fear in his eyes. With the eyes of reincarnation and the power of all phenomena, he felt palpitations in his soul for the first time. Not only the body, but even the soul seemed to be different from his own. It's like a flat boat floating on the tumbling sea, which may tip over at any time. Weak and helpless. Even consciousness seems to have become frozen. Madara Uchiha watched helplessly as the huge Buddha statue covered by Susan was pierced by the raging golden energy. Even Wood Dun and Susan's defensive power, in the frantic collision of golden energy, did not resist. Layers fall off and collapse. In the end, the real thousands-handed Buddha statues turned into pieces of broken wood of different sizes and fell to the ground one after another. Uchiha Madara also fell from the sky, barely able to manipulate his body to land on the ground. Hoo! Madara Uchiha gasped heavily, a layer of sweat oozes from his old face, and his long grey hair caused by excessive overdrawing of vitality is also quite messy at this time. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at where Bellis was. The golden flames that kept coming were still spreading. The floating energy seemed to deliberately avoid Uchiha Madara's position and passed around him. With extremely meticulous control of energy, even if he is as arrogant as Uchiha Madara, he has to admit that he is far inferior. Cough, 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 the incomparable strength far exceeds the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. I have never seen Sage of the Six Paths before, but Madara Uchiha instinctively thought that even if Sage of the Six Paths kicked the coffin and climbed out, I am afraid it would not be the opponent in front of me, who seemed to be only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Not come down. Golden arrogance emerged from the girl's body, and the aura that soared into the sky was so dazzling even under the gaze of the eyes of reincarnation. In the sight of Samsara eyes, the girl disappeared instantly. Appeared again in the next second. She stood in front of Uchiha Madara. With purple eyes, he looked down at Madara Uchiha, who propped up his body with his arms and landed on one knee, with little vitality. Looking at the indifferent expression on the girl's face and the pair of purple pupils without waves, Uchiha Madara said with all his strength, "You won." Uchiha Madara conceded defeat, and Bellis didn't show a trace of happiness on her face. She slowly raised her right hand, aiming her palm at Uchiha Madara who had surrendered and was about to send it out. The palm was less than half a meter away from Uchiha Madara's forehead. Destroy! Uchiha Madara hasn't had time to say anything more in the future. With an expression of disbelief, the body quickly disappeared. First the legs, then the body, and then the head. Like being erased with an eraser, bit by bit. In the end, the existence of Uchiha Madara completely disappeared from everyone's eyes. After erasing Uchiha Madara casually, Bellis also withdrew from the arena. The live broadcast screen came to an abrupt end here. The battle scene disappears. Kikyo and Spider-Man watched the picture, but they couldn't release the shock in their hearts for a long time. My mind still stays on a girl with gorgeous blonde hair exuding a strange arrogance that soars to the sky. A handful of golden bangs hung down from the girl's forehead, slightly covering her eyelids, but they couldn't cover her daunting, infinitely indifferent purple eyes. Spider, that. You. Uchiha Madara is still there. When Spider spoke, her voice trembled, and the indelible golden figure in her head made her whole body tremble. If it is said that Uchiha Madara's powerful strength shocked the Spider, the power that the leader of the group, Bellis, displayed at the end, had an unparalleled terrifying power. It seems to be vaguely felt through the screen. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the Spider remembered the scene just now, when the group leader transformed, the entire planet's surface was trembling. Uchiha Madara didn't respond to the Spider's words, and there was a moment of silence on the public screen of the chat screen. Spider, the group leader probably killed the old man, right? But the rules of the arena, isn't it impossible to die? Spider deliberately read the rules of the arena, but she didn't have much confidence in what she said. Bellis is the group leader and Uchiha Madara is the group member. Are the rules only valid for group members and have no effect on group owners? When people are killed, they die. Killed by the group leader, is he really dead? The spider has 8 spider legs, hugs itself, and curls up its body. In the nest built by the surrounding spider silk, she felt the warmth from the spider silk, and her mood gradually stabilized. The world's #1 princess, Uchiha Madara, is not dead. Spider, your voice sounds like you are afraid of me. Spider, hey, not dead. Kankyo, the avatar is still on. The two turned their attention to Uchiha Madara's head. The face with pale hair and age spots was still bright, and there was no offline situation. However, Uchiha Madara did not speak. Naruto world, in the Pure Land. Even if there is only a soul state, Uchiha Madara seems to be trembling all over. On the one hand, the soul and body just now were wiped out little by little, and the fear of completely losing the senses, on the other hand, is the excitement. I can feel that irresistible heart tremor, even if it is Hashirama, in that kind of power. It is like a tiny ant. How terrifying! Uchiha Madara's eyes showed a trace of absence. It was different from the beginning of the battle. At that time, he couldn't sense the energy traces of the group leader Bliss at all. Maybe it was the gap between him and the opponent's level. Until Bellis said that she defeated him head-on and turned into a golden flame. The straight white hair gradually turned into golden, and the soft hair also changed accordingly, becoming sharp and angular. Especially temperament, 2 completely different temperaments before and after transformation. Although I don't know which of the 2 states of the group leader Bellis is stronger. However, after the transformation, the leader Bellis gave him the feeling that he had awakened a kaleidoscope, as if his inner personality had changed a lot. Of course, this is just Uchiha Madara's guess. Uchiha Madara came back to his senses, and the picture of the chat group appeared in his mind. Wanja. The power of different worlds and countless powerful existences are really fascinating. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the failure just now, even when he failed to quit the arena and was directly wiped out by the group leader. Uchiha Madara is a fighter. It's not that he can't accept failure, as long as he wins back next time up. Besides, he's not dead yet. No, anyway, he's still conscious, isn't he? Uchiha Madara enters information on the public screen in the group. Uchiha Madara, I'm still here, please don't cry for a certain group member. After the previous battles, Uchiha Madara also gradually integrated himself into the chat group, and no longer spoke in a superior manner. No matter how he thought about it, the chat group was an opportunity for him. Page 10. Uchiha Madara, who was once the patriarch, knows it well in his heart to have a good relationship with the group members. In the dark cave, lingering on his last breath, observing the ninja world for decades, and introspecting himself for so long, he gradually understood his own flaws when he was the patriarch. However, by then he had given up on Uchiha, or Uchiha had betrayed him. Knowing this seems to be meaningless and no longer important. Eye of the Moon. Recalling the words on the Uchiha slate in his mind, Uchiha Madara regained his confidence. Hashirama, after your and my dreams come true, I, Uchiha Madara, will step into a higher level, a wider dimension, instead of being stuck in an acre of land in the ninja world. I'm not the same as you after all. Chapter 10 Uchiha Madara. Spider, hey, Mr. Madara is still alive? I thought. Kankyo, indeed, even I feel that way. The picture of Uchiha Madara being erased creates a sense of depression, even across the screen, it feels like being there. The #1 princess in the world, probably because of my transformation, that posture will have a certain impact on my personality. Well, to put it simply, it is somewhat similar to Mr. Madara after opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, does it mean negative emotions? The #1 princess in the world, it's not impossible for you to understand this way. After returning from the arena, Bellis's consciousness returned to her body, and after checking the condition of her body, she found that there was no trace left after her body became a super scion, which meant that she was not using her own body in that space. Moreover, it did not have any impact on the current self. After becoming the official god of destruction, Belus has never turned into a super scion. It is mainly due to the transformation of the scions, which will conflict with the destructive power after inheriting the throne, which will lead to changes in her personality. She doesn't intend to casually try to become a super scion until she completely overcomes this. I tried it because I was in another dimension and my body was specially constructed by a chat group. It seems that the consequences of transformation are more serious than I imagined. Originally, she only wanted to test the strength of the arena space, but, after the transformation, it became to kill Uchiha Madara, and test whether the chat group could save him. Although, it seems that the difference is not big, but it does affect her character. Sure enough, I am out of tune with the fighting nation. The information in the chat group brought Belus back to her thoughts. Uchiha Madara, wait. I suddenly thought of a question. Group leader, did you attack me just now? Did you want to kill me by crossing the rules of the chat group? Uchiha Madara is not stupid. Based on some explanations from the group leader and the almost immersive erasure of body and soul, he can't help guessing the answer that makes him horrified. And the more Uchiha thought about it, the more likely this guessed answer was, especially the indifference in Belus's purple eyes, which looked like he was looking at garbage. The number one princess in the world, it's really troublesome to be discovered by Mr. Madara, do you want to silence it? Uchiha Madara. Pian and thin. Spider. The number one princess in the world, just kidding. Mr. Madara, don't worry, I never thought of killing you before the transformation, including now, you can also see the situation after the transformation. Under my full attack, you can still alive and jumping. Uchiha Madara. I think you're quibbling, and I have proof. Ding, Uchiha Madara was promoted to group administrator, cheers. Uchiha Madara. Hush money? This is not a real hammer? The number one princess in the world, ahem, anyway, what happened before was an accident, but now I am the real me. Just forget about that transformed character. The number one princess in the world, what do you think, Mr. Madara? Uchiha Madara, you still call me Mr. or something, I think I will be sold by you one day. Uchiha has changed his mind. Facing a boss who can crush himself to death at will, he will never be arrogant again. He still has dreams and peace in the ninja world. Ah, as expected of Hashirama, I understood the essence of ninja from the beginning, which is forbearance. The world's number one princess, okay, what do you think? Uchiha Madara. If you hit the bar, can't you change the subject? Obtaining the identity of the group administrator and knowing the authority of the group management and authority, Uchiha Madara is not easy to disobey the group owner. After all, there is no human right to lose. I provoked the majesty of the group leader before, even if I was killed in the arena, it is my own fault, not to mention that my soul is still there. Uchiha Madara, ahem, I also think that the group leader is as easy to get along as Hashirama. Meow, he is a majestic ninja Shura, and he can say such hypocritical words without blushing or panting. After the misunderstanding between Belus and Uchiha Madara was resolved, the chat group became much quieter. Kikyo doesn't like to talk, and Uchiha Madara is browsing the administrator privileges he just got. As for Spider, he is busy leveling, which is a matter of life and death. There was a lot of silence. Uchiha Madara, group leader, do you know what happened in my world? The world's no. Princess, are you referring to Juwei, or your Moon Eye project? Uchiha Madara, you really know, I can ask, how much do you know? The world's first princess, after you enter the chat group, according to the authority of the group owner, I can roughly know the established past and future of the world in which the group members live. This means, established, that is, if you have not joined the chat group, what will happen, of course, is only a part, not all. Bellis did not directly tell Uchiha Madara that the world of the group members is all anime or something, but explained it from the perspective of a chat group that is almost omniscient and omnipotent. No one wants the world they exist to be a cartoon. Uchiha Madara, then my plan is successful, is the ninja world ushering in eternal peace. Uchiha Madara's voice was a little excited, and it almost became his obsession to make the ninja world peaceful. The number one princess in the world, successful, but also failed. Uchiha Madara. The number one princess in the world, someone betrayed you, but it's still the person you trust the most. Uchiha Madara, who is it? Uchiha was extremely unbelievable, the person he trusted the most was the number one princess in the world. Isn't it boring to tell you the truth now? After you are resurrected, wouldn't it be better to find it yourself? Anyway, you have a plan to resurrect Uchiha Madara. This person is bad, but I can't beat her. Destroy the God realm. Bellis detached her consciousness from the chat group. The peace brought by unlimited monthly reading. She shook her head. Who can guarantee that the world I exist in is not a utopia created by a higher civilization? Did not tell Uchiha Madara the truth about infinite Tsukiyomi. Bellis has reservations about Uchiha Madara's so-called infinite monthly reading. If a person lives in a false world from birth, then the imprint he leaves on the false world is the reality of the world. Reality and falsehood are sometimes not so clearly distinguished. Just like her current Dragon Ball world, can she guarantee that her current world is real? Could it be that some unscrupulous author created the world and stuffed her into it? Chapter 11. 2 new group members. Susanoo is pretty good, but for me, it's a bit tasteless. In the battle with Uchiha Madara, Bellis got a lot of inspiration, including simulating the structure of chakra through its own laws. What? How? Please, if a god with a basic combat power of more than s power can't be imitated, why not find a piece of tofu to kill him? It's like a college student who can't even pass the final exam papers for primary school students, so he really has to suspect that he has lived on dogs for decades. The yin and yang attributes of chakra are quite similar to the laws of the god of destruction and the king of kais. However, it is the result of an unknown number of times of deterioration. With a wave of her hand, Bellis released the 1,000-meter-high complete body Susanoo that covered her body. She fell slowly to the ground. It can't be said that there is no gain, but that it is better than nothing. Belize felt a little comforted. The emergence of chat groups is still somewhat useful. Consciousness into the chat group. Okay. Bellis had a look of astonishment on her face. 2 more new group members? Researcher at Piece 4869. Page 11. Princess of the Abyss. Looking at the avatars displayed by the two, a familiar picture appeared in Bellis's mind. I lived in this world for 20 years, but after becoming a god, my memory became clearer. Interesting, it turned out to be them. ATPX 4869 Researcher, a little girl with tea hair, an important supporting role in the anime of a certain Shinigami elementary school student. Her original name was Miyano Shiho, and her shrunken name is Habara Ai. As for the other, the traveler in Yuan Shen, the taskmaster of Tibet continent. The nickname is wrong. Wait, Princess of the Abyss? Could it be? Just as Bellis was thinking. Tibet continent? How can there be such a thing in Tibet, a chat group that connects countless worlds? On the immature face of the blonde girl in white skirt, there was a young puzzled look. Systems, chat groups, etc., aren't novels only? Across countless worlds, it is natural to know the so-called golden fingers in some novels. I haven't noticed any malice for the time being, the girl murmured. Sink into consciousness and browse the content of the chat group. The focus of the girl's eyes is enlarged, and the expression on her face gives people a naive feeling. At this time, an abyss mage suddenly appeared. The abyss mage crawled down slowly behind the girl, with a respectful tone. Your Highness, the plan to transform the Dragon of the Eastwind into a weapon of war has encountered an unexpected obstacle. Consciousness withdrew from the chat group, and the naive expression on the girl's face disappeared, and a cold look flashed across her calm face, and she glanced at the abyss mage behind her from the corner of her eye. Is it Feng Shen? For this dragon, he wants to wear the crown again. No, it's not him. That unreliable god will intervene. We have a strategy to deal with it. What hinders our plan comes from your blood relatives. As soon as the abyss mage finished speaking, the girl's pupils suddenly enlarged. Scenes of getting along with the sky, and even fighting with the maintainers of Tianli flashed through my mind. The girl turned into an afterimage and rushed to the location the abyss mage said. Wind Dragon Ruins. Traveler Kong fought fiercely with the Kaihokia people. Elder brother. Ying stood on the highest cliff, put her hands on her knees, half bent down, and looked at the familiar figure below. After a while, Ying looked away, not thinking about meeting her brother. She turned and walked towards the guard of the remains. See you at the end of the journey, brother, we will meet again eventually, but not now. Standing on the huge palm of the ruin guard, Ying recalled the chat group she joined not long ago. Maybe we have better options. This unexpected thing should bring me different inspiration. After the matter here is dealt with, brother, let's go find a new home together. The world of Detective Conan. The little girl with dark hair sends away the Shinigami primary school student who goes to school together. Under the bewildered eyes of the Shinigami elementary school student, the little girl with brown hair ran to the corner. The little girl's current name is Hui Yuan Ai, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that a voice suddenly appeared in my mind just now. Want to really live? Then join us. Yes or no? Just when Hui Yuan Ai didn't know why. He wanted to wait for a while and ask a famous detective next to him. This voice from nowhere reappeared in my mind again. Ding! Because you have been waiting for a long time, the system defaults that you choose to join the chat group. Habara AI. Then, Hui Yuan felt his head buzzing, and strange information kept pouring into his mind. The content in the memory has also become clearer and clearer. This is not my own, but it is like a memory engraved on it again. Let the former scientist Miyano Shiho and the current Habara AI understand that such a weird imagination is definitely not possible with current technology. He hurriedly found an excuse to distract Conan Edogawa next to him, find a secluded place, and check the information he got. However, the more she recalled and consulted in detail, the more incredible she found it. Magic? Monster? Chakra? Are you kidding me? But she knew it wasn't a joke. What's wrong with you, Hui Yuan? At some point, Conan appeared next to Habara AI with a suspicious look on his face. Do you believe in magic? Hui Yuan casually asked a question that stumped the Shinigami primary school students. Conan. What are you talking about, Hui Yuan? I'm a materialist, I have to believe in science. How can magic exist? Conan stared at the dead fish. He just thought that something happened to Hui Yuan, and ran away anxiously. As a result, this is it. Kudo, do you think ATPX4869 is scientific? Conan froze for a moment. This is a product of technology. Conan seems to be unable to refute the fact that the medicine has made him smaller. The hundreds of caddies of high school students, shrunk into petite elementary school students, survived without any sequelae, which completely violated the law of energy conservation. Regarding ATPX4869, the initial research is actually an elixir of life. How could there be such a? Conan just wanted to refute Habara's whimsy, but when he thought that he became a primary school student, in a sense, he could be regarded as a different kind of immortality, so he couldn't continue. How? Hui straightened the bangs beside his ears. Huira, you've been weird since just now. Conan avoided this topic, because he knew that once he was sure that the medicine he took had such effects, he really didn't dare to investigate further with the organization in black. No need to think about it. To study the organization of this kind of thing, the water must be deeper than the whirlpool. You go to school by yourself. I'm not feeling well today, so I'll go back first. After leaving Conan a back view, Haibara turned and left. Hey! Conan was full of doubts, and looked at the watch showing the time when he was about to be late. In the end, his curiosity was defeated by reality. After confirming that Conan Edogawa had gone far away, Haibara AI leaned on a big tree next to him and let out a long sigh of relief. Detective, I just told you something incredible. In the organization, Chinju was not the only one doing things. Their footprints are almost all over the world. Hui Yuanai fell into the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind and immersed his consciousness into the chat group. She just got a piece of information that she was very concerned about from the group administrator. Even if it was a deal with the devil, she wanted to try it. Researcher ATPX4869, can resurrect life, is what you just said true? Hui Yuanai's body trembled slightly, and he could even feel his heart beating thumping. Resurrection, sister. Uchiha Madara, after the level of the chat group is raised, this function will be available. As an administrator, Uchiha Madara knows a lot of content from the permissions of the chat group, including the aspect of resurrection that he is more concerned about. After all, he is a dead person now, and he still has a plan for resurrection, so of course he would care about this. The group leader, Bellis, is not offline. As the group administrator, Madara Uchiha has to rush the ducks to the shelves and take on the job of welcoming new group members. Then, by the way, draw big cakes for the newcomers. For a man who has been a patriarch, is it necessary to learn such things as painting cakes? Just casually talk about the future prospects of the chat group. So, this newcomer nicknamed Researcher ATPX4869 was easily hooked. When Uchiha Madara, the capable general, is working diligently. Page 12. The group leader of a certain white-haired fish-fishing monster quietly went online. She didn't interrupt, and dived quietly, maybe blowing a few bubbles in the water now and then. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara is so arrogant, as long as he can be subdued, he will take the initiative. Chapter 12. When Uchiha Madara was eloquently popularizing science to new group members, Bellis stepped in quietly. The number one princess in the world, hey? I just haven't been here for a while, and there are two newcomers in the group. Princess no. Dash in the world, hi, I'm Bellis, the owner of this chat group. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Not long after Bellis finished speaking, the person asking the question appeared on the screen. Researcher ATPX4869, just now the administrator said that the chat group can resurrect the dead, is it true? Can you explain in detail how to do it? After all, Uchiha Madara has just become an administrator, and the administrator authority does not describe too much about resurrection. After Haibara AI learned certain information from Uchiha Madara, when she saw the group leader online, she immediately launched a follow-up question. The number one princess in the world, is the person you want to resurrect your sister. Researcher ATPX4869, how do you know? Hui Yuanai was surprised. She did say that there was someone who wanted to be resurrected, but she never revealed in the group that the resurrected person was her sister. The world's number one princess, don't worry, I'm not a black organization. As long as you join the chat group members, the world you live in, the past and future trajectory will be captured to a certain extent. The number one princess in the world, of course, the past and future are recorded because you didn't join the chat group. Researcher ATPX4869, it turns out that it is so. The world's number one princess, the purpose of the chat group is to better change the established future, and even modify the regrets of the past. Of course, you can also gain powerful power if you want. Princess Abyss, strength, at, group leader, is your strength very strong? In Tibet continent, as the princess of the abyss, she rules the abyss, and Ying is very eager for powerful power. After all, she and Tian Li will eventually have a battle. The number one princess in the world, different worlds have different laws, and the expression of power will be different. It is difficult to compare without real fighting. In my own world, it is not bad. What Bellis said was ambiguous, but Ying didn't ask any more questions. She was still quite wary of chat groups. The number one princess in the world, just now a new group member asked a question about resurrection. The number one princess in the world, let me tell you here, after the level of the chat group reaches level 3, the trading system will be activated, and the answer you want will be inside. The world's number one princess, there are 2 ways to upgrade the chat group, the activity of the group members, and the number of group members. The world's number one princess, added piece 4869, do you have any questions? The public screen of the chat group was silent for a while, and then a message appeared on the public screen. Hui you and I, no more, thank you, the group leader. At some point, Huiwen AI changed the nickname of the group members to her own name. Resurrection. In the Tibet continent, Ying also peeked at the screen to check the chat group information. She murmured, in many worlds, the topic of resurrection will involve taboo things. Being able to say it without any scruples, the strength of the group leader may be stronger than Tian Li. However, in the next moment, a warning message popped up in the chat group, making Ying's face full of doubts. Other group members? Ding! The spiders of the group members were detected, and their lives were in danger, and their breath of life was rapidly declining. Just after the message popped up in the chat group, the live broadcast of the chat group was turned on. Spider, help, help! The spider is going to die. In the picture, there is an extremely high temperature magma area. The spider is lying on a raised stone far from the magma area on the ground. She kept panting, her abdomen was missing half of her body, and she even lost a few spider legs. Blood kept oozing from the wound. It can be seen that the blood bar of the numerical template above the spider's head has dropped to a very low level. Chichen, what a serious injury! Uchihamadara, did you meet any enemies? Hui Yuanai, is this also a member of the group? The number one princess in the world, where are you now? At dot. Surrounded by lava? The spider was injured so badly, it was still in the magma area. That half-destroyed fire dragon that was slapped into the magma by the spider's mother? Spider, the group leader finally came out, I need urgent help. In the original book, Spider has always been alone. Now Spider has joined the chat group, subconsciously contacted the chat group, and is still a heavyweight group leader in the chat group. I hope the group leader can help me in any way. The number one princess in the world, how many fire dragons? Spider, hey, the group leader also knows? That's it, this guy is so hateful, he keeps bullying me just because his attributes are much higher than mine. The fire dragon spit out more fire, and the spider quickly jumped up to avoid it. The spider jumped to the stone slab floating in the magma. Huira AI, a fire-breathing dragon. Spider, it's this dragon. I don't know how to offend him. He beat me to death when he saw him. I'm so weak and so pitiful. What's wrong with it? Worlds no. Dash princess, I can transfer some of my power to help you destroy this fire dragon, but are you sure you want me to help? Or when someone is watching you? Spider, is there really surveillance? During this period of time, the spider had a vague feeling of being peeped by someone, but he searched carefully, but found nothing. The number one princess in the world, the person who peeped at you is the developer of your current numerical system, and she sent you to this world. She is a god. Spider, oh, no way. I thought the numerical page was developed by you, the group leader. It turned out not to be, and some gods were involved. I'm just a weak spider, how can I be so miserable? Being watched by the eyes of the gods, she doesn't want this kind of attention. The number one princess in the world, I can help you, but if Jean is found out, you might be dissected. Spider, the group leader is big, can't beat the opponent. A princess of the world, I haven't fought before, I don't know. The chat group can only transfer part of my power to it, if I fail, you must be the one who is unlucky. Spider, then I'll solve it myself. A fire dragon and a god who can create a system, you can figure out with your toes, which one is better to deal with. At least, this fire dragon seems to be a little hopeful. Spider had already guessed that someone was watching him. This is also the reason why she kept talking in the chat group even during the battle without any change in her expression, and she didn't want to be discovered. Chapter 13 The Spider's Crisis. Destroy the Gods. Bellis observed the picture of the chat group. The battle between Spider-Man and Fire Dragon Lianduo continued in full swing. The Fire Dragon, which was already bleeding, suddenly lost a lot of blood under the fierce attack of the spider. Under the smoke of hot magma, it emits a smell similar to barbecue. However, the attributes of the spider and the fire dragon are after all quite different. Would you like to take action? Bella's eyelids moved slightly, with some hesitation in her heart. As the group owner of the chat group, Bellis can use authority to project a powerful projection to the world where the group members are located. But there are also some scruples. She can help the spider, but there is a high probability that it will cause the backlash of the evil god who sent the spider to the present world. Whether it's interested in the spider, or interested in her as the leader of the chat group, this is not what Bellis wants. Bellis is not too sure about the strength of the projection, whether she can beat the opponent. At this time, the battle between the spider and the fire dragon has reached the point where it is in full swing. In the case of the panoramic live broadcast of the chat group, the game between the two sides is shown without reservation. One by one brilliant magic, one thrill after another, let the adrenaline rise to a perfect dodge. If the fire dragon company is mostly a standing fort, then the spider is an agile assassin. Relying on speed and various ingenious moves, the fire dragon's blood and mana values are constantly being consumed. Uchiha Madara, very good combat awareness. Even if he is as arrogant as Uchiha Madara, he can't help but sigh. Kankyo, this fire-breathing dragon has the strength to approach a big monster. Kikyo is quite worried about the condition of the spiders. Two members who just joined the group. Page 13. Habara AI watched the battle on the screen seriously. If I could learn, even one such spell, I wouldn't be afraid of Jin. Then, she shook her head. How could there be such an unrealistic idea? Not to mention, the world where the spider lives, there is such an incredible thing as the system page, and secondly, the mana value, what is that? Do you have this thing? No, then how to learn? Everyone looked at the live broadcast and thought about it, and the spider finally grabbed the opening of the fire dragon and released his big move. Abyss Magic, Gate of Hell. A simple and decayed square stone gate slowly rises from the magma, and soon stands in the center of the magma, close to the position of the fire dragon. It was too late when the dragon discovered the dangerous gate. The huge door opened slowly, revealing the colorful halo inside the door. Roar! The fire dragon wants to stop, wants to destroy this gate of hell that makes him feel a fatal crisis. However, the strong gravitational force of the gate of hell not only sucked in the magma flowing around it, but even the magic condensed by the fire dragon was sucked up in the blink of an eye. The flesh and blood on the fire dragon's wound was also pulled by the strong gravitational force, and the blood turned into streaks of blood and quickly flowed into the gate. A few minutes passed, and the open hell slowly closed. In the area full of magma, only a scorched wreck remains, and the surface is burnt black. The huge body of the fire dragon is still stagnant there, and has not been swallowed by the gate. However, the breath of life has almost disappeared. Abyss Magic. Ying is sitting on the top of Qing Yunding, imagining the plan to be sealed in Liu Osser. By the way, he leisurely watched the live broadcast of the chat group. Ying was a little surprised by the strength of the spider. To her, the fire dragon named Liando was not powerful, far inferior to Tuolin. Even Tuerin, she can do it for her brother, so how can a mere fire dragon like it? However, she was quite interested in the abyss magic used by the spider. When the door was opened, she faintly felt a sense of danger. Ask later. The rules of different worlds are still very troublesome to use. Just like the power of the abyss, it took her a lot of time to figure out how to use it. Well, it's better to get acquainted with everyone in the group to gather wool. Ying murmured thinking, her heart full of hope for the future. Tian Li, I will step on you one day. The spider killed the dragon with blood, presenting a wonderful battle to everyone in the chat group. Uchiha Madara, you are very good, by my demeanor back then. Spider, Master Madara, you actually recognized me. Uchiha Madara, yes, in the battles I have experienced, except for the battle with Hashirama, there is no gorgeous level that can be compared with yours. Calm, fearless in times of danger. The control of the current situation, without exception, is top-notch. It's hard to imagine that this man named Spider-Man would have been an ordinary student in the everyday world in his previous life. After only such a short period of time, he has become a qualified fighter. Spider, Mr. Madara, isn't it the battle between you and the group leader? Who is that Hashirama? Uchiha Madara seems to keep mentioning Senju Hashirama. Is Senju Hashirama her girlfriend, wife? Then the fight he was talking about, could it be in bed? Cough cough. No, I must be thinking too much. Uchiha Madara, don't mention it before, it's not a battle at all. What the spider said immediately made Uchiha's face darken. It was obvious that he was hanged and beaten unilaterally, so how could it be considered a wonderful battle? Spider didn't continue talking in the chat group because she ran out of time. The abyss magic just now caused the entire cave to collapse, and earthquakes started around it. The spider used all his strength to pull the trophy fire dragon to a safe place. This fire dragon, I don't know if it is delicious. Spider licked his lips. Princess of the Abyss, is dragon meat delicious? I really want to eat it too. Hui you and I, want to eat, a dragon. Seeing Spider's expression, and seeing what another group member who entered the group with her said, she always felt that the live broadcast was getting more and more subtle. Spider, it's delicious. I've eaten a dragon before. It's not as powerful as this dragon, but it tastes delicious. Uchiha Madara, dragon. We don't seem to have any here, but there are two desperate ones who ate a big fox meat. Uchiha Madara thought of Bai Zequin's return, information about Jinjiao Yinjiao. However, just when the spider was about to taste the delicious food, a singular space condenses. Wearing a black armor, a helmet on his head, two black pointed horns, and a stern face, a man with red pupils came out of the forming space. He glanced at the corpse of the fire dragon not far away, which was tied up with spider silk by the spider, then turned his gaze back to the spider, and began to say something that the spider could not understand at all. Spider, who is this guy? Why can't I identify him? Do you know what he's talking about? When sending the message, the spider didn't expect anyone to answer. However, the group owner of the 10th level of dragon language didn't know if he was too busy to translate foreign languages for the group members online. Worlds no. Princess, this dragon asked if you were Ariel's subordinate, why did you attack his kind? If you were not Ariel's subordinate, you would die here to pay for his kind. Spider, pay for your life? Dragon. This is completely human, okay? How does it look like a dragon? The world's #1 princess, your focus is very strange. Spider, hey? Seems right, he he wants to kill me. The spider reacted belatedly, and the whole spider body kept trembling. The spider poked at the front legs, pleading again and again, "Brother Dragon, I really don't know, this fire dragon is your kindred, he has been attacking me just now, I was forced to fight back. Yes, I'm in self-defense." In the God of Destruction realm, Bellis was really helpless when she heard the spider talking to Chu Lai as if begging for mercy, and also revealed that the other party was a dragon. A fool! What I said before was in vain, I hope the evil god D didn't hear it. Otherwise, there is a high probability that she will not save the spider. If the evil god D didn't plan to save spider, then she would definitely do it. With the current level of spiders, no matter how they think about it, they can't be safe from the manager's attack. Sure enough, there was a language gap between the two sides. The administrator, Chu Lai, couldn't understand what the spider was saying at all. Raising his hand, he was ready to kill the spider and avenge his own clan. Chapter 14 Meeting with the Evil God D. Seeing the murderous look on the other side, the spider was sweating on his forehead, dancing with his hands and feet, and shook his head desperately. "Stop! Stop! Wait, talk if you have something to say. Spider, group leader, come and help me, someone is going to kill a spider. The #1 princess in the world, okay, spider, I will take action, don't worry." After getting the answer from the group leader, Spider, who was in a hurry, breathed a sigh of relief. However, the cold sweat on his forehead still slowly slipped down from his forehead to his chin. It's not that Spider didn't think about fighting back, but locked by some kind of energy, it is very difficult for him to move. Seeing the tall man on the opposite side, a fiery light shot out from the palm of his hand and shot at him. The spider's soul was so great that he couldn't help closing his eyes. "Group leader, if you don't come, the cute little spider will be finished. Stop mumbling, I'm here." Bellis stretched out her finger and flicked the light beam that shot at the spider, and it was locked at the fingertips, turning into a ball of light. Then she snapped her fingers. The spherical energy light group turned into dots of luster and fell down. "Good, so powerful." Spider opened his eyes, just in time to see that Bellis easily compressed the beam of light from the enemy into an energy bomb the size of a ping-pong ball, and then eliminated it casually. She swallowed involuntarily. Page 14. There was no attack that threatened him fatally. "Quack, quack, goose, goose." Chu Lai said something that the spider couldn't understand, with a look of vigilance in his eyes. "It's really troublesome, I don't understand the language." Bailey clicked a few times in the space in front of her. After a while, the spider, who didn't understand Chu Lai's words, could understand it now. "Big Daddy, what kind of method are you doing?" the spider asked suspiciously. "A small two-way translation device, it's no big deal." Bellis didn't hide it either. "Is there such a thing? But you just counted the time in mid-air, and you didn't do anything." Spider didn't know where to complain. When the strength reaches a certain level, it is easy to make some convenient little things. "All right." Spider wanted to say something, but Bellis waved her hand to keep him silent. Her gaze fell on Chu Lai in black armor, and Bellis smiled slightly and said, "I want to keep this little spider, do you have any objection?" "Who are you?" Chu Lai looked serious. He never thought that he could easily block his own attack by using the system to check the information of the white-haired girl in a white skirt. "Can be found." "Bai Ji's friend, are you satisfied with this answer?" "Bai Ji." Chu Lai frowned slightly, "What's the name of this spider?" "The group leader, who is Bai Zi." "My name is not Bai Zi. My name is Wakabajis." Spider was a little confused, why his own group leader would call his name wrong. "Is that so? Then I forgot, Bai Zi, or Ziobai, is your future name." Bellis chuckled indifferently. No, it's impossible. Oh? The name of the future is quite interesting, but I am more curious about your name than the little spider, an outsider. A square screen phone fell to the ground. When the voice sounded, Chu Li's serious expression changed slightly. Obviously, she knew the owner of this voice. Spider, on the other hand, was startled by the unexpected sound from the mobile phone. She hurriedly leaned behind Bellis. Who? The god who sent you to this world, I told you before, you should be familiar with it. The spider's 8 spiders scratched around, pale with shock. It's just, the god that the group leader said he might not be able to beat. The palm knife slapped the spider on the forehead, and Bailey's face was darkened. Don't say it in such a public way, I also want face. Yes. I'm sorry. Spider seemed to know that he was wrong, and apologized again and again. The leader of the group will live forever, be invincible and rule the world. Stop talking, I'm worried that I won't be able to resist killing you. Bellis was speechless for a while. Okay. Spider trembled. Bellis held out her finger and picked it lightly. Not far away, the mobile phone with the screen on the ground flew towards us. Taking the red phone, Bellis said quietly, it's the first time we meet, the manager of this universe, full who, or if. The name is just a title, don't worry about it. A voice came from the phone, interrupting Bailey's speech, but Bailey didn't seem to want to continue. I'll keep the little spider, can't I? Bellis said in a terrified tone. That won't work. I am also very optimistic about this little spider. Her future name is Bazy, right? Then I will call her Ziobai. I am very optimistic about Ziobai. A female voice, since you know about me, you should also know the identity of the little spider. So, you have to pay more. That's right, as expected of a foreign god, he really has a flexible mind. The voice of the evil god D on the phone was faint and not in a hurry. She called you the group leader. Hehe, how about pulling me into your group? Fulhu D continued, I'm very interested in your method of crossing the universe. This is not an exchange of equal value. Bellis narrowed her eyes, I can invite you to join, but not now. What about when Bazy becomes a human? Become a human? Do you really dare to think about it, or do you have confidence in her because you have seen the future? Becoming a human means becoming a god. The Thulhu was very clear about the identity of the spider, and it was because he was so clear that he was a little surprised. Don't you want to see it? You have done a lot by sending the spider over. Humph, if it's the original, maybe it's like this, but, now I'm more interested in you. The surrounding space trembled slightly, and then a spatial gate condensed. Seeing the girl standing outside the gate of space, Bellis chuckled lightly. I can't agree, so I plan to use force, okay? You should be able to see that what I am here is just an energy projection, even if you beat me, what's the point? Also, you may not win. To be honest, Bellis didn't care too much about Thulhu. It is not impossible for her to reincarnate life from one planet to another planet and make a planet-wide system. But this is the universe where the spider lives, and she doesn't want to fight against such a god. Hi God, evil god D. After the girl with the cat face mask came out, Chu Li tensed up. No one knows better than him how terrifying this temperamental upper god is. In Kyuli's view, the evil god D acts completely according to his likes and dislikes. Unexpectedly, I just came to eliminate a little spider that killed my own kind, and not only an unknown powerful god was involved behind it, but also the evil god D. I should have known, this little spider has such a deep background, he would never come to this muddy water. Chu Li is really worried now that the evil god D directly blew up the planet. Chu Li still has deep feelings for the planet he was born on. Even if the evil god D doesn't blow up the planet, but the two gods, who seem to be talking to each other on an equal footing, once they fight, the life of the planet under their feet may end prematurely. Chapter 15 The Deal Between the Two Gods. Why is this girl, no, God, she has to wear a mask? Spider huddled behind Bellis, poked his head out quietly, and looked at the somewhat familiar figure on the opposite side, his voice quite puzzled. Because she is your classmate and doesn't want to be recognized by you. The spider turned pale with fright, with a spoiled expression on his face. No, it's impossible, the gods go to school. This is ridiculous, as if billionaires have nothing to do and go to the streets to beg. You, who are you? The spider stretched out its legs tremblingly, and pointed at the other party. Student Wakabajis, do you care about my identity? The evil god D still spoke in that slightly sharp voice. No, I don't care at all. The spider was frightened by the evil god D, and immediately shrank back. Okay, don't scare Baiji. You don't want me to say your name, do you? Bellis said helplessly. It's okay, I care more about your existence than Ziobai. The evil god D said nonchalantly. Is it really good? This is your universe. If you accidentally break it, you will be the one to lose. Watching the powerful aura rising slowly from the opposite side, Bellis threw a white light ball on the spider, letting the energy of the light ball protect the spider's safety. Chu Lai seemed unable to bear the gradually increasing energy that permeated the entire space, lying on the ground with his hands, struggling to prop up his body. Just like before, he still couldn't sense the breath of the evil god D. The other party is completely different from him. However, the body moves involuntarily. Even the most proud dragon scale armor became limp under the breath of the evil god D. Hey, this dragon is your subordinate, so you don't care about his life or death at all. Bellis threw a ball of light casually, pierced through the coercion released by the evil god D, and hit Kyule directly. Immediately, Chu Lai's sense of pressure all over his body disappeared completely. Whirring. Chu Lai gasped heavily, raised his head wearily, and looked at Bellis with gratitude. Why do you care? For so many years, this stupid guy hasn't made any progress at all. I have told him the best way to deal with this planet, and he is just an elm head. For the existence of the same, it is rare for the evil god D to explain. What is he afraid of, don't you know? Bellis rolled her eyes. Diu, with your terrible personality, how could Chu Lai, an honest dragon, dare to disobey you one more step? It's because he's stupid. The evil god D curled his lips. That's why you brought in some irrelevant people from other planets. Based on the situation in the original book, Bellis roughly deduced the purpose of the evil god D. That's my kindness. Evil god D said, no matter what I say, I gave them a chance to live. Moreover, if their strength is enough, it's not like they can't return to their original world. How dare you say that you don't even believe that spiders can achieve it, and others? I've already given it a chance. The evil god D paused, aren't you doing the same? Fulhu can feel that the opponent's strength is very similar to his. It's all under the rules of the universe, planet cleaners. Page 15. That's right, I don't seem to have the right to talk about you. Bellis shrugged. Although the rules of the universe are different in different universes, the work done is basically the same. Over the years of becoming the god of destruction, Bellis has been busy organizing the planets in the universe, mainly to increase the comprehensive value of the universe. Even occasionally, in order to improve the strength of a certain planet, just like spreading wealth, some chi training methods, mental power usage methods, etc., are thrown into the deep mountains and old forests, and left to those who are destined. Also because of this, Bellis is now % sure that the comprehensive value of her own universe is definitely higher than the value evaluated by the Great Priest during Dragon Ball Super and the Tournament of Power. Bellis took a deep breath. Since the evil god wanted to fight, she had nothing to object to. Because it is impossible for her to stay here to protect the spider. The purple destructive power suddenly rose with Bellis as the center. The powerful energy instantly bounced back the coercion released by the evil god D. Fulhu stepped back 2 steps, no expression could be seen on the cat face mask, but her tone seemed quite surprised. I didn't think of other universes, and there are strong people like you. At the same time, her body was wrapped in a layer of grey energy. Slowly, push the power of the confrontation between the 2 sides to the middle. Boom! Crackling! The interlacing of breaths made the center where the 2 were standing gradually open a terrifying spatial crack. The cracks in space kept devouring everything around them. However, under the restrictions of the 2 people's rules, the swallowing range of the space crack was limited to a certain extent, and it did not affect the entire space. The spider on the side was protected by energy, but she held her head in her hands and shivered. And the other one, Kayuli, who was also protected by the energy of Bellis, had horror and disbelief in his eyes. The evil god D is actually at a disadvantage. Although they couldn't feel the aura of both parties, compared to Bailisi's wind and clouds. When Fulhu released energy and collided, he seemed a little lacking in confidence. Beyond the universe. Chulai murmured, "Are my eyesight still too narrow?" Chulai also heard what the evil god D said just now. He vaguely grasped something, but couldn't figure it out for a while. Could it be that he was wrong to protect the planet he lives on? Your strength is beyond my imagination. The evil god D's speech was no longer that sharp voice, but flat, with a hint of surprise. This voice seems to be somewhat similar to that of a spider. How? It's okay according to what I said before. Bellis said. Yes. Fulhu was silent for a while, then nodded. Immediately, both sides recovered the released energy at the same time. The cracks in the space between the 2 also slowly healed. The space crack was repaired by the evil god D using the rules of the universe, otherwise the space crack could at least stagnate in this place for decades, or even hundreds of years. The strength of managers who use the rules of the universe and those who don't use the rules of the universe is completely different. And the evil god DS doing this also has the meaning of demonstration. With my own strength alone, I can't beat you. But I can stack buffs. Bellis didn't refute this either. Indeed, if Fulhu used the rules of the universe to buff himself from the very beginning, unless Bailisi came over in person, there was really no way to beat him. After all, it is only the projection of a part of power, and it is still not enough for the cosmic level powerhouse. As for Bailisi, let's discuss it in detail. How about going to the universe? Evil God D asked. Okay. Bellis didn't refuse. Some things are really not suitable for the current spiders to know. The 2 disappeared in full view, leaving Spider Zi and Chulai staring wide-eyed. At the same time, the energy used to protect them slowly dissipated around the 2 of them. Brother Long, your eyes are so frightening, do you still want to continue stabbing me? Spider said worriedly with a trembling voice. I don't dare. Chulai was helpless. Who is standing behind you? You have no clue in your own mind. Not long after, Bellis and Fulhu came back again. Ziobai, I discussed with your classmates, you are safe now, are you happy? Bellis grabbed the spider and put it in her arms. Group leader, what did you say to the evil god D? Spider asked cautiously, for fear of accidentally angering the group leader and being pinched to death by her arm. It's nothing, just to make your journey easier in the future. Strong people like Chulai who cannot be detected by the system will not come out to embarrass you again. The spider saw that the leader's body seemed to be much lighter, knowing that she was about to go back, and said anxiously, Master, can you make me change back to a human, the spider's body, it's so troublesome. No, this is an agreement between me and D. It is up to you to find a way to change back to a human being. I can give you some suggestions. As long as you evolve the small spider to the end, it is possible to return to human beings. Also, regarding the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues, such skills as being able to become gods, if you have any, if possible, it will be of great benefit to you. Hey, is that so? The spider was a little puzzled. Since the matter is resolved, then I will go back. Bella's energy body turned into bits of starlight and disappeared. On the other side, the evil god D didn't say much to Hizazi, and pulled Kyuli away, as if he had something to tell him. Chapter 16. A young and beautiful girl over 500 years old. Destroy the gods. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, Bella slowly opened her eyes. The confrontation with the evil god D has actually brought me a step closer to controlling the power of destruction. Bellis patted the dust off her body and stood up. I am now in god of destruction, so I shouldn't be at the bottom. Bailizi still had a hard time in her heart. Compared with those gods of destruction who had been active for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, the time she had to practice the power of destruction was not even a fraction of their time. However, there is a big difference between her and those gods of destruction who follow the rules. She can also cultivate the creative power of Kai Wangshan. At this point, even her teacher, the former god of destruction, was very surprised. Because no god of destruction can practice the power of creation, and similarly, no king of the world can practice the power of destruction. This is the iron law of the universe. Moreover, the appearance of the chat group also opened up a wider space for her outside the world. To use another word to describe, we have obtained the power to deny the world from outside the world. Speaking of which, the Princess of the Abyss is still very wary of her. Do different encounters create different personalities? Thinking about it, if the Princess of the Abyss who can use the power of the Abyss and a blonde traveler who is fooled casually have the same personality, then the Abyss would be too pitiful. In its position, it must bear its weight. As the head of a faction, there is nothing wrong with being cautious. Bellis focused on the chat group. The number 1 princess in the world, why are you so quiet? Although there were not many people in the group, it was unlikely that they would not say a word for such a long time. Bellis flipped through the group chat records. Most of the conversations between group members stopped shortly after the live broadcast of the spider stopped. There are several main issues discussed. How strong is the group leader, God, what is the steward of the universe? However, there seems to be no answer, and then nothing happens. Spider, hey? The group leader is online, that's great. We have a lot of questions to ask. Princess no. Dash in the world, what do you want to ask? I can answer whatever I can, but, Spider, what do you do with that dragon? Spider, isn't it for eating? Group leader, do you want it? The number 1 princess in the world, no, I'm just asking casually. It's not like I haven't eaten dragon meat before, so that's it. What's more, she is not the 6th and 7th universe, those 2 foodies who can compete for instant noodles. She, Bellis, is straight. Spider, sorry, I ate it all by accident, and I don't know how to pass this dragon meat to you. Spider wanted to find a way to transfer items in the chat group, but he couldn't find anything. There is no way, I can bear the pain and eat alone. But the more you eat, the more you get better, and experience points are added, which is not bad. Page 16. In line with the idea that he would rather die than starve to death, the spider gnawed a giant fire dragon into a skeleton in a short period of time. Spider, dragon meat is delicious, if I can eat a dragon every day, I can wake up laughing when I sleep. He also eats a dragon every day, the paranoia of spiders, and Bellis was speechless for a while. The world's number 1 princess, aren't you afraid of becoming a burning spider? Do you know the name of that dragon named Chulai? Spider, name. The number 1 princess in the world, he is the dragon god of the dragon clan, if he heard what you said just now. Spider, hey, dragon god. In front of the dragon god of the dragon clan, shouting to eat dragon meat? Spider slapped his forehead. The picture was so beautiful that she dared not think about it. Maybe when the time comes, the dragon meat will not be eaten, and her small spider body will be directly hung on the barbecue grill. The world's #1 princess, I have an agreement with the evil god D, including Chu Lai Kaiuli, I can't shoot you casually, but the situation is that you don't want to jump too much, like eating a dragon every day. Princess no. In the world, of course, you can eat it if you want, and Chu Lai won't hurt your life when the time comes. At most, I will pull out a few spider legs every day and hang them up as bacon. Spider, hey, so ruthless. Berries. Don't you think it's more ruthless to eat a dragon every day? Moreover, you are such a small one, how could you eat up a giant dragon hundreds or thousands of times bigger than yourself in such a short period of time? Is the stomach of a spider a four-dimensional pocket? Tuko to Tuko, Bellis saw the public screen, someone else sent a message. Fluorescent? Changing your nickname to your first name, is this a drop in vigilance? Ying, I would like to ask the group leader some questions. What is your understanding of gods? Traveling across countless worlds with her brother Kong, she has seen many things, but she still doesn't quite understand the word God. Different worlds have different definitions of God. The world's #1 princess, I didn't expect you to be the first to bear it. I thought Uchiha Madara would be the first to ask this question. Uchiha Madara. I want to ask, but I don't know where to start. Besides, Spider Zi revealed too many things he didn't understand in the previous live broadcast. Ying, can you answer it? If not, the #1 princess in the world, there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, I was a little surprised that I would explain the concept of God to you so quickly. However, since the evil god D has appeared, it doesn't matter if I say it in advance. A princess of the world, you and your brother have traveled through many worlds, right? You have also met some gods. In fact, as far as you are concerned, you are considered a god. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara looked at the information on the chat screen, his eyes narrowed slightly. Abyss Princess, God. Is that little blonde girl stronger than him? After watching the confrontation between Thulhu and Bellis, Uchiha Madara completely put away his pride. His own strength doesn't seem to be a big deal. I just didn't expect that one of the two new group members would be a god. Where is the abyss in the introduction of the Abyss Princess? Madara Uchiha's headshot showing curiously, there are some introductions to the world below. Not much useful information, just mentioning the abyss, not to look directly at it. The world's #1 princess, you are not saying that you are looking up the information of your mother, but also have doubts about your own strength. Uchiha Madara, no, Uchiha Madara, have nothing to fear. The #1 princess in the world, oh, let it be. Uchiha Madara. You don't believe me at all, okay, don't think I don't know. The #1 princess in the world, actually, in the ninja world, you, Uchiha Madara, are considered gods to ordinary ninjas. Huira AI, the group leader means that gods refer to people with extraordinary power. In other words, they have strengths that ordinary people cannot match. Although there seems to be no extraordinary existence in the world of Conan, as a scientist with outstanding IQ, Habara AI quickly grasped the key points from the words of the group leader. The world's #1 princess, it's not impossible to understand it this way. Different worlds have different understandings of the definition of gods, so it's hard to explain clearly. The world's #1 princess, it's usually related to strength and longevity. For example, Ying, a young and beautiful girl who is 500 years old, is already a god or fairy to ordinary people in Twat. Fluorescent. During the celebration of Yunding, a tic-tac-toe appeared on Ying's forehead. A young, beautiful girl is enough, but what would it be like to add a -year-old base? It means that I am old enough to be the ancestor of my grandma? Uchiha Madara, 500 years old, I can't tell at all. Huira AI, it's unbelievable that some people can live for so many years, but if they can survive for such a long time, even if they don't have monstrous strength, they will be called living fossils by ordinary people. There is a saying that Huiwen AI didn't say, those who have lived for at least 500 years but don't have enough strength to protect themselves, more likely to be soaked in the laboratory and constantly dissected. Chapter 17. Ying, no, what do you care about my age, isn't the group leader older? Ying panicked, even though she was the princess of the abyss, she still cared a lot about being teased about her age. The number one princess in the world, sorry, I'm 20 this year. Ying, liar. Uchihamadara, impossible. Haihara AI, 20 years old to the nth power of months, n is equal to positive infinity. Spider, maybe. I will always trust the group leader. The spider spoke intermittently, and seemed to be somewhat complacent. The number one princess in the world, I have a good teacher, and I practiced hard, so I became a god at a young age. Is it incredible that I am young and promising? Fluorescent. Chichen, everyone is more concerned about the information of God, so. It is only now that I realize that the group owner seems a little narcissistic. The number one princess in the world, I was joking just now, don't worry, I will tell you all the information you want to know. The number one princess in the world, however, what I said is also true. I am only 20 years old, and I am different from a certain young girl. Fluorescent. Just say it, why did you take me with you? But the unreliable group leader, after teasing himself, finally remembered to get back to business. The number one princess in the world, my god of destruction position comes from my teacher, and it can be regarded as inheriting his position. Uchihamadara, god of destruction. Ying, inherit. The world's first princess, plainly speaking, there are roughly two types of gods. One is a strong man with strong strength and longevity, and is respected by others. The other is a person with certain restrictions, or possesses God position rules limit. Worlds no. Princess, for example, the world that Platycodon belongs to, those gods who rely on incense and worship, their power often comes from believers, and sometimes they need to help believers fulfill some wishes to maintain their own strength with faith. The world's number one princess, or, the Tibet continent, where Ying is located, is governed by the seventh world under the jurisdiction of Sky Island. The world's number one princess, there is no absolute limit to the strength of the two. Ying, so that's it, I probably understand. One is unlimited and the other is limited. Spider, what kind of god is the leader of the group? The number one princess in the world, guess. Spider, the group leader is so powerful, he must be the first one. The number one princess in the world, unfortunately, I guessed wrong. Spider. Huira AI, the group leader should be the second type. In the previous conversation between the group leader and the evil god D, both parties said that they were doing similar things, and that may be some kind of restriction on the group leader. In addition, Bellis just said that her god position is inherited, so it is easy to get the answer. The number one princess in the world, that's right, I'm going to work now, do you want to watch the live broadcast? Spider, what is the job of the group leader? I am curious. The number one princess in the world, don't you have some strange oral habits? My work, actually, I should guess. Ying, probably, not sure. Combining the dialogue between the group leader Bellis and the evil god D. Universe, clean up. Thinking about the maintainers of the law of heaven, to be honest, it is impossible to say that you can't guess at all. However, she is right now in a complicated mood. Ding, the world's number one princess, start the live broadcast. A ding sound brought Ying back to her train of thought. The number one princess in the world, hey, have you seen me? All the lovely group members. Page 17. During the live broadcast, Bellis waved to everyone. Uchihamadara, group leader, you changed your clothes. At first glance, Uchihamadara noticed the group owner's clothes. Uchihamadara never considers himself an LSP. In fact, Bailizi said before, if the clothes don't break, you can defeat him. Uchihamadara really remembers deeply. Not casual dresses, but white short-sleeved, striped neckline, hakama tunic-style garments. Bellis greeted the group members with a smile, but it could also vaguely make people feel a solemn atmosphere. The number one princess in the world, yes, you must wear formal clothes for work. Bellis patted her pharaonic collar. Although God of Destruction does not have too serious requirements for clothing, he must wear the ancient Egyptian pharaoh's clothing when working to show respect for life. Spider, the difference is huge. It's not as weak as before. It looks very sassy. Waist-length snow-white hair, paired with a pharaoh-style short-sleeved robe with white patterns, has a hint of holiness and beauty. The number one princess in the world, was I weak before? Spider, no, absolutely not. Bailizi, who was looking at the public screen, was quite speechless at Spider Kungzan's words. Are you so scary? Uchihamadara, group leader, where are you now? You can see the darkness around you. The number one princess in the world, this is the universe, the vast and boundless universe, Mr. Madara doesn't quite understand it. Spider, universe. Group leader, are you in outer space? The world's number one princess, yes, I'll turn the live broadcast into a panoramic view, and then turn it up a bit, so you can see all around clearly. After a while, the screen images seen by the group members changed to a third-person perspective. And the originally dark universe has become much brighter. Huira AI, what a beautiful starry sky! Even though she was separated from the screen, she was still shocked to watch the scene of the universe at such a close distance. Spider, the owner of the group can actually fly in the universe, and, don't you need to breathe? The universe is a vacuum, there is no air, and there are all kinds of radiation, no matter how dangerous you think. At this time, shouldn't you wear a spacesuit or something? Seeing the words of the spider on the public screen, Bellis was very speechless, to be honest. Is there something wrong with the spider's brain circuit? I'm already a god, it's strange to have the ability to fly in space. The world's number one princess, as long as you have enough strength, it's not difficult to fly in the universe. Spider, is it like this? It seems to be the same. It is not surprising to think that Bellis is a god and has some special abilities. Uchihamadara, what is the universe? The number one princess in the world, what should I say? Bellis teleport to a huge planet. The number one princess in the world, have you seen this planet? The ninja world you live in is similar to this planet. In the universe, there are countless such planets, and my job. Bellis slowly raised her hand, and a purple energy bomb appeared in her palm. Call out. The energy bombs flew towards the planet quickly. Boom! On the surface of the planet, there was a loud noise. The light emitted by the planet after its death illuminated the surrounding area for several light years. After the explosion, the originally thick planet has turned into the dust of the universe. Subsequently, Bellis wrote information to the public screen. The world's number one princess, are the fireworks beautiful, aren't they spectacular? Chapter 18 Strange Planet Plants. Naruto World, Pure Land. Uchihamadara, who is already in the state of soul, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. The group leader is afraid that he is seriously ill. He was still thinking about the concept of the planet that the group leader said before, and as a result, a single energy bomb wiped out the planet. Spectacular is quite spectacular, but it also stunned Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara, group leader, are you showing off your strength? I know you are very strong, but don't use blowing up our ninja world as an example, why not compare? Princess no. Dash in the world, am I showing off? I'm just describing my work. Uchiha Madara. Ying, Group Leader, your job is to clean up planets in the universe. Ying asked the questions that several group members wanted to ask. Although I saw the answer, most of them couldn't believe it. The number one princess in the world, yes, this is my job, God of Destruction, this kind of name, if you think about it, you know, it is not a benevolent god. Fluorescent. You're right, I'm speechless. Hui Yuan AI, may I ask if there is life in the planet bombed by the group owner? After all, the world of Conan is an everyday world. Seeing someone casually blowing up a planet that is no smaller than the planet you live in seems to be a little scary. The number one princess in the world, no, if there is a planet with life, I wouldn't blow it up so casually. The world's first princess, actually, I have also cleaned up some planets with life. Those are all failed planets. In other words, the planets that failed in the universe's pass line evaluation must be cleaned up. Uchiha Madara, what is a failed planet? The world's number one princess, well, let me give you an example. Do you remember Evil God D? She and I are doing similar work. The planet where the spider is now is the planet that Evil God D intends to clean up. Spider, the group leader, please don't scare me. Eat melons and eat yourself? The living planet is about to be wiped out by the gods, but the one who does it is the evil god D. The number one princess in the world, if Chu Lai hadn't become a god, hoping to keep the planet he lives on, the evil god D would have cleaned up your current planet many years ago. Spider, no way. The world's number one princess, the taboo reaches the full level, and you will know the answer. I won't say it now, and keep it a little mysterious. Spider, arouse other people's desires, but they can't get on the same level. The group leader is so hateful. The number one princess in the world, hey, is there? I don't think so at all. Spider, exactly. The words of the spider made Bellis, who was traveling through the universe and paying attention to the chat group, faintly feel a trace of resentment. Princess Bellis, it's really a pleasure to make Xiao Beizi grit his teeth. Spider. Spider stopped talking and ran to level up to vent his anger. Bellis looked at the quiet chat group. The world's number one princess, the work of the god of destruction, I think you all know it roughly, is to eliminate unqualified, or even develop two heterogeneous planets. The purpose is to maintain the balance and stability of the universe. Bellis continued to fly in the universe, and the traces of the purple chi on her body were like the long tail flames of a meteor passing by. Not long after, Bellis came near a huge planet. The planet in front of me is the goal of my work. Bellis did not speak in the group, but whispered to the empty sky. Because it is a live broadcast, even if you don't talk inside, you can still hear it in the group. Uchiha Madara, do you want to destroy this planet? You will know after reading it. Bellis did not answer Uchiha Madara's question, and then jumped to the position of the planet's atmosphere. Bellis fell extremely fast, like a meteorite falling from outer space to a planet. Tear. Rip a gap in the atmosphere that protects the planet. Without the hindrance of the atmosphere, Bellis only took a few minutes to fall to the ground. This is because she takes care of the senses of the members of the chat group, allowing them to increase their knowledge. Otherwise, it only takes a moment to fall to the surface of the planet. The primitive and strange jungle, no wonder those things grow. Bellis looked at the green and purple patches of trees. It stands to reason that there are many life forms in the primeval forest, and this planet also meets the conditions for the existence of life. However, the endless sea of trees in front of him was too quiet and monotonous. Page 18. It seems to be full of vitality, but it is actually full of weird atmosphere. Every tree in the grove is like a monster with a big mouth waiting to eat people, and every flower that looks fragrant and colorful grows on the ground is like a rose with thorns. Ying, group leader, there seems to be something wrong with this place. Uchiha Madara, it's a bit like the arrival of the tree world between the pillars. Spider, the forest is beautiful, I like it very much, are you too sensitive? I think it is very harmonious. He was leveling underground every day, and he had never even seen the sun. Seeing the lush green forest, the spider showed a longing expression. Huira AI, it's too quiet, it doesn't conform to the law of existence of the primeval forest. Kankyo, that's right, it's like a monster waiting for its prey to come. Group leader, you have to be careful. Although she knew that Bellis was unlikely to be in trouble, she still sounded a reminder. Bellis retracted the perception released, and the whole picture of the planet is completely under the control of Bellis. It turns out that it is parasitic to a quarter of the entire planet. No wonder the universe will issue a warning. Succubus vines. A special plant that feeds on the star core of the planet. No, it is more like an animal than a plant. When it matures, the whole planet will become its root system. And, a huge flower bud will grow on the surface of the planet. The growth pattern is very similar to that of the spiritual tree, both use planetary energy as fertilizer. But compared to the simplicity of the spirit tree, the succubus vine is more like a demonized spirit tree. The succubus vine will not bear fruit, and its buds will bloom into gorgeous flowers, which will spread to the universe outside the planet along with the pollen released from the stamens. These drifting pollen will become the seeds of another succubus vine, parasitic on passing planets. Fortunately, it came in time, otherwise the workload would have to increase. Bellis sighed. The succubus vines spread out, perhaps not 1 or 2 planets, but probably a galaxy. The voice of Bellis talking to herself was heard by all the group members. Ying, group leader, do you know this plant? The world's #1 princess, I have been to many worlds, and the plants in front of me may not be unfamiliar. Of course, the rules of the world are different, and the morphological abilities of these plants will also be different. The #1 princess in the world, Ying, do you know what the greatest enemy of a magical girl is? Ying, magical girl, enemy. Already running to Gaiun Pavilion, sitting on a towering mountain, Ying, who was blowing the sea breeze, couldn't keep up with Bailisi's train of thought. Spider, oh. I know, the greatest enemy of a magical girl must be the touch that can make a magical girl blush. I don't know anything. Ahara. Fluorescent. The #1 princess in the world. I thought it would be Ying who answered, but in the end, the spider rushed to answer. In other words, what kind of strange things did the evil god D stuff into the spider's brain? Could it be the memory of the evil god himself? Chapter 19 Bellis, God of Destruction, Popular Science for Group Members. The #1 princess in the world, Spider, you know a lot. Spider, no way. Compared to the omniscient group leader, I still have a lot of shortcomings. The #1 princess in the world. Am I complimenting you? Moreover, you actually refuted it. Forget it, don't care, it's time to do business. The world's #1 princess, succubus vines like this should not exist. It will turn a planet full of life into a Death Star in a relatively short period of time, which is the kind of planet I destroyed before. My purpose this time is to destroy it. Hui Yuanai, group leader, don't you need to be careful? It seems to be foggy. Seeing that the group leader is still educating the group members about science, Huiwen AI couldn't help feeling a little worried. During the live broadcast, the red mist in the air felt very strange. When the time comes, it will really turn into some exciting pictures. Bellis looked away from the chat group, looked at the strange red mist coming from all directions, and said without haste. This red mist is one of the unique secretions of succubus vines. It can cause hallucinations in creatures that enter it. It usually affects the five senses. The type of hallucinations is generally related to desire. Bellis continued to walk into the depths of the forest. Her pace was not fast, and she gave popular science to the group members from time to time. In addition to this, the succubus vine has another attack method, which is also the main attack method. Its strange vines protruding from the surrounding plants, or from the soil on the surface. With a slight jump, Bellis dodged the attack from behind. Green vines passed where Bellis had just stood, twirled in mid-air, and tied to another tree. The vines tied to the tree were neither sharp nor had thorn marks. They were bare and trembling slightly, like a living thing. Another vine charged at Bellis from the right. Bellis reached out and grabbed him instantly. She looked down at the slightly twisting plant, grabbed the right hand of the vine, and felt a slippery feeling, soaked by the liquid oozing from the vine. A few drops of transparent liquid dripped down her wrist to the ground. Bellis didn't care, and continued to explain to everyone. The attack of the succubus vines removes the illusion just now. It is this kind of vines that came from nowhere. They will differentiate a transparent liquid from the pores of the vines. Once this liquid is inhaled by a creature, it can change the action of a certain hormone in the organism. At this time, I don't know if the succubus vines were angered. Dozens of light green vines struck from all directions. It seems that this arrogant creature that is not affected by illusions should be completely captured and then properly trained. It's really not giving up. Bellis let go of the vine that was still writhing. However, the moment it was released, the green vine seemed to have eyes, and it didn't recede. Instead, it quickly circled Bellis's arm a few times, and then yanked and tightened directly. So persistent. The next second after his right hand was bound, the vines in other directions instantly accelerated. Tsitsizi a few times. The vines coming from all directions tied Bellis into big characters, and it was still in the air above the ground. Spider, hey? Group leader, are you okay? It doesn't feel good. The spider covered his eyes. It's not good. If this continues, the group leader may fall. Ying. Strange. Are these plants so strong? From a sensory point of view, in the live broadcast, the green plants that attacked Bellis like snakes may be considered powerful for me, but for a powerful existence that can destroy the planet at will, how can such plants make it lose its resistance? Ying felt impossible. The group owner did it on purpose. Have some strange hobby? Found it, the main body is there. Bundled into big characters, Bellis didn't care. If the dignified god of destruction would capsize in such a place, it would be ridiculous. The vines that bound Bellis tightly began to branch out. Slowly, they climbed towards Bellis' cuffs and the gaps in her clothes. Passing the location, leaving a translucent water stain. The newly grown vines dripped with transparent liquid, sticking to Bellis' clothes and skin from time to time. Originally not thick clothing, soaked in liquid, a little transparent. The red mist that permeated the surroundings, coupled with the slightly tight body bound by vines, made Bellis feel quite astringent. Okay, that's it for now. I am still live broadcasting, so I still need to save some morals. Now that you have found the core of the succubus vine, there is no need to continue playing. As the destructive power of purple rises, the originally lush green vines wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the vines that grab Bellis's hands and feet like octopus are turned into pieces and fall off. Fell to the ground. The clothes look like they need to be cleaned. Looking at the little lubricant-like liquid left on his arms, sleeves, and even his chest, he couldn't help sighing. Unexpectedly, Bellis stuck out her tongue, gently licked the liquid sticking to the clothes, and even tasted the liquid left on her lips in detail. Sure enough, these things will increase, it's man-made, and it's related to the spirit tree. In this universe, he is probably the only one who can do this kind of thing. It's just that I haven't been able to fully control the authority of Kai Wangshan, and I can't find the location of that guy. Spider, Group leader, you really licked it. No way, you really licked it. The number one princess in the world, lick what? Putting a part of her consciousness into the chat group, Bellis was a little slow-witted. Spider, that's what you said can change a certain hormone in living things, the liquid of vines. I don't know why, when thinking of Bellis' behavior just now, some comics that make people feel emotional will appear in the spider's mind. The number one princess in the world, it won't affect me. After all, I am also a god. If the plants on the planet I manage are not immune to even a little bit of toxin, isn't it too cheap? Page 19. Ying, speaking of which, what is the smell of the liquid secreted by the vine? In Gaiun Pavilion, Ying, who was listening to Yuan Shang's report, was absent-minded, and subconsciously posted a certain sentence on the public screen, but regretted it as soon as it was posted, and the chat content of the public screen cannot be withdrawn. It's over, this society is dead. The world's number one princess, you are actually curious? If you want to know, I can tell you the truth. The taste is similar to heather flowers. If you are interested, you can try it too. Fluorescent. What kind of heather, isn't that? Your Highness, Your Highness. Ah, what else? Ying panicked a lot, as if she was reading some weird books and someone grabbed her bag on the spot and got all the stolen goods. Even so, the expression on Ying's face was very calm. As a boss, of course, you can't let your subordinates see what you think. Ying just glanced at Yuan Shang behind him. Yuan Shang suddenly felt a burst of pressure, so he said respectfully, about Liu's plan, what should we do? Don't worry about it. Ying jumped off the stone pier and landed near the abyss. Since we found out that the transaction between Morix and the fools is the heart of God, there is no need to go to war. Did he think that the act of pushing everything to the Winter Kingdom would not arouse the wrath of heaven? Then Orsal. When the transaction is over and the woodcut is completed, Morix will have no way out. You want to start a war with Morix? Yuan Shang asked tentatively. What we want is Ozer. If he wants to keep Liu, he will definitely give it to us. Of course, the premise is that we have the bargaining chip to threaten Liu, and the qualifications to compete with him. However, that was not the case with your previous plan. Couldn't it be cancelled? No, it's just that this subordinate feels that it's risky to let the abyss be on the bright side. Let's not talk about it. I believe His Highness will not fight an uncertain battle, but if the one in the sky wakes up, your blood relatives will still be there. If you haven't recovered your strength, your subordinates are worried. Yuan Shang hesitated to speak. Humph, it won't wake up, we still have time. Ying's eyes turned cold. Yuan Shang, I have a task for you. Ying turned her head and said, go and investigate the location of the Golden King beast. Such alchemy creatures are a bit of a waste in the wild. Yes, this subordinate is following your orders. Yuan Shang opened the abyss teleporters and slowly stepped back in. Chapter 20 Strange Vines, King Yama was killed. Walking in the dense primeval jungle, Bella's speed was much faster than before, and her body was surrounded by a layer of faint purple energy. The closer to the core position, the more intensive the attack frequency of the vines. However, the vines were activated in all directions, and the moment they touched the purple energy on Bailisi's body, they would quickly wither and turn into little ashes. Are you aware of the danger and want to stop me desperately? During the flight in the forest, the surrounding fog became thicker and thicker, and it was almost impossible to see your fingers. It might be easier to destroy such a planet directly. Bella sighed in her heart. She had come to the most core area. Also locks the control core of the plant root system. As long as the control area of the core connection is taken out, the expansion of the forest can be prevented. Bella slowly stretched out her hand and stuck it against a giant tree. This giant tree trunk with a diameter of 10 meters exudes a strange energy. His height is also higher than the surrounding trees. Woohoo! As Bellis put her hand close to the trunk, the huge tree quickly turned yellow. On the branches, the dense leaves also fell off one by one, like maple leaves falling from the tree in late autumn. 50 kilometers underground. If the core is not locked, it is difficult to grasp the main control area that can move throughout the forest. Because the main control area is too small, there is no fruit the size of a palm. Bellis, who closed her eyes to search, suddenly opened her eyes, with a purple luster shining in her eyes. At this time, the entire forest rioted. It seems that he is ready to make a last-ditch effort. Strange vines came from any gap in the surrounding area, and the target was exactly where Bellis was. However, it did not wait for the vine's attack to arrive. Call out! A purple fruit with spikes flew out of the soil and landed quietly in Bellis' palm. The moment the fruit fell into the palm of the hand, the attack of the vine stopped completely, as if the screen was stuck. Then, the vines that hadn't reached Bellis quickly withered and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than half a minute. The original endless primitive jungle no longer exists, not even a trace. At this moment, Bellis was standing in the endless, dusty, barren Loess area. The vitality of this area is completely absorbed by this fruit. If you look from the periphery of the planet, look into the planet. A quarter of the entire planet turned khaki. Bellis looked at the purple fruit with spikes, which looked a bit like a tomato. There is also a strange fragrance faintly. In the chat group, the group members saw the scene where Bellis took out the fruit and the whole jungle disappeared. Even if you don't have to think about it, you can tell that this petite thing is the culprit that caused the whole strange forest. Spider, it looks so weird, can this thing be eaten? What the spider said made Bellis quite speechless. You said it was weird, and you asked if you could eat it. The number one princess in the world, if you don't want to end up ignoring yourself, it's best not to eat. Spider, in other words, you can eat it. Spider, who was leveling, licked his lips with longing on his face. Princess no. In the world, eating it will affect your character, because this fruit is related to certain desires. The number one princess in the world, for example, if you become a human in the future and accidentally eat such a fruit, maybe the next day you will become the protagonist or the heroine. Spider, et. Ignoring the discussion in the chat group, Bellis carefully looked at the succubus fruit in her palm. The fruit is blue to purple, with sharp thorns, and the lines around the thorns are connected with each other, subtly built into a special texture. As for what it was, Bellis didn't want to explain, it would be bad if some drivers in the group heard it. But what else could it be that has tentacles and is related to special desires? Bellis threw away the distracting thoughts in her mind and took a deep breath. That guy has gone to the point of doing whatever he can to improve his strength. Or, does he think his behavior can be hidden from the great priest, or from the whole king? Using the energy of the demon world to transform the fruit of the spiritual tree is something forbidden by the gods. Bellis knew a secret from her former angel, who was also her other teacher. There are 18 universes under the Chuanwang series, and 6 universes were erased because they offended the Chuanwang. After watching the Dragon Ball Super plot, Bellis knows this of course. However, the real reason why they offended Chuanwang was not the moody Chuanwang mentioned in the original book. The real reason is that the gods of destruction and Kai Wangshan of the 6 universes participated in the spiritual tree transformation plan and implemented it in their own universe. Although in a short period of time, the comprehensive score coefficient of the universe has been greatly improved, and it has become the strongest 6 of the 18 universes. However, it greatly reduces the lifespan of the universe. As for why the lifespan of the universe decays, Bellis is still unknown. I only know the follow-up processing results. All the 6 universes are wiped out, and of course all living beings including Kai Wangshan and God of Destruction are also wiped out. The 6 angels who defaulted to the behavior of the God of Destruction and the Kai Wangshan, who did not intervene, were forced to sleep by the Chuanwang at the same time. Many gods of destruction, including Beerus, are not clear about this matter. Maybe only the angels, the great priests, and the real executioners who know the truth, the supreme being Chuanwang who is above the 18 universes. And his teacher, the god of destruction, died unexpectedly 5 years ago. The god of destruction dies, and the angels sleep too. Before she falls asleep, the angel will tell her the necessary things, and will also tell some truths that are difficult for the god of destruction to know. Page 20. And asked Belis to try her best to grasp the authority of Kai Wangshan during the transition period, and then go to Quan Wangdian to receive a letter of appointment. 10 years, the transition period between the old and the new god of destruction. Now, 5 more years. In other words, Belis is currently the official god of destruction, the inherited one, and has not been officially certified. 5 years, no more, no less, for the god of destruction, it was just a nap time. Teacher, within 5 years, I will grasp the power of the king of the world and avenge you. Belis had a look of determination on her face. Even if the god dies, resurrection is not impossible. The dragon of God may be able to do this. However, it is too early to discuss it. Destructive energy covers the purple fruit. In the next second, there was no trace of the fruit in Belis' palm. Belis squatted down slowly, and put her right hand on the ground full of loess. She closed her eyes slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the palm, a pale white light was released. Recovery. There was a soft moan. The ripples that were set off quickly spread outward from the palm on the ground. A green tender seedling pushes away from the weight of the rock and pokes out its emerald green head. Then, the second and third lessons. Grass, petals, stamens. In just a moment, saplings and flowers grew sparsely on the originally withered and yellow land. The breeze blows, and the fragrance of stamens comes. With her hands off the ground, Belis slowly stood up. She opened her eyes, looking at the land that was gradually beginning to flourish. It took a lot of time, and the control of the power of creation is probably a little bit stronger than the king of the 7th universe, Shen Xin, barely reaching the level of the king of the world. The planet has returned to life, and the warning red line of the cosmic rules for this planet has disappeared. A medium-sized planet with a maximum combat power of no more than 1. Sensing that there is a lot of pretty good chi in the planet, Belis murmured. Well, compared to those gods of destruction who destroy planets and galaxies at every turn, she is a type who is serious about her work and does her duty. After completing the mission, Belis is ready to return to God of Destruction. Do. Belis frowned and took out the communicator. The communicator had just been turned on, and the green light curtain showed the opposite image, which was a big bull's face. I saw a bull-headed face with an anxious expression, as if there was something to report. The video link was successful, and the voice of the bull-headed face came anxiously. Lord God of Destruction. Something is wrong, the underworld is in chaos, Lord Yama, he was killed. Chapter 21 Realm King, and Newcomers. What happened? Yama is dead, it was still killed in the underworld. Who killed King Yama? Belis frowned tightly. The only one who can kill King Yama in the underworld is a god with a higher dimension than him. If it is an ordinary person, even a powerful dead person, there is absolutely no way to do it, and they will even be suppressed. Unless you can break the boundary between the soul and the body by yourself, that is, the god level. It's not the tricky gods like Vegeta and Monkey King in the original book, which can only be regarded as false gods. It's Lord Zhuang. He wanted Lord Yama to do something, but Lord Yama didn't agree, and then... King of the Realm. How can there be a King of the Realm? Hearing what the bullhead on the opposite side said, Bai Lisi's voice was filled with anger. Didn't I say to send me a message when I saw him? Why didn't Hades send me a message? Where is that guy now? No. I don't know, Lord Realm, it seems that he has gone to hell. Nyhuta's voice trembled a little. There is no king of the world, that guy is not worthy of being the king of the world. Bellis suppressed her anger. Go and call Mammon and others to maintain the order of the underworld and the kingdom of heaven, especially the entrances and exits of hell, and don't allow the souls inside to escape. The matter in hell, I will solve it myself later. Yes, yes, the officer understands. By the way. Bellis thought for a while, and told the bullhead, if there is really not enough manpower, let those guys in the kingdom of heaven not do anything to eat, come out and move around, and I will give each of them a spiritual tree fruit afterwards. Ming, understand? The screen on the communicator disappeared, and Bellis took a deep breath. What should come has finally come. But, doesn't King Yama even have time to send me a message? Suddenly, Bellis thought of something and turned her gaze to the chat group. The number 1 princess in the world, sorry, something went wrong on my side, the live broadcast will end here. Spider, well, the group leader has something to do, you can go to work first, and when you have time, then live broadcast. Spiders are a little awkward when they speak. Especially in the live broadcast just now, the angry look of the group leader really scared her, it was the first time she saw the group leader angry. Not long after the spider's voice fell, Bella's profile picture showed offline. Spider, who have finally left. Spider, just now, did you feel that the group leader is scary? Jianzhu, indeed, the group leader's expression is very angry. Huira AI, maybe it has something to do with the king of the realm. After the group leader heard the word king of the realm, his tone was obviously different from before, like, Ying, that's hatred. There must be some kind of intersection between the group leader and that realm king, and something happened that made the group leader very angry. As the Abyss princess who ruled the Abyss, after experiencing the destruction of Kenria 500 years ago, this unforgettable feeling, even across the screen, Ying also has a certain resonance. Spider, then, what do you think it will be? Ying, we know that there are not many things about the group leader, and the only thing we can think of is one thing, but I'm not sure. Ying, the group leader said before that she inherited her god position. Her tone at the time made me feel that the former god of destruction. Uchihamadara, don't discuss these things anymore, and don't speculate. If the group owner wants us to know, he will naturally tell us. When it comes to things like grievances and hatred, it is best for others not to get involved. Once designed to blacken Obito, Uchihamadara still has a certain degree of grasp of human nature. The group leader is a god, so I am afraid it will be more dangerous. Spider, then don't discuss it. Spider. 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 Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara, what are you doing? Inexplicably brush what ellipsis. Spider, I want to turn over the chat records, so that as long as the group owner doesn't turn over the previous records, he won't know what we just talked about. Huira AI, it's more like trying to cover up. Ying, little spider, you don't know how to be so timid, do you? Spider, I'm full of desire to survive, so I'm not timid. Ding, the Witch of Crumbs, join the chat group. Ding, Cursed Grand Magister, join the chat group. Suddenly, two strange system sounds were inserted, and the discussion in the chat group suddenly stopped. Jiangsu, there are new group members. Huira AI, looking at the nickname, it doesn't look like the everyday world. Spider, welcome newcomers, I am your lovely spider. Page 21. Uchihamadara, welcome newcomers to the group. Newcomers, please carefully review the notices for group members. The detailed information has been transmitted to you when you join the group. Uchihamadara, oh, by the way, I am the group administrator, the group owner has something to leave, you can ask me if you don't understand anything. There was a previous welcome, Uchihamadara is now familiar with the road. In the chat group, there was a moment of silence. The Witch of Scraps, it's so interesting, I thought it was magic, but it's not. The cursed great magister, is there a very powerful existence? That's great. Excuse me, can you kill me? Uchihamadara. Fluorescent. Spider. Other people. The first sentence this new group member made when he joined the group stunned the entire group members. Spider, that. I'm asking carefully, not to offend, are you a little seriously ill? Spider was speechless, she kept leveling and improving herself, thinking about how to survive when the evil god D destroyed the planet, and now a heavyweight newcomer came. The newcomer's first sentence was to ask who could kill him. The cursed great magister, I have lived too long, and it will only bring misfortune to people. I hope someone can kill me. Uchihamadara, it's the first time I meet someone with such a request. Uchihamadara didn't know how to answer the other party for a while. He is a dead person himself, still thinking about how to come back to life, and now one of them feels that he has lived for too long and is a little tired of living. It's like a full man doesn't know a hungry man is hungry. Spider, can I ask one more question? Boss, are you now your gang? Could it be an old immortal who has lived for thousands of years, now he has no fun, and plans to kill himself? The cursed great magister, I don't remember the exact time, about 400 years old. Spider, what, I can't think about it when I'm only 400 years old. I thought it was at least a few thousand. Isn't it just 400, not counting other worlds, but her own current world, such as the dragon god Kyule, what kind of evil god D, which one will not live longer than you? Especially the Thulhu D, who is considered to be a few thousand years old. Spider, in fact, you are still very young, don't worry about it. Among our group members, there is one who is at least 500 years old. Maybe there will be more people in the group in the future, and 400 years old may be ranked. Not on the number. Fluorescent. Lost, this spider is gone, don't think that if you don't say your name, I don't know you're talking about me. Uchihamadara, Spider is right, 400 years old is still young. If it was before, Uchihamadara might be surprised, but now, 400 years old, Uchihamadara may also survive. The cursed great magister, I live only to bring misfortune to others, because I violated taboos and was cursed by the gods. He told the group members what happened on his side. To the group members, he told the truth, there was nothing to guard against. After all, he wanted the group members to kill him. Ying, touching the taboo of life and death will lead to being cursed by the gods to be immortal, and the more you cherish life, the easier it is for the life around you to wither. Jerf, that's right, that's it. Over the past few hundred years, I have killed many people unintentionally. Jeff changed Jenkins' nickname to his own name. Irina, at Mr. Jerf, your magic should be very powerful, can you teach me? Seeing that Zeref changed his nickname, Irina also changed the Witch of Scraps to her own name. Chapter 22 Zamesu. There are new members in the chat group, and Bellis doesn't know it yet. She is not in the mood to take care of the chat group now. A teleportation came to the underworld. The sudden appearance of a person startled the jittery hell staff. Fortunately, someone recognized this white-haired girl with waist-length hair and cold eyes. Breaking. Lord God of Destruction. A creature with a human body and a horse's head ran over rolling and crawling. Mamian, tell me something, and where is the bull's head? Bellis didn't say much, and went straight to the point. Yes, yes, yes. The humanoid creature with a red horse face wiped the sweat from his forehead. Most things have been dealt with, and the kingdom of heaven and the underworld have generally stabilized. Mamian paused and continued, Brother Nyutu is in charge of hell, and he brought most of the powerful people from heaven to guard the entrance of hell. The last message sent back shows that the situation is a little bit bad. None of the strong people who probed hell came up alive. Well, I see. After Mamian finished speaking, Bellis turned into a ray of purple light and quickly walked towards the entrance of hell. Bellis left without making a fuss, and sat slumped on the stone chair next to her. It's finally over. The younger brother at the side tugged at the corner of Mamian's clothes. Brother, who was this just now? You seem to be very afraid of her. The horse's face trembled, and he quickly threw off the corner of his clothes that was grabbed by the younger brother, and gave him a vicious look. That is the most powerful god in the entire universe, you should respect it when you see it in the future. Isn't the strongest god Lord Yama? The younger brother looked surprised. King Yama, you are not even worthy to lift the shoes of that man. This is what Lord Yama himself said many years ago. Mamian seemed afraid that the younger brother would not understand, and added, Lord Yama, in front of Lord God of Destruction, did not even have the slightest resistance. I can't bring myself to think about it. Lord God of Destruction is the most powerful god in the entire universe. Near the entrance to hell, a burly man with a full face and a pair of horns stared fixedly at the entrance and exit of the gate of hell, for fear that something would jump out of it. Beside him, there are dozens of creatures of different races with a halo above their heads. How's it going? The purple light fell beside Naihutu, and Naihutu was not startled until the sound came. Big, Lord. After seeing the handsome, even petite, white-haired girl next to him, Naihutu hurriedly saluted. There's no need for a virtual ceremony, what unusual discovery. We sent a few teams to investigate, but so far none of them have been able to come up. Naihutu said solemnly. Thank you, if they are still alive, I will bring them all back. If you are killed in the soul state, it is really impossible to save it, even Dragon Ball can't help it. Bellis turned into a streamer and entered the bottomless black pit like a Tiankeng with a swoosh. Lord Naihutu, that lord just now was. An old man with a piercing face and a halo on his head asked worriedly. God of Destruction. Naihutu said, the most powerful and greatest god in the entire universe. If she can't do anything about it, then hell may be over, not only hell, maybe the whole hell will be over. From the entrance of hell, there was a faint roar of evil beasts. That kind of sound, even the bullhead who had been in the underworld for many years, felt a trace of fear, which was a gap in personality. King of the Realm. Naihutu had met the King of the Realm, and for the King of the Realm who was abolished by the God of Destruction, Naihutu only had two words for him, indifference and aloofness. He was not like the King of the Realm at all. Most importantly, he has a natural arrogance towards all living beings, and this arrogance comes from the bottom of his bones. Naihutu heaved a long sigh. Lord Yama. He vaguely felt that King Yama wanted to stabilize the King of the Realm, and then called the God of Destruction to come over, but his purpose seemed to be discovered by the King of the Realm, which directly led to his death. Hell. The entire space was filled with a light red mist. The hell souls who were originally imprisoned inside, when the prison door opened, none of them were seen. Come out, I know you're here. Crack crack. In the silent space, there was applause. Long time no see, Bellis, no, the current god of destruction. The man slowly came out from the dark corner. He has an emerald green face, a tuft of grey hair in the shape of a coxcomb on his head, and he is matched with purple and grey Kai Wangshan costumes. I don't think it's a pleasure to be honored by the killer's dregs to my teacher. Looking at the man who came out of the shadows, Bellis said coldly, are you right? Zamesu. No, 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 anyone can say that, but you can't. Zamesu stretched out his finger and shook it, then the corners of his mouth curled up. You should thank me, human. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to become a god of destruction, and even if you could, it wouldn't be so fast. I'm not as heartless as you. Hehe, human beings like to hide themselves, but as a god, I can see through everything. Zamesu spoke in a confident tone, you, like me, don't like Teacher Gviz's approach, do you? Even if Senior Kvas doesn't suit your wishes, it's not a reason for you to kill him. Bayris didn't deny what Zamasu said. As the king of the world, to be honest, Kvas is a bit cowardly, he looks at everything, what can he do? Page 22. Kai Wangshan, shouldn't he be guided to a certain extent? After all, if you don't do anything, you won't be able to create a strong person when the Chuanwang wipes out the universe. Shen Xin, the king of the seventh universe, is not qualified, but he is really doing practical things. So regarding this matter, he did not agree with Gerva's approach. Of course, she is not Kai Wangshan, and at that time, she was only an alternate god of destruction, unable to control Gva's personal behavior. Is there any problem? I am correcting the mistakes of Mr. Gvas and bringing the order of the universe back on track. Hearing Bella's veto, Zamasu was a little unhappy. Zamasu looked at Bellis for a while, and said in a leisurely tone, Kai, you should guide the universe to a certain extent, instead of being a complete bystander. Isn't this what you taught me? Everything I do is carried out according to your intention. Zamasu smiled. I have nothing to say to you. Bellis said indifferently. Why, can't refute it. Zamasu suddenly laughed. Actually, you have always wanted to kill me, right? When we met for the first time, you made a murderous move on me. But, what have you been worrying about? Zamasu snapped his fingers. Maybe you expected this day, that's why you wanted to kill me when we first met. If you think so, everything is logical. However, after the first meeting, such killing intent never appeared. Lord God of Destruction, can you tell me why? Chapter 23. Because you were not hopeless at that time. Bellis was silent for a while and said, but, I found out later that I was wrong. When I met Zamasu for the first time, he was still a modest gentleman. To be honest, in terms of senses, he was not bad. His paranoia is not as serious as it is now, and he can still listen to people's words. If Zamasu can lose part of the paranoia of the original, he is qualified as Kai Wangshan. At least for Bellis, such a king of the world is much better than Kvas. The god of destruction is bound to the king of the realm, although Beres is unwilling, but she doesn't have the strength to challenge the rules set by the king and the great priest. Therefore, as for finding a weak Kai Wangshan to be connected with one's life, it is better to find a Kai Wangshan with good strength and outstanding talent to be connected with one's life. Bellis relented. Wait until Kvas and Ramsey back down. Then, she and Zamasu will be the new god of destruction and the new king of Kai, respectively. After meeting Zamasu, Bellis hesitated for a long time, but she still let go of the idea of killing Zamasu. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to kill Zamasu. Afterwards, how should I explain to my teacher, the god of destruction Ramsey, and Senior Kvas? She didn't think that if she killed Zamasu, she would be able to hide Kai Wangshan, god of destruction, and angels. Is it just based on a so-called illusory future, Zamasu will kill his teacher Kvas? Yes, angels can indeed observe parallel worlds. But there is one problem, which is still very serious. That is, she, Bellis, has a not-so-clean background. For example, what if the angel observes the parallel world and there is no one like her? How would she explain it? If there were one or two parallel worlds, it would still make sense. If she doesn't exist in all the parallel worlds, how can she explain it? Therefore, Bellis finally gave up the idea of killing Zamasu. Instead, try to find a way to get rid of Zamasu's paranoid character. Perhaps, the inertia of history is so powerful. In the process of practicing, Bellis accidentally discovered that she could learn the creative power of Kai Wangshan. And there is no conflict with its own destructive power. Angel Kessi told her that if she could master the power of creation and the power of destruction at the same time, there is no need to bind Kai Wangshan and destruction god. Because the most important factor that binds the lives of Kai Wangshan and Destruction God is to use Kai Wangshan's peaceful creative power to stabilize the extremely violent destructive power in Destruction God's body and soul. This is the reason why the God of Destruction and Kai Wangshan are bound in life. The heavy information revealed by Kessie also made Bellis very interested in the power of creation. After all, no one wants to be tied to life and death with other people. So, after several years of hard work, she has a certain understanding of the power of creativity. Of course, about being able to learn the power of creativity, Kessie asked her not to tell anyone other than Rumsey that Kai Wangshan couldn't do it. As for the reason, Kessie did not tell her. Then, it was she who neglected the training of Zamesu, and almost devoted herself to learning the power of creativity. Under the guidance of the king of the world, God Gvuz, Zamesu was completely blackened. This time is many years earlier than the original work. When Bellis noticed, it was already before Angel Kes fell asleep. The only fortunate thing is that because Zamesu did not meet the guidelines of Gurvis did not tell Zamesu about the space-time ring. While dealing with the relics of Gvas, Bellis found the box containing the space-time ring and took it back to the God of Destruction realm for safekeeping. Zamesu, this time I won't let you escape again, I will avenge Teacher Rumsey and Senior Gvas. Waist-length white hair fluttered gently, and a faint coercion on Barry's body pressed against Zamesu on the opposite side. Run away! Sensing the anger on Bellis, Zamesu's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to his original state, his voice full of confidence. I never thought of running away. Human beings should not exist in any universe. Today next year will be your death day. Zamesu slowly opened his arms, and then, following the surrounding red mist, quickly gathered towards his position, faintly condensing a slightly dim halo on the back of Zamesu's head. Do you see it? This is the attitude of God. The appearance of the divine ring made Zamesu's slightly vain divine aura even more majestic. Faintly, it actually overwhelmed the breath released by Bellis. Transform, just like 5 years ago, using that blonde posture. I will defeat you with absolute strength to wash away the unforgettable shame of the past 5 years. 5 years ago, Zamesu killed the king of the world, Quaz. The death of Gvas led to the death of Ramsey, the god of destruction whose life was connected, and the angel Kessie fell into a deep sleep. Bellis found Zamesu's location based on clues. There was a fight between the two sides, and Bellis used a trick that had never been used when the two were practicing. Transform. The original snow-white palm turned into a brilliant golden in the blink of an eye. Zamesu recalled that violent and terrifying aura now still fresh in my memory. The most important thing is strength. After transforming, he is not an opponent at all. If it weren't for being an alternate king god, he would learn teleportation and use teleportation many times to escape. Maybe just explain it directly. I'm not interested in the way you choose to die, and I don't need to follow it. Transform? Did Zamesu think she was the alternate god of destruction who couldn't fully grasp the power of destruction 5 years ago? The god of destruction who inherits the position of god of destruction is not at the same level as the alternate god of destruction. Asshole, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Zamesu said viciously with a distorted face. Humans, don't think that being a god of destruction can do whatever you want. I am also a god now, and I am still the supreme god who can judge you. On the back of Zamesu's head, the dim divine ring released a burst of terrifying coercion. The air and the ground underfoot trembled violently. It seemed that the whole hell was howling and trembling. Had Zamesu, do you dare to say this in front of the Chuanwang and the great priest? Originally thought that after seeing Zamesu, he would be very angry, but watching the other party's performance, he was a little bit angry. Getting angry, using other people's ignorance to block your heart? You. Zamesu's voice froze. No matter how conceited he was, he would not think that he could wrestle with the high priest and the Chuan king at present. Humph, don't say such meaningless things, think about how to die, human. Those souls from hell, and souls from heaven, where did you get them? Bellis didn't answer Zamesu's question. She almost used her divine sense to search the entire hell just now. But no soul was found. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Zamesu laughed loudly when he heard the words, and the expression on his face became more ferocious. The power to become a new god should belong to these villains trapped in hell. Pleasure. Not only hell, but also the kingdom of heaven. It is a sin for human beings to appear in any place governed by gods. This is an insult to nature. So that's why they're all dead. Bellis's purple eyes moved slightly. Zamesu, those succubus vines in the universe are also your masterpiece, right? Bellis suppressed the idea of killing Zamesu immediately. As a god of destruction, she must coordinate all aspects, especially some emergencies whose origins are unknown and the truth cannot be found, and try to find the truth as much as possible. It's not wrong. Human greed, lust, arrogance, etc. are all sinful things, and these should be controlled by the gods. Zamesu said his thoughts indifferently. Only in this way, the universe will be better. Page 23. Bellis retorted coldly, don't say it so nicely. What you did was only for your own selfish desires. The ultimate goal is to come to hell, let the desires belong to yourself, and create that filthy aura on your head. Filth, how dare you call the gods filthy? Zamesu's face was grim, and then he remembered something, with a slightly mocking voice. The justice of power comes from the user, not the power itself. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say that now when you told me so? A dark red light rose around Zamesu. He clenched his fists, feeling his own majestic power, and said again, I am a god. Even if I stare into the abyss, my power is holy and pure. Maybe, I shouldn't have told you these things in the first place. Bellis said no more, and the purple destructive force on her body was slowly rising. Whether power is just or not, everyone has a different conclusion. At that time, she was still a candidate for the god of destruction, and found that Zamas had a certain paranoid about Kvass remarks, so she could only find a way to correct it. Of course, she thought so too. Therefore, what I said to Zamesu before the blackening can be regarded as heartfelt words. I'm not interested in your justice. I'm here today not in the name of a god of destruction, but as a disciple. The purpose is to kill those who deceive teachers and destroy ancestors. Bellis said lightly. Revenge? Humans have such low-level desires. Zamesu sneered, how arrogant is it to take revenge on God in the name of humans? The released power of Zamesu's power slowly spread to the outside world through the entrance of hell. The shadowy energy seemed to spread throughout the underworld. However, I allow it. God's mercy allows you to take revenge on me. Chapter 24 Strong Repression. Laugh. Before Zamesu finished speaking, he smelled the smell of blood on the tip of his nose. A sharp pain came from the arm. Wow! Zamesu clutched his crippled right arm and stepped back quickly, his eyes were red. Damn! Violet blood gushes out from the severed right arm, fresh gap. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. He threw out a golden air bomb and hit Zamesu lying quietly on the ground, half of his arm oozing blood. After an explosion, Zamesu's broken right hand has completely disappeared. Bastard, you dare to hurt the body of God, it is unforgivable. The palm of the left hand turned into a knife, and a lightsaber formed by purple-red energy emerged from the palm. Zamesu rushed out angrily. With such a mind, it's no wonder that Senior Kvass thinks you are unqualified. Slightly retreating 2 positions, pointing her toes, Bellis somersaulted and landed behind Zamesu. Zamesu saw this, and the palm knife in his hand became longer and thicker. With his eyes fixed, Zamesu swung his knife and swept across at Bellis behind him. Bellis slowly raised her right hand. Grip slightly. With a calm breath, the red blade, like a laser, was easily grasped by Lizzie in the palm of her hand. Only to such an extent. Devouring the souls of the entire hell, you can't even do the qualifications to make me serious. You are worse than 5 years ago. Asshole, it's not your turn to talk about this kind of thing. A puff of blue smoke rose from Zameso's broken right arm. Then, like a gecko, the right arm regrows. Go to hell. Holding up the dark red air bomb with his right hand, he threw it at Bella's forehead. Rabbit fur needle. The snow-white hair fluttered gently, and in the blink of an eye, the originally silky long hair became sharp. Thousands of flying needles pierced Zameso. Oh, ah ah ah. Zameso's air bomb condensed in his right hand collapsed, and his entire body became like a hedgehog, with white spikes everywhere. You. Zameso retreated quickly. Seeing him retreat, Bellis did not pursue him. Like a cat playing with a mouse, her expression was extremely calm. How about it, God, are you also afraid sometimes? Damn it, it's unforgivable, you actually hurt me, the Supreme God, over and over again. Zameso shattered and inserted all over his body with divine power, and his hair formed spikes. He slowly opened his arms. Humans, don't be too arrogant. In an instant, hell was covered with scarlet light spots, following Zameso's arms slowly waving. Blade of Judgment. The scarlet light spots turned into pieces of sharp blades and fell in response. Boom boom boom. Countless sharp blades were inserted into the ground, and dense explosions resounded throughout hell. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, die, die. Zameso grinned, in my world, there is no need for humans. But the next second, 2 circular discs pierced through the gap where the dense judgment blades fell. Humph, what's the point of attacking so slowly? Seeing Qi Yuan Zhan flying towards him, Zameso sneered. At this time, the 2 flying Qi Yuan Zhan changed from 2 to 4 to 8 in the blink of an eye. What? Zameso looked horrified. Damn, he was played. The dozens of golden discs that are already in front of them are smaller than before. Because of their rapid rotation, they are like blades with powerful tearing ability. No, you can't be cut. Zameso raised his palm, condensed a purple-red energy bullet, and shot it straight towards the position of Qi Yuan Zhan. It's over, Zameso. I haven't had time to understand what the sound is and where it comes from. Chilla. I felt a pain in my chest. Whoop-oof. A mouthful of purple blood spewed out of his mouth. Zameso's eyes were full of disbelief. He lowered his head with difficulty, looking at the white hands on his chest. I told you when I hunted you down, I will take out your heart with my own hands. An indifferent voice sounded. A girl with snow-white hair stood behind Zameso with cold eyes. She tugged hard. The filth with purple-blue blood was taken out of Zameso's body. The girl slowly lifted it up and placed it at eye level. Looking at the heart that was still trembling slightly and dripping blood, she said in a low voice with some dissatisfaction, "What? It's not black." You. Zameso, who lost his heart, tried his best to distance himself from Bellis. He covered his chest with one hand, panting heavily. You bastard! Wow! Because of extreme anger and serious injuries, Zameso spat out a mouthful of blood again. Losing his heart is not a fatal injury to Zameso, who has a divine ring. As long as he has time, he can recover completely. What, are you angry? Bellis said indifferently. Hold the palm of the heart lightly. Zi. The heart, which was still beating gently, suddenly turned into a puddle of minced meat. The heart shattered, with blood splattered everywhere, some even sticking to Bellis' long snow-white hair. Bellis didn't care, her purple eyes stared at the ferocious Zameso. Page 24. Isn't that how you killed Gvas? Human, you, damn! Zameso's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was trembling with anger. Looking at the angry Zameso, Bellis said in a flat voice, at the beginning, I was too naive. If I killed you directly, maybe Teacher Rumsey would not die. Bales, don't say that you won, the whole hell is under my control, and I am the last chess player. Spitting out a mouthful of blood again, Zamasu clasped his hands together. Whether it's a god of destruction or a human being, you can be buried with the hell of this universe. With the release of Zamasu's power, the ground and space of hell trembled violently. Not only hell, but also heaven, and even the entire hell have become extremely unstable. Goodbye. Want to run? Bellis reached out to wipe out Zamasu with destructive force. It's useless. I have calculated the release speed of the destructive force. The hell I control can temporarily prevent the destructive force from harming me and buy me enough time to escape. Destroy. Bellis didn't say much, and directly launched a long-distance destruction. Okay. However, Bellis failed to destroy Zamasu until he teleported away. That's why, using the instability of hell to distort the surrounding space, so that the destructive force cannot reach him quickly. This guy, did he already think of a way to retreat from the beginning? The purple destructive energy on Bellis quickly removed the blood sticking to her palms and hair, otherwise the stickiness would always feel weird. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you run away, you will also leave a mark on your body anyway. Bellis' voice fell, and the trembling hell slowly stabilized. When the demonized spirit tree appeared, I knew that one day you would come to the underworld. Only the deepest part of the underworld, the hell with the imprints and desires of countless villains, can allow you to complete your transformation. I won this game, Zamasu. Bellis uses teleportation to leave the range of hell. Chapter 25 Zamasu ends. In a certain planet in the universe. Puff cough cough. Zamasu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of resentment. The hideous wound on his chest has healed. Repairing the injury, I actually spent so much energy. Zamasu felt that his current chi was probably not even half of what it was in its heyday. Bales, I have to say that you are really my good teacher and helpful friend. When the outcome is uncertain, it is best to leave a way out and prepare for failure. You reminded me at the beginning. But you shouldn't be such an inferior creature as a human being. As a god, she feels pity that Bellis is just an ordinary human being. Because, many times, Bylice's proposal or what she said made his eyes shine as a god. When she was confused, Bellis told him that whether the power is just or not is not determined by the power itself, but by the user. These words made him see the sun as if he had seen the sun through the clouds, and he suddenly realized. Human beings should not exist. In my justice, human beings are blasphemy against God. Even if it's you, it won't work. Zamasu's eyes were filled with madness. My best friend, for my justice and the justice of the universe, please die with peace of mind. The next time we meet, I will hold a funeral of the highest standard for you, and use your blood to light my beacon of justice. Sorry. I'm not interested in your justice, and I don't recognize you as my best friend, because I don't want to be short-lived. There is no big reason, everything is so much quaint. A girl with snow-white long hair, dressed in pharaoh-style clothing, stood not far from Zamasu. You. Zamasu opened his mouth, unable to speak for a while. It took a long time for Zamasu to come back to his senses. Remembering the way Bellis suddenly appeared behind him in hell. Sure enough, it's teleportation. Only the king of the world can learn talent, and you have learned it, so does it mean that the creative power of the king of the world, you also? Is this important? Bellis said flatly. Hee hee. Zamasu laughed dryly, then shook his head, it's really not important. Are you here to kill me? Although he didn't know what the other party had done to him, since he could find him with teleportation, judging from his current state, it was unlikely that he would have a chance to escape. Let's do it, it's not bad to die in your hands. Why don't you use the title of God? You still laugh at me now. Zamasu said with a hint of anger. No, I didn't mean to laugh at you. Bellis said, I have another purpose here, which is to tell you about Kvas. He never blamed you. What? Zamasu was taken aback. Zamas, I mentioned to Kvas intentionally or unintentionally that you might have the idea of killing him. Bellis paused for a while. Do you know how Kvas replied at that time? What did he say? Zamesa trembled slightly. Jivas's original words are that Zamas is a very talented and assertive child. If one day, he really commits the act of killing his teacher, the biggest possibility is that I don't understand him. If my death can be used to bring that child back on track, I think it's worth it. Bellis couldn't help but think of the 10th universe Kvas in the original book. Even if he knew that the future Zamesa would kill his future self, Kvas wanted to move him with his true feelings. Bellis would not comment on this approach, but she knew that she would never be able to do such a thing, and she was a relatively selfish person. Kvas. Teacher. Zamesa's voice was low and trembling slightly. No wonder. When he pierced Kvas' chest with a hand knife, there was regret and helplessness on Guvaz's face, but there was no trace of hatred towards him. Turns out he knew all along. Zamesu, people have feelings, even gods are no exception. Gaining power from desire, you can more or less respond to those souls. Even the heinous people will have a pure heart. Harbor. Bellis was silent for a moment, and continued, reform and strengthen the desire spirit tree to increase strength, or use the soul of hell to perfect myself. If I am not a god of destruction, I will not care at all. If you're not in your position, don't you plan your own government? Zamesa thought of what Bellis had said. That's right. Bellis nodded. You really don't hide it at all. I think those hell souls often put some so-called righteousness in their memory to cover up their selfish desires. Zamesa said. It's not necessary, and I don't want to become that kind of person. Bellis replied calmly. Combining the power of destruction and the power of creation, Bellis, you may be a very good god. Zamesa said with a relieved smile. He didn't know if he was about to die, but his words were kind. You're right. Gods, like humans, have selfishness and desires. Even I, a self-proclaimed god, is only doing things for my own selfish desires. What qualifications do I have to judge the same human beings? Woolen cloth. Can you answer a question for me? The madness in front of Zamesu has faded, and he asked Bellis. Why did you want to kill me when you saw me for the first time? Could it be that, as I said earlier, you have foreseen the future? Hearing this, Belize was silent for a while, then replied softly, I can see it. Only 3 words. Bellis didn't think about it, and put the Dragon Ball plot into Zamesa's mind. Whether she is cautious or suspicious, even now, she still doesn't trust Zamesu. Who knows if Zamesu in front of him will be resurrected like Dragon Ball heroes? All in all, be careful. Is that so? Zamesu saw that Bellis was hiding something, but he didn't care. Let's do it, God of Destruction is very busy at work, is it okay to chat with me, a sinner here? Zamesu said suddenly. Bellis replied, slowly raising her hand, palm aimed at Zamesu. A whisper of destruction. Zamesu's body is slowly disappearing, not only the body, but even the soul will be erased. Are we still friends? Zamesu, who had half of his body wiped off, suddenly heard a word. However, with the consciousness of body and soul disappearing bit by bit, Zamesu never waited for Bellis's response. Thanks. Before disappearing, Zamesu left 2 last words. A gust of wind swayed Bellis's long snow-white hair that slightly covered her eyes. Page 25. Her purple eyes had already turned back to black. I didn't deny it. I brushed aside the bangs that covered my eyes, and looked at the red sun in the sky that had already fallen to the ground line. Bellis murmured, perhaps anyone will have their own shining point. In a sense, being able to learn the creative power of Kai Wangshan has a lot to do with observing the practice of Zamesu Kai Wangshan. If I hadn't been on the line with Zamesu and Kvas, I'm afraid it would not be so easy to learn the power of the King of the World. Of course, the original purpose of her coming to Kai Wangshan realm to eat and drink was to teach Zmesu not to be too paranoid, at least not to kill Kai Wangshan. The goal was not achieved, but in the end, he became a vested interest instead. It sounds a bit ridiculous. Chapter 26 The Gold King Beast. It's very simple. After dealing with the affairs of the underworld, Belus returned to the god of destruction realm, and first went to pay homage to Ramsey, the god of destruction in the clothed tomb. Then, Belus came to Kai Wang god realm. The last time I came here seemed to be 5 years ago, and it was quite a long time after thinking about it. In front of the tomb of the king of the world, Kvas. Zmesu is dead. Even if I say that, I'm afraid you won't be happy. After all, he is your disciple, and you still have high expectations for him. Looking at the tomb with the cross on it, Belus murmured. Senior Kvas, if you have anything to say, let's wait until you are resurrected. If possible, I will listen to your earnest teachings at that time. Resurrection god of destruction Ramsey, Belus will definitely do it, but whether it can be done is another matter, and Jivas is incidental. Of course it would be best to be able to resurrect, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Intimacy is different. The god of destruction of the 10th universe picked her up from drifting in the universe and accepted her as a disciple. Although there is a system to protect her body, she can always drift in the universe. But no one knows what will happen if Ramsey doesn't pick him up. Maybe one day when I wake up from a deep sleep, I find that I have been packed into a certain laboratory vessel. Belus always remembers this kindness. What's more, after Ramsey accepted her as a disciple, she taught her very carefully. How should I put it, if she is not destroying the god realm, at her current age, it is still a matter of whether she can become a super scion, let alone become the pinnacle of the universe. Don't think becoming a super scion is easy. The Trunks, Sun Wushan, and others in the original book are inspired by Vegeta and Monkey King, and belong to the blood lineage. Ordinary scions, especially scions from Universe Dash. Super scion? Isn't that a legend that happens once in 1,000 years? For example, she traveled across planet Vegeta, from birth to Jinya bombing the planet. The combat power value is only dash. To be honest, she was really depressed at the time. From the age of 7 to 10, the combat power increased by 1,000 a year, and there was no hope of surviving. Fortunately, due to various accidents, she not only jumped from the 7th universe to the 10th universe, but was also picked up by the passing god of destruction Ramsey and the angel Kessi. Speaking of which, I have been in the 10th universe for 10 years. How many decades are there in life? I don't know what happened to the 7th universe. To cross the universe requires the permission of angels. If she wanted to visit the 7th universe, she probably had to get the official letter of appointment in the king's palace and wake up the angel Kessi. After paying homage to Kvas, Belus returned to the god of destruction realm. After not opening the chat group for many days, Bailizi was also a little curious. What happened to the chat group? It couldn't be a mess. Put the consciousness into it, and the offline status marked on the chat group avatar becomes the online status. Belus wanted to look through the previous chat records. It's quite exciting to think about peeping. Well, live broadcast? It's still live. The button to enter the video in the live broadcast room appears at the bottom right of the chat group. How strange, Ying, are you familiar with everyone? It even went live. However, Belus did not enter the live broadcast room immediately, but noticed that the number of group members was 2 more than before. Jeff, the black mage from Fairy Tale, and Irina, the protagonist of The Witch's Journey. Another 2 interesting magical worlds. Belus looked at the profiles of the 2, and then entered Ying's live broadcast room. During the live broadcast, there was a scene that stunned Belus. A golden dragon hundreds of meters long, well, with a dragon body and a wolf head, this thing should be considered a dragon, right? Probably. This dragon wolf lay upright on the ground. The wolf head, who was supposed to be very mighty, was completely unrecognizable at this moment. The eyes and nose are arched, especially the two eye sockets, which are pitch black, like panda eyes, which don't match the majestic appearance of the whole dragon wolf. The mouth of this dragon and wolf is still opening and closing, and the sound that seems to come out is Abba Abba. Bella's mouth twitched. What is Ying doing? Did this thing offend her or something? The straight-lying corpse creature seems to be called the Golden King Beast. I saw that in the live broadcast room. The Golden King Beast moved its huge body, trying to straighten its head. Golden King Beast, it wants to rise up. Boom! The head was hit again, and the head of the Golden King Beast, which was still fully raised, hit the ground heavily again. In his mouth, Ababa said nonsense again. This, so pitiful. Bellis complained speechlessly. The clearly visible sword mark on the forehead of the Golden King Beast was completely made by someone using the sword in his hand as a brick. Are you convinced? Come home with me if you are convinced. If you are not convinced, we will continue to consume. Ying flicked the exclusive 6-star artifact in her hand with her fingers, and glanced at the big guy next to her out of the corner of her eye. Spider the dragon is so pitiful, he was beaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Jerf, the Golden King Beast is actually a man-made creature. It looks stronger than me, but I don't know if it can kill me. I'm really curious what kind of person can create the Golden King Beast. The battle between Ying and the Golden King Beast surprised Ziref, who is the great magister. First, I was amazed at the production of the Golden King Beast. Because, I have also created living demons, and I know very well how difficult it is for such a powerful so-called alchemy creature to be born, even for him. It is almost impossible to do it. And Ying, this petite-looking girl, is actually over 500 years old. It does not matter. The important thing is that this girl named Ying is called a girl for the time being. The strength is completely above his great magister. Too strong. It can almost be said that the fight against the Golden King Beast was not to subdue the Golden King Beast. I am afraid the battle would have ended long ago. Irina, is this the world of the strong? Sure enough, I'm still far behind. Having just graduated from the Witch Academy, she thought her strength was pretty good. After all, she was the best in the academy. It is impossible to say that there is no pride. However, I saw Jeref casting magic in a smooth manner before, and I saw Ying hitting a terrifying Golden King Beast as if he was almost completely abused. She felt that she was too small. Irina touched the book named Nicole in her hand. Take a deep breath. It's decided, I will become the strongest witch in the world in the future. If there is a chance, she would like to travel to various worlds and browse the customs of different worlds. Write a book that is even better than Nicole. When Irina was full of hope. Outside the door, stood a woman wearing an apron. The woman was Irina's mother. She had long grey hair and a pretty face, almost a mature version of Irina. She is a powerful witch and the author of Irina's favorite book The Adventures of Nicole, or the book The Adventures of Nicole, which is the travel experience of this overdue witch. Nicole has noticed the changes in her daughter during this time. Although I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't look dangerous, so this powerful witch just observed secretly and didn't interfere. Page 26. The strongest witch? This is not an easy thing to do. Also, little Irina, is there something you're hiding from me? Nicole stood outside the door of Irina's room and did not go in. But Nicole can almost see everything in Irina through magic. Irina's character has become much calmer, and she doesn't know whether it is good or bad. She has sent a message to her disciple, and it should arrive soon. Being Irina's teacher, Fran, who has been bullied by me, will be very interested, but Irina may surprise you. Chapter 27 The Great Priest arrives. The number 1 princess in the world, Ying, why did you have sex with the Golden King Beast? The information that appeared on the public screen suddenly made the entire chat group lively. Spider, hey? The group leader is alive, Oh no, the group leader is online. I haven't seen the group leader for many days. Does the group leader miss the cute spider? The number one princess in the world, I think grilled spiders taste good. Spider, eh? The spider is so cute, how can the group leader eat the spider? The world's number one princess, don't be ridiculous, tell me what happened during this period, by the way, and welcome new group members, @. Irina. Jerf, is this the leader of the group? Stronger than Ying and Madara Uchiha? Excuse me, can you kill me? The number one princess in the world. The person who made such a request may have a serious problem in his head. The number one princess in the world, you are still very young. In my world, there are many people who have lived hundreds of thousands of years. The number one princess in the world, you don't want to live because of a curse, right? Jeff, yes, because. The number one princess in the world, no need to explain, as long as you join the chat group, I will know the trajectory of the original world. The world's number one princess, I'm afraid you have also thought about how to control the curse, but you can't do it. Ying, the curse on Jeref should be due to a personality gap. To get rid of it, you must have or even surpass the power of the god who cursed Jeref. Ying, oh, by the way, the group leader, you just asked me why I was bothering with the Golden King Beast. Next, there is a plan to use the Golden King Beast, so after thinking about it, it is better to capture him back. The number one princess in the world, like this, you and Zeref discussed the curse. Regarding Ying's plan, Beilizi didn't ask much, anyway, it's none of her business, why bother so much? And she is still more concerned about the issue of curses. The Abyss Princess Ying is completely different from the Traveler Ying. To put it simply, the former is very cold, while the latter is like a blonde idiot asking for rough stones. Ying will take the initiative to take up the topic of Jeff, which means that she is interested in the curse that Jeff was cast on, and may even ask about it in detail. Ying, yes, I discussed the relevant issues with Jeff. The curse in him and the curse that heaven put on Canria have certain similarities. It is very difficult to lift it by yourself. The number one princess in the world, the so-called curse usually refers to the application of laws. Ying, since you can control the abyss without being corrupted, you should understand the laws too. Ying, you can use it, but you have to understand. Ying sighed. Really understanding, she would not have no way to save the subjects of Canria. Glancing at the Golden King Beast that was about to struggle to get up, Ying used the weapon as a stick, and slammed it on the forehead. Bang! The Golden King Beast drenched Hara again and passed out. The number one princess in the world, don't worry, when the chat group reaches level 3, there will be a time-traveling function. If you want to learn from each other, the help is still very good. Jerf, level 3? What level is the chat group now? World's number one princess, level dash. Jeff. Isn't that going to be a long time? Bai was excited. The Golden King Beast, who would rather die than surrender, was worried that he would be beaten into a fool, and finally surrendered to the wise words of True Fragrance. Ying turned off the live broadcast. Looking at the quiet live broadcast room, Beilici's consciousness also left it. Of course, it's not offline. Because, just now, the chat group issued a warning to her. A strong person who can threaten her has entered her universe. The strong. Bellis frowned slightly. She didn't feel anything abnormal in the universe. However, if the opponent is stronger than her after being blessed with the rules of the universe, it is not surprising that it cannot be found. Since the chat group issued a warning, be careful. Not long after, a space portal appeared above the Destruction God realm. Then, a man in blue clothes with a halo on his head came out. The man is not tall, not even mighty, and looks a little powerless. Seeing the other party appear, Bella's pupils shrank suddenly. Afterwards, she, dressed in the God of Destruction costume, landed on one knee, in a half-squat state. I have seen the great priest. The man in front of him, known as the great priest, hovered quietly in mid-air. He looked at Bellis for a while, and said in a peaceful voice. Don't be nervous, your matter, Kessie mentioned to me, Bellis, the new god of destruction of the 10th universe, you are very good, you can improve the overall strength of the 10th universe from the bottom 3 in such a short period of time, promoted to 6th from the bottom. Even Lord Chuanwang has a high opinion of you. Bellis nodded slightly, and said respectfully, this is what subordinates should do. The 10-year period is coming soon, I came here to take a look, please don't worry. The great priest slowly fell to the god of destruction realm, his tone was still so peaceful. Hey! Bellis was taken aback when she heard the words, isn't there still 5 years left? Okay. The great priest's face was puzzled, he pondered for a moment, and then laughed. So that's the case, I remembered wrongly. Bellis was speechless for a while. It's all right, I remember wrongly, that's my responsibility. The corner of the priest's mouth slightly raised, and he looked at Bellis with scrutiny, which made Belle feel a lot of pressure. Well, what request do you have? The great priest spread his hands, just take it as compensation for my mistake in remembering the wrong time. You can ask for anything. There was a smile on the face of the great priest, but he always felt that there was something in the other party's words. I want to use the Dragon of God to revive Mr. Ramsay. I don't know if the great priest can agree. I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd of the great priest. But this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To use the Dragon of God, you need to cross the universe, and there are more than one. If you can get official permission from the great priest. Even if you meet the god of destruction and the angel of the 2 universes later, you don't have to worry about problems. Moreover, Bellis still has some selfish intentions when going to the 7th universe. Dragon God, did you create the Dragon of God? The great priest didn't answer immediately, turned around, seemed to think for a while, then looked back at Bellis, and said, I remember that you are from the 7th universe. Yes. Bellis nodded. Now that it has been seen, there is nothing to deny, and repeated excuses may only displease the great priest. That's it, that's indeed in line with the rules. After the high priest finished speaking, he took out a token inlaid with gold rims from his pocket. In the middle of the token, there is a big character engraved. Take it to collect wishing beads, the 6th and 7th universes shouldn't make things difficult for you. Thank you very much, High Priest. Bellis said with a slightly excited voice, and took the token from the High Priest. The Great Priest nodded, and took a few steps back, and a space portal appeared behind him. By the way, after you finish making your wish, come to Lord Chuanwang's palace quickly, is that okay? Yes. Berries. The Great Priest said with a slight smile, the wish of the Dragon of God is very precious, so don't waste it casually. After the High Priest finished speaking, he retreated directly into the portal without even giving Bellis time to think. The portal slowly disappeared, and Bellis stood up, looking at the somewhat quaint token in her hand, and whispered, "Don't waste your wish." What does he mean? Bellis felt a little uneasy. Chapter 28 The Great Priest and the Chuan King. Page 27. Great Priest, it's really powerful and frightening. Holding the token engraved with the word big in her hand, Bellis's chest rose and fell. It took her a long time to calm down her uneasy mood. With the power of the chat group, Bellis could barely sense the strength of the Great Priest. From the beginning to the end, the Great Priest did not show a trace of arrogance, but just standing by his side seemed to be the center of all the laws of the universe. Fortunately, even the Great Priest failed to discover the existence of the system. In this way, Bellis let go of her uneasy heart. Bellis took a deep breath, and called out to the chat group, "System, help me find out if there is someone behind this token." After a few seconds. Ding! The token is made of special materials and is not connected to any cause and effect. Is it only a symbol? Bellis recalled what the high priest said before. Maybe I'm overthinking. Bellis shook her head. She had to be cautious, after all the strength of the great priest could easily wipe her out. However, no matter what, I owe a favor. No matter what medicine the great priest sells in the gourd, he must go to the 6th and 7th universes once. King's Palace. On the high platform, Chuan Wang sat upright. The great priest bowed slightly, thinking about how to speak. Hey, didn't the new god of destruction come back? Chuan Wang, whose head looked like a marinated egg, was a little curious when he saw that the great priest hadn't spoken since he came back. The transition period between the old and the new god of destruction has not yet arrived, and there seems to be a problem with the time flow of the 10th universe. The great priest replied after a while. The same as 20 years ago. Chuan Wang asked an irrelevant question. Uncertain. The great priest shook his head. Before I came back, I observed all the parallel universes that had appeared, and there was no god of destruction named Beres, and even planet Vegeta in the 7th universe, and I did not find a scion princess named Beres. In this way, it means that our universe is special. 20 years ago, a major event happened in the whole royal universe. The whole royal universe, even many places including Dragon Realm, washed by a stream of mysterious rules. The result of investigations by various parties is that there will no longer be parallel worlds in the universe. Hey, great priest! Chuan Wang jumped down from his seat and stood beside the high priest. Any other discoveries? She's very mysterious. I don't know if that scion princess knows about her affairs. The high priest thought for a while and replied, once I feel malicious towards her, an unrivaled feeling will emerge from the bottom of my heart. The strength of the law permeating her even exceeds the sum of the coefficients of the entire universe. Hey, is it so scary? That vast and boundless law seems to be just to ensure her safety. The high priest said his speculation. Seeing that King Chuan did not continue to ask, the great priest paused for a moment and continued. That scion princess wants to use a wishing bead to revive the former god of destruction Ramsey. According to the rules of Dragon Realm, she is a creature born in the 7th universe and can use a wishing bead, so I have no choice but to give it. I don't know, my lord, what do you mean? She'll be here soon, won't she? Chuan Wang, who was silent for a while, used his still immature voice. I'm also curious, Salama's opinion. King Chuan slowly walked back to his seat, the wisdom in his eyes became wisdom again. Destroy the gods. Bellis didn't immediately travel to other universes to collect Super Dragon Balls. Before leaving the 10th universe, she must make some preparations. In addition, the crazy behavior of Zamasu before caused Hell to be in an unstable state until now. She also needs some time to pay attention. Otherwise, if she leaves with her front foot, the underworld and Hell will explode on the spot. That would be a great sin. However, it is also very idle. Let the staff of the underworld report their work every day, and then watch the chat group in the God of Destruction realm with peace of mind. At this time, in the chat group. Spider, help, I've met a big boss. The world's #1 princess. Spider, look, this is the JPG. The spider sent a picture, which is a screenshot of the big boss. The #1 princess in the world, Ariel the Devil. Spider, yes, 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 that's her, no wonder I feel so familiar. The spider also reacted. Isn't it the name Chu Lai mentioned when fighting the fire dragon before? The original spider, Demon King Ariel. Spider, group leader, I feel like I'm about to die. Uchiha Madara, the attribute gap is a bit big. Demon King Ariel's attribute page made Uchiha Madara look a little bit tongue-tied. Leaving aside the long list of HP and mana, the following skills are almost all at full level. Although I don't know what the current attribute layout of the spider is, but no matter how I think about it, it is impossible for the spider to increase to the number of the pictures she sent in such a short period of time. Spider, that's right, that's right. The world's #1 princess, I'm asking you a question, is your body minister still there? Spider, minister of the body? Hey, I haven't contacted her for a long time. The #1 princess in the world, it's like this, then you should work hard, I won't help you this time. Spider, hey. The #1 princess in the world, because, this is a test. I can't help you every time. Moreover, I will reveal a secret to you about the future. Spider, what secret? The spider had already escaped the Demon King's first pursuit, so now he can talk to the group leaders so leisurely. The #1 princess in the world, Ariel, the Devil King, will be your future best friend. A very good friend. Isn't it surprising that you can post this kind of post? Spider, hey. Uchiha Madara, is there a relationship between me and Hashirama? The world's #1 princess. Uchiha Madara, do you want to see what you are talking about? When I put a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. Skip topics where Uchiha Madara doesn't fit the conversation. The #1 princess in the world, try to delay as long as possible, as long as you can escape safely from the devil's hands a few more times, then the devil Ariel will take the initiative to reconcile with you in the future. The #1 princess in the world, come on, little spider. Spider. Escaping from the devil's hand is a narrow escape every time, how many times? It seems that the group owner is hopeless. Spider was lucky enough to go to the group leader for help, knowing in her heart that the group leader probably wouldn't help her. Devil King Ariel, although very strong. But unlike Thulhudi and Kyuli, they are completely terrifying existences that exceed the limits of the system. Since there is no foreign aid, then save yourself. She is a spider, rise up. Chapter 29 Irina, Princess of the Abyss. Bazi and Ariel are in love with each other. In the original book, if it weren't for the spider's body growth that eroded Ariel's consciousness, the two would have been impossible to reconcile. Bellis had no intention of helping Spider. She had made an agreement with evil god D before Spider became a god, and evil god D would save Spider's life. Page 28. Therefore, even if the spider is hunted down by the devil Ariel, Bellis is not worried. Irina, Mr. Jeff, thank you for your teaching, I have become an official witch. In the chat group, Irina's message suddenly popped up. Witch. Irina became a witch, 1 year later in the original book. Bellis was thoughtful, what is the difference in the flow of time between different worlds in the group? Or is it that Zeref taught Irina that the time for Irina to become a witch was greatly advanced? In the anime Witch's Journey, Irina has excellent magic talent. In order to suppress Irina's temper, Irina's mother Nicole recruited her former disciple as Irina's teacher. Before becoming the Grey Witch in the original book, Irina served Fran almost as a servant for almost a year. In just a few days, Irina actually graduated. Jerf, this is the result of your own hard work, I just give you a little enlightenment, you don't need to call me a teacher. Irina, yes, Mr. Jeff. Jeff, it's not necessary, just call me by my name. In God of Destruction Realm, watch the conversation between Jeff and Irina in the chat group. To be honest, Bellis was a little curious. How many days have passed in Irina's world? It seems that the time flow rate of each group member world is different. For example, the spider actually developed into a battle with the devil Ariel. The world's #1 princess, how did you graduate from your teacher Fran, how long did it take you? Irina, 1 week, I only need 1 week to defeat teacher Falan. Irina, teacher Fran also said that I will probably surpass that witch named Nicole in the future. Irina's explanation surprised Bellis. The flow of time is really different. Moreover, the plot has become messy. After thinking about it, Bellis decided to tell Irina about Nicole. The world's #1 princess, do you know where that Nicole witch is? Irina, the group leader knows. As soon as I heard about Nicole, Irina became interested, and the adventures of Nicole can be said to be her enlightenment reading. The world's #1 princess, there is no need to imitate the spider, she is completely a strange oral habit, you can call me the leader of the group, or Bellis. The #1 princess in the world, the author of The Adventures of Nicole is by your side, guess who it is? Irina, by my side? Could it be Teacher Fran? The witch beside her seems to be only Teacher Fran. The #1 princess in the world, your teacher Falan is Nicole's disciple. Irina, really, really? Irina looked excited. She didn't expect that her favorite Nicole, her disciple, was beside her, and she was also Irina's teacher. Teacher Falan really didn't reveal anything. Lying on the lawn, Irina rolled death back and forth. The world's #1 princess, you have actually seen Nicole before. Irina was a little confused by the message that popped up in the chat group. When did she meet Nicole? Is there any powerful witch in the town? Carefully enter information into the chat group. Irina, it's a resident of the small town. Could it be that Nicole witch lives in seclusion here? The more you think about it, the more possible it is for you. Isn't it common in novels that a powerful witch, after traveling the world, will find a quiet place to live in seclusion and study magic? The world's #1 princess, let me give you some clues about Nicole. She has the same grey hair as you, and her personality is similar to yours. She is very scumbag. Irina, group leader, you are slandering me, I don't care about it. The #1 princess in the world, listen to me, there is one last clue, listen carefully. Looking at the chat group, Irina held her breath intently. The #1 princess in the world, the last clue is, Irina, you can see her every day, and she also found your teacher Fran. Seeing the information on the public screen, a question mark slowly appeared above Irina's head. Grey hair, dandruff, can be seen every day, plus teacher Fran. Leaving aside the last one, Teacher Falan is the witch she accidentally met while practicing magic in the back mountain. However, the first 3 conditions. Irina. Exclude the group owner who may fool himself. An image of someone appeared in her mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could her gentle mother be Nicole, moreover, more scornful than her? Irina walked home with a dazed look on her face. Unconsciously, I went back to the living room and saw my mother who was cooking lunch. Nicole. Irina couldn't connect the powerful witch who traveled around the world with the mother in front of her. Mom. Teacher Falan, did you find it? Irina's mother, without answering, brought a bowl of snacks from the kitchen and placed it on the table in front of Irina. Irina, guess what? You are Nicole. Irina asked tentatively, and unconsciously put her hand under the dining table and rubbed the corner of her skirt. Yet, I thought I could hide it from Irina for a long time. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Nicole reached out and stroked Irina's grey hair, showing a gentle smile. Why? After all, Irina didn't travel for a long time like the original book, and she was prepared for her mother's identity. She can be said to be a newcomer who has just become a witch, at least in terms of experience. If you are Nicole, why do you let Teacher Falan teach you? Teacher Falan is your disciple, right? Irina couldn't understand, she was a powerful witch, why she had to use someone else's hand to teach her daughter. Is Irina going to tell the truth? Since Irina had said the word Nicole and guessed about Fran's identity, it wasn't very surprising. Irina nodded. Because it's not easy to do it. After all, it's my daughter, so I feel a little sorry if I do it hard. Moreover, when Fran was my disciple, I often bullied her. I think she must be very interested in teaching Irina. That's your reason? Irina's pupils dilated, and she looked up and down at her mother, as if it was the first day she knew her. This person is really her mother, shouldn't the bag be dropped? It's exactly the same as the group owner said, so stinking. Hey, Irina is angry. Nicole scratched Irina's nose. Actually, I originally wanted Fran to suppress your temper. Among your peers, your magical talent is too strong. Such pride will cause trouble in the future. But I changed my mind in the end. Nicole paused. Dunn said, because little Irina seems to have found her own way. Can you tell Mom? What happened in the past half a month? Irina hesitated. Irina, is the group leader here? Can I reveal something about the chat group? Irina was a little worried, so she asked the group leader first. The number one princess in the world, yes, but be careful. Irina, thank you. With the permission of the group leader, Irina told Nicole about joining the chat group. Nicole listened carefully to Irina's unexpected situation. Irina, unexpectedly found a teacher, and that teacher sounds much stronger than me, but is his curse, the curse of a god. Nicole held her chin in thought. After a long time, Nicole looked at Irina and smiled slightly. Irina, is that why you want to be the strongest witch in the group? Well, it's like this, mother. Then do your best, my daughter, even if you compare yourself to people from other worlds, you can't be too weak. Nicole thought for a while and said, well, for the next month, I will train Irina myself. With Irina's strength, Nicole originally wanted her to travel to the mainland first. But now it seems Irina pays more attention to strength, and since there are opportunities in other worlds, it is impossible for a mother to block them. Really? Mom wants to teach me. Irina was a little excited. Page 29. Growing up so big, it seems that I have never seen my mother cast magic, but judging from the conversation just now, maybe I am too weak to notice it. The matter of Irina has come to an end for the time being. The other side. Tibet continent. Your Highness, Liu's invitation ceremony has begun. Yuan Shang reported from behind Ying. How are you preparing? Ying heard the words and glanced behind her. Everything is ready, as long as His Highness can hold Moruks, even if there is an all-out war with Liu, we are sure to take it down. Chapter 30 Ying's Plan. The life of the God of Destruction is unpretentious. He listens to his subordinates' report on work every day, and eats 1 or 2 fruits of the spiritual tree when he is thirsty. It is really boring, so he just checks the chat group for new information. However, there are. Ying, do you want to watch the live broadcast? Spider, yes, at Ying, what kind of live broadcast? Cooking. Ying, it's not for food. Ying, who was near Liu, was speechless. This foodie spider couldn't think of anything else except eating. However, Orsil has something to do with fish. Ying, it's the demon god attacking the city, maybe it will be very lively. Uchihamadara, demon god. Jeff, is there a god? Ying, it's fine to call it a god, but it's a god who failed and was sealed. In terms of strength, there is still a big gap between the orthodox gods in the mainland. Uchihamadara, how does it compare to you? Ying, do you want to tell the truth? Uchihamadara. Ying, Ozer was stronger than you in his heyday. However, after being sealed for so long, if the seal is broken after a while, what comes out is probably only a part of his body and strength, and his strength should be on par with yours. When the group masters are fighting, it's between brothers. Ying also watched the video of the battle between Uchihamadara and the group leader. Demon god Ozer is indeed stronger than Uchihamadara. Any demon god who has participated in the 7 ruling candidates has laws. Uchihamadara. How should I answer this? A dignified ninja Shura, whose combat power is even worse than a demon god who is constantly weakened by the seal, can only be equivalent to a part of its strength? The world's #1 princess, Ying is telling the truth. If you can reach the 6th level, you may be able to shoulder a weaker demon god. Uchiha Madara is the gap that big. 6 paths, that is his ultimate goal, and the result is that all. The world's first princess, any demon god can be regarded as the incarnation of the law. Let me give you an example. The demon god of salt, who is recognized as the weakest in the Javat continent, bursts out energy after her death, which is enough to make a city turned into a dead place where not a blade of grass can grow. The #1 princess in the world, of course, the laws of each world are different and cannot be generalized, but generally speaking, from strength to law, this is the only way for most worlds. Just say most, not all. Just like the world of Dragon Ball, Monkey King, and Vegeta, have you mastered the rules? No, at least until the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, the two barely knew what the law was all about. Scions are a fighting nation, and they use their bodies to remember power. Law? What is that? Are you full from a meal? If you can eat a feast for dozens or hundreds of people in one go, and you can also calculate the law, then scions do understand the law, they are born with it. Of course, except her. Jerf, law. If I can control the curse in my body, do I have access to the law? The world's #1 princess, it is, but it can only be regarded as initial contact. Most creatures, according to different races, sometimes have talents themselves. This can barely be calculated, but it is not control, but reluctantly use it with the help of your own bloodline memory. The world's #1 princess, for example, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, or my previous transformation, is actually a kind of blood memory. Spider, it's so profound, I can't understand it at all. The world's #1 princess, there is no need to understand, as long as you keep getting stronger, you will automatically come into contact with it when the time comes, I just told you in advance. The world's #1 princess, by the way, the system layout created by the evil god D is also a kind of rule. The world's #1 princess, where has your world line developed? By the way, what are you planning to do? Thinking of Ying, the golden king beast that was brought back from the wild can only know Ababa. Ying, I want to wait, after my brother goes to Daikai, and then start the plan. The #1 princess in the world, the one that shakes Sky Island. Ying, yes, Ozair, I must get it. The #1 princess in the world, Morix won't watch, are you sure? Ying, a guy who is silent because of the wear and tear of the laws of heaven, I'm afraid he doesn't even have the strength to fight against demon gods back then. What Ying said made Bellis fall into thought. In terms of tone, don't you like Morux? The #1 princess in the world, where are those immortals? What are you going to do? Liu seems to be a lot of birds and beasts, although it is not comparable to Morux, but it is also an immortal who has lived for thousands of years. Ying, the strength is just like this. At most, they can cooperate to deal with some weaker demon gods. Even the law is just a fairy who barely understands the superficiality, has traveled through countless worlds, and Ying in her heyday doesn't care. Moreover, the power of the abyss can restrain them. The #1 princess in the world, put the abyss on the bright side. Ying, have you thought about the consequences? Ying, it may not be possible to fight, Morix also has his own plan. If it is not impossible to resist the wear and tear imposed by the laws of heaven on the gods, who is willing to bear it silently? The world's #1 princess, it's good to have a plan. If there is any accident, I can help you once. It's limited to saving people, not defeating the enemy. For Ying, Bellis still likes it quite a lot, probably as a sequela of playing the original god before time travel. However, it is impossible to help without limit. Moreover, Bellis also wanted to observe Tivat's laws up close. In this case, it may be able to help your own strength a little bit. Ying, thank you. Spider, woohoo, the group leader is so eccentric, the little spider is almost dead, and the group leader ignores me. The number one princess in the world, where are you, dead? I think you are quite free and want to watch Ying's live broadcast. Spider, where is there? I am referring to this. Spider, Daddy, do you know? I have escaped the devil's pursuit for the second time, and I was still cut into pieces. It's so scary. If it weren't for the system skills, the group leader probably wouldn't be able to see the cute "it's a spider," woo 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 dot. The number one princess in the world, the kind that is torn apart, with its head flying out and floating around. Spider, the group leader, you are still laughing at me. The number one princess in the world, no, I'm very optimistic about you, come on, come a few more times, and the devil can't help but reconcile. Spider. It feels like before the reconciliation, she has been eaten by the devil, or physically. Think of the skill that can eat anything on the Demon King skill version. The spider trembled for a while. Ding, Ying started the live broadcast. Chapter 31. Outside Liu Harbor, in the direction of Gaiun Pavilion. Rolling up the raging waves. The coercion belonging to the demon god gradually pressed down on the entire Liu. Uchihamadara, is that five-headed water snake Ojael? Through the live broadcast, Uchihamadara intuitively saw the giant creature, its azure body, and because of its existence, the surroundings rolled up a huge tornado vortex connecting the water and the sky. The whole sky was overcast with clouds, and it was raining torrentially. The world's number one princess, the picture seen in the live broadcast is the radiation of the law. As long as you think about it, you can change the natural environment within a range at will. Irina, it's scary, how do I deal with that kind of thing? Irina sat on the sofa at home, projected the images of the chat group onto the wall, and followed her mother Nicole to watch the horror scene of the demon god Ozer. Jerf, very powerful, it seems to be even more terrifying than the Golden King beast. Jeff couldn't help but pick up the black dragon in his own world for comparison. Page 30. He faintly felt that even that black dragon might not be as good as the demon god in front of him. Ying, this is not all of Ozer's power, it's just the body where the seal was broken and a part of the power was leaked. Hui Yuanai, it's getting more and more magical. As a scientist, Habara AI really felt that she was alive. Even the gods come out, this kind of thing, I am afraid that only nuclear bombs can threaten it. Irina, the Oseer you want to catch, isn't he the one? Thinking of what Ying and the group leader said in the chat group. Irene shivered. In the world of big bosses, cute new witches are afraid. Ying, yes, Ozer's current strength is nothing to me. Even in his heyday, it is not very difficult to catch him. What I care about is the rock god in Liu City. Uchihamadara, the rock god Morux, is he very strong? Ying, before being selected as the rock god by Sky Island, his title was Valkyrie, and the whirlpool demon god in front of him was also sealed by him. While Ying was talking with everyone in the group, Ozer quickly pushed towards Liu, not only that, but also the range of the low radiation. Thick clouds and torrential rain also began to spread towards Liu City. Spider, what is that flying? Spider's eyes were very sharp, and he noticed somewhere in the panoramic video, moving towards the vortex demon god, a building like a spaceship. Ying, it's called Kunyu Pavilion. It seems to be a house built with floating stones that can be suspended. I don't know the details. Spider, I really want it, and I really want to live in such a magnificent house. Fluorescent. She really didn't understand the brain circuit of the spider. However, Ying didn't care, there were many strange people in the group, besides, the spider wasn't human yet. High in the sky, using an enchantment to hide his mother, he noticed a familiar figure on the Cunha pavilion. "Brother, why is she there?" Ying frowned slightly. Yukong only has the strength of 2 elements, so he fights with the last of the fools. If he really meets the demon god, he will probably end up dead. Trouble. Ying doesn't want to be discovered by Morax, at least until the other party completes the deal with the Queen of Ice. Ying doesn't want to cause trouble. After the Ozer matter is over, I have to find a way to distract my brother. Let Yuan Shang do it. Ying was thoughtful. After all, once she had a falling out with Morax, it would be very dangerous to be here empty. Ying took a deep breath. My brother's next destination is likely to be Deizhou. Then I will write a letter and ask Yuan Shang to take it there, saying that I will meet him at Deizhou, so that my brother can avoid the next thing. Ying thought of a solution. Aim at the point of the ley line, and it can be sent back. But there is a premise. That is, it can only be transmitted between the aiming point and the aiming point, not anywhere, can be transmitted to the aiming point. As long as you block the air on the way to Deizuma, or before Deizuma's aiming point, you can get the job done. On the Jade Pavilion, the immortals landed on the final plane according to the plan, using a special formation. Start the decisive battle with Ojael. And at this moment, the abnormal teleporters opened. The crowd of fools kept running out of it. Huira AI, isn't Ozer a demon god? Are these strange soldiers his subordinates? Although I don't know the situation of Tibet continent, but through the live broadcast, Huiwen AI still analyzes some situations scientifically and rigorously. Strange ice fat, tall musketeer, no matter how you look at it, you are human. No, rather than a human being, it looks more like a cyborg. It seems a bit out of tune with the blue water snake, the vortex demon god Ozer. Ying, that's the fools, the seal of the whirlpool demon god, they broke it. Kankyo, why would they do this? Even in a different world, Kikyo, a kind-hearted priestess, is quite disgusted with this kind of behavior of releasing the demon god and attacking the city. Ying, the deal between the 2 gods, the deal between the Queen of Zhaidong and the god of Liwayan. Ying, to put it simply, the rock god faked his death and handed over the power to govern Lihu to humans, and Ozer is his test for those in power. If the situation gets out of control, he will definitely stand up. Ying, the Kingdom of Winter is cooperating with the rock god's deal to release the so-called vortex monster. Kankyo, what is the content of their transaction? Kikyo doesn't understand political matters very well, but no matter what, the solstice fools sent to help the Uzumaki demon god all look like abandoned children. Ying, the heart of God, a thing that is useless to the gods, but has other value. The Queen of Winter wants to collect all the hearts of gods who are in power in the world. Kankyo, it's really complicated. She didn't continue to ask, knowing what the heart of God is, it doesn't make any sense to her. My own jade of the 4 souls, I have to think of a way how to hide it. Spider, are those cranes or something like immortals? They all look so powerful. The spider was very emotional, and continued to watch the picture like a big movie. From the position Ying was in, she could clearly see the battle between the people in Cunha Pavilion and the Whirlpool Demon God. On the Cunha Pavilion, the final machine is the main combat force against the Whirlpool Demon God. Irina, can I ask you a question? Fluorescent. Irina, does the blonde boy on Cunha Pavilion have anything to do with you? I always feel like you. Huira AI, indeed, after what Irina said, I also feel that Ying and that blonde boy are very similar in appearance. Ying, that's my brother, Kong. Spider, there is actually another brother, the gap is so big. Ying, what do you mean? Uchiha Madara, it should be in terms of strength, is that boy really your brother? Needless to say, Ying's strength, it seems that she hasn't taken it seriously yet against the Golden King Beast. What about the boy below? Strength, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, is not bad. But that's it. Ying, my brother and I are almost the same in strength. If we really want to count, my brother may be stronger than me. Ying, we are in this world, and our power has been sealed by the gods. I woke up 500 years ago and I have already broken the seal, while my brother just broke away from the seal recently, and his strength has only partially recovered. Uchiha Madara, isn't it the heyday? Uchiha Madara suddenly realized that it was right to think about it. Her sister is the princess of the abyss, and she is very powerful. Brother, if it's just an ordinary level, it won't be justified. What's more, Ying also said that she traveled through many worlds. If you don't have strength, how can you wear it? Irina, look, the 4 machines attacking Oja L are about to break down, and things have gotten worse. Irina didn't know the name of the final machine, but she could tell that these 4 machines were the main force to deal with the demon god. If they were gone, there would be a big problem. Paying attention to Ying in the chat group, her eyes turned to the location of Cunha Pavilion. It seems that the limit has been reached, so is Morix's test a failure or a success? Ying doesn't care about failure and success, and it has nothing to do with her. What he cared about was the space above the Jade Pavilion. Do you want to save your brother? Ying was thinking. But she was not in a hurry, she was waiting for Morix's choice. If Morix didn't care about the life and death of the immortals under him, then Ying would definitely rescue her brother in the end. If Morix chooses to make a move, she doesn't need to overdo it. Anyway, before the deal was completed and Sora left Liu, she had no plans for Orsal. Chapter 32. The sea area beyond Liu is rough. The attack of the final machine made the demon god Ozer completely angry. The 5 heads lifted simultaneously, gathering the energy balls around their mouths together. The blue-white energy ball illuminates the entire sea covered by black clouds. Ying Ai was still broadcasting live, with a Ying-like naive look on her face. Uchiha Madara, very powerful, even across the screen, there is such a strong sense of oppression. Jerf, indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say that this kind of power is a god. Ying, in addition to showing off, Ozer's strength is at the forefront among demon gods. Even if a little bit of power is leaked, it is not something Liu's immortal can easily suppress. While Ying was talking in the chat group, Ozer shot the gathered giant energy ball into the sky. Like a terrifying laser beam, it pierced through the entire cloud layer, making the dark sky look like daytime. After a while. Page 31. The sky shone with blue light. The energy Ozer shot into the sky turned into countless water attribute light arrows, falling to the ground like meteorites. The first to bear the brunt is the Cunha Pavilion floating in the sky. Countless water arrows fell into Cunha Pavilion, causing bursts of explosions. With the blessing of the formation, the defense of Cunha Pavilion is quite strong, but the end machine used to deal with Ozer was completely damaged, and the Liucunyan army stationed at the end machine had to withdraw from the outside to the inside. The outer formation was broken, and the traveler stepped on the air. Elder brother! Ying was startled, her body turned into a golden light and flew towards Cunha Pavilion. On the other side, the great sage conquering demons saw Kong stepping on Kong and falling, so he jumped up a few times to catch the falling Kong. Okay. A golden light passed by his side, and Sora also disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was just. The direction of the light flying is Cunha Pavilion. The great sage conquering demons was silent for a while, then disappeared in place. The golden light surrounding Yingshen's body disappeared, and Yingshen came to Cunha Pavilion with nothing. Long time no see, brother. Ying said. Kong's eyes were full of disbelief, and the shoulders supported by Ying trembled slightly. Are you? Ying. It's me, it's true. Ying smiled, that smile made Kong feel familiar. Others, wait until the Ozer matter is over. Now is not the time to talk about this. In the chat group. Spider, hey? At Ying, you want to help your brother. Ying, don't help, this is his journey, I subconsciously saved Kong just now, I already regret it. Seeing her brother stepping on the air and falling, Ying couldn't help thinking of saving him, but ended up hugging him. My heart is lying. Where is this place? What am I doing? However, everyone has been saved, so it is impossible to let go and throw it down again. After all, they are also close relatives of my own blood, so I have to pay more. Ah bah, it's not okay to add money. There is no way, Ying can only bring Kong back here first. The number one princess in the world, Ying, what are you going to do next? In the plot of Yuan Shen, it seems that there is no such thing, or that Ying was not on the scene at the time, so he did not save Kong, and the great sage conquering demon succeeded. Ying, it's bad, I don't believe that Morix is a mere oser, and dares to drag Liu to fight with me. The number one princess in the world. You are very irritable, Ying. After Ying rescued Kong, she didn't wait for Kong to ask something. Liu's people had already gathered around. Traveler, this is... Ning Guang looked at Kang Kong, and then looked at Ying for a while. My younger sister Ying, because I was separated before, I have been looking for her. Kong replied. So it's your sister. Ning Guang checked the traveler's information clearly, and knew that when Kong was in Mond, he asked the Mond Knights to post a missing person notice. Ying, nice to meet you. Ning Guang is very interested in Ying, among other things, in the situation just now, being able to save her brother already shows her strength. Seeing that Ying nodded and didn't speak, it was hard for her to find a topic. Ning Guang also knew that now was not the time to talk about these things, no matter how curious she was. She had to deal with Ozer who was blocking the door first. Ying has no intention of interfering with Kong and Liu's affairs. After saving Kong, Ying turned around and flew down Cunya Pavilion in full view of everyone, waving her sleeves without taking away a single cloud. Ozer let out a long and high-pitched dragon cry, and there were ear-piercing sound waves, so sharp that it made people's ears hurt. As if seeing Ying alone, one of Ozer's snakes opened its mouth. The water-blue energy beam went straight in the direction where the fluorescent light landed. Fluorescent. Seeing this, Kong turned pale with shock. However, Ying has already flown too far, even if she wants to save people, there is no way. Call. Ying sighed, do you want to be arrested that much? A thin sword with golden lines appeared in Ying's hand. Facing the oncoming beam of light, he waved his hand casually. In an instant, Ozer's attack was blown away. Next moment. Boom! Ozer, who originally had 5 heads, exploded the head that attacked Ying, including his body. Wow! There was a wailing sound from the direction of Ozer. Ying did not continue to attack Ozer, and the sword in her hand disappeared, falling towards the ground again. And this scene completely fell into the eyes of everyone in Cunya Pavilion. That weapon, has she recovered her strength? Sora whispered with a tremor. Moreover, Kong vaguely felt that Ying's current strength might be stronger than when she was fighting that god. Is there such a powerful force in a random blow? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the demon conqueror. When I went to rescue the heir just now, I felt the breath of the traveler's sister from a close distance. He had only felt that suffocation feeling on Daijun's body. Everyone hadn't had time to recover from Ying's terrifying power. Ozer started to attack, and his head was directly wiped off, which made Ozer completely angry. She couldn't find Ying, so she could only vent her anger in the Cunya Pavilion, which was eye-catching in the sky. Everyone, now is not the time to think too much. Seeing Ozer's fury, he condensed his light and made a sound to draw everyone's attention back. Ning Guang continued to popularize science for everyone, and the sky moved the Jade Pavilion. Ozer, who lost a head, is weaker than the original book. After everyone made arrangements, Cunya Pavilion fell in response to the sound, with a terrifying bang, accompanied by Ozer's wailing. A giant mushroom cloud slowly rises above the sea. Ozer was sealed again. After the matter came to an end, everyone returned to Liaport. "Brother, thank you for your hard work," Ying said to Kong, who had returned. "Now that we have met, there is no need to use the original plan to distract the other party. Ying, if you have anything to say, just wait until you finish your tour of the 7 kingdoms. I will keep watching you." Ying interrupted Kong. "Then, goodbye." Behind Ying, an oval portal appeared. "Wait, Ying." Kong stretched out his hand, trying to grab Ying, who was about to enter the portal. "We will meet again eventually, but not now." Ying's figure disappeared, and the portal began to fade. Kong's outstretched hand passed directly through the teleporters and ran to the other side, but failed to enter the portal. Chapter 33: The 6th and 7th Universes. Ying, this is the end of today's live broadcast. See you next time. Next time I will catch Ozer. If anyone is interested, I will start the live broadcast at that time. Ying is proficient in upcasting and downcasting behaviors. Bellis groaned. "Well, forget it, anyway, wouldn't it be better for the group members to have fun? It's more comfortable than calculating this and that one by one." Page 32. I remember that in some chat group novels, the group leader beat around the bush to deceive group members, pretending to be a wolf with a big tail, cheating food, drinking, and skills. What's more, some even lied to others, and even pretended to care about the physical and mental health of group members. Are you concerned? You are greedy for her body, you are lowly. Bellis believed that she should be regarded as a clear stream. At least, except for the story of the group members, I didn't say everything, everything else is true. He stood up and patted the dust off his body. It's been fine for so many days, it seems that there will be no accidents in hell. Time to collect Dragon Balls. The method of crossing the universe is not difficult for the god of destruction. Even Zamasu in the original book can run from the 10th universe to the 7th universe, let alone her now 6th universe. As soon as Bai Lizzie came in, she felt vague gazes. This is the information fed back by the chat group system. Angel? Or a god of destruction? Just when Bellis thought about it, a woman with a grey and white ponytail holding a scepter left from the god of destruction realm. "Hello, Your Excellency is the god of destruction of which universe?" According to the regulations, without the angel's prior appointment and permission, the god of destruction is not allowed to drop by at will. "Please explain why you are here, otherwise I can only expel you." The female voice has a trace of tranquility, nobility, and a feeling of not bathing in the spring breeze. "Nice to meet you, Miss Bardos. I am Bellis, the new god of destruction of the 10th universe. I want to collect wishing beads in the 6th and 7th universes to make a wish. This is the order of the great priest." Bellis did not salute to Bardos. Gods of destruction and angels are in an equal relationship, and there is no corresponding etiquette. "Okay." Bardos touched the token that Bellis handed over, looked at the word big for a while, and then nodded. "It is indeed the token of the great priest, I understand the purpose of your visit." Baidu paused and said, "I can tell you the location of the wishing beads in the 6th universe, but the 7th universe is not under my jurisdiction. If you want the wishing beads, you need to go through the angels of the 7th universe. The angel of the 7th universe is my younger brother. I will contact him later and explain to him in detail." "Your Excellency Bellis, after arriving in the 7th universe, you can go directly to destroy the god realm." "Thank you very much, Miss Bardos." Bellis took the token returned by Bardos, and then started the Dragon Ball search journey according to the location indicated by Bardos. After some searching, in this way, the wishing beads of the 6th universe are all gathered. Looking at the 3 wishing beads in front of her, which were a little bigger than the average planet, and the big stars in the wishing beads, Bellis was quite emotional. Next, is the 7th universe. Bellis doesn't have a good sense of Beerus, the god of destruction in the 7th universe, for the simple reason that she is the scion princess of planet Vegeta. The destruction of planet Vegeta was what Beerus asked Frisia to do. Forget it, let's talk about this kind of thing later. Favors must be repaid, and hatred must be repaid. That's it. With 3 wishing beads, Belus came to the 7th universe. Find a random place and drop the Dragon Balls. 3 wishing beads as big as planets, even if they do nothing, few people will be able to take them away, but just in case, Belus added an illusion. According to the coordinates given by Bados, find the location of the Destruction God realm in the 7th universe. Call out. Teleportation activates. Belus appears in God of Destruction. Hey, rare guest. The angel of the 7th universe, Weiss, was already waiting by the side, and after seeing Belus, he walked over slowly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Weiss. Belus said. The new god of destruction of the 10th universe? I don't know, Mr. Rumsey, who are you? Weiss said, but the token was handed over by Belus. Regardless of other things, the procedures for using wishing beads must be complete. He was my teacher, but he passed away due to an accident. Belus spoke in a low voice. So, that's really a pity. Weiss returned the token in his hand to Belus. I've marked the location of the wishing bead on it. Weiss pointed to the special map in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Belus took the map sincerely. After chatting with Weiss for a while, Belus left God of Destruction realm on the grounds of collecting Dragon Balls. After Belus left, Weiss narrowed his eyes. It's really strange, why does she have the imprint of the 7th universe left on her body? Could it be that she used to be from the 7th universe? Then Weiss shook his head. Take care of her. A god of destruction, does it matter which universe it turns out to be? After Belize left the god of destruction realm, she was not in a hurry to search for the wishing beads, but went to the direction where the wishing beads were located, slowly sightseeing like traveling. Or it might be looking for something. On a certain planet, at night. A bald man, and another young man with erect hair. The two sat in front of the fire, eating barbecue. The bald man spat and said to himself, Radice is really useless, and he was killed by a guy with a combat power of about 1000. Don't talk about Nappa like that, didn't he bring us good news? Vegeta smiled coldly. Dragon Ball. Nappa also laughed, that's true, how can such a magical thing be in the hands of weak earthlings? Vegeta, are you going to use Dragon Balls to revive Raditz? Nappa asked curiously. How is it possible that such a waste is also equipped with Dragon Balls? Vegeta put the barbecue to his mouth and took a bite. Nappa, you can live forever and enjoy fighting forever. How about such a wish? I see, you really have a lot of ideas, Your Royal Highness. Vegeta and Nappa laughed loudly. And not far from the two of them, a pair of eyes were watching them. The combat power is only 1, and he doesn't even have the qualification to activate that crystal. What the hell has he done all these years? A look of helplessness appeared on Belus's face. Raditz is killed, and Vegeta and Nappa will come to Earth a year later. Well, wait. Something seems wrong. Age? When he came to Earth for the first time, was Vegeta 25 or 26 years old? This is not scientific. Belus discovers a problem she's been ignoring. She's Meow, she's only 20, why is Vegeta so much older than her? As far as he knows, the time of all universes under the whole King system is the same. According to this theory, Vegeta's correct age should be in his teens. So, what went wrong? In Belus's mind, the words that the great priest said when he descended to the god of destruction realm suddenly appeared. Misremember the time. There are problems with the meaning of these words. As the steward of the whole universe, a great priest with one person under one man and over 10,000 people, can he remember the time of the whole universe wrong? No, I have to check. Belus decided that after making a wish to the Dragon of God, she would go to the 6th universe and confirm the time of the 6th universe with Bados. If there is no error in the time of the 2 universes, then there is a problem with the time flow of her 10th universe. Thinking of this, I have no interest in observing Vegeta and Nappa, and leave with teleportation. According to the location of the wishing beads given by Weiss, I started to speed up the collection of wishing beads. Chapter 34 The Dragon Balls are collected, the Dragon of God appears. Stack the 3 Dragon Balls found in Universe 6 with the 4 Dragon Balls found in Universe 7. In an instant, 7 Dragon Balls the size of planets began to flicker and resonate slightly. Come out, Dragon of God! Bellis called out in the language of God. Almost as soon as her voice fell, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with intense light. The divine dragon that covered the sky and the sun opened its mouth wide and swallowed Bellis in one gulp. When Bylise came back to her senses, there was a golden dragon in front of her eyes. Page 33. The giant dragons twisted and intertwined, their scales were lifelike, and their pupils shone with emerald green luster. Tell me your wish, someone with predestined relationship, no matter what your wish is, I can help you realize it. Everything is shrouded in golden light, and the surroundings are filled with terrifying rules, and the transmission point of the rules is exactly this golden dragon with an unknown number of kilometers. Bellis took a deep breath and said, Dragon of the Gods, please help me perfectly resurrect the former god of destruction of the 10th universe, Rumsey, and if possible, even the former king of the 10th universe, God Kvas. Bellis' purpose is to revive her teacher, the former god of destruction of the 10th universe. However, the lives of the god of destruction and the Kai Wangshan are connected, who knows if they will just be resurrected, and Rumsey died suddenly because the Kai Wangshan disappeared, so he deliberately added a perfection. And Kvas is a selfish desire of Bellis, to see if he can get rid of the bug of Super Dragon Ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. The emerald green luster of Shenlong's eyes gradually dimmed, but he never spoke. Why, can't it be done? Bellis asked tentatively. Yes, it can't be done. Whether it's Rumsey, the god of destruction, or Quaz, the king of the realm, their deaths are not allowed to be resurrected. Bellis frowned. Shenlong, what do you mean, resurrection is not allowed? Is it your wish to know the reason why you cannot be resurrected? No. Bellis resisted the idea of beating Shenlong violently. It's fine if you can't be resurrected, but if you ask the reason, it's also counted as a wish. Are you too cunning, Shenlong? Shouldn't it be you who explain the reason why you can't make a wish? Seeing what Bellis was thinking, Shenlong didn't seem to intend to deceive anyone anymore, and said, this is the rule of the universe under the whole king system, which existed at the very beginning. Gods killed by gods are not allowed to be resurrected. Things that the world can't interfere with. The former god of destruction Rumsey and the former king of the realm, Kvas, their lives are connected. The god of the realm, Kvas, was killed by the king of the realm, Zamasu. This is a contradiction between gods and gods. Kvas and Ramsey. Do you understand what I said? Bellis was silent. Okay, predestined person, what wish do you have? Can I ask you one more question? Bellis continued to probe. Can. For some reason, Bellis felt that Shenlong's reaction seemed to be much faster, unlike the previous mechanical state. Can the universe be wiped out by the king? Can it be restored? In the original book, except for the 7th universe, all other universes were restored by the Super Dragon. This kind of thing always feels incredible. Because Bellis once asked the angel Kes about the Super Dragon, and Kes told her that she could not go beyond the level of the god of destruction. In other words, the wish made by the Super Dragon is the level of the god of destruction. Not that it can be done, but that it cannot be done. Then there is a point of contradiction. If the Chuanwang erases the universe, how does the Super Dragon recover? No. Hearing Bylise's inquiry, Shenlong's tone was affirmative. Dragon realm cannot interfere with the entire universe. Unless the Chuan King states in advance that the Dragon Realm is allowed to interfere, but even so, if the universe is completely wiped out by the Chuan King, it is almost impossible to restore it. Unless the Chuan King had no intention of completely erasing the universe from the very beginning, leaving a certain back door, and this back door is also the permission of the Chuan King to restore it. Only in this way can the universe be completely restored with Super Dragon Balls. So that's how it is. Bellis frowned slightly after hearing Shenlong's explanation. That is to say, in the original book, Shenlong restored the universe with the permission of Chuan Wang, and Chuan Wang also left a back door for Super Dragon Ball when erasing the universe, or more likely, Chuan Wang and the one behind Super Shenlong had a relationship. Agreement. Of course, what exactly it is not important to Bellis. So, I want to resurrect Rumsey, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. What should I do? This is not a question that I can answer, or you have the answer in your heart. Shenlong looked at Belisi for a long time, and said slowly, Belisai, the current god of destruction of the 10th universe under the whole king system, if you have other wishes, then we will see you next time. Wait, didn't that count as a wish just now? Bellis was a little anxious. Silence. Shenlong paused for a while. It doesn't matter, then what wish do you have? You can only make one, and I can help you realize any wish. Hearing this sentence again, the corners of Bellis' mouth twitched slightly. How dare you say that? Don't you feel your face hurt? Of course, Bellis didn't dare to say anything about Shenlong. After all, the wish of Super Dragon Ball is still very precious, it should be cherished and not wasted. Wait. Bellis thought of something. Did the Great Priest know before that the Super Dragon can't revive Mr. Ramsey? Then why give her Super to Dragon Ball? Are you optimistic about me and invest in advance? No, 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 it must be an illusion. Just like the three major illusions in life, he/she likes me, I can fight back, and mobile phone vibrates. No matter what the Great Priest has in mind, the wish of Super Dragon Ball cannot be wasted, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Wish what? Her first wish must be to revive her teacher. But now, the resurrection is not possible, and other wishes are made, and it is uncertain for a while. After turning himself into a super racer, can he still control the destructive power in his body? No. Bellis shook her head and vetoed, the wish was too plain and simple. With time and a chat group, Bellis is confident she can do it herself. There is no need to use Super Dragon Ball. Resurrect Yama, or the souls swallowed by hell. King Yama is a god with a god, and it is unlikely that he will be resurrected after being killed by Zamas. After all, the Super Dragon said just now that a god killed by a god cannot be resurrected. As for souls in hell, what to say? Although there are some heavenly souls in it, but, she feels that the gain outweighs the gain by using Super Dragon Balls for such a small matter. And, most importantly, through chat groups. Bellis felt other eyes watching her. With a high probability, it is either the Chuan Wang or the Great Priest. Don't waste the wish of the Super Dragon. It was said by the Great Priest before leaving. Whether there is any deep meaning or not, Bellis can't judge. Knowing that the Super Dragon Balls cannot revive Rumsey, he still gave her the convenience of collecting Dragon Balls. No matter how I think about it, I feel that what he said before leaving has some meaning. Don't waste wishes, what the hell? Can I still make a wish like a Super Dragon, and ask for 2 more wishes? Amount. I was afraid that if I said this, the Super Dragon would carry the Dragon God Salama to beat her. Can't satisfy a single wish, but still want to be insatiable? Have you ever seen a brazen person who asked for 2 more wishes? Isn't this pure provocation? Wait a minute, do you want 2 more wishes? Could it be that the Great Priest meant? Chapter 35 Wishes, and the Meeting of the Whole Palace. Dragon of God, I have chosen my wish. Bellis gritted her teeth and made a decision. I just don't know if the dragon god Salama will give it or not, and whether the great priest of the whole king will stop it. In other words, this is what the great priest said, don't waste your wishes. Bellis took a deep breath. Is it possible to have the ability to make dragon balls? Silence, silence. The voice slowly fell, and the whole body of the god dragon became quiet. The surroundings became silent. After an unknown amount of time, the voice of the dragon of God broke the silence. Yes, this wish is very simple. The eyes of the super dragon, with green pupils, emit a scorching white light. The light slowly fell on Bellis. The process lasted about 10 minutes. Bellis felt that besides the destructive and creative powers of her body, there was another special rule. Your wish has been fulfilled. The ability to make dragon balls will increase with your own understanding of the power of dragons. The voice of the super dragon paused. Here, I will give you a piece of advice. The power of the dragon given to you does not represent the power of the dragon god. All the karma of the wish is borne by you. Can you elaborate? Bellis, who had just obtained the power of the dragon, was a little confused. The dragon balls you made are different from the dragon balls of Namek. The super dragon said, the negative energy generated by each wish of the Namek dragon balls will be cleared by the rules of the dragon god Salama. The power of the dragon given to you belongs to you. All the negative karma after the dragon ball wish will be borne by you, the maker. Of course, you are not under the jurisdiction of the dragon realm. Page 34. If one day, your understanding of the power of the dragon reaches the level of the dragon god, you will be another dragon god. I've said it clearly enough. Do you have anything else to ask? The super dragon said slowly. Thank you, I will make good use of this power. Bellis bowed to the dragon of God. Now, Bellis is not sure whether the super dragon is the dragon itself or the Sarama who made the dragon, so it's better to be respectful, not to mention the benefits for nothing. Then goodbye, the new god of destruction, dragon realm, looking forward to your future. Golden light emanated from the whole body of the divine dragon, and as the divine dragon disappeared, the 7 dragon balls flew to all directions of the universe with a sound of swoosh. After the wish was over, the universe gradually became quieter. Call. Bellis let out a long sigh of relief. The watchful eye is gone. Does it mean that her wish is in line with the expectations of the great priest or the king? At least, it's not a waste of the super dragon's wish. Really, these gods and so on, each of them has 100 or 80 minds. A god killed by a god cannot be resurrected. In other words, if you want to revive Mr. Rumsey, you must get the approval of the king. It seems that we must improve our strength as soon as possible. God of destruction, for Chuan Wang, can be discarded at will. If you want to gain some right to speak, you have to reach the level of an angel. Hey! Hope it won't be too long. Excessive body rules. Dragon power, something like special cause and effect. Dragon ball will produce negative energy, isn't it similar to GT's evil dragon worldview? Because of Samura's rules, the Namekians don't worry about negative energy when making dragon balls, but they also know that things like dragon balls cannot be abused casually. The god of destruction realm of the 10th universe. Sure enough, the time flow of the 10th universe is much slower than other universes. After returning from a trip to the 6th universe, Bellis finally affirmed that there was a problem with the flow of time in the universe she managed. Although this trend is slowly recovering, Bellis still can't find the answer to the reason why the flow of time has slowed down. It can only be roughly calculated that in half a year at most, the time flow rate of the 10th universe will return to the same level as other universes. Forget it, if you can't find the reason, don't look for it. It's not a big deal anyway. Bellis shrugged. Compared with the speed of time, making dragon balls and the like, she is more worried about another thing now. Go to the Chuanwang Palace and pay a visit to the Chuanwang. It's not Monkey King who can talk to Chuanwang without hindrance or fear. To put it nicely, it is heartless. To put it bluntly, it is more or less seriously ill. Bellis scratched her white hair and laid herself on the ground in a big character. I don't want to go, I really don't want to go to the Chuanwang Palace. What if I go and get arrested and imprisoned? What if the King Chuan and the Great Priest have any special hobbies? For example, accidentally turning into a flannel ball or something. It's scary to think about it. That's the Chuanwang, but not the Chuandan that the sand sculpture netizens said, ruling the 18, oh no, the supreme god of the 12 universes. Tumbled in the lawn death for half an hour. Reluctantly, Bellis stood up and used her destructive force to clean the weeds and dust stuck to the god of destruction costume. Even if I'm procrastinating, I still have to go to the king's palace to receive the letter of appointment from the god of destruction. Bai Lizzie patted her face with both hands, and murmured, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I've never seen such a big storm in god of destruction, isn't it where the king lives? Can you still eat me? Take a deep breath, calm the messy mood. Using teleportation, Bellis disappeared in the god of destruction realm. Almost in the blink of an eye, she appeared at the gate of Chuanwang's palace. The place where the Chuanwang lives, as the name suggests. The gate of the whole house is a big full character. It doesn't look very majestic, more like a cartoon style. Not long after Bellis blocked the door, a man also appeared outside the door using teleportation. I have seen the Great Priest. It's not a formal occasion, so there's no need to be so solemn. The High Priest waved his hand, motioning Bellis to stand up. Yes. Led by the Great Priest, Bellis walked through the gate of the palace, crossed a route similar to a cosmic star map, and soon saw Chuanwang with a head like a tricolor flag. There he was, hands on his back, waiting for Bellis to arrive. I have seen His Majesty Chuanwang. Bai Lizzie bowed slightly. Beres, the disciple of Rumsey, the original god of destruction of the 10th universe, is now the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Chuanwang said in a clear voice. Although there wasn't any bad tone, Bellis was terrified when she heard it. Compared to other gods of destruction in the universe, you have done a good job. King Quan's tone remained calm. This is what I should do. Not knowing what the king wanted to say, Bellis flattered her from the bottom of her heart. The Great Priest and I both saw it, you got the power of the dragon from Salama, right? Yes. Bellis had nothing to hide about making a wish. Anyway, you said you knew it. Don't abuse it, that kind of power. If the universe is out of balance, it will become very serious. Yes, my subordinates will keep in mind. Well, Great Priest, bring that. King Chuan turned his gaze to the Great Priest beside him. The Great Priest nodded, walked up to Bellis, and handed her a white note. This is an object to wake up an angel, because an angel is bound to the world of the god of destruction. If the candidate for the god of destruction does not get this piece of paper, the angel will not wake up. After handing the note to Bellis, the Chuanwang came down from the throne, chatted with Bellis for a while. Anyway, they talked about some strange or interesting things, and then let Bellis go back. And all this made Bellis feel a little unreal. What does all king mean? What are the fun and delicious things in the 10th universe? Ask her to bring some over next time. Shouldn't you be asking something else? Then come back after getting the letter of appointment in the past? She has come up with so many solutions in her mind, isn't it all in vain? Of course, Bai Lizzie is not seriously ill, the king has released him, and it is impossible for her to go back to fight with the king. Why don't you ask something useful? Just let me back, how much time will I spend, and how many strategies will be prepared to deal with the problem? In this way, I'm afraid he won't be erased by Chuanwang in the next second. After Bellis left, the high priest stood behind Chuanwang, waiting for Chuanwang to speak. Hey, that child is very interesting. He obviously wanted to revive his teacher very much, but he didn't say anything. Could it be that he is afraid of me? Chuanwang said to himself, when I shook hands with her just now, the strength in her body was also very strong. Interesting. Destruction, creation, and the power of the dragon have unexpectedly reached a delicate balance. Do you want to prepare anything? The great priest looked serious. You don't need to do anything, great priest, since the 10th universe is out of my jurisdiction, then give it to her. I'm not as stingy as Salama, and I have to understand the power of the dragon by myself. If you say that, that guy will come over and block the door if he hears it. What does it matter? Let's take it as compensation for preventing parallel worlds from appearing in this world 20 years ago. Did you find something? The great priest asked. It's a terrifying power. Even I can't measure the mighty power hidden in the soul. Even if I get a little close, there will be unparalleled danger. As he spoke, Chuan Wang changed his voice. However, I don't feel the slightest malice. Besides, that child's personality is very interesting. Wouldn't it be good to get along with him? King Chuan said with a smile, even a stingy person like Salama is willing to give some of the origin of the dragon's power. It's just a universe, just let her play. Chapter 36 Two Newcomers. The 10th universe destroys the God realm. After returning from the king's palace, Bella still felt as if she had passed away. Page 35. Yes, untrue. Chuan Wang and the great priest really didn't ask more questions. Just before leaving, King Chuan said, the 10th universe will be left to you in the future. Does this have any special meaning? All riddlers. Hey! Bellis sighed. He took out the great priest and handed it to himself, the white note with runes. Then, the note fell to the ground. The entire god of destruction realm emitted bursts of white light. Tens of seconds later, the white light gathered together. The outline of the girl displayed gradually became clear. It was a girl with long grey hair tied in braids. In the girl's right hand, she holds a scepter with a spherical gemstone inlaid on the top of the scepter. Welcome back, Kess. After hearing the familiar voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes, her bluish face showing a hint of sleepiness. Is it the new god of destruction? This voice, little Bellis. It's me, teacher Kessie. Bellis stood in front of Keshi, looking at the angel Kessie, who was also a teacher and sister, whom she hadn't seen for 5 years. Really, you have already been to the palace of the king? Kessie sensed the condition of her body, and there was a hint of disbelief in her tone. Just came back from there, Kessie. I avenged teacher Rumsey. Bellis explained, it was just a plan to revive the teacher, but it didn't work out. Master Ramsey. Kessie's consciousness is still a little hazy, after all, she just woke up. Gods killed by gods cannot be resurrected. I've heard from Super Dragon, it's a pity. Bellis sighed. The Super Dragon, is it the dragon of the gods? As time passed, Kessie's consciousness also fully recovered. At this time, she heard the Super Dragon said by Bellis and couldn't help but think of the wishing bead created by the dragon god Salama. That's right, the great priest made it convenient for me. Bellis told Kess about the recent events, as well as the time flow rate of the 10th universe. Of course, she didn't say anything about the chat group. After listening to Bellis' narration, Kessie frowned slightly. The perception energy of angels is much stronger than that of ordinary gods of destruction. Even if Bellis doesn't borrow the chat group, I'm afraid it can't be compared. After a while. How come? An unbelievable expression appeared on Kessie's immature girl's face. Did something happen? Bellis thumped in her heart, thinking that Kess had found some terrible disaster or something. This, the 10th universe. Kessie was silent for a while, and she did not immediately answer Bellis' inquiry. Instead, it senses its own physical condition. The imprint of the link disappears. How is this possible? Cox murmured in a low voice. Ms. Kessie, what's the problem? Bellis asked eagerly. The law that binds me to the god of destruction is gone. The angel is bound to the god of destruction, and this binding will be bound to the God of Destruction realm after the death of the God of Destruction, waiting for the next God of Destruction to succeed. This is the law that existed at the beginning of the creation of the entire universe. Angels are bound to the God of Destruction and cannot participate in what happens in it. Even the king and the great priest cannot change it. There is only one way to untie this binding. That is, the God of Destruction has made a great contribution to the entire universe, so that angels will no longer be bound by laws. In addition, Kessie also found a problem. The 10th universe has been faintly separated from the whole universe. Although it is far inferior to the whole universe at present, it is no longer under the jurisdiction of the whole king. Master Bellis, can I ask you one thing? Kessie unconsciously added an honorific title when she spoke. Bellis, who has always regarded Kessie as a teacher, is a little puzzled. What's the matter? I have completely disconnected from the laws of the 10th universe, and the 10th universe is no longer under the jurisdiction of the universe of the whole past. Do you know about this? What? Bellis was dumbfounded. What's the matter, meow meow. Kessie explained the detected information to Bellis. During this period, nearly half an hour passed. I said that I don't know the reason, do you believe it? Baileyzi was a little puzzled. Did the chat group play some tricks again? I believe in Lord Bellis. Kessie said seriously, but Bellis couldn't tell whether she believed it or not. After clarifying the situation a little bit, Bellis said, the connection with the God of Destruction is gone. Kessie, are you going back to the whole universe next? Hearing this, Kessie shook her head, unless Lord Bellis doesn't want me anymore. Although she is the oldest and has the most experience among the dozen or so angels, she is not the strongest among all the angels, because she is not good at fighting or doesn't like fighting. Kes, according to what you said, if I can reach the level of the king or the great priest, I can revive Rumsey, right? Kessie nodded. Theoretically speaking, you have the power of destruction, creation, and dragon. As long as you have enough strength, it is not impossible to resurrect the gods who died in this universe. What's more, the most important point is that although the 10th universe is still connected with the whole universe in name, it is actually a country belonging to the whole universe. Don't worry, Kessie, I will definitely resurrect the teacher. Bellis said seriously. Thank you. Kessie was a little moved. Bellis took a step forward and stretched out her hand. Miss Kessie, please give me more advice in the future. Kessie also stretched out her other hand that was not holding the scepter, held Bellis's hand, and said with a slight smile, please give me more advice, Master Bellis, God of Destruction. After reminiscing about these years, Bellis began to talk about the main topic, such as the production of Dragon Ball. Angel Kessie is well informed, and under her guidance, Bellis quickly created Dragon Balls. You're done. Clapping her hands, Bellis looked at the Dragon Balls on the ground with satisfaction. Each Dragon Ball is the size of a palm, and has a star sequence that is different from other Dragon Balls, from 1 planet to 7 planets. Ding! The chat group has been upgraded to level 2, the points sign-in is opened, and the item consignment platform with multiple uses is opened. Bellis. She can understand the point sign-in, but what does it mean to use a multiple-use item consignment platform? Before Bellis was surprised, the voice sounded again. Ding! Captain of the 5th Division, join the chat group. Ding! 1,000-year-old on Myoji, join the chat group. Bellis. What the hell, there are newcomers. The captain of the 5th team, isn't this the hairspray hand? The 1,000-year-old on Myoji. I don't know who it is. Bellis slowly opened the chat group and went online quietly. Reaper's World, Captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Koyusuk. The Shaman King World, the Great Onmyoji Ma Keng Yewang. Seeing the introduction of these two, Bellis only felt a pain in the head. They are all big bosses, and they are still more difficult to deal with than a tough boss like Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Such an arrogant guy, as long as he defeats it once, he will sow people's hearts into the nesting doll boss. As far as villains are concerned, they are completely inferior to the two new members of the group. Bellis continued diving without speaking. With a good employee like Uchiha Madara, there is no need for the boss to do it himself. I seem to be watching the excitement and it's not a big deal. Chapter 37 Aizen Soyajuk, King Asakura Leaf. Ding! Madara Uchiha enters the arena. Ding! The Millennium Onmyoji enters the arena. Bellis, who was reading the messages in the chat group, was stunned. What the hell, what is the conflict between the two? She just went online and glanced at the newcomer's information, but she didn't have time to look at the public screen. Page 36. Uchiha Madara, who is the administrator, and the newcomer Asakura Yuang actually fought. Uchiha Madara put his arms around his chest, standing in the arena, with a young body and young strength. At this time, Uchiha Madara did not reveal the essence of the four great laughs. He stared calmly at the boy opposite him. Little devil! Tell me what you just said. I don't care if you insult me, but you shouldn't insult the group leader. Bellis ate melons silently, but the melons actually found her. King Ma Kangyi insulted himself. What did he insult? Quickly glanced at the public screen. As a result, you can see. It's too small, just an ant. Wait, it may seem arrogant, but it is not insulting. It's just that he said some uncomfortable things. It's a little touching. Uchiha Madara actually fought for her and others. However, it always feels weird. Bellis turned her attention to the arena live broadcast. Ma Kangyi Wang laughed. I'm not insulting, I'm just telling the truth. Since it's a chat group that spans countless worlds, the group leader is of course a strong one. I think my strength is enough to be the leader of this group. King Ma Kangyi, a great Onmyoji master thousands of years ago, is a strong man who can detect life and death. He believes that no one is more suitable to be the leader of this group than him. How arrogant! Just because your title has been added for 1,000 years. If you want to be the group leader, hit me Uchiha Madara, let's talk. By the way, I am an administrator appointed by the group leader, so I am of course very strong. Uchiha said confidently. After the last battle with the group leader, Uchiha Madara thought he was definitely stronger than last time after a lot of mental simulation. Not right. Bellis frowned. Uchiha Madara is not so easily provoked. The world's #1 princess, at everyone, is anyone there? What's going on with Uchiha Madara and this newcomer? After all, there was a lot of information on the public screen, but Belize didn't read all of it, she only read the next few. Ying, I don't know the specifics, but Uchiha Madara's character doesn't seem like he will end up immediately if he is provoked a little bit. To be honest, Ying is also very strange. The newcomer, 1,000-year-old Onmyoji, said almost arrogant words when he joined the group, and there were not many words after that. Moreover, she vaguely felt that it was Uchiha Madara who seduced the other party to provoke him. The purpose is unknown. The #1 princess in the world, did you do this on purpose? Ying, I didn't say that. The #1 princess in the world. Ying also learned to quibble. Bellis thought for a while, but couldn't get an answer, so she couldn't help but turn her attention to the live broadcast. Uchiha Madara stared at the opposite side, his voice was cold. Use your strength, King Asakura Leaf, where is your fire spirit? Ma Kangyi Wang grinned, the administrator's authority can see the information of the group members? No wonder I feel something is wrong. You don't have to worry about accidentally losing, and it will shame your respected group leader. Uchiha Madara's strength is not clear to Asakura Leaf King. However, he is the strongest Onmyoji in the millennium, and he doesn't think he will lose. Since you don't attack, let me do it. Uchiha Madara's hands are sealed. Fire escape destroy goods. The huge sea of flames rolled and spread forward, advancing to the surroundings of King Ma Kengye in the blink of an eye. Ah! King Ma Kengye smiled faintly. A huge soul body appeared, crimson in color, with an extremely oppressive force. I saw that Huoling stretched out his hand towards the entire sea of fire. The palm was like a vortex, and began to absorb the sea of flames spreading over. After a while, the sea of flames that could not be seen at a glance was completely absorbed by the fire spirit. Huoling's body also became a little bigger than before. Sure enough, the soul body of the force of nature. Uchiha Madara noticed that King Asakura Leaf was standing on Huoling's shoulder. After this incident, I'm afraid I have to apologize to the group leader. Madara Uchiha withdrew his thoughts, and his dark eyes quickly changed, turning into a kaleidoscope beyond eternity, and directly into the eyes of reincarnation. Oh! Seeing Uchiha Madara's eyes changing, Asakura had a look of surprise on his face. It's very strong, not just talking. Feeling the majestic coercion from Uchiha Madara, this is the first time he has sensed pressure in thousands of years. Those eyes can communicate life and death. As a great onmyoji who transcended life and death, he soon noticed the strangeness of Uchiha Madara's eyes. Interesting. In battle, of course you have to be evenly matched, but I don't know if you have this kind of ability. Ma Kengyuang sternly shouted, Huoling, let's go. The 120 million magic power value almost shows that he is already at the top of this world. Unexpectedly, a strange chat group that he accidentally entered today had an opponent that made him want to fight. Huoling disintegrated in the blink of an eye, and reassembled behind Uchiha Madara the next moment. King Ma Kengye stood on Huoling's shoulder and said, I accept your soul. Huoling stretched out his hand to grab Uchiha Madara. The tomb of the Wheel Prison. Uchiha whispered softly. At the moment when Huoling quickly grabbed Uchiha Madara. Boom! Huoling was hit hard, and Ma Kengyuang, who was standing on Huoling, flew upside down. What's going on? King Ma Kengye manipulated Huoling to stop backing, his eyes became sharp. Glancing at Huoling's chest on the right side, there were some broken lines. An invisible attack. Feel it, but not see it. In other words, they are not in the same space. Ma Kengye stretched out 2 fingers, and stroked lightly in front of his eye sockets, and then his eyes showed a strange luster. Saw. The 2 clone-like things look exactly like Uchiha Madara, and look similar to shadows. Is this the fire spirit kicked by this thing? To be honest, it was just a preliminary trial just now. He was quite surprised to be able to blow up the fire spirit with ease. Uchiha Madara did not continue to attack, and analyzed the structure of the fire spirit through the touch of the round tomb. Soul, force of nature. It seems understandable, but it is very difficult to do. Uchiha whispered. Chat group. Bellis watched the fight between Uchiha Madara and Asakura Hato. So that's the case, no wonder Uchiha Madara wants to fight King Asakura Leaf, because of the fire spirit. Uchiha Madara is actually so eager for strength. Because, I saw the fight between Ying and Ozer before? Whether it is or not, Bellis does not know. But she can roughly guess Uchiha Madara's purpose. The fire spirit is a product of nature, in other words, it is constructed by the force of nature. The purpose of Uchiha Madara is to learn fairy art and comprehend the power of nature. Page 37. Playing with the snow-white hair on her forehead, Bellis murmured softly, as expected, most of the villains who can be villains have goals, dreams, and keep striving for it. Then, his eyes fell on King Ma Kengye. What is the reason for Ma Kengyuang's provocation? She didn't believe that the great onmyoji who lived for thousands of years was reincarnated, the future shaman king. There is no city mansion at all. After entering the chat group, he is like a second idiot, constantly provoking. So, he also has his own plan. Difficult. Bellis was a little worried that one day she would not be able to hold these guys down. In particular, Uchiha Madara is more of a headache for Bellis than Asakura Leaf King. In the world of the god of death, Aizen Koyusuke. Yes, that hairspray hand. Reaper's World, the 5th Division's team building. In front of the desk, Aizen Koyusuke silently practiced calligraphy. But the lenses of his eyes were slightly reflective, and there was a playful smile on his face. Other worlds. Administrator, group leader, my vision has widened, and my zenith has also become higher. Aizen Koyusuke put down the brush in his hand, thought something, and said quietly. Lujikukaki has gone to the human world, and the plan can almost start. Ichigo, don't let me down. Chapter 38 Fierce Battle. In the chat group, the battle in the arena is still going on. King Asakura Leaf didn't care much about being kicked away by Uchiha Madara's shadow. In battle, it's normal to be injured a little bit, not to mention that Huoling was injured, and it wasn't him. With the restoration of the flame, the slightly hideous wound on Huoling's chest is also healing rapidly. Uchiha Madara, you are very good. On Huoling's shoulder, Asakura Leaf King was condescending and gave Uchiha Madara an affirmation. Humph, how arrogant. He, Uchiha Madara, was so angry, seeing King Asakura Leaf in front of him. Uchiha Madara thought of himself once. However, with the improvement of his vision, he no longer looks at other people from this perspective. Uchiha Madara manipulated the two shadows created and slowly moved towards Asakura Leaf King. Sneak attack can only be done once, the same trick, do you think I won't be prepared? I saw the shadow of Uchiha Madara approaching quietly. With a wave of Huoling's slender arms, a monstrous storm was rolled up. The -meter-high flame tornado hit the two round tomb-side prisons that were sneaking up. However, the huge tornado set off by the fire spirit passed through Uchiha Madara's shadow in an instant. What? King Mokenya was surprised when he saw this. At this time, Uchiha Madara's shadow jumped up at the same time, speeding up and rushing towards Huoling. Almost in the blink of an eye, one after the other appeared surrounded by fire spirits. Planning back and forth? It's too contemptuous of me. Huoling's huge palm condensed a ball of flames. Shhhhhhh. The fireball crackled, and then released dense flame arrows. A series of flaming arrows landed on the edge of the round tomb. The two still coming and attacking round tomb prison shadows were burned to ashes by the flames in a few seconds. The flame in Huoling's hand disappeared. Asakura Leaf King glanced at Uchiha Madara in the distance. This is the confidence of you, the administrator? I can understand how to deal with the mere shadow of the transformation between virtual and real. Too small. Hearing the ridicule of King Asakura Leaf, Uchiha Madara was not angry, and patted the dust on his shoulder with his hand. The tomb border prison disappeared, and he had obtained the data he wanted. Uchiha Madara smiled softly. Hashirama, I will be ahead of you soon, and maybe I can reach the 6th Dao level without the 10 tails. No, there are chat groups, and I am confident that I will reach 6 paths. Seeing Uchiha Madara showing a disdainful smile, Asakura Hawa frowned slightly. The bodies of Huoling and King Mokenya disintegrated again. As before, Uchiha Madara felt the murderous intent coming from behind. Is this the law? No, not yet. The previous battle between Ying and Ozer, and the current Mokenya Wang. Rather than talking about laws, it is better to say that it is a technique that can steal laws. A great Onmyoji who has survived for thousands of years is really not easy. Before fighting King Makara Leaf, Uchiha Madara checked the information of King Makara Leaf through the authority of the chat group. Although he didn't get much, Uchiha Madara still decided to lure the opponent to challenge himself. Being attacked and not fighting back is not my style. Blue chakra emerges from the whole body. A huge shadow was reflected on the ground, with fiery red arms and ferocious claws. It grabbed Uchiha violently. Zizi. Suddenly, a blue arm grabbed Huoling's arm. Okay. King Mokenya was slightly taken aback. What is this? At this time, Uchiha was wrapped in the blue solidified chakra, and Susanoo had a skeleton palm, and he was able to grab the fire spirit that stabbed him. Eyes. The power frequency emitted by those circle eyes seems to have some kind of connection with this skeleton energy body. Humph, interesting. Asakura Leaf King manipulated Huiling, and Huiling raised his right foot and kicked Uchiha Madara and Zonengu. Repay the person with the way of the person. Two energies clash. Both Huiling and the blue Susanoo trembled slightly. The terrifying energy, centered on them, spread to a range of thousands of meters around. The originally solid surface also became a mess in this collision, with broken rocks and broken walls everywhere. Susanoo, I can't take it anymore. Madara Uchiha frowned. Huiling's kick caused Susanoo to break his ribs. If he hadn't noticed the abnormality and increased the output of mental power and chakra, I'm afraid that the spirit kick just now could directly crush Susan. The force of nature is indeed terrifying. No, rather than the power of nature, it is better to say that the fire spirit in front of him has incomparable strength. It would be great if there were 9 tails. Uchiha Madara thought of the tailed beast that Hashirama thought was too powerful and needed to be sealed. It seems that this strange skeleton is not very good. Ma Kengyuang's slightly contemptuous voice came from a distance. At the same time, Huiling lifted the other arm that was not caught, and ruthlessly grabbed Uchiha Madara, who was protected by Susanoo. Huiling's 5 slender fingers emitted a fierce light. It is one of its skills, flame gun. The claws with strong natural force seem to be able to tear everything apart. Makara Leaf King is confident that with this move, he can easily crush Susanoo, who is about the same size as Huiling, and even hurt Uchiha Madara inside. Boom! Susanoo only held the flame wrapped around the sharp claws of the fire spirit for a few seconds, and it exploded quickly. With the rupture of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's defense completely collapsed. Uchiha Madara, right? Thank you for having fun for me. I accept your soul. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his right hand. Page 38. Not dodging or evading at all. Samsara Eye Absorption. It has not yet touched Uchiha Madara, and the fire spirit is half a meter away from Uchiha Madara. Blocked by an invisible wall of light. Especially the left hand that stabbed Uchiha Madara, the flames on the fingers disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. What happened? King Ma Kengye was a little surprised for a while. The witch power of the fire spirit was quickly disappeared. Eyes, those eyes. It turns out that those eyes possess the power of yin-yang and 5 elements. It's really not easy to deal with. King Ma Kengye used his skills in battle for the first time. He put 2 fingers in the middle of his eyes, and then swiped a few times in the void. The transformation of the 5 elements, solidified gold. After King Ma Kengye finished speaking, the fire spirit under his feet changed in stages. The original fire attribute was covered up by gold. The free energy on the body also quickly condensed and became indestructible. What? Uchiha Madara's expression changed upon seeing this. I can no longer absorb the energy of the fire spirit. This feeling is like when he was fighting with Jian Shaozujian. He used the fire escape to burn the wooden escape in Qianshaozujian, but in the end, the strong vitality of the wood escape forced the fire of the fire escape to be extinguished. At this time, Uchiha Madara also found the fire spirit after turning into gold. The attack power has been significantly increased. Just relying on the invalidation of the animal path of the reincarnation eye, it is almost unstoppable. Uchiha Madara no longer absorbed the fire spirit, and released a burst of repulsion in his palm. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Cancelling the invalidation of the beast way, Uchiha used Shen Luo Tianzheng to fly out the fire spirit and Asakura Yuang bullet. Bang! Shen Luo Tianzhen's powerful repulsion hit Huiling's body, but it was like hitting thick heavy metal. Just slightly blocking the opponent's movements. With one hand, Huiling blocked the repulsive force raised towards King Asakura Leaf, and with the other hand, he still kept stabbing, attacking Uchiha. No, even Shenluo Tianzheng. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Uchiha Madara's forehead. Apart from the battle with the group leader, this is the second time that Shenluo Tianzheng has been broken through. Never mind. I have some ideas about the cultivation of immortal arts, so there is no need to be too demanding. Uchiha Madara suddenly put down his right hand. The repulsive force raised by Uchiha Madara as the original heart also disappeared in an instant. Oh, are you going to give up? Seeing Uchiha Madara's behavior, Asakura Haba's face unexpectedly showed a trace of puzzlement. Even if you can't read your mind, you can clearly infer that Uchiha Madara still has fighting power. From the battle just now, it can be seen that Uchiha Madara is a very proud person. Such a person would give up casually? Just when Asakura Leaf King asked Fire Spirit to take away Uchiha Madara's soul, a voice came, which instantly made King Ma Kengyi's hair stand on end. Continuously retreating in order to learn certain abilities is not what I, Uchiha Madara, should do. The next step is the real battle, use my full body Susanoo. A terrifying energy rose from the ground. An unbelievably powerful coercion instantly pressed King Ma Kengyi. Chapter 39 Dragon Ball. Are you fully aware of Susanoo? King Ma Kengyi on the spirit of fire suddenly weighed heavily. That energy can actually induce the density of space. Although it is only slightly, but it is also very remarkable. Uchiha Madara. Ma Kengyi manipulated Huoling to jump back. In any case, the situation is unclear, and it is usually wise to avoid it first. King Ma Kengyi doesn't quite believe in the rules of the arena. No matter what you say, even if you die, it will not affect your original body. He didn't want to try it. Let Uchiha Madara try, it is still possible. This is also the reason why he is obsessed with capturing Uchiha Madara's soul. Oh? Such a powerful energy can still be fixed. It's amazing. Looking up at the 400-meter-high complete body Suzo, Asakura Yuang smiled knowingly. In comparison, my fire spirit is indeed a bit small. The fire spirit, which is less than 400 meters away, and the complete body, which is more than -meters away, look like adults and children. After condensing the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Madara did not speak harshly before the battle. Susanoo put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. In the next second, the knife light suddenly appeared. Susanoo was almost in front of him, and there was a piercing sonic boom. The extremely terrifying energy ripples stretched from the sky to the distance. The whole earth trembled violently. The ground collapsed layer by layer. Boom! A loud bang. The light of the explosion flooded Susanoo, and also flooded the targets of the attack, Huoling and Ma Kengyi Wang. After a long time, the light gradually dissipated. Susanoo's solid body became a little messy. The blade swung by the perfect body Susanoo stagnated in mid-air. The fiery red giant stood in front of Susanoo. Its height is almost as huge as the full body Susanoo. It's blocked. Seeing Huoling clasping his hands together, catching the white blade with his bare hands, and catching the Susanoo blade, Uchiha Madara didn't have much surprise on his face. It would be strange if it couldn't be stopped. In the chat group, many members were watching the battle between the two. In general, the battle where the two sides come and go is more enjoyable than the battle where one side crushes the other. In particular, a captain of the -th team wearing glasses was very interested in the two people who played against each other in the live broadcast. Destroy the gods! What's the matter, Kess? Bellis, who was watching the live broadcast of the arena, was called back to consciousness by Kess. She glanced at Kessie with some doubts in her tone. My god of destruction, you have been in a daze for half an hour. Kessie covered her head, feeling very helpless. This is not good for Bai Lizzie. When she is not doing business, she likes to be in a daze. I haven't seen you in a few years, and now I'm doing business, and I'm in a daze. Yes, I don't think it's been long. Bellis smiled awkwardly. She is not ready to tell Kessie about the chat group. Kessie's identity, the daughter of the great priest. No one can guarantee which side she will stand on. At least, Bellis didn't dare to gamble on this, worried that the great priest would come over just as soon as the front foot said it. Master Balassi, after the Dragon Balls are ready, you have to test their quality, otherwise something will happen and it will cause harm to the universe. Kessie is not ignorant of Dragon Realm. Page 39. I also know that there will be negative energy in Dragon Ball. That's it, then try it. Stack the Dragon Balls that have fallen on the ground. Looking at the Dragon Balls one after another, a faint excitement appeared in my heart. Using Dragon Balls and creating Dragon Balls are two different concepts. Come out, Shenlong. As the voice fell, the resonance became stronger and stronger, and the Dragon Ball became brighter and brighter. A golden light like lightning rushed upwards from the Dragon Ball. A thick dark cloud gathered in the sky above the Destruction God realm. Immediately afterwards, from the dark clouds, a crimson, fleshy creature appeared. Dragon. It fell slowly, showing its complete form under the clouds. The red dragon scales, the light red dragon belly, the pair of blood-red eyes, and the hundreds of meters long body make it look majestic. Say your wish, any wish, no, Master Creator. As Shenlong was talking, he suddenly got stuck. Come on, don't be nervous, keep talking, I'm obedient. Bellis laughed indifferently. No way, the little dragon was pinched out by the Creator, how dare he put his nose on his eyes. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the red dragon's majestic face. Ma Dan, pretending to be the wrong person for the first time. In the future, when I see someone calling me, I have to look clearly before speaking. I was born less than a day ago, so I don't want to go back and rebuild. It seems that there is no problem, then you can go back first. Bailizi looked at Shenlong and said for a while. Yes, yes, Xiaolong is in good health and can eat several meals of meat in one bite. After finishing speaking, without responding to Bellis, she disappeared with a whoosh. The resonance began to weaken, and the Dragon Ball lay quietly on the ground. Bellis. Kessie. Bellis bit the bullet and asked. Kessie, is this Shenlong a failure or a success? I always feel very unreliable, can this thing really make a wish? A difficult smile appeared on Kessie's face, it's the first time, it will inevitably be a little uncomfortable. Although, I have never seen the appearance of the Dragon of the Gods, but this dragon just now, isn't it a bit too flattering? Putting the Dragon Balls away, Bellis thought about Hell and said. Over there in Hell, there are some things that my current creative power can't fully repair, can you go over there? Hell? Since Lady Bellis requested. Kessie tapped with the angel scepter, projecting the image of Hell. The damage is so serious, is it because of Zamasu? Well, that guy is a little crazy, but fortunately, he has made solid preparations in advance, otherwise the underworld will definitely be in chaos. Bellis sighed. Then I'll go take a look. Kessie turned into a ray of white light and left the God of Destruction realm. Phew, I'm finally leaving. After dismissing Angel Kex, Bellis picked up the Dragon Ball. How about putting Dragon Balls in the chat group? Bellis thought about this method. Entering different worlds to make a wish through the Dragon Ball can allow Bellis to come into contact with the laws of each world, which is of great help to her self-improvement. I remember that when the chat group was upgraded, a strange trading platform appeared. Think about it carefully, isn't this just for Dragon Ball to be used by group members? Well, let's see first. Bellis put her consciousness into the chat group again. The live broadcast is over. The world's #1 princess, at everyone, is anyone here? In the battle between Uchiha Madara and Asakura Leaf King, who wins and who loses in the end? I'm a little curious. Uchiha Madara, group leader, I won the battle with the rookie just now. Uchiha Madara, also, I would like to apologize to the group leader for having a fight with newcomers without the permission of the group leader and causing bad influence. In the battle with Ma Kengye, on the one hand, the other party's mouth is bad, and on the other hand, he is interested in the power of Ma Kengye's natural attributes, and wants to try it out. Of course, Uchiha Madara is also prepared to be punished by the group owner regardless of failure or success. Even if Uchiha Madara is very conceited, he doesn't think that his little tricks can hide the group leader. The world's #1 princess, it's okay, just pay more attention next time, don't act too hastily. In fact, if you want to improve your strength, it will be more convenient after you are resurrected. Uchiha Madara, resurrection, I don't know how long it will take. The world's #1 princess, isn't there a check-in system? Every check-in has points, and the points can be exchanged for things, such as Ding, the group leader, the #1 princess in the world, put the Dragon Balls on the item consignment platform. Uchiha Madara, the #1 princess in the world, if you want to be resurrected, you can do it with Dragon Ball. Uchiha Madara. Habara AI. Ignoring the excitement of the group members in the group, Bellis focused on the video of the battle just now. As the group leader, she was able to record the battle in the arena in real time. Obviously stronger, Asakura Leaf King actually lost to Uchiha Madara. The mentality of fighting is also very important. Compared with Ma Kengye, he didn't believe in the rules of the chat group, he was afraid of being beaten to death, so he didn't dare to work hard at will. Uchiha Madara is completely holding the idea of biting off a piece of the other's flesh even if one hand is broken. In the end, with desperate saburo, he successfully beat King Ma Kengye to death. Moreover, the moves are exactly the same as before. The Susanoo Buddha, a set of random punches to kill the old master, Ma Kengye including Huoling, was KO'd without even scum left. I don't know if Wang Ye will be depressed after going out. She is a little curious. Chapter 40 Ye Wang's Wish. The World of Shaman. Consciousness returned to the body, Ma Kengye's closed eyes slowly opened. In my mind, the scene of the previous battle emerged. My hesitation actually brought me down. Leaping down from the rooftop, Ma Kengye's feet lightly stepped on the ground. He opened his palms, looking at the fire spirit shrunk into a ball of flames in his hands. Did you feel the excitement just now? We're going to step into a world that's bigger than Shaman King. The flame formed by the fire spirit trembled slightly, and seemed to agree with King Ma Kengye's idea very much. Defeated by Uchiha Madara, Ye Wang was not angry. The opponent defeated him head-on, even if it was an attack that borrowed the rules of the chat group and risked his life, that was within the allowable range. If you want to say, it is him Ma Kengye, it is too careless. Well, it would be nice to win back next time. However, it was also because of the failure this time that he realized how terrifying the chat group is. It can completely simulate its own body, and even the fire spirit can be directly simulated. Even death can be made almost realistic. Uchiha Madara manipulated the so-called real thousands of hands, and 1,000 fists smashed down. He tried his best to block it, but after all, he was not prepared enough, and probably blocked half of the attacks. Afterwards, Huoling and himself were greeted by the dense bullet-like fists. The dense fists that Huoling couldn't bear, even if he was strong in yin-yang, his physical body couldn't compare to Huoling. Moreover, the physical strength simulated by the chat group is almost equivalent to his current body, and it is impossible to block that kind of strength. Chat group. Uchiha Madara, and that mysterious group leader. A smile hung on Makara Yuang's face, maybe the days to come won't be boring. Ding, group owner, add Dragon Ball to the consignment platform, group members who want to use it can go and buy it. King Ma Kengye was taken aback. Dragon Ball? What is that? Ma Kengye skillfully opened the chat group, and clicked on the extra options. After a while, 7 orange glass ball pictures with different numbers of stars popped up. Dragon balls that can grant all wishes, including raising the dead, but only one. Page 40. Resurrection. Ma Kengyuang's originally calm expression changed a little. Memories from thousands of years ago began to emerge from the depths of my mind. A psychic killed by ordinary people, his own mother. For thousands of years, Ma Kengyuang has made unremitting efforts. The purpose of becoming the Shaman King is to clear the dirty ordinary people and build a world with only psychics. In addition, he also borrowed the power of the Shaman King to find his mother from the 46 billion year history of this planet and resurrect her. Dragon. Pearl, can it really be done? King Ma Kengye didn't even realize that his voice trembled a little. Seeing the price of the Dragon Ball, King Ma Kengye frowned slightly. To buy the right to use Dragon Ball, you need 5,000 points. Integral? What is that? There is a points sign-in system on the side. Ma Kengyuang subconsciously clicked on it. Ding! You can sign in once a month, and you can get points ranging from 1 to 100 once you sign in. Ding! Congratulations, you got 25 points. That's it. King Ma Kengye frowned. 25 points a month, when can I collect them all? What's more, the 25 points are not fixed, maybe it will be 1 point next month. Looking at the nicknames of all members of the chat group Gongping, King Ma Kengye hesitated a little, and changed the nickname of the 1,000-year-old Onmyoji to his own name, King Ma Kengye. Ma Kengye Wang, at everyone, I am a newcomer Ma Kengye Wang, can I ask some questions? Uchiha Madara. What the hell, so polite. The number 1 princess in the world, okay, what do you want to ask? At dot. Ma Kengye Wang, the Dragon Balls sold on the consignment platform can really revive the lost life. The world's number 1 princess, it's fine if there is a soul imprint, but if the soul is forcibly erased, it can't be done, but one thing to note, people who died of natural death or disease, there is no way to resurrect. In other words, only the life of unconventional death can be resurrected. Ma Kengye Wang, what about the people who have been dead for a long time? The number 1 princess in the world, how long? Ma Kengye Wang, about 1,000 years. Uchiha Madara. Habara AI. The rest. Does this great Onmyoji have a special misunderstanding about the long time of death? In 1000, the ashes can be hoisted. The world's number 1 princess, you can be resurrected, only 1,000 years, not too long. According to the laws of the world you live in, it is not difficult for the soul of a psychic to die for 1,000 years. The world's number 1 princess, I'm very curious, who do you want to resurrect? Asanoba, or Odapocho? In the world of Shaman King, seeing the information in the chat group, King Ma Kengye stood up abruptly. Ma Kengyuang, how do you know? It's unbelievable, but he never told the group who he wants to resurrect, right? Moreover, even the name was spoken. Ma Zai, the mother of King Ma Kenglief thousands of years ago, and Upochade, can be said to be the best friend of King Ma Kenglief. In a sense, if it weren't for the power of Yi to break Cho, he was killed thousands of years ago. Because of the excessive use of Otakayo's power, Odapocho died. This is something Ye Wang has been guilty of for many years. The number 1 princess in the world, when you join the chat group, the past and future of the world you are in will be recorded in the chat group, of course only part of it, not all of it. The number 1 princess in the world, however, don't worry, this is just the established past and future. In other words, it is what will happen to the world when you don't join the chat group. Ma Kengye Wang, is it just like this? This great Onmyoji was a little reluctant to believe it, but thinking about it, this kind of explanation was the only one that was more reasonable. King Ma Kengye couldn't think of an answer, so he skipped the topic. Ma Kengye Wang, how do I get the points for Dragon Ball? To be honest, if you really sign in once a month, and the points for each sign-in are 100, then you don't know how many years it will be resurrected. What's more, what he wants to resurrect are 2 lives, not 1 life. He wasn't sure if the Dragon Ball resurrection could revive 2 people, or only 1 person at a time. The world's number 1 princess, well, haven't you read the rules of the consignment platform? The world's number 1 princess, each group member can consign and sell valuable things with multiple usage rights, and through the chat group evaluation, you can get certain points. In addition, if the items you upload are purchased by other group members, you can also get 1/10 of the purchase price points, which can be obtained multiple times. Ma Keng Yewang, so that's the case, I understand. Ding, Ma Keng Yewang uploaded Super Occupational Resolution and got 1000 points. Ma Keng Yewang looked at the extra line of points in the chat group. Is there only so little? However, it is not bad to have 1000 points for the old stuff that I wrote many years ago. King Ma Kengyi's face was calm, but the light in his eyes could not conceal the fluttering emotions at this moment. He uploaded some cultivation methods of spiritual power and yin and yang again. After system evaluation, in Ma Keng Yewang's chat group personal account, a total of 4150 points. Chapter 41 Ying's request, the group leader came to Tibet. Worlds no. Princess, I forgot to mention one thing just now, the points needed to use Dragon Ball are related to the laws of each world. The world's number 1 princess, to put it simply, the stronger the upper limit that an individual can reach, or the stronger the world level, the more points you need for Dragon Ball to make a wish. Huira AI, I need 500 points to exchange Dragon Balls here, is that too much? Irina, mine is 2000 points. Jianzhu, 4500 points. Uchihamadara, 5000 points. Ma Keng Yewang, 5000 points. Captain of the 5th team, it's a bit unbelievable to have 6000 points. Ying, 10,000 points, I feel like I can't get them all. Habara AI. Well, nothing to compare. Is she lucky or unlucky? The world I live in is just an everyday world. Even if he didn't do anything, by signing in, he might get the Dragon Ball and revive his sister within a few years. At this time, the world of death. 5th team building. Aizen Koyusuk stood outside the team building with his hands behind his back. Dragon Ball that can make a wish, how is it compared to Beng Yu? However, the demand for making a wish is calculated according to the strength of the world. So. Except, I don't know the world of the group leader yet. The world that person is called Ying is probably higher in rank than my current world. At this time, Tibet continent. Ying rode the Golden King beast and brought a group of abyssal sects to Gaiun Pavilion in mighty form. Gaiun Pavilion, a land created by the rock spear cast by the rock god Morux. Also, a demon god named Ozer is sealed underneath. The Golden King beast, plus dozens of abyss apostles and empty shells, and hundreds of abyss mages. Such a team, even if Li Yu's birds and beasts came, they would not be afraid at all. Especially the Golden King beast, after being ruished by the power of the abyss, its power is no less than that of the demon dragon Duran back then. Ying's eyes fell on the chat group. In order to avoid accidents, ask the group owner if he can come and help check. Page 41. After all, these abyssal legions can deal with Liu's immortals just fine, but they are still very reluctant to deal with Morux. Even the Golden King beast can only delay for a while at most. It takes time to lift the seal. If the seal of Ozer is lifted and the main force of the abyssal cult is taken over by Morux, there is no reason to cry. Ying, Group Leader, are you interested in coming to the Tibet continent? The world's number 1 princess. Ying, I'm going to capture Ozer, but I'm worried that the men I brought along won't be able to stop Maraxel. The number 1 princess in the world, that is to say, you need a thug? Ying, it may be missing a little bit, I don't know what the group thinks. The number 1 princess in the world, I want 2 eyes of God. Ying, you don't need this kind of thing, do you? People who are all gods, still thinking about what the eyes of gods are doing? The number 1 princess in the world, I want to see the law of making the eye of God, you don't have to worry. Ying, okay, I agree, group leader, when will you come over? The world's number 1 princess, I can only stay on the Tibet continent for 3 hours, and the one who brought me to Tibet is just a force, is it okay? Ying, removing the seal, plus defeating Ozer, it may take an hour. The time is enough, but I don't know if the group leader can stop Morix before I finish these things. Ying, besides that, I'm also a little worried that the wind god will come and make trouble. The number 1 princess in the world, it's okay to block it, but it's limited to blocking it, don't let them get in your way, I don't care about the rest. Ying, this is enough. With the strength of the group leader, there is probably no problem in defeating the rock god and Feng Shen, even if it is captured, it is very possible, but she has no reason and cannot ask the group leader to do so. Human beings at least cannot, or should not push their boundaries. Ying just wants to keep the main force of the abyss, and don't be taken away when she unblocks Ozer. The rest will be discussed later. The number 1 princess in the world, what are you ready for? Just call me and I'll send it over. Ying, okay. Ying and Bellis conspired loudly in the group. But no one interrupted, some didn't know what to say, and some 2 newcomers were more curious. For example, Ma Kengyuang and Aizen Koyusuk. Soul Realm. Aizen Koyusuk was still thinking about whether to throw some ghosts and the like into the chat group to exchange for points. But I saw the group leader, ready to go to that world of twat. It is impossible to say that you are not curious about the different world. What's more, it also involves caring about the mother and the group leader very much. The Tibet continent, and the group leader Bellis. Let me see your strength. During the conversation between the 2 in the chat group, Aizen vaguely guessed that there might be a battle going on later. I just don't know if they will broadcast live. If there is no live broadcast, then he can only ask the group owner to start the live broadcast. To be honest, Aizen didn't want to show up, because from the conversation between the administrator Uchiha Madara and Asakura Leaf King, and the explanation from the group leader Bellis, it can be confirmed that the group owner knows what happened in his world. But how much he knows is unknown. Tibet continent, Gaiun Pavilion. White light flickered around Ying. A moment later, beside Ying, there was a white-haired girl slightly taller than her. Group leader, welcome to Tibet as a guest. Ying smiled slightly. When Ying was speaking, everyone in the Abyss cult was startled by the sudden appearance. Bellis and Ying greeted each other briefly, and then turned their attention to the large number of members of the Abyssal Order. Ying, you won't bring all your family wealth, will you? Bring half of them, Liu also ambushed some to threaten Morux. Ying replied. You really are, aren't you afraid of Tianli waking up? Bellis said helplessly. So, didn't I ask the group leader to come over and help? Bellis. Don't talk like a spider, hey. Ying waved her hand, Yuan Shang, come here. Your Highness, what are your orders? Yuan Shang floated and floated, coming to Ying. Before I come back, the command of the Abyss religion will be handed over to my friend, you know. Yes, your Royal Highness. Yuan Shang didn't dare to refute, she sneaked a glance at Bellis who was standing next to Ying. This white-haired girl looked human no matter what. He can command the Abyss cult, I am afraid that something big will happen next. Seeming to see Yuan Shang's thoughts, Ying said again, my friend's name is Bellis, the purpose of my inviting her here is to block the Meraxes who may appear for a while, and you can do the rest as usual. Block, Morux. Yuan Shang suddenly raised his head, disbelief appearing on his face. Just, her. Yuan murmured subconsciously. Any questions? Suddenly Yuan Shang felt a cold chill, and his whole body seemed to be in mud. He quickly bowed, No, how dare I have an opinion? Just that feeling, deep in the mire, the fear of being whipped. Really intoxicating. After explaining some things, Ying took some abyssal apostles to Ozer's seal. With Ying's strength, to lift Ozer's seal, she doesn't need any taboo talisman like Duck. With a one-handed sword, just slash at the stone. Chapter 42 The Rebellious Abyss Cult. After Ying left, all the abyssal sects showed rebellious expressions. After all, it is the abyss. How could it be possible to listen to a leader casually? Even if it is the order of Her Royal Highness, if you obey on the surface, you will resist it in your heart. Mage, chant, apostle, empty shell, plus golden king beast. There are really many types of creatures under Ying's hands. Sitting on a raised stone, Bellis rested her chin on her wrist, and looked at this large group of members of the Abyss cult with fierce faces. Hey, I don't like your eyes very much, can you be more kind? After speaking, Bellis lightly tossed the gravel she was playing with her left hand. The gravel rolled a few times on the ground and fell in front of everyone in the Abyssal cult. Just when the members of the Abyssal Order were confused. This piece of crushed stone, the size of a palm, has dots of purple halo. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying coercion enveloped all members of the Abyss cult except Yuan Shang. The few Abyss chanters at the front, the Abyss Apostles, hit the ground heavily, their chests in close contact with the surface. And the other members of the Abyss who were a little behind seemed to react defensively. Nearly 100 Abyss mages put spherical shields on themselves at the same time. Crack! However, under this coercion, Abyss mage's protective shield, no matter what kind of attribute it is, will break at the touch of a finger. Following the rupture of the Abyss mage's shield, all the Abyss mages were pressured to the ground. At this time, other Abyss chanters, Abyss apostles, Shell Knights, etc. were also suppressed without any resistance. In the entire Gaiun pavilion, besides Beilizi, there was Yuan Shang standing beside her. So it's like salted fish, lying on the ground and drying it in one piece. This, my lord. Yuan Shang trembled, and wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead with his hands. He swallowed his saliva, and looked a little farther past the members of the Abyss cult who were surrounded by salted fish. The Golden King beast that was also pressed to the ground and part of it had sunk into the lower soil. Page 42. As the chant of the Abyss of Fire, Yuan Shang actually felt infinite fear. But as Ying's loyal supporter, he knew he had to speak up. Otherwise, this vote of people might be over. Master Bellis, Lord Bellis, please forgive the rudeness of the members of the order, they didn't mean it. Hearing this, Bellis raised her head and looked at Yuan Shang who was standing beside her with her head bowed. Well, are you afraid of me? This. Yuan Shang's heart skipped a beat. You are His Royal Highness's distinguished guest, and our distinguished guest. It's too late for me to respect you, how could you be afraid? Bellis waved her hand, but didn't explain to Yuan Shang. Don't worry, Ying's subordinates will not die. The coercion I put on them is released according to their energy intensity, and will not kill them. After speaking, flick the index finger and thumb lightly. Clap sound. The purple light flew out, laying on the ground, and smashed the free purple halo of stones into powder. The stone shattered, and the coercion on everyone suddenly dissipated. Abyss mages, Abyss chanters, panting heavily. Especially the Golden King beast, with its eyes turned white, its body undulating slightly, with a wolf head that doesn't match the dragon's body, and its tongue grinning, like a dog that is exhausted. Looking at the group of remnants and defeated generals in front of him, the corners of Yuan Shang's mouth twitched. Ma Dan, don't talk about fighting with the dead fish in this place, can they get up and talk about it, waiting to mow the grass for Li Yu Wushuan? Yuan Shang, come here. Yuan Shang, who was in a complicated mood, was shocked when he heard the voice that sounded like a nightmare. Big sir. Give me some power from the abyss, Bellis said. Yuan Shang raised his head in confusion, hesitated for a while, and then said, "My lord, the abyss is very dangerous, if it is not handled properly. This strong man named Bellis is an important guest of Her Highness the Princess. If you are not careful, let the abyss be eroded. Even if he was tied up, hung up and beaten by His Royal Highness the Princess afterwards, I'm afraid it would not be able to make up for this mistake. Yuan Shang, you don't want to, Ying's subordinates, go to Liu's immortal to fight now." Seeing Yuan Shang's hesitation, Bellis said calmly, "Or, do you think the abyss will affect me?" "No, dare not." Yuan Shang shook his head quickly. "Just kidding, this is a ruthless person who can destroy more than 100 main forces of the abyssal cult by throwing a stone without even moving." Abyss turned the power of the abyss into a cloud of black mist, and then slowly pushed towards Bellis' position. Pushing and saying, You must be careful. If there is anything abnormal, tell me immediately, maybe I can do something to remedy it." Okay, I see." Looking at the black mist in her hand, and hearing Yuan Shang's worried tone like an old lady, Bellis was speechless for a while. Abyss. What is so special about the abyss that will make heaven fearful? Put your spiritual power into the black mist in your palm. Moment. There was a gloomy chill. Oh, it's interesting, don't look directly at it, the harbinger of destruction. After a while, Bellis withdrew her infiltrated mental power perception. Stretching out the fingers of his left hand, he flicked a few times on the black mist held by his right palm. Go with. Gently pull upwards with your fingers. In the black mist, countless tiny water droplets floated up. These dense water droplets flew towards the members of the abyss cult who fell to the ground, drop by drop into their bodies. In less than a few seconds, the members of the abyss cult who were panting, roaring and wailing slightly got up slowly. The chaotic and weak breath also returned to a normal state. At this time, the black abyss black mist held by Bellis also shrank to the size of only 3 fingers. Bailisi shifted her eyes slightly, looked at the members of the abyss cult who were a bit reserved, and said, "Before your Highness Princess returns, it's okay to listen to me, right?" The smile on the corner of the white-haired girl's mouth, the members of the abyss cult, seemed to be seeing a demon. They reacted quickly. Those who couldn't speak whined and shook their heads quickly, while those who could speak answered noisily and non-stop, "No, no problem." "Well, you see, isn't this easy to solve? Your smiles are much more gentle now." Members of the abyss cult. Okay, do what Ying asked you to do, and let's go." Bailisi waved her hand, indicating that the group of people should get down to business. After everyone from the abyss cult left, Ying's eyes turned to the abyss of fire singer standing beside her. "Yuan Shang, Ying seems to like you very much." Yuan Shang's heart skipped a beat. I don't know why this moody adult said such a thing. But I still thought about it for a moment, and replied respectfully, "It is our honor to be able to serve Her Royal Highness the Princess." Do you want to become stronger?" Bellis continued without giving Yuan Shang time to think, "I still have a little black mist of the abyss in my hand. Speaking of which, I just modified it a little bit. You can also see that just consuming a little bit can restore other religious members. Even if it is the Golden King beast, it only consumes a little more." Bellis looked at the black mist of the abyss floating in her palm and was pressed into a spherical shape, and said calmly, "Yuan Shang, I'll give you the rest, do you want it?" "This. I am a civil servant, and fighting is not what I am good at." Yuan Shang had a constipated expression on his face. Although he doesn't know what this person just added to the black mist of the abyss, which can restore the strength of all members of the abyss, but he doubts that excessive inhalation of this black mist may have great consequences for the existence of the abyss itself. Chapter 43 Yuan Shang's Hobby, the Unstoppable Ying. "Well, don't you want it?" Bellis didn't force it, and said quietly, "If this is the case, Ying may be very disappointed." The purpose of her asking me to come here is to stop Morux, but she may not want me to understand the abyss. Cursed thing. It's just that she didn't say it, or she didn't think she could afford the price for me to make a direct move. Bellis paused, looked up at Yuan Shang with a troubled face, and said calmly, "From your eyes, I'm afraid you can tell that I am much better than Ying, and even better than your teacher. The goal of the regiment is also much stronger. Of course, the me here is not the main body, but to this world, how much difference does it make if I am the main body?" Listening to Bellis' leisurely words, Yuan Shang was silent for a while, then smiled wryly and said, "You've already talked about this, do I have any other choice?" "Yes, I didn't force you, you did it voluntarily, didn't you?" Yuan Shang. MMP has wood. Yuan Shang. Bellis raised the corners of her mouth, "Speaking of which, don't you really like to enjoy the burning and whipping feeling? This is a very good opportunity. Moreover, even if something happens, I can save you. Of course, accidents may occasionally appear." The black mist floated to the tip of the index finger, and Bellis shook it lightly. "If you refuse, I'll clear it up." The analysis of the power of the abyss is just a whim of Bellis, and it doesn't matter if the goal is not achieved. "I'm just a fringe figure in the sect, but for Her Royal Highness. Yuan Shang is arrogant, and the whole person seems to be full of holiness. Abyss, fear nothing." "Very well, no wonder Ying likes you." Bellis flicked her finger lightly, and the cloud of black mist flew towards the abyss with a swoosh. Yuan Shang didn't even have time to react, and the black mist penetrated from his chest into his body. "Enjoy it, Yuan Shang." Bellis waved her hand and set off a whirlwind, blowing the abyss a little farther, lest he shout too loudly later and disturb her ears. "It seems that there is nothing to do, let's start the live broadcast." Bellis skillfully entered the chat group. Ding, the leader of the group, the #1 princess in the world, started the live broadcast. "Hello everyone, I'm currently in the Tibet continent, which is the world Ying is currently living in." Bellis waved to everyone in the group. "Uchiha Madara, group leader, are you dressed so formally today?" "Ma Kangyi Wang, this is the group leader? Very dignified, feels a bit like my mother." Page 43. The #1 princess in the world. "I'll just wear a god of destruction suit, that's all you think of?" I always feel that there is some kind of ambiguity in the words of these two guys. Also, Ma Kangyi Wang, you are a great onmyoji, don't just recognize your mother. I don't have such a 1,000-year-old son, even if you have been reincarnated, it won't work. The #1 princess in the world, ahem, please don't be so weird if you pay attention, and there may be a battle later. I know that some people in the group like this kind of blood-boiling thing very much. Uchiha Madara, fight? Group leader, or Ying? The #1 princess in the world, my side may not be able to fight, but Ying will definitely have one. She will broadcast live later, and Ying will fight Ozer. Spider, is it the previous demon god Ozer? Speaking of which, the transparent and smooth shape looks a bit like tentacles. The #1 princess in the world. Spider, you can always find the Huadian. The Abyss princess fights against each other. Ahem, this kind of exciting scene can be seen without paying. Fluorescent. Still mining with a single-handed sword and lifting the seal of Ozer, a certain Abyss princess Ying, who did not want to be named, almost threw her weapon out when she heard what the spider said. Ying buried her head in the mining business, and kept talking to herself, I'm not angry, why am I angry with a spider? No matter who the spider was before, but now it is a spider, the spider's thoughts must be more or less normal, so we can't be too fussy. A sword cut off the huge night mooring stone pattern in front of her. Ying was still a little bit estranged. Orsal equals tentacles, Ying equal to the protagonist. Ying touches. Bah, how could such a thing happen? By the way, what is the group leader doing? The time to lift the seal was very boring, so Ying subconsciously entered the group owner's live broadcast room. Fluorescent. What? How does it feel like the sound of some kind of creature in heat? The number one princess in the world, don't get me wrong, this is not me, it's the one named Yuan Shang, and I don't know why his name is so different. The number one princess in the world, by the way, that person named Yuan Shang is Ying's subordinate. Ying's mind slowly typed A. No, although Yuan Shang is a bit abnormal sometimes, he shouldn't shout like that. Still, what did you do to him? Ying put her gaze on the live broadcast. On the other side, Bellis was quite speechless. In order to analyze the ins and outs clearly, Bellis had to approach Yuan Shang. After all, the name of this product is really a bit eye-catching. If she doesn't analyze it clearly, the majesty of her group leader will be gone. Later, when the group members mentioned the group leader, the first thing they thought of was the howling sound of a certain male creature with hot eyes. Bellis's scalp was numb, and she pointed to the abyss singer abyss 10 meters away. Here, it's this guy who shouted, not me, please don't get me wrong. After finishing speaking, Bellis felt weird. Why did she have to explain something in particular? Is it superfluous? At this time, the dark abyss energy continuously escaped from Yuan Shang's body. Yuan Shang hugged his body with both hands, rolling back and forth on the ground. From time to time, a slightly moaning gasp came out of his mouth. Ying, group leader, what did you do to Yuan Shang? The voice from Yuan Shang through the live broadcast made the always calm Princess Ying almost lose her temper, it was too irritating for her eyes. The number one princess in the world, I modified the abyssal energy in him a little bit, and touched the curse in his body by the way, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ying, can he still live? Ying still cherishes a knowledgeable and resourceful subordinate, even if his personality is more or less serious, but as long as this is ignored, it will not be a problem. The number one princess in the world, don't worry, he is also your subordinate, even if I do some experiments, I won't really kill him. The number one princess in the world, if Yuan Shang can survive, his strength will improve to a certain extent. Of course, how much he can improve depends on himself. Ying, this way, thank you. No matter how many powerful subordinates there are, Ying will never have too many. Time passed by minute. Pervading around Yuan Shang, the chaotic atmosphere began to gather, and Yuan Shang's painful wailing gradually weakened. Bellis sensed the gradually stabilizing power of the abyss in Yuan Shang's body, and nodded. Yes, the strength has been improved a lot. Although it was a whim, but if it fails, I will be a little unhappy. It's a pity that it's not the real body that comes to Tibet, but an unstable energy body. Bellis sighed. She can roughly understand the energy structure of the abyss, even the curse. But since it's not the main body descending, it's just an unstable energy body, it's impossible to completely analyze it. Moreover, the universe that exists in the Tibet continent is very different from the laws of the universe where she lives, and belongs to a universe of an imaginary number tree. Every world seems to hang on the bubbles of the tree of imaginary numbers. Chapter 44 The Abyss surrounds Liu. The clear sky suddenly turned dark. Ning Guang, who was working in Cunyu Pavilion, felt the faint depression, and couldn't help but looked up out of the window. Is it going to rain? Ning Guang whispered. This feeling made her a little uneasy. That direction seems to be Gaiun Pavilion. Ning Guangzia frowned, looking at the place where the water and the sky meet, which is currently covered by black clouds. Something has happened, Ning Guang. The door was opened, and a girl with blue hair and unicorn horns ran in panting. Gan Yu. Ning Guang was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw Gan Yu so flustered. If it was the past, Gan Yu would definitely report and get permission before coming in. Although she did not ask Gan Yu to do so, Gan Yu always obeyed the secretary's behavior and never offended. Did something happen? It's Ozer, the seal of Oser in Gaiun Pavilion has been completely lifted. Gan Yu's slightly panting voice became serious. What? Ning Guang stood up from his seat abruptly. Hasn't Ozer's seal been confirmed to be filled? Besides, what do you mean by completely removing the seal? Ning Guang couldn't help being nervous, and it took a lot of effort to seal the demon god who only leaked a little power. If it is completely unsealed, then... Ning Guang didn't dare to think about it. It's the message that the master sent to me through the communication talisman. Gan Yu said, Several other true monarchs, and the great sage conquering demons are heading to Gaiun Pavilion. The master said that Ozer's breaking the seal this time is very difficult, and it is very likely that it was the act of a demon god who was left behind on the mainland. There are only 3 true monarchs and the great sage conquering demons, isn't it? Ning Guang suppressed the panic in her heart, with worry in her tone. Hearing this, Gan Yu was silent for a while, and said, I heard from the master that they have already contacted that person. Well, then I can rest assured. Both of them knew who Gan Yu was talking about. In fact, after the Ozer incident ended, Ning Guang was basically sure that Emperor Yanwang was not dead. She consulted a lot of information to confirm her thoughts. For example, after the death of the demon god, it will turn a large area into a dead area. According to this calculation, Please Xiandian, the Lord of Hell who fell down, is a bit too small. Secondly, it is the attitude of the immortals. Do you want to say that these immortals care about Liu? In fact, it is not necessarily true. After all, they come and go, and they don't see each other once in many years. Most of the relationship is maintained by the contract. If the Rock King really fell, would the immortals still be able to talk to Kixing in such a friendly way and face Oja together? Even thinking about it, it seems unlikely. Today, she confirmed this indirectly from Gan Yu's mouth. Emperor Yanwang is still alive, but he doesn't know the reason for his retirement. Page 44. It's not good, Miss Ning Guang. The female secretary named Bai Shi ran in with a panicked expression. What happened? Ning Guang asked. Gan Yu's eyes also fell on Bai Shi. Yes, it's the Abyss cult. Bai Shi took a breath and said hastily, the entire Liu city is surrounded by the Abyss cult. Moreover, they only give in and don't give out. Are there any casualties? Ning Guang asked. Not currently, they just throw back all the people who went out of the city, but the people who entered the city are not hindered. Surround Liu. Gan Yu lowered his head and pondered, could it be Ozer released by the Abyss cult? By the way, since people can come here safely, can they find out the purpose of the Abyss cult? Ning Guang continued to ask. There is a scholar from Sumura who seems to know some information from the mouth of the Abyss religion, but I don't know if it is true. Bai Shi said. Bring him here, what's his name? It seems to be called Yuan Shang. Bai Shi left quickly, and not long after, a young man with a bookish air and a pair of glasses hanging from the bridge of his nose came in front of Ning Guang. Master Ning Guang, I heard that you have something to look for me. Yuan Shang performed a Sumurus etiquette to Ning Guang. Yes. Ning Guang nodded. I heard that you know from the Abyss what Liu is going to do when the Abyss surrounds you. You are so bold. Hearing this, Yuan Shang pushed up his glasses and said, seeking knowledge is the instinct of Sumi scholars. As a qualified scholar, one should not turn a blind eye to unknown things because of one's own fear. That is a blasphemy against knowledge. Ning Guang. I heard that Sumi scholars, many of them are Lengqing heads, she saw it today. What do you know from the Abyss? Ning Guang said, and let Bai Shi come forward. At this time, Bai Shi moved a treasure chest and put it in front of Yuan Shang. I know that scholars are short of funds, so as long as you tell me everything you know, the mora in this box is yours. However, if what I said is half false, then I can only ask this scholar, Mr. Qunyan, to go to the prison of Qunyan army for a while. snapped. The treasure chest was opened, and there were layers of golden mora shining inside. The relationship is good. If you have money but don't make money, you are a fool. Oh no, I mean, I can continue my research again. Yuan Shang said with a light cough. Ning Guang. Gan Yu. Bai Shi. This is a scholar, it simply refreshed their understanding of Sumeru scholars. Cough cough. Yuan Shang cleared his throat and began to explain, those abyss monsters said that they want to block Liu's entrance and exit, and won't let Liu's people leave. The reason seems to be related to Gaiun Pavilion. I don't know the specifics. I remember an abyss chant who said that something sealed in that place was the goal of the abyss. The target of the abyss? Several people present looked at each other in blank dismay. Right here, Keqing, Yelan, and Yan Fei followed to Cunya Pavilion. Ning Guang, what shall we do next? Kei Qing came to Ning Guang. Can you find out the approximate strength of abyss? Ning Guang looked at Yelan. Many, not only a large number of abyss mages, but also more than 10 abyss apostles and abyss chanters. Yelang said, if there is a fight, Li Yukong is afraid. The breath of the abyss is deadly poison to ordinary people. Even the holder of the God's Eye will be very bad under the erosion of the power of the abyss for a long time. There is no sign of abyss doing anything so far, and I just let the Qinyan army monitor them. Kei Qing also said. After listening to Keqing and Yelan's reports, Ning Guang turned his eyes to Yan Fei and said, what's the opinion of the Xian family? The person Ning Guang said was Grandma Ping. I don't have any complaints, I just came to take a look. With the sudden sound, Ning Guang and the others couldn't help but look into the distance, only to see an old man with grey hair walking slowly, holding a strange teapot in his hand. You guys, stay away from that abyss guest, otherwise it may be very dangerous. Chapter 45 The Powerful Clerk, Yuan Gamai. What? Grandma Ping's words surprised everyone. Abyss, who is Abyss? With a swish, everyone's eyes turned to one direction, and then quickly moved away from him. Who are you? You are not a scholar of Sumeru. Ning Guang's voice was quite serious. The young man, or the young man named Yuan Shang, stood up straight without haste, and with a wave of his hand, put away a certain box of mora that belonged to him. G. Abyss faded away, revealing the appearance of the singer of the Abyss of Fire. He glanced at Grandma Ping who was standing with everyone, as expected of Liu's fairy, there are indeed 2 brushes. I thought I could hide it perfectly, but I didn't expect to be discovered. Seeing a group of God's Eye owners surrounding him, Yuan Shang was not in a hurry. He spoke again, what I told you just now is also true, our goal in the abyss is only the demon god Ozer. Of course, if you Liu want to go to war, we can also accompany you to the end. Humph, just relying on these members of the abyssal sect outside to want to destroy Liu, you are too naive, aren't you? Ning Guang said coldly. Hehe, your whole cards are those immortals who don't care about world affairs, or that warrior god Morux. Oh, now society is useless. What Yuan Shang said almost made the people present feel a little overwhelmed. Morux, Valkyrie, that's fine. Morux equals Zhongli, Zhongli equals social waste. So who is Zhongli? Could it be the guest of the past life hall? It seems that if it was him, he could indeed use this title well, a social wretch. Yuchi Keqing was so startled that he almost lost his grip on the sword in his hand. Meow meow meow. What nonsense is this abyss chanter talking about? The Emperor Yan Wang is not dead, but Zhongli? She knew Zhongli, she was a proper Daijun black just like her. Hehe, don't think about it, they can't save you. Yuan Shang sneered, the immortal you expect has been blocked by us from Gaiun Pavilion. And Morux, the rock god you have placed high hopes on, can't jump in front of that existence at all. What are you talking about, Abyss? You are not allowed to belittle the Emperor. Kei Qing rushed out first, the weapon in his hand sparkled with lightning. Wait, Keqing. Ning Guang wanted to pull Keqing back, but she was a step too late. Electric light is like me, cutting all the mess. The extreme anger caused Keqing's elemental explosion gauge to quickly fill up. The elemental explosion of the Eye of God is just something left over from our abyss play. Watching Keqing transform into countless sword shadows, howling and stabbing towards him. Yuan Shang just stretched out his hand and grabbed it forward. Bang! The sound of metal crashing. Yuan Shang grabbed Keqing, who was attacking from before him, and turned into an afterimage. More precisely, he grabbed the one-handed sword Keqing was wielding. Keqing was stagnant in mid-air. The two cats stared wide-eyed. No, it's impossible. Her elemental explosion was easily interrupted. Keqing, get out of the way. Ning Guang's voice came from behind. Keqing sensed the strong rock elemental fluctuations, immediately gave up her weapon and dodged far away. Heavenly power collapses jade. Dozens of rock attribute gems struck the abyss from different directions. Yuan Shang did not dodge or dodge, the hand holding the blade shook lightly, and the sword picked up a sword flower. Fuigami held the hilt of the one-handed sword. As a clerk, you must also know some martial arts, otherwise it will be difficult to make a living in the abyss. Dang 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 a few times. The sword in Admiral Yuan's hand danced quickly, almost without missing a beat, blocking the gemstones released by the burst of condensed light elements. Page 45. It's so simple. Ning Guang also showed a shocked expression on his face. I can't help but feel a little appalled. Is this abyssal creature called Abyssaler so powerful? Outside Liu, there seemed to be more than a dozen others of similar appearance. Moreover, from Yuan Shang's mouth, they also knew that not only the immortals were blocked by the abyss, but even the Emperor Yan Wang was stopped. Second, get these done. Abyss still has the strength to lift the seal of Ozer, and it is likely that he is still fighting Ozer. The abyss is so powerful, does Liu still have hope? Liu Keqing, your strength is not very good, you can't even beat me, a marginal clerk of the sect, hey. There was a hint of regret in Yuan Shang's tone. Then, he casually threw the one-handed sword in Keqing's direction. Among the people present, except for Grandma Ping and Gan Yu, they didn't react at all. The one-handed rapier had already been inserted into the ground in front of Keqing, and half of it was sunk into the floor of Cunyu Pavilion. Why, this fairy Liu, and Miss Kylan, as long as we don't run around before our highness finishes taking Ozer, we won't take any action against Liu. I'm a clerk, and I don't like fighting, it's because I'm out of style. Yuan Shang squinted his eyes, looked at the teapot in Grandma Ping's hand, and said with a smile, you are hesitating, do you want to seal me with what you hold? Are you worried that you won't be able to seal it, or are you worried that you won't be able to seal it? Grandma Ping didn't speak, and the vicissitudes in her eyes were a little profound. After a long time, she sighed. Liu will follow the agreement and will not go beyond the abyss, but please do what you say. Otherwise, if the fish dies and the net breaks, you will not have a good time. Of course, our abyss can abide by the agreement better than you humans and immortals. After Yuan Shang finished speaking, he grabbed behind him. An elliptical portal appears. Before entering the portal, Yuan Shang said with a smile, don't worry, it won't be too long, up to 3 hours, and everything will be settled. The portal of the abyss slowly disappears as the abyss enters. Grandma, you. Yan Fei wanted to say something. Grandma Ping shook her head, I don't have the confidence to keep him. The power of the abyss in the other party is even dozens of times that of ordinary abyss chanters. Wait, just wait for 3 hours. Our primary purpose now is to ensure the safety of everyone in Liu. Grandma Ping stepped forward and apologized to Ning Guang, I'm sorry Ning Guang, this old man made a decision for you without authorization. It was originally planned to be ruled by people, but now it has become nondescript, especially when Yuan Shang exited, everyone present knew that Yan Wang Daijun was not dead, and his identity was still Zhongli, the guest of the past life hall. No, even if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have made a similar decision. Ning Guang shook her head and said. The direction of Gaiun Pavilion. Two-digit Abyss Apostle, Abyss Chanter, and Shell Knight block the way of several immortals. As the battle progressed, Abyssal Apostles and Abyssal Knights were constantly killed by the immortals. However, the state of the immortals is not very good, especially the great sage conquering demons. His eyes were red, affected by the power of the abyss. He had a faint tendency to go berserk. We can't deal with the Golden King Beast at all in a short time. True monarch Liu Yun borrowed the wind to watch the Golden King Beast that was nearly 1,000 meters away. The strength of the Golden King Beast is much stronger than that of them alone, and they can only be suppressed together. The most frightening thing is the resilience of the Golden King Beast, and the more terrifying Abyss rules than other Abyss members, even their immortal power can be eroded. Has the Emperor not come yet? True monarch La Shui Daishan asked anxiously. Although there are not many enemies, there are only 3 or 4 Abyss Apostles and a dozen or so Abyss Mages left. But the problem is, this Golden Dragon Beast is the stumbling block in front of it. If this continues, it may not be possible to defeat the opponent. Perhaps as the influence of the Abyss aura intensifies, they may all perish. The Emperor has a message. Zhenjun Moon-Cutting and Zhu Yang said suddenly, then his voice paused, and his brows frowned. What's the matter? Liu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjun to avoid an attack from the Golden King Beast, and asked the silent Zhenjun Moon-Cutting and Zhu Yang, say, you are talking, where is the Emperor? Master Daijun, we are blocked by the enemy and cannot get out temporarily. We can only find a way by ourselves. Impossible, the Emperor is invincible in the world. Could it be that the 7 rulers of the world have joined hands with the Abyss? Lu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjun to refute loudly. Chapter 46 Abyss Princess Ying, Fighting Ozer. On the Teyvat continent, the battle continued in full swing. In the chat group, the live broadcast also caused everyone's adrenal glands to rise sharply. Compared to the live broadcast of the group owner, Ying, and Touch, oh no, the battle with Ozer is more entertaining. Most of the group members are watching Ying Ying's live video. At this time, the location near Gaiun Pavilion. Ozer was completely unblocked. The huge body stands on the sea. 5 snake-like heads protruded high, and the azure body became more solid, not at all the weak state that it was when it attacked Lai Weigang. Roar! Just a roar, just the sound waves, set off huge waves hundreds of meters above the sea. Ying waved the weapon in her hand and swept lightly at the oncoming tsunami. Breath of wind. A giant tornado instantly swallowed up the -meter tsunami. Under the diffusion of the wind element, the wind tornado immediately turned into a waterspout and rushed towards Ozer. Human, you pissed me off. Ozer has already recognized that the blonde girl in front of him is the blonde hair that cut off Li Yu's head when he attacked Li Yu earlier. Ozer's 5 heads opened their mouths at the same time, and began to gather skills. The extremely compressed water polo appeared on Ozer's mouth at the same time. He didn't dodge or avoid the waterspout in front of him, intending to break it with force. Desolate Starfall. A rock with a radius of 800 meters suddenly appeared above Ozer's head, and Ozer had no time to react. I just felt that the 5 foreheads were hit hard. The heavy rocks threw half of Ozer's body into the water. The skills that have not been fully condensed, exploded in his mouth at this moment, blasting him to pieces. Asshole! Ozer wailed, and only had time to say 2 words. Zi zi zi, zi zi zi. The wind stirred, forming a water tornado under the moisture of the water, and it arrived. With the spread of the wind and water, Ozer's huge body was continuously cut. Ying was dressed in a white dress, her eyes were indifferent. The weapon in his hand, on the blade, emits a green luster. With a soft drink, Yanko is like a flower. A mushroom-like lotus flower appeared above Ozer's head. The sea water was slowly dyed green, and a grass attribute field was instantly formed within a range of several kilometers. Woohoo! At this moment, Ozer was howling incessantly. Various elements hit the body, as if being lingering. Ozer made all his might, ready to rise. However, he felt that the entire sky was suddenly covered by fire and thunder attributes. How is it possible, mere human beings, how can they have so many attributes? Ozer exclaimed in disbelief, and even the pain sensation on his body became slightly weaker. In the beginning, the opponent fought her with water attributes, but then seemed to feel that she had no advantage, so they used wind attributes, and then they used rock attributes and grass attributes. Now, he even felt the thunder and fire attributed power from the other party. Could it be that the other party has the power of all the elements? The sword in Ying's hand glowed with flames, but lightning flashed around her body. This horrified Ozer, and even showed fear. Ozer, you are too strong, you need to be sealed, and I will use your power in the future. Fluorescence turned into a flash of lightning, the speed almost surpassing Ozer's perception. Ozer had 5 heads and 10 eyes, and only saw a flame passing by. Page 46. Immediately afterwards, Ozer's body was engulfed by thunder and fire. Boom! The sea kept rolling. Accompanied by the evaporation of seawater, the bursting of grass seeds, the electric shock of thunder water, the overload of thunder fire, and the splashing of rocks. The sea area of dozens of kilometers was in a mess. After the explosion, Ozer's body shrunk a lot. It floated quietly on the surface of the sea, and the eyes of the 5 heads all raised circles. It took a little while. Ying took out the Cheng-Ge pot, and threw it at Ozer's forehead. Bang! Brother Cheng released a red light from the mouth of the jug, covering Ozer's huge body. After a while, Ozer's body shrank rapidly, and was completely sucked into the jug by the red light. I don't know how the group leader is doing. Ying wanted to ask the chat group about the situation, but suddenly noticed the direction of Gaiun Pavilion, and it seemed that the main force of the abyss she brought was about to be wiped out by the group. Moreover, he also sensed the breath of a familiar 7th worldly ruler. Ying thought for a while and turned off the live broadcast. Open the space portal and planned to go to Gaiun Pavilion to see the situation first. At this time, in the chat group, Jerf, sure enough, I'm almost far away, as expected of Senior Ying. Irina, I really want to learn, they all look like powerful moves. Spider, such a big demon god was put into the pot, amazing. If I can have this pot, maybe I can catch the Devil King in one go. The full-body demon god Ozer is very strong, but Ying can defeat him, and everyone has expected it, so the focus has become more and more strange. Captain of the 5th Division, is it the Tibet continent? I really want to go and have a look. The only unusual one is Aizen Koyusuk, the captain of a certain 5th team. From Ying's live broadcast, I saw a brand new version that I had never imagined. That is different from the Spirit King system, elemental power. Outside Gaiun Pavilion, somewhere in the vast sea, the great sage conquering demons dodged the attack of the Abyss Apostle, and with a flick of Hipuyuan in his hand, he pierced through the nearby fire Abyss Mage. Every time he kills, the karma on Mandrill's body will become more and more serious, and will be contaminated by the power of the Abyss. Woo-ah! He covered his head, his face was pale, and he couldn't even hold the weapon. Die, Liu's immortal! An Abyss chanter saw a flaw and used the power of the Abyss to launch a surprise attack. Elf! The Liu 3 immortals, because they wanted to contain the Golden King beast, did not expect the great sage conquering demons to be in such a severe state, and there was no time to rescue them. Seeing that Mandrill was about to be killed by the Abyss, the 3 immortals were in a hurry. Roar the Golden King beast took advantage of the confusion in the cooperation of the Liu 3 immortals, broke through their blockade, spouted a terrifying ray from its mouth, and repelled the 3 of them. After the Sangxian was repelled, he ignored the Golden King beast and went to rescue Mandrill first. But it was a little late after all. Let the wind guide you. The melodious tune came faintly from afar. This familiar voice. Mandrill's chaotic consciousness gradually became clear. The karma that was about to explode was also stabilized by the tune. He swung Puyuan and played a mid-air kick. Bang! At the critical moment, he knocked the abyss chant who had cut off his head into the air. Hey! Mandrill panted heavily, with tiredness in his eyes. He glanced into the distance from the corner of his eye. I didn't expect that person will come. Is it the Emperor's arrangement? Several Liu immortals also noticed the music that appeared suddenly. In the sky, a green dot is approaching rapidly. In a few seconds, Tuolin, the dragon of the east wind, swooped down with the power of the wind and came before everyone's eyes. With the blessing of the wind buff and the inertia of the dive, he swung his tail towards the Golden King beast. Boom! Gold felt uncomfortable and flew upside down, and even the two abyss mages beside the Golden King beast were slapped to ashes under the attack of the dragon's tail. Behind Tuerin, the boy with a musical instrument jumped down. I'm not late. The young man said with a smile to Liu and the others. Thank you very much for your help, Lord Barbatos. Mandrill nodded gratefully. If it hadn't been for the arrival of Feng Shen, I am afraid that he would have hated it just now. It's not necessary. Wendy shook her head. I heard the old man begging for help before, so I asked Tuolin to drive me here. Looking at Liu's people who were all injured, even seriously injured, Wendy looked at the members of the Abyss cult opposite, especially the Golden King beast. At this time, the Golden King beast was slapped by Tuolin, but came back unscathed. Wendy murmured, does the Abyss cult actually have such strength? Chapter 47 Fengshen's Rescue, Meeting with Ying. Wendy was quite surprised by the strength of Abyss. When he came to support, he made a special trip to Liu. Then, it was discovered that the Abyss cult had surrounded Liu heavily, only giving in but not giving out. Also saw a particularly powerful Abyss chanter. In terms of strength, it doesn't look much different from this Golden King beast. Knowing that Liu only gave in but not given out, Wendy walked in swaggeringly. Later, I learned the ins and outs of the matter from A Ping. Knowing that Liu's immortals were going to Gaiun Pavilion, Wendy set off immediately, and by the way, summoned Tuolin to be his thug. What? Liu only gives, not gives? Who is he, the dignified Feng Shen, one of the 7 rulers in the world? Mond, the bard who has won 3 consecutive championships, can just set up a card to stop him? So he quickly ran to Gaiun Pavilion. On the way of riding Tuerin, Wendy thought about whether to go to see the old man, but she felt it for a long time. He just gave up. Because, even as the god of wind, he can't perceive who the old man's enemy is with Qianfeng. This is completely undetectable. What can be discovered is that the old man is constantly throwing rock guns in a certain direction by himself, which seems to be the kind with full horsepower. Well, at this time Wendy has her heart. An enemy that even Morix seemed to be unable to defeat, and he could not perceive the existence of the opponent. Is it necessary to send it over there? No. After confirming the location of immortal Liu, don't worry about the old man anymore and let him seek his own blessings. Seeing the state of the Liu immortals and the Golden King beast, Wendy was a little confused. When did the Abyss cult have the ability to suppress Ozer and besiege Liu at the same time, so that Morix couldn't find the north, and even held back the Liu immortal? Your Majesty Feng Shen, we must defeat the abyssal cult as soon as possible. Liu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjun said, Ozer has been unsealed, we must seal him back before he fully recovers his strength, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Please help us. Wendy glanced at Zhenjun Zian He Liu Yun Bianfeng, and shook her head, there is no need for this. Just now Qianfeng told me that Ozer has been captured by the people of Abyss. What? Zhenjun Liu Yun borrowed wind and several other immortals turned pale with shock. Damn it, the Abyss moves so fast. How long has passed, and Ozer who was just released said nothing. Lord Fengshen, please help us to defeat these abysses. Since he was captured, he had no choice but to settle the matter in front of him first. Golden King Beast. Tuwaran was flying in the sky, wary of the opposite side. But Wendy did not agree. He pondered for a while, and said, I don't think there is any need to fight against the abyss. Wendy looked at the strength of this Golden King Beast. It was indeed no less than the magic dragon Dulan, and it was hard for the Liu immortals to block this guy for so long. Page 47. Why, Your Excellency Fengshen. Lu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjun. She was very puzzled. Even if Fengshen's strength hadn't fully recovered due to what happened 500 years ago, with them and the East Wind Dragon, it would be no problem at all to take down the Golden King Beast. It's useless, since Orsil is sealed, the one from the abyss may have come over. Wendy shook her head. The strength of the abyss is too terrifying, and they are not unfettered Lone Rangers now. The old man didn't know what was going on. Since the abyss said that it was only surrounded, let's talk about it later. Your Excellency Fengshen, as one of the 7 rulers of the world, what you said is not in line with your status. Zhenjun Moon Cutting and Building Sun said puzzled. Can the current abyss repeat the madness of 500 years ago? Fengshen? A guy who can leave his family behind for hundreds of years, how much guts do you think he has? Next to an abyss chant, an abyss portal appeared. A girl with blonde hair and white skirt stepped out of it. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their eyes to the portal. You are. The expression on Mandrill's face suddenly changed. The other immortals also reacted and recognized the identity of the comer. A blonde girl with the head of Ozer, the younger sister of the traveler, could be easily erased. Are you from the abyss? Mandrill's voice was a bit unkind. You should say that abyss is mine. Ying's expression was very indifferent. At this time, the 2 abyss chanters behind Ying knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Sorry, Your Highness, we tried our best, but we couldn't kill any Liu immortal. It's not your fault. Fengshen's appearance here is indeed a bit beyond my expectation. However, the plan has been completed, so there is no need to worry about it. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness, Your Royal Highness. The 2 abyss chanters stood up slowly, and they stood behind Ying, acting as Ying's bodyguards. Long time no see, Ying. Seeing Mandrill's tendency to attack, Wendy hastily stepped forward, stretched out her hand to stop her. Don't get excited, even in my heyday, I may not be her opponent. What? Wendy's words made Mandrill calm down. As expected, you still remember, haven't the memory been deleted? Wendy, no, Barbados, the wind god. Ying's eyes were very calm. No one thought about what happened 500 years ago. What's the point of saying this now? Ying interrupted the other party, and her own exclusive weapon appeared in her hand. I came to Gaiun Pavilion for Ozer, and now my goal has been achieved. Of course, if you want to start a war, I can accompany you to the end. Ying and Fengshen were at war, and Liu's immortals also became vigilant. For this ant in front of them, they actually felt the coercion no less than that of the emperor in his heyday. I don't want to fight with you, and I'm afraid I won't be your opponent now. Wendy said, not minding at all. Obviously you want to resist, but you are reluctant to give up. You who surrender to the wear and tear of heaven may only understand when you lose everything. I have nothing to say to you cowardly gods. Behind Ying, a large portal appeared. She signaled the people of the abyss cult to leave first. In less than a moment, Ying was the only one left outside the portal. But even so, none of the Liu immortals dared to attack. Ying was silent for a while, then said, Immortal Liu, what you shouldn't say, what you shouldn't do, don't do it, you can't stop me, including that martial god you respect. If you don't want Liu to become Kenria 500 years ago, you'd better keep this in mind. The sword held in Ying's hand emitted a purple-red abyss of light. After that, she turned around and walked into the portal without any scruples, as if she was not worried about being attacked by the enemy at all. After the portal slowly disappeared, true monarch Liu Yun Borrowing Wind's eyes turned red, and terrifying immortal power erupted around his body. Damn, what does this guy mean? Does he look down on us? Calm down. Wendy sighed. About Ying's matter, I will tell the old man later. What he wants to do is his business. However, I still warn you one thing, that is, how to treat Ying's brother, that traveler, what he did before, and what he will do in the future. The things involved in it are very complicated, and only a few people who are in charge of Dust World 7 are aware of this. After Wendy finished speaking, all the immortals in Liyue fell silent. They are not stupid, and they quickly sensed the purpose of Fengxian's words. After a long silence, he nodded seriously, agreeing with Fengxian's statement. Chapter 48 The Fight with Zhongli, if this counts as a fight. The same is the Tibet continent. The rock god Morux, or Zhongli, confronted a white-haired girl dressed as a pharaoh. Give up, Liyue's rock god, you can't even touch my qualifications, what's the point besides wasting power and increasing wear and tear? The blue eyes were very calm, and both of them were floating above the sea, but compared to Morux's chaotic appearance, Bellis was much more at ease. It was how it was when it came, and it is what it is now, nothing happened at all. As far as the eye can see, the entire sea surface is covered with dense rock spears, forming patches of small land. A rock, even if it is worn out, is still a rock. It may be hopeless, but it will never give up. Zhongli stood in the sky holding a rock gun. The will of the stone? It's a bit ridiculous. As a former martial god, what he believes in is not force, but illusory will. But under the absolute strength gap, how long can your will last? Bellis spread her hands and said, the target of the abyss is Ozer, and I won't let you disturb them. Zhongli raised the rock gun in his hand, and said in a firm voice, as far as general rationality is concerned, I may not have a chance of winning at all, but, some things must be done. The power of the rock attribute was condensed in the rock gun, and then it was thrown towards Bellis fiercely. The sound of piercing the sky even distorted the ripples in the space. The speed was so fast that it was in front of Bellis in the blink of an eye, and if it continued like this, it might be able to penetrate Bellis with one shot. For those so-called immortals. Stretching out a finger, he touched the tip of the rock spear that was about to hit him. Just lightly. The rock gun with a piercing speed just hovered quietly, and the purple destructive power quickly wrapped the entire rock gun. Almost the next second, the rock gun carrying the power of the majestic rock element turned into nothingness. For Zhongli, Beilizi can't talk about bad feelings, nor can I talk about good feelings. At most, Liu is somewhat similar to the place where she lived before she traveled. It is impossible for her to let the other party go, this is a matter of position. Of course, Beilizi didn't care much about killing Zhongli. By fighting against each other, she is analyzing the elemental power of this world. So Bellis was in no hurry. However, Zhongli opposite him didn't think so. Maybe it was because of the sound transmission. I heard the group of immortals say that what I encountered was the Golden King beast, so I couldn't calm down. Immaculate. Put a rock shield on himself. After condensing the rock gun in his hand, Zhongli rushed towards Beilizi again. Prick, pick, sweep. Every set of tricks is used superbly, playing with vigor and power. However, in the afterimage of the gun end, Bellis still easily dodged. No matter what Zhongli did, he couldn't stab the opponent even a tiny bit. When suddenly, Zhongli's arm holding the handle of the rock spear trembled. The strong impact was transmitted to the body along the handle of the gun. With a man and a gun, Zhongli, who is the god of rock, was knocked back 1,000 meters away, with a slight bloodstain on the corner of his mouth. Too strong. Zhongli's original rock-like composure could not help but waver at this time. With just one finger and a light tap, the shock transmitted through the handle of the gun not only broke his shield, but even injured him. Perhaps, I also know in my heart that he has no possibility of breakthrough, but he can't do nothing. Even, if the other party wants to kill him, he can do it in an instant. This kind of strength is probably far better than the sleeping one on Sky Island. Where did the abyss find such a monster? No, it should be said that such a powerful existence, how could it be possible to look at the abyss? I hope Barbados is more reliable. Whether as a god of rock or a god of war, Zhongli's combat power is top-notch in the 7 rulers of the world. But in terms of perception detection, it is not as good as that unreliable old friend. Page 48. Wind is freedom, and it also represents the perception of the wind element, which can penetrate into every hole. What do you abyss want Ozer to do? Zhongli knew that he was unlikely to have a chance to break through, so he calmed down and asked side-by-side questions during the attack, hoping to get some answers. The purpose of your contract with the fools before, and what the abyss did, are interlinked in terms of results. I mean, do you understand? Bellis dodged Zhongli's rock spear nimbly, and then said quietly, this plan of the abyss requires Ozer, so I came here uninvited. Sky Island. Where is your goal? Zhongli's voice was dignified, obviously he remembered what he was using for the heart of God he had traded with the executive officers of the fools, and then his voice changed. With your strength, it still needs to be so troublesome to deal with Sky Island. Bellis replied, I'm not the one who dealt with Sky Island, I'm just here to help. In other words, my purpose is to hold you back until the person in charge of the abyss catches Ozer, so you must stay here. Hearing this, Zhongli fell silent and distanced himself from both parties. He is going to use a move to move the sky, to see if he can find the other party's flaws. It seems that the matter has been finished. Bellis said suddenly. What? Zhongli was quite puzzled, he stopped preparing to gather energy, and looked at the other party. It's nothing, it's just that Ozer was caught, and my mission is complete. After saying this, Bellis disappeared in place. Dreadful fellow, has Orsil been taken? Zhongli looked at the place where Bellis was standing before disappearing, suddenly his mouth was sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pft! Cough cough. The wear and tear has increased. Bellis first used teleportation to go to Liu, picked up a group of members of the Abyss cult, and then teleported to the area where the barrier was created before. Lonely Cloud Pavilion. At this time, Ying was already standing in an empty area of Gaiun Pavilion protected by an enchantment, waiting for Bellis' return. After seeing Beilizi, Ying quickly stepped forward, put her hands in front of her body and thanked. Thank you, group leader. When Ying came to Gaiun Pavilion, she heard her subordinates say that everyone in the abyss was killed by Liu's immortal. If the group leader hadn't used some special power to revive everyone, I'm afraid few of them would be alive and kicking. At this time, the members of the abyss in Gaiun Pavilion are the same as when they came, and none of them is missing. Why are the members of the abyss who were killed by the Liu immortal alive? In fact, this is an attempt by Bellis. It is to imitate Izanaki with the law. The black mist of the abyss that entered the abyss before had this effect. If killed today, the law will activate. Turn all unfavorable factors, including death, into illusions. The dead members of the religious order will also return to the Gaiun Pavilion, where Bellis deliberately uses the ley lines to construct a real-time teleportation point for resurrection. Bellis' experiment is successful, as long as the strength does not reach the law level. Izanagi, who is similar to Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, will have an effect, but once he reaches the level of law, Izanagi will not be able to work. You don't have to thank me. As the group leader, it's normal to help the group members occasionally. Just remember to give me the things you traded. Beilizi readily accepted Ying's thanks. God's Eye. An abyss mage approached Ying and handed her 2 God's Eyes in his hand. Can't you activate it? Ying asked, with some concern in her voice. That's enough. I just need to verify the rules inside. Whether it is activated or not is completely unimportant to me. Bellis took the eye of God from Ying's hand. However, the second she touched the god's eye, the two dim god's eyes actually emitted light. Looking at the patterns that emerged, it was grass elements and thunder elements. Using the power of will to lock the upper limit is really a clumsy technique. A faint purple destructive power rose from Bellis. Almost a second after the two gods' eyes lit up, the gods' eyes dimmed again. Group leader. Ying looked at the group leader and asked with a little worry in her heart. It's nothing, the gift is very good, I'm very happy. Beilizi snapped her fingers, her body turned into a little light and drifted away in the wind, then see you next time, Ying. Chapter 49. Back to God of Destruction. Bellis looked at the two gods' eyes that were completely darkened. Sure enough, as written in some novels before time travel, the existence of God's eye is a kind of fuel reserve, but I don't know what kind of fuel this fuel belongs to. Is it the holder of the eye of God himself, or the wish reserved by the eye of God? The eye of God increases the lower limit of the individual, but also limits the upper limit. This upper limit is the mastery of multiple attributes, even including becoming a god in the Tibet continent. Well, getting two God's eyes is a rare gain. After thoroughly analyzing the composition of God's eyes with mental power, Bellis lost interest in these two things. However, although God's eye has a limited upper limit, it seems that it is not impossible to use it for some group members in the daily world. After all, not every sky island is looking at its reserve fuel. Bellis put the eye of God somewhere, and then opened the chat group. Speaking of which, fighting Moruks, well, if that counts as fighting. After that, Bellis closed the live broadcast room. I don't know what's going on in the group now. Bellis opened the chat group. Spider, your Cheng-Ge pot is so big, is there any more? Ying, this thing is difficult to make, mainly because the materials are difficult to find. My brother Cheng pot was exchanged when I was traveling in Tibet. Spider, hey, no more. Ying, no. Spider, it's so sad, I thought I could put the devil in it. Ying, how deep is your obsession with that demon king named Ariel over there? Spider, you don't know, the devil killed me twice, if I hadn't been smarter, I would have died long ago, woo woo woo, I want to catch her and train her well, whip and whip her, she. Fluorescent. I feel that yours is not hatred, but anger. The world's #1 princess, what are you going to do next, continue to shake the plan of Sky Island. Spider, hey? The group leader is also online, welcome to the group leader. The #1 princess in the world, why don't you go to level up soon, and wait to be killed by the devil for the third time? Spider, I am no longer afraid of the devil, and I have learned new skills, so she can't kill me now. Princess no. In the world, Spider, let me tell you something, the devil and Kyuli know each other. In other words, if she can't find you for a long time, she might go to Kyuli open the space portal. Spider, what? This is a foul. Chulai is a dragon god, an existence beyond the limitations of the system. If he wants to help the devil, he still has a way to survive? The #1 princess in the world, so, Spider, you have to work hard and don't slack off, or you will really become the devil's roasted spider one day. Spider, I'm going to level up now. The spider has taken it from his heart. The #1 princess in the world, are you there? Ying, the group leader here, did you just ask about the plan of the mechanical Ojael? Ying, to be honest, I'm still hesitating now, because my brother, just arrived at Deazuma, I want to wait for his strength to improve. Now, unlike in the original book, Ying has more choices when she joins the chat group. It is not very important to think about Ozer's plan to shake the island of the sky now. Ozer, although he looks a bit sorry for the audience, but he is barely qualified to be an ornamental fish. Instead of spending time on these things, it is better to improve your strength. Ying, from the chat group, rubbed a copy of the complete explanation of magic uploaded by Jeff. At this time, she was looking at the rubbed magic book with great interest. Elements and magic, in a sense, have certain commonality. Fairy tale world. Seeing that his original points were still a little short of 5,000, Jeff was trying to figure out where to get them. Then, I heard a voice from the chat group. Ying buys the rubbings of the complete solution of magic uploaded by you, and spends 2,000 points, and you will get 1/10 of the points. You got 200 points, now the points are 5,025. Seeing the 5,000 plus points on the points column in the chat group, Jeff's breathing became short of breath and his eyes turned red. It's enough, it's enough. Jeff has never said anything in the group. The moment he saw Dragon Ball, he had the idea of using Dragon Ball. Buy the right to use Dragon Ball. For the first time in 400 years, Jeff felt his heart pounding. Page 49. Ding, if the purchase is successful, you will get the right to use Dragon Ball once. The first use of Dragon Ball in the chat group will be broadcast live. Please find 7 stones of similar size to project the right to use the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball projection has the same effect as the Dragon Ball. It can be stored for 1 year. You can only make a wish once. After making a wish, the Dragon Ball projection will disappear. Note, any act of detecting and researching Dragon Ball will be regarded as disrespect to Dragon Ball, that is, the qualification for making a wish will be cancelled, and the points will not be refunded. Destroy the God Realm. Bellis also noticed that the Dragon Balls in the chat group were purchased. At first she thought it was Yewang or Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, it was still Jeff from Fairy Tail. The screen was broadcast live, and everyone squeezed in. It's related to Dragon Ball, and it will be of great benefit to see it in the future. Huira AI, is that the Dragon Ball? It looks very beautiful. Unlike what you saw in the picture, the 7 beads placed by Jeff made Habara even more determined to use the Dragon Balls to revive her sister. Uchiha Madara, I don't know how many points this guy spent buying Dragon Balls. Uchiha Madara thought about it, and Jeff did not announce how many points he needed to use Dragon Ball. Jerf, I need 5,000 points to be eligible to use Dragon Ball here, and I've been collecting points before. Uchiha Madara, oh, is it the same as the ninja world I am in? It seems to be a world that is not weak. Ma Keng Yewang, Dragon Ball wishing, let me see the power of Dragon Ball, is the group leader here? I have a question to ask. The number 1 princess in the world, yes, what do you want to ask? Ma Keng Yewang, about Dragon Ball, how many people can be resurrected at a time? The number 1 princess in the world, every time a Dragon Ball makes a wish, at most 1 dead person can be resurrected, and the number of resurrections is not limited. In other words, if the resurrected person dies again, he can be resurrected with the Dragon Ball. Ma Keng Yewang, oh, infinite resurrection? It's very interesting, but the number of resurrected people is a bit small. King Ma Kengye wanted to resurrect 2 places, one was his mother, and the other was his best friend. The world's number 1 princess, by the way, after each use of Dragon Ball, the points required for the next use of Dragon Ball will be doubled. Ma Kengye Wang. Habara AI. Fluorescent. Other people. Spider, who was still leveling, saw the chat information in the chat group, and subconsciously typed a sentence on the public screen. Spider, wow, it's so profitable, it's so dark. A proper capitalist. Chapter 50 Divine Dragon. The number 1 princess in the world, I heard someone say bad things about me, you didn't level up well, and you actually peeked at the screen. Spider, I didn't say anything, I'm going to level up now. Oops, subconsciously sent the idea to the screen, but was caught on the spot. Before he recovered in a hurry, another sentence popped up on the public screen of the chat group. The #1 princess in the world, you are right, Spider-Man. Spider, hey. The spider's face was full of confusion. What happened to the group leader? He actually admitted it himself. The #1 princess in the world, the reason why I sent Dragon Balls to the group, in fact, many people can guess, and more than half of the people in the group know the reason. Spider, hey, really? Why don't I know? Am I stupid? No, I will never admit this. The #1 princess in the world. How do you want me to answer this? Ying, it's the law. If I'm not mistaken, the group owner uses the chat group point exchange method to observe the laws of each world. There may be similar reasons for the appearance of Dragon Ball. Ying wrote this sentence, hesitating for a long time before posting it. In fact, when I bought the magic book written by Jeff, I already had this idea in my mind. Let's put it this way, where do the items uploaded to the chat group go? The answer is, it must be with the group owner. So based on this inference, the use of Dragon Ball is self-evident. After all, how did the majestic points come from? It must be changed. Every time you use it, you have to empty out the wealth of the group members. Whether it is for Dragon Balls or for items in other worlds, points are hard currency. Even if the leaks are cut, most of the group members will be willing. Makang Yuang, it turns out that's the case. Thinking about it carefully, it's quite meaningful. Uchiha Madara, as expected of being the leader of the group, as expected, well, you have a good face. After holding back for a few seconds, Uchiha Madara, who is not well educated, squeezed out 2 words. The #1 princess in the world. These big villains really know everything. Except spiders. It seems that there is also Aizen Soyajuk coming, forget it, it's strange that he didn't expect it. Jerf, being a person and doing things, don't look at what she thinks, but what she does. Being able to redeem the right to use Dragon Balls can make up for our past regrets. In this regard, I support the group owner. Worried about the group leader running away, he took back the Dragon Balls. He hasn't made a wish yet, so he must flatter him from the bottom of his heart. The #1 princess in the world, there's no need to whitewash, I'm here to cut leaks, and you are all willing, isn't everyone happy? Jerf, well, what the group leader said is right, what the group leader said is wonderful, what the group leader said makes sense. The #1 princess in the world. You don't even need moral integrity, are you still worried that I won't make a wish for you? Fairy tale world. Jeff sets up the Dragon Balls. He clasped his hands together and bowed towards Dragon Ball. Respect, you must maintain respect, even if it's not necessary. Jeff could think in his heart. Then Jeff opened his eyes. Come out, Shenlong. The resonance of Dragon Ball accelerated, and the light kept flickering. Immediately afterwards, the sky darkened, and the entire Sirius Island was shrouded in thick black clouds. The area covered by the dark cloud is not too large, and it has not spread to the entire world. According to Bellis, isn't it just a wish? It's like the end of the world, what are you going to do? It would be nice to have a sense of ceremony. Therefore, the range of clouds is slightly larger than the area of Sirius Island. The Dragon Ball on the ground emitted golden lightning that instantly penetrated the clouds. A moment later, a red dragon tail snaked around in dense dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, a huge dragon's head broke through the clouds and swooped down. Accompanied by lightning and thunder in the sky, the giant dragon slowly fell below the clouds. The red dragon scales shone brightly under the dark sky. With a dragon chant, the majestic dragon came to Zeref and said in a sonorous voice, "Those who have collected all the Dragon Balls, tell your wish, no matter what wish, I can help you realize it." Spider, that's Shenlong? It looks so majestic, but I don't know if it's delicious or not. The #1 princess in the world, can't you think of anything else besides eating? Tired, what is the brain circuit of this spider? You are a spider, not a pig, you want to eat every day, so you are not afraid of dying one day? Captain of the 5th team, Dragon Ball, where any wish can come true, is amazing. In the 5th team's dormitory, Lan Ran was playing with the Bengaiyu in his hand, and the lenses in front of his eyes were shining with white light. I don't know if Bengaiyu can be perfectly evolved. Uchiha Madara, if in another world, can I use someone else's Dragon Ball? Worlds no. Princess, I know what you want to ask, and I tell you clearly that it is impossible, don't try to be opportunistic. Being a Dragon Ball in the world can only be effective for group members in the current world. The number 1 princess in the world, for example, if you fancy the world where Huiwen Ai lives, and want to make a deal with her and ask her to resurrect you with Dragon Balls, that won't work. Even if you can travel to her world, Dragon Ball can't bring you back to life. Someone must have thought of opportunism, so Baileys set up the rules in advance. Otherwise, the wishing of Dragon Ball will be messed up. Maybe one day group members can travel through, and some powerful group members will go to the group members in the daily world and ask them to volunteer to help make wishes. Uchiha Madara, as expected of being the leader of the group, he does everything without leaking, which is admirable. The number 1 princess in the world, look at the wish, I'm not Senshou Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Does this have something to do with whether you have a dime in Qianzhou? Page 50. Jeff looked at the blood-red dragon hovering high in the sky and circling. I even felt that the curse on my body had spread over there, but even the power of the curse didn't seem to have any effect on Shenlong. This shocked Jeff. The dragon created by the leader Belis is also far superior to the god who cursed himself in terms of the use of laws? Tell me your wish. If you don't have a wish, then I will leave. And many more. Seeing that Shenlong was about to leave, Jeff shouted to stop. I have a wish, can you help me revive my brother? Your brother? Shenlong's body moved slowly, and the red light in his blood eyes shone on Jeff's body. After a while, the red light returned to Shenlong's eyes, and he said, your brother's incomplete soul merged with a creature named Atreus Nasdragneel. To revive your brother, you need 2 wishes. The first wish is to completely separate the part of Naz's soul that belongs to your brother, and then repair it. The second wish is to resurrect it completely. So, to revive your brother, 1 wish is not enough, you need to collect the Dragon Balls a second time. Shenlong spoke slowly, but Jeff frowned when he heard it. He looked at the exchange value of the Dragon Ball in the chat group and fell into deep thought. Before 5,000 points, now it becomes 10,000 points exchange points. God knows if this world can gather so many. Is there no other way? Jeff demanded. Yes, after making the first wish, I will replace the life and death controller of this world and become. Shenlong hadn't finished speaking. Those who blaspheme life and death will be cursed. The thick voice resounded throughout the Sirius island. A black halo descended from the sky with infinite coercion. This is... Jeff's pupils shrank suddenly. Even in the past 400 years, he would never forget the sound. Roll. A burst of scarlet arrogance erupted from Shenlong's body, and its power broke through the clouds and rushed straight into the sky. What? High in the sky, from nowhere, came a scream of bullying. Cut, no matter what your strength is, you don't have any B points in your heart, and you dare to curse you, Uncle Long, and you don't know how to live or die. Jeff. Chapter 51 Making a Wish, and newcomers joining the group. Irina, who was the screaming voice just now? Spider, I'm curious too. The number 1 princess in the world, curse Jeff of immortality, it seems to be a god called An. Hui Yuanai, that is to say, what kind of god was killed by the dragon made by the group leader? The world's number 1 princess, I don't know. Shenlong has a certain sense of autonomy, as long as it is within the boundaries, I don't bother to care about it. Maybe after group members make a wish 10 times or 8 times, she will take it out to clear away the negative energy, leave him alone, and treat it as a ruthless lawn mower. Well, cut the leaks. Spider, are you not afraid of its rebellion? The world's #1 princess, what are you afraid of? If you don't obey me, you can go back to the furnace and remake it. Anyway, the Dragon Ball I made this time, I always feel that there is something that doesn't match my personality. Spider. Fairy tale world. Jeff looked up, looking at the void in the sky that was gradually being filled by dark clouds. His eyes became sharp. Tell me your wish, is it to mend your brother's soul? Or to make another wish? Shenlong stared at Ziref and said, by the way, I will give you a suggestion. You can make a wish and let me help you. Get rid of the guy who just harassed my ears. God Salam. Jeff came back to his senses and said in response. Is it called this name? That's right, it's the God of An. It stands to reason that this kind of wish is not allowed, but that little god in the world actually attacked me and wanted to put a collar on me and curse me. Can you bear it? Shenlong said carelessly, that little god in the world acted too aggressively. I can activate Shenlong's unlimited right of self-defense, and fight back against him without death. However, there is a limit to the unlimited right of self-defense. Ben Long is upset now, yes, very upset. So. Jeff twitched the corner of his mouth, always feeling that the dragon was a little sick. You make a wish, let me kill him, so that under the condition of unlimited self-defense rights and wishes, I can kill this guy directly, and it is not a violation of the rules set by the creator. Shenlong grinned, his voice full of confidence. How about it, isn't it very exciting? The curse on you seems to be cast by that guy, I can take revenge for you. I don't want to avenge myself. I definitely don't want you to make such a wish because I want to mess with him. Absolutely not. May I ask, God Salam, what's the situation now? I'm afraid I won't be able to get up in 100 years. Shenlong said disdainfully, then glanced at Jeff. Even so, he is not something you can deal with now, so it is your best wish to let me kill the guy who cursed you. Of course, even if you kill him, the curse on you will take years to dissipate. But, I don't want to make this wish. Jeff shook his head. Okay, your wish is to kill, what? Shenlong was about to make a move to kill, but was slammed to the brakes by Jeff's voice. Then what is your wish? Hey, bad luck. Help me safely separate my brother's soul from Natsu's soul and repair it. Also, don't damage Naz, and then use a device that can store souls to install my brother's soul for me, and ensure that the curse in my body will not affect it. Shenlong, is such a wish okay? Jeff said clearly. From Shenlong's words, Ziref knew that the god Salam could not come out to be a demon for a long time. That said, he is safe. So it doesn't matter whether you kill Salam now or not. There are chat groups, and everyone in the group is talented. It is not impossible to break the curse of Salam within 100 years. So there is no need to waste wishes. Why don't you let your younger brother's soul be completely restored first? Are you sure you want to make this wish? Don't you regret it? A deep voice came from Shenlong's mouth, as if he wanted to confirm Ziref's wish, and in his tone, Ziref could vaguely hear a trace of resentment. Sure, can it be done? After Ziref's voice fell, Shenlong pondered for a moment, and a red light appeared in his eyes. This wish is very simple. After a while, a prismatic ornament appeared in Jeff's hand, which looked like a pendant. Your wish has been granted, goodbye. Shenlong's body faded rapidly. Covering Sirius Island, the black clouds slowly dissipated. In less than a while, Shenlong disappeared completely. There are only 7 stones that were deliberately polished into balls by Jeff on the ground, which are the wishing beads just now. But now they have become ordinary stones. Jeff held the prismatic crystal jewelry in both hands, his once confused eyes were now full of firmness. God Salam, before you recover enough to attack me, I will definitely resurrect my brother and have the strength to compete with you. The wish has been fulfilled. In the chat group, the discussion about Shenlong is still going on. Irina, this wishing dragon seems a little weird. Huira AI, the level of intelligence is too high, it looks like a living being, not like an intelligent program. Ying, the main thing is that temper, how should I put it, it's a bit speechless. Guide the wisher to make a wish and avenge himself, this dragon really has a personality. At this time, Jeff is also online. Jerf, thank you, the leader, I have already got my brother's soul, as long as I make another wish, I can bring him back to life. Jerf, group leader, is there a way to earn points quickly? The second time I use Dragon Ball, I need 10,000 points. I'm really worried that I won't be able to get them all. Uchiha Madara, 10,000 points, doubled? My side is still 5,000, just doubled after personal use. Ma Keng Ye Wang, I haven't changed here, just 5,000, it seems that it is indeed calculated according to the number of personal use. Before, he thought that the total number of times the Dragon Ball was used was doubled. The number 1 princess in the world, when the chat group is upgraded to level 3, there will be world quests. If you earn points, you don't have to worry too much. Page 51. Hi Hera AI, Group Leader, is there a way for a group member like me to earn points quickly? Huiwen AI has been worried about this, she doesn't have superpowers like other group members. Signing in once a month is a bit slow. I only got 10 points for signing in once before, which is pitifully small. World's number 3 princess, it's also a level 4869 chat group, which can sell items, etc. If the group members buy, you can also get points, such as app stash, you can choose to sell. The system will evaluate its value. The number 1 princess in the world, so, no matter if it's the everyday world or the extraordinary world, you don't have to worry. The number 1 princess in the world, in fact, the world you are in is an extraordinary world with magic, it is not ordinary. Habera AI. Extraordinary? How can there be such a thing? Did the group owner say something wrong? Could it be that Edogawa used modified sneakers to volley the ball? Or, his unscientific skateboarding skills and the aura of death are considered extraordinary? No matter which one feels wrong. Hui Yu and I just wanted to ask the group leader, when she heard a pleasant reminder. Ding, Avenger of the Koluta tribe, join the chat group. Ding, right Sharingan's Avengers, join the chat group. Chapter 52 There are already 2, Uchiha laughed wildly at the 4 masters. Madara Uchiha fishes every day, and after a notification sound came from the chat group, he subconsciously entered the working state. Uchiha Madara, welcome newcomers, I'm the group manager Uki, hey? Wait, Sharian. Seeing the new member, Uchiha Madara was suddenly stunned. Riding wheel I. Is it the Sharingan he knows? The world's number 1 princess, you 2 newcomers, welcome to join the group. I have sent group rules information to your consciousness. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I'm the group leader Berries. When Uchiha Madara was in a daze, Bellis took Uchiha Madara's words and introduced them to the group members. Uchiha Madara, group leader, please stop for a moment, can you wait for me to finish the question before introducing? Please please. At Avenger, what's your name, is it Uchiha? Uchiha Madara was anxious, and even interrupted the group leader a little recklessly. After all, he saw a living, possibly his own clan member enter the group. What does this mean? This shows that he is one step closer to resurrection, to his dream, and to eternal peace. However, for a long time in the past, neither of the 2 newcomers answered Uchiha Madara's question. In other words, both of them have extremely high vigilance. Hunter x Hunter World. The chat group allows me to have the power of revenge, is it true or not? Kurapika frowned, looking at the so-called chat group that he had just accidentally clicked on to confirm. After sorting out a large amount of information obtained in his mind, he was on alert while thinking. Finally got the answer. Don't be in a hurry, let's see the situation before we talk. Anyway, it's not him who asked Uchiha Madara. At this time, in the world of Naruto. In a dark snake cave. A pair of eye-catching 3-go jade riding wheel eyes are shining with red light. Crackling. An electric arc streaked across the 3 preceding targets. Bang sound. The 3 targets were smashed into pieces by lightning at the same time. Ashimaru's illusion. No matter what plan you have, it doesn't make sense in front of my eyes. The Avenger who wrote Sharingan, Ashimaru, you want to get me, so you use something on the table, mere illusion, and dare to play tricks in front of my eyes. Uchiha Madara. What, Orochimaru? One of the 3 disgraceful guys released by Hanzo during the Second Ninja World War? Konoha, one of the 5 great villages, is so downcast that he needs to be let go. He dares to call it the legendary Sunin. It's really shameless. Orochimaru. Konoha seems to have such a person. Uchiha Madara, I'm not that useless little guy, I'm Uchiha Madara, Uchiha's boy, what's your name? The Avenger of Sharingan, Ashimaru, come at me if you have any ability, don't pretend to be someone else's ancestor, you will only make me feel sick. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and Orochimaru actually whipped the corpse, and it was the corpse of Uchiha Madara, the most respected Uchiha clan. It's downright vicious. Uchiha Madara. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara slowly formed a well on his forehead. Meow meow. Uchiha Madara, the majestic ninja Shura, will one day prove to his tribe that he is Uchiha Madara. Prove I'm me? Uchiha Madara, boy, come to the arena, let's practice both hands, dare you. The Avenger of Sharingan, hee, I finally showed my chicken feet. I, Sasuke Uchiha, am afraid that you will fail. Any of your schemes and tricks are useless in front of Sharingan. Uchiha Madara enters the arena. The Avenger of Sharingan enters the arena. Destroying the God Realm, watching Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke fighting in the air. Bella's mouth twitched slightly. Is Uchiha Sasuke so brave? For the glory of Uchiha, he faced Uchiha Madara directly, and wanted to pull it out and beat him violently. 2 people in the same world. Interesting. Well, it looks like I can eat melons. 5 minutes later. Uchiha Madara was unscathed, refreshed, and went up to the 5th floor without any effort. Uchiha Sasuke's clothes were messy, and he fell to the ground in embarrassment, his legs and feet twitched and trembled. The live broadcast of the arena is closed. Uchiha Madara's education of Uchiha Sasuke's love made Uchiha Sasuke deeply understand the elders' respect for the younger generation. Uchiha Madara's every punch, every kick, and every Susanoo slash is filled with the love of the elders. In short, this battle ended with Uchiha Sasuke's defeat. At this time, in the chat group, everyone is very quiet, as if waiting to eat the melons of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, your name is Uchiha Sasuke, right? You just said that you are a descendant of Uchiha. Who are your parents? Hitting this little guy named Sasuke, he actually had the feeling of beating Kwana when he was a child. Uchiha Sasuke, my father is Uchiha Fugaku, and my mother is Uchiha Mikoto. Even if I say it, my ancestors may not know it. Uchiha Sasuke changed his previous nickname to his first name, which is regarded as respect for the elders of his clan. Uchiha Madara, Fuyu, Mikoto, so that's the case, you are their child. Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke, do you know my parents? How can it be, wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by Senju Hashirama? It's still in the Valley of the End, and the battle between him and Uchiha Madara just now. Well, if that can be counted as a battle. It's completely Uchiha Madara who is training him, otherwise it will be gone all at once. Especially the full body Susanoo. Unrivaled, the power of God. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke, you are still too young to understand the secrets of the ninja world. Even if I die, I am still alive and know far more than you. Do you think that Gai Senjujima can play well over me? Uchiha Madara, he is too stunned. If he could have listened to me a little bit back then, the ninja world would have come to peace. World War I, World War II, World War II and World War III were all his fault, so the tailed beast shouldn't have been separated. Sasuke Uki, is that so? Leaving from the training ground and returning to his bedroom, Uchiha Sasuke looked at the messages in the chat group and didn't know how to answer. Uchiha Madara, yes, I'm sorry, I'm off topic. When people get older, they tend to be nostalgic. Moreover, your appearance reminds me of my younger brother Kwana. Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke, you said before that you are a descendant of Uchiha, and you defected from Konoha. Could it be that Konoha's hand? Although he has no love for the Uchiha clan, but he will not take action to destroy the Uchiha. Page 52. What Uchiha Madara wants is peace, not nuclear peace, peace without people. Is it meaningful? So, conclusions can be drawn. The only one who can destroy Uchiha is the disciple of the evil trio who inherits the innate evil will of Senshou Tamona. Uchiha Sasuke, no, the one who killed Uchiha is my brother, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara. Nani? Not only Madara Uchiha, but even other melon-eating people who watched the screen in the group also had a big question mark floating above their heads. Except for a certain white-haired group leader, she is now considering whether to post the plot of Hokage. Because, after Uchiha Sasuke joined the group, there were more stereoscopic projection plots of Naruto and Boren biography in the attachment of the group owner. Chapter 53 Angel, Kessie. Well, do you want to post it? I'm a little hesitant. Bellis looked at the chat group, these two finally became relatives. Post it, will Sasuke and Madara tear their faces apart? In a sense, Madara and Uchiha exterminated the clan, and it really can't be said that it doesn't matter at all. After all, Obito is the representative of Uchiha Madara. However, there is also a possibility. Konoha itself wants to destroy Uchiha, at least a certain first-generation Nabekage thinks so. Why don't you send 1 or 2 clips up first to test the reaction? Thinking about it, Bellis started to cut the video. The world's first princess, lovely group members, because Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara come from the same world, when 2 group members join the chat group from the same world, the established past and future in the chat group will change. Very clearly. The world's #1 princess, in other words, the original past and future can be played in a stereoscopic projection. How about it, aren't you very happy? The #1 princess in the world, for example, this JPG. Post the short video on the public screen. In the video, Uchiha Madara was dressed in white, holding 6 tin staffs, and slowly rose into the sky. Looking at the scarlet blood moon, he made seals with his hands and shouted. Light up the world, infinite monthly reading. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, what is this? Spider, what a weird scene, that person's eyes are similar to Mr. Yuban's. No, the whole person is the same as Mr. Madara, only the hair is different. The #1 princess in the world, the one in the stereoscopic projection is Madara, and it is also the strongest state he will achieve in the established future. 6 Deo Madara. Jerf, does it symbolize the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation? Asakura Leaf King, oh, Uchiha Madara's strongest strength? It looks like it really is true. Captain of the 5th Division, interesting. Ying, not bad. Uchiha Madara, wait, group leader, do you have the development of things in my world? I mean videos like this. The world's first princess, JPG. The group owner edited a little stereoscopic projection and put it on the public screen. and another picture was revealed in the dynamic projection. On a cliff, Lyudeo Madara has reincarnated eyes, looking down on the world. He was talking about something. Laugh. An arm, piercing Lyudeo Madara's chest cavity from behind. Scarlet blood floated from the hole, and half of a pitch-black hand was exposed on Lyudeo Madara's chest. Rokudeo Madara showed a look of astonishment, surprise and disbelief. The screen stopped abruptly. Uchiha Madara. Fluorescent. Jeff. Ma Keng Wang. Pft, I laughed so hard. In the evening, sitting by the fire and leisurely enjoying the fire while drinking warm water, Ma Keng Wang almost spit out. The front feet look so bright, but the back feet are heartbroken. The group owner definitely did it on purpose. Uchiha Madara, group leader, what's going on with the projection above, isn't it fake? Princess no. Dash in the world, eh? Didn't I tell you before? Infinite monthly reading was successful, but it also failed. Someone betrayed you. Uchiha Madara, betrayal. Uchiha Madara's face turned black, looking at this arm, the black-painted Marta's hand. He was clearly thinking of some black creature. But why would Xiao He betray him? This is unscientific, and there is no reason. The number one princess in the world, have you thought about it? If Sasuke Uchiha hadn't joined the group, I wouldn't have told you so soon, but it doesn't matter now. The number one princess in the world, Heijo, was not created by you. As for how it came about, you can see for yourself. Ding! The group owner sends the attachments of Naruto and Boruto, and all group members can watch it in hologram for free. The world's number one princess, Naruto is now, and Boren biography is something that happened more than 10 years after Lyudeo Madara's failure. The number one princess in the world, the truth about the genocide you want is also in the former, you can find it slowly. After finishing speaking, the group owner's avatar showed offline. Destroy the gods. Belus sensed that Kessie had come out of hell and was returning to the god of destruction realm. He thought for a while, took out the Dragon Ball from the group, and used the power of the dragon to invade the Dragon Ball. Sure enough, the chat group can clear away the negative energy of wishing, and it can also help me collect the laws of other worlds. Not bad. Belus was quite satisfied. You don't need to spend time cleaning up negative energy, you can also collect other world laws for reference, and every time you make a wish successfully, you will also have a certain understanding of your own dragon power. Belus raised her hand and clenched her fist with a serious expression, as long as I work hard, I will be on the top of the zenith. Master Belus, I'm back. The white light fell, and the person wearing a long skirt of an angel with a twisted whip came out. What's going on in hell? Belus asked. The damage isn't that big. You're not fighting in hell, and you won't have much trouble repairing it. It's just that the creatures in hell seem to be gone. It was made by Zamasu. Belus sighed, the soul transformed by the divine energy, and also needed by Zamasu, could not be reincarnated at all, let alone reincarnated, even the consciousness could not be restored. Dragon Ball? I can't even do it, so Dragon Ball can fix it. The power of the Dragon Ball cannot surpass him as the creator, it refers to the power of the dragon in his body. I'll keep those incomplete broken souls to see if I can make something interesting in the future. Belus replied. Master Belus, I'm just asking, you don't need to report this to me, I'm just your servant. Kessie whispered. Please don't say that about Kessie, you and Rumsey are my teachers, now and in the future. Always will be. Belus couldn't figure out why Kess would lower her stance so much. No. Kessie shook her head, aren't you clear yet? What does it mean for the Chuanwang and the Great Priest to cut off the direct connection with our 10th universe? Kessie's age is the greatest in all universes, and she knows the most secrets. Other angels may not know what the Great Priest and the King did, but Kessie can basically draw conclusions. The only time the King did this was on the dragon god Salama. The meaning of it. Kessie looked at Bellis and did not continue. When Kessie mentioned the king and the grand priest, she didn't even have the usual honorific titles, but called them directly. Kessie, are you thinking too much? Bellis only felt her scalp go numb. Keith shook her head again. She waved the angel scepter, and the surrounding laws began to converge. After a while, the big light cluster in the palm of the hand was condensed. This light cluster slowly floated towards Bellis. What is this? Bellis asked suspiciously. My loyalty, Lord Bellis, just like the relationship between the great priest and the king now, I will leave the whole universe and be loyal to you forever. Chapter 54 Angel Kessie's Allegiance. Page 53. After being the god of destruction for so many years, Bellis is no longer the Sion Ziobai she used to be. She will also read a lot of things about gods, books, etc. carefully. After all, this is related to my own life. She doesn't want to be negligent one day and be erased by Chuan Wang. Looking at the ball of light floating in front of him, he put the angel scepter in front of him, acted in a very standard etiquette, and said, there is no need to do this, it will be fine as before, no matter what, you are too my teacher, It can't be the same as before. This is a necessary procedure. Kessie shook her head and said, before your strength surpasses all angels, such a contract must exist. People's hearts are unpredictable, and so are the gods, even if I am an angel. Okay. Bellis couldn't hold back Kessie, and stretched out her finger to touch the light ball. In the next second, the ball of light turned into dots of starlight and sank into Bellis' body. At this point, her bond with Kes became stronger. Master-servant contract. Bellis is very clear about the content of the contract, and has also received feedback from the chat group. From the signing of the contract, all the things that Angel Kessie did in the future, and all the thoughts she had, as long as Bellis wanted to know, she could look it up with a single thought. It is even possible to take the life of this angel who is far beyond the strength of the god of destruction with a single thought. Congratulations, you have become the 10th universe, no, the real master of this universe. Kes stood up slowly, bowing slightly to Bellis. Kes, is it necessary to be so formal? Bellis couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's the responsibility of the existence of angels. Kessie shook her head. After the contract is signed, even if you go to war with the whole universe, even if the enemy is a great priest, I will fully assist you. Bellis. Go to war with the whole universe, Kessie, how dare you think about it, and dare to say it? The great priest is your father. Is it really okay to say that? Master Bellis, do you remember the warning I gave you before I fell asleep? Kessie said suddenly. Master the power of creation and destruction before going to the Palace of Kings. It's not that. Kessie shook her head, it's about the 18 universes, or the 6 universes that were wiped out by the king. What do you want to say? Bellis asked suspiciously. The angels of the 6 universes did not just acquiesce in the behavior of the god of destruction and the king of realms to demonize the spirit tree, but deliberately concealed what they did so that the Chuan Wang and the great priest would not find out in time. Seeing the puzzlement on Bellis' face, Kes didn't hold back. Hide. Yes, the specific reason and process, please forgive me, I can't tell you now. Keith continued. If you want to use the contract to check, you can also find it, but I don't recommend you to do so, at least until your strength surpasses that of angels. It's better not to know all these things. However, I can tell you one thing. Their purpose of doing this is to free the universe from the jurisdiction of the universe of the entire royal family, and to lift themselves from the restrictions of the laws of the entire universe. To put it in a more specific way. Kessie was silent for a while. I hope that the universe I manage will become the next dragon realm, parallel to the whole universe. A more preliminary point is to become like us, a country that is not under the jurisdiction of the entire universe, but is still closely connected with the entire universe. When Kessie said this, she stopped. Is it because they touched something in the whole universe, or the bottom line of the whole king, when they used the demonized spirit tree, and made the king angry, so they were destroyed? Bellis expressed her doubts. Kessie didn't refute or deny it. Bellis sighed and didn't continue asking. She can indeed know what happened in those 6 universes through the contract, but since Kessie said it's best not to, then forget it. So, what am I going to do now? From Kessie's previous words, Bellis knew that there was a high probability that she would no longer be under the jurisdiction of the king. That, to be honest, she doesn't really want to do things that destroy the planet. That's not acceptable. Kessie seemed to see through Bellis' thoughts and shook her head. Right now, we are still in the 10th universe. At least, the responsibility of God of Destruction must continue before we are completely separated from the entire universe. How can I get out? Bellis asked thoughtfully. Enhance the comprehensive coefficient of the universe, or improve your strength, feed back the laws of the universe, and make it further perfect. Keith talked a lot to Bellis. And these are things that ordinary gods of destruction cannot know. In other words, if the 10th universe didn't have the same situation as it does now, Angel Kessie would not tell her these things either. Then using other things, can it increase the cosmic coefficient? Belle took out 2 strange glass balls and handed them to Kess. This is... Kessie looked at the object in her hand with a hint of doubt on her face. There is something called the Eye of God, which has special rules for comparing prices. Kessie projected her mental power into it, and took it back after a few seconds. It's amazing, it's actually activated by a wish. Can you improve the laws of the universe a little bit? No, it's too little. Kessie shook her head. If it's a world ripple, maybe it's okay, it's an artifact. Aren't you asking me where I got it? You naturally have a way to get it. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask. Is that so? Bellis was silent. Regarding the chat group, she was still hesitating whether to tell Kess. Bellis also thought of some ways to enhance the universe. But it is very likely that she cannot do it alone, and may need Kessie's help. Wait a few more days. Bellis sighed and planned to go back to her room to rest. I got too much information today, so I have to sort it out. At this time, in the chat group. Turning to the end deliberately, Uchiha Madara looked back after watching Kuroju, with a terrible expression on his face. Uchiha Madara, Heiju, Otsutsuki Kagaya, you too, remember for me, I, Uchiha Madara, will definitely come back. The dignified ninja Shura, the strongest patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was actually played around by a black master with a low IQ. That's right, Heiju has a low IQ, especially watching Mingzuo and Kagaya fight. Hell? A dog-headed military division. Uchiha Sasuke, let go of your matter first, should you give me an explanation? Did you order Obito to do the Uchiha extermination incident? Originally, they still respectfully called their ancestors. After all, most of the Uchihas were intermarried within the clan. For hundreds of years, the collateral lineages were more or less related, so there is nothing wrong with calling older elders ancestors. The result now? Uchiha Sasuke, who watched Shippuden Naruto's key projection, happened to see that Obito was the masked man, one of the 2 puppet hands of Uchiha's extermination. Moreover, the whole thing also involves Uchiha Madara. Return to the ancestors? Which ancestor have you ever seen, who wanted his descendants to be slaughtered, and ordered someone to do it himself? Chapter 55 Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes. Uchiha Madara, Humph, Sasuke, for the sake of your appearance like Kwana, I forgive your rudeness. Uchiha Madara, the extermination of the clan has nothing to do with me. It was done with soil. Even if I am dissatisfied with Uchiha, I will not let people go to Uchiha to exterminate the clan. I, Uchiha Madara, disdain to do such a thing. Uchiha Madara, of course, if you want to say that Obito is because of me, which caused the following things to happen, I have nothing to say. Uchiha Madara, look at Danzo's arm, and when he made a move on Uchiha Shisui, he was controlled by illusion. What trick did he use to fight back? Uchiha Madara, that's Izanagi, even if there was no Nine Tails Rebellion, Uchiha's genocide would be delayed for a few years. What's more, they are disciples of Jian Shao Fijian, who are born evil, and they are mice in the stinking ditch. After watching Heiju's heart out, Uchiha Madara suppressed his anger. Started to see things related to Sasuke Uchiha. As a result, 2 crouching dragon and phoenix chicks were found. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. I am Nima, especially Obito, when will I let you release Kyuubi? When did you ask you to exterminate the Uchiha clan again, and you just use my name to smear me everywhere? Also, it doesn't matter if you let go of Kyuubi, but you were beaten away by mere Hokage. It's a shame to throw him home, and he's the one who threw him. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, do you still want to argue, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, I'm telling the truth. The person you should be looking for is not me, but your very smart brother Uchiha Itachi. Don't forget, he asked Obito for help. Uchiha Sasuke, you. Page 54. The 2 laughing 4 masters crazily output on the public screen of the chat group. Most of the other members of the chat group continued to make up, even if they paid attention to the information on the public screen. It was difficult to interrupt now. The world's #1 princess, eating melons and eating melons, it seems very lively, at. A group leader who was diving silently suddenly appeared. The 2 arguing suddenly fell silent. The #1 princess in the world, how can you calm down? It doesn't matter. Let's continue. I really like to watch the excitement. Spider, that, the group leader is great, isn't it a little bad to add fuel to the fire? Ma Kengye Wang, you are worthy of being the leader of the group. In terms of persuading fights, I, Ye Wang, would like to call you the strongest. Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. Good guy, King Ma Kengye, you are a defeated general and dare to imitate me. The #1 princess in the world, what does it matter, she just died accidentally, and it's not impossible to be resurrected. Uchiha Sasuke, resurrection. Kurapika, there is something called Dragon Ball in the chat group, but it seems that only one person can be revived at a time. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, after Kurapika entered the chat group, he thoroughly understood the content of the chat group in his mind one by one. I also find myself more concerned about things like resurrection. Seeing the information on the public screen, Uchiha Sasuke quickly searched for it on the trading platform. Dragon Ball, resurrection. Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Upload the training method of Thunder Dun Kailan to the chat group. Get 300 points, but this is still a drop in the bucket for 5,000 points. Uchiha Sasuke, Group Leader, is there a way to quickly get a lot of points? The world's #1 princess, ninjutsu and secret techniques can be exchanged for points. If the things you upload are purchased by other group members, you can also get another 10th of the points. Uchiha Sasuke, I want to resurrect all my people, is there any way? Can revive relatives, even clansmen, even if it is revenge, you can also stay a little behind. The #1 princess in the world, are you guilty? You are really a kind child. Princess no. Dash in the world, well, it's not impossible, but before answering your question, let me ask you one thing. What do you think of Uchiha Itachi? I mean his behavior. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't know, Itachi is for me. For Uchiha Itachi's evaluation, Uchiha Sasuke was very complicated. Princess no. Dash in the world, perhaps, you paid too much attention to Itachi Uchiha and didn't notice some other things. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't quite understand what you mean. Uchiha Madara, you are really a blank sheet of paper, don't tell me you didn't notice other gods, that's something left to you. Uchiha Sasuke, he didn't use it on me, and finally admitted that it was his mistake. Asakura Leaf King, hey, admit it. You connected Tenjin and Uchiha Itachi with your last conversation, so you don't have any deeper thoughts. Ying, I also have a brother. If my brother is like Uchiha Itachi, I will run as far as I can. Uchiha Itachi's desire to control is many times more terrifying than orthopedics. Ying, let me put it simply. Are you sure Uchiha Itachi is for you, not Konoha? Sasuke Uchiha. Ying, the last time you had a conversation, I looked at it like a moral kidnapping. Uchiha Itachi spoke and shut up with Konoha, and the truth I told you was mostly due to Konoha's goodness. Konoha forced Uchiha, he didn't say a word. Ying, one last thing, I'm Konoha's Uchiha Itachi, he said he gave you a choice, but at that time, you really had a choice. Ying, if other gods can still use it, will he use it directly on you? How many % of what he told you can be guaranteed to be true? It's not that he said that deliberately because of your character. After watching the plot about Uchiha, even if she is used to the depth of the abyss, Ying still feels creepy. I can't understand Uchiha Itachi's brain circuit at all. What did he think of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke? Tool? Sasuke of Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, without Konoha, can't survive in the ninja world? This is for Konoha to be a dog, to be an addict, and to take care of the family. It's worse than that dog of Ayaka Kamisato. Otanin Village, the residence of Orochimaru. Looking at the chat group, the content posted by the group members on the public screen. Uchiha Sasuke recalled the scenes in the plot in his mind. Originally, he could still convince himself that Uchiha Itachi had to do this for him. However, I heard everyone's analysis. He was silent. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes slowly closed. I don't know how long it took, the breath around the body became more and more cold, the closed eyes slowly opened, and 2 tears flowed from the corners of the eyes. In the pupils, the scarlet 3-pointed jade changed into the shape of a hexagram. Chapter 56 The Master's Plan, Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke touched his eye sockets subconsciously, feeling the throbbing of his eyes. Pupil strength has improved a lot, and the rate of improvement far exceeds the sum of the 2 years of practice. He knew that he probably opened those eyes. However, Uchiha Sasuke didn't care much at this time. Compared with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he cares more about the things mentioned by the group leader. Uchiha Sasuke, Group Leader, you said earlier that you could help me revive my tribe, what exactly are you going to do? The world's #1 princess, let the ninja world merge into my universe, but the resurrected people are limited to those who died on the night of the genocide. Uchiha Sasuke, merge into the universe. The world's first princess, simply speaking, the so-called ninja world is on one planet, and the universe under my jurisdiction has many such planets in it. However, because we belong to different universes, I want to send you the planet where I am located is under my jurisdiction. The #1 princess in the world, so, do you understand? It seems difficult to explain the universe and planets to Sasuke. After all, the cultural level of the ninja world is a bit worrying. Uchiha Sasuke, what good will it do you? Uchiha Sasuke cautiously did not agree. Princess no. In the world, I just want to experiment a little bit, but you can rest assured that no matter whether you succeed or fail, there is no danger to your own world. Uchiha Madara, Group Leader, do you want to bring the ninja world into your own universe? The #1 princess in the world, that's right. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. The #1 princess in the world, however, there is one thing to note. If you agree to me, it means that there is a high probability that you will stand on the opposite side of the Sage of the Six Paths. Uchiha Sasuke, the Sage of the Six Paths. Opposite. After watching the plot, how could Sasuke not know about the Sage of the Six Paths? It's for myself and Naruto, the old man who sells and sells. Princess, no. Dash in the world, the reason is very simple. Once your world is under my jurisdiction, the sage of the six paths will lose all authority in the ninja world. He will not allow this to happen. Suzuki Uchiha, you have such a. Are you ready? Uchiha Madara, Humph, sage of the six paths, a wonderful idealist, just like Hashirama. Uchiha Madara doesn't have any good feelings for Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Regardless, the question of whether Kagaya is not Kagaya. If it weren't for the old man who sold out, he would end up in person without talking about martial arts. He has already given up Naruto and Sasuke. Decades of hard work are not as good as the old man who sells and hangs in a few minutes, and it will be uncomfortable for anyone. The number one princess in the world, the expired Indra reincarnation. Don't interrupt, I'm asking Sasuke. Uchiha Madara. It seems that he is rare, the identity of Indra's reincarnation. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't know. Uchiha Madara, humph, what are you worried about? Do you want to lose to Uzumaki Naruto like a projection? Or are you going to take the original route once? Uchiha Sasuke, I won't follow the original route once, and I won't use Attacker's eyes again. Ma Kengye Wang, oh, interesting, don't you plan to ask for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke, use those eyes, psychological barrier. He knew that it was impossible for him to return to Konoha. Especially after knowing what Attacker has done, it is impossible to forgive. Page 55. What does it mean that once Uchiha and Konoha go to war, they will be invaded by other countries? Then, as the son of the patriarch, he took the first step to kill his own clan. Could it be that Uchiha has to consider the consequences of death, but Konoha doesn't have to? To be honest, after knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Uchiha Sasuke would rather die at the time and fight with Konoha than live like this. What's more, Uchiha Attacker kept him, suspected to be to continue to let him be Konoha's dog after his death. Uchiha Sasuke, group leader, can I have some time to think? I just opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and now I am a little confused. The number one princess in the world, okay, don't be too anxious, and don't put too much pressure on yourself, it's okay if you don't agree. In God of Destruction realm, it is not surprising that Belus did not immediately agree to Sasuke Uchiha. However, he was a little surprised that Sasuke opened the kaleidoscope. Belus wanted to bring the Naruto world over, but it was just a sudden idea. The laws of the Eye of God are too few to strengthen the laws of the universe. If we pull a world that is completely different from the original laws of the universe, will the laws be strengthened? Hey, I'm so smart, perfect. At this time, Naruto world. Uchiha Sasuke pushed open his door and walked out, from the long corridor to the end. This is Orochimaru's room. After being sealed with his hands by the third Hokage, Orochimaru was bedridden for a long time, and he could not move if he could, just like a snake hibernating. Snack buckle. Come in. A hoarse voice came from inside the door. Sasuke opened the door and walked in. It's so strange, Sasuke, you never knocked on the door when you came in. Yuan was lying on the bed, coughing lightly from time to time, and Yao Shidil was doing the job of Yuan's assistant, dispensing medicine for Yuan. After turning on the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Sasuke could clearly sense how muddy the chakra on Orochimaru was. However, Sasuke didn't care, there is still a long time before Orochimaru changes his body, there is no need to turn his face with Orochimaru immediately. I want to ask you to help me check some things, can you? Sasuke said looking at Orochimaru. Oh? It's really strange that you would ask me for something and still be so polite. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. What's the matter, tell me. Ashimaru, you have more than one spy in Konoha, right? Sasuke glanced at Yakushi's pocket while speaking. Hearing Sasuke mentioning himself, Yakushi's hand that dispensed the medicine paused for a moment. In the next second, he resumed his work. What do you want to do? Orochimaru didn't answer Sasuke's question. The investigation started from the First Ninja World War to the end of the Third Ninja World War. Konoha allocated resources to each family. These things should be recorded. Besides, focus on the investigation of the Third Ninja World War, and Konoha's high-level attitudes towards various ethnic groups in Konoha's 56th year. I want to know everything, including the Nine Tails Rebellion, especially Danzo's route. Sasuke's tone was not turbulent, and he sounded quite calm. However, after listening to Uchiha Sasuke's words, Orochimaru and Kabuki suddenly looked at each other. Sasuke, what you want to investigate is not an easy matter. Putting down the medicine in his hand, he turned around and looked at Sasuke Uchiha up and down. Let's not talk about how much time it takes to sort out so many things. Why do you think Ashimaru-sama would promise you such unreasonable? Okay, Sasuke, I'll make a copy for you later. Orochimaru's eye sockets flickered with snake pupils. Master Orochimaru. It's okay, since Sasuke-kun is interested, then we can help you a little bit. No. The pharmacist had a black line on his face. You move your mouth, I have to work overtime. Of course you don't care, I feel uncomfortable doing things. However, since Orochimaru talked, Yashido couldn't do anything about it, because he was someone else's subordinate. Ma-dan, Mr. Orochimaru is not raising a container, but an ancestor. For the past 2 years, Orochimaru has been almost responsive to Sasuke. Sometimes the corners of his mouth twitch when he looks at the pocket. Sasuke-kun, I'm more curious about your changes, can you tell me? Orochimaru said hoarsely. Sasuke didn't answer, and fell silent. Forget it, since Sasuke-kun doesn't want to say it, then I won't ask. Orochimaru grinned and said, not caring much in his heart, after all, Sasuke's character is like this. Through the curse seal, Orochimaru noticed a significant change in Sasuke's chakra. Orochimaru didn't know what this change was. However, Sasuke came to him to check the so-called things. Orochimaru, who is an old ninja fritter, thought of the answer in an instant. Uchiha exterminates the clan. Hehe, Sasuke-kun still found the problem. So, how would you choose? I'm curious, where your wind will blow. Chapter 57. Uchiha Madara, if Sasuke agrees to your request, what will he do? The world's #1 princess, at least half of the living people in the ninja world agree with it from the bottom of their hearts. The #1 princess in the world, in more common terms, it is to replace Naruto Uzumaki and become the new child of destiny. Uchiha Madara, children of destiny, do you believe the group leader? Uzumaki Naruto was appointed by Otsutsuki Uromo, to be sung by that cracked toad pill. If there is no big tube of wooden feather clothes hanging, how can there be any child of destiny? It's like 2 ants fighting, and suddenly a cat sprang out and trampled one of the ants to death. Then the other living ant is not the chosen one, the child of destiny? Because, it won, didn't it? The #1 princess in the world, just for example, the task I issued is for Sasuke, of course I have to wait for Sasuke's approval, anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Princess no. In the world, however, this task will also be assisted by Mr. Madara. Uchiha Madara, assist, group leader, you really have a bad taste. Uchiha Madara didn't refuse either. Unlimited monthly readings are gone. It's good to see the growth of the younger generation, not to mention the resurrection of the Uchiha clan, which can be regarded as some remedies for his irresponsible patriarch. Uchiha Madara, can I ask a question? You seem to be a little concerned about Sasuke, logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a thing. The group leader and Uchiha Sasuke are not from the same world, and they have never had any intersection before, but the group leader will actually help Sasuke resurrect the tribe, regardless of whether it is easy for the group leader or not. However, This made Uchiha Madara feel strange after all. The number one princess in the world, I have my plan, resurrection, it's just a matter of course. Bellis did not explain. It is one thing to seek the laws of the Naruto world, and to help Sasuke actually has a selfish intention, that is, to see what Sasuke will do after knowing the truth thoroughly. Just as a pastime for boredom. If you insist on the reason, she, Bellis, also has a younger brother. In terms of personality, he is somewhat similar to Uchiha Sasuke, although the younger brother's age, is 5 or 6 years older than her for some reason, but it doesn't matter. Ding, Kikyo has left her soul state and has successfully revived. Uchiha Madara. Looking at the information on the public screen, Uchiha Madara in Pure Land was stunned. The number one princess in the world, hey, resurrected. Bellis was a little surprised. Kikyo's resurrection meant that the plot of Inuyasha had begun. In other words, the ashes buried in the Platycodon were dug up. The number one princess in the world, what's your situation now? Speaking of which, Kikyo has not been active in the group for a long time. After a while of silence. Chichen, I was resurrected by a monster named Lidao, and it seems that there is another reincarnation. The world's number one princess, Kagome. Kikyo is not surprised that the leader of the group, Bellis, knows about her own world. Kikyo, yes, Ridao seems to want to desoeulize Kagome's body and infuse it into my body. The number one princess in the world, have you been watching? In God of Destruction Realm, looking at the chat records of the public screen Kikyo, Bellis was quite surprised. Kankyo, well, yes. Page 56. The world's number one princess. Kankyo, even if it's not too long, it doesn't matter. Inuyasha has already come here. The number one princess in the world, can you move now? I remember that in the original book, after Kikyo was revived, the ceramic body was stuffed into Kagome's soul before regaining all consciousness under the condition of resentment. Chichen, yes, although it took a lot of time to get used to it. Obviously the reincarnated body appeared, but his own soul did not seem to be lacking in essence. Previously, some of the articles uploaded by Yewang and Lanran were about the cultivation method of the soul. Kikyo realized that his soul was missing, and exchanged some for cultivation. During this period of time, she rarely appeared in the group, and her main focus was on soul repair. Therefore, Platycodon is resurrected now, except that the body is made of ceramics, there is not much difference, and it does not even need to be maintained by dead souls like the original work. Maybe after practicing for a while, she will be able to break away from the ceramic body and move freely with only her own spirit body. Kankyo, can you tell me something about me and Inuyasha? Now she doesn't completely belong to the composition of resentment, almost becoming a real spirit body, not a rootless duckweed. When she thought about it carefully, there was a big loophole in the incident with Inuyasha at the time. The number one princess in the world, do you want to reconcile with Inuyasha? Kankyo, it's hard to reunite a broken mirror. The red line between me and him was broken 50 years ago. After all, I can't fully trust him. Princess no. In the world, yes, it seems that you have already made a decision. Regarding the matter at that time, it has something to do with the ghost spider you saved. The number one princess in the world, the ghost spider who was devoured by monsters turned into Naraku, and has a perverted paranoia towards you. As for the paranoia, I won't talk about it, and you can probably guess it. The villainous bandit was rescued by a kind witch when he was about to die, and the witch became his only light. However, this witch fell in love with another half-demon. Then, the tragedy began. Chichen, so that's it, I almost understand. In the world of Inuyasha. Kikyo looked at the sky, his eyelids moved slightly. Where did all the tragedies start? Jade of the Four Souls is not as important as provoking her relationship with Inuyasha. Ghost Spider, no, Naraku, you are really deliberate. To be honest, after Naraku attacked her, he could have left with the Jade of Four Souls. What happened? Come back and perform it again at Inuyasha. However, it might be good too. The two hearts that snuggle together come together because of loneliness. It's fine with me, or Inuyasha. Naraku just made this fantasy more realistic. Senior sister, the curse you gave me may be right. A witch like me should not have love. After whispering, Kikyo looked at Kagome, who was sunk in the pool by Ridao, preparing for the ceremony. Kagome. Inuyasha, I'll leave it to you. To avoid being discovered by Ridao, Kikyo withdrew his gaze from Kagome. The light in her eyes gradually became sharper, and the red and white maiden uniform on her body fluttered slightly in the calm wind. Naraku, since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Chapter 58 Maiko Kikyo. The public screen of the chat group has been stopped at Kikyo's sentence, so that's how it is. Bellis was a little curious about the meeting between Kikyo and Inuyasha, who knew the truth. The world's #1 princess, is it convenient for you to start a live broadcast? Spider, live broadcast, where is the live broadcast? The #1 princess in the world, Spider, you jumped out again. Spider, the damage, the group leader is huge, do you know? Spider, Devil King, she doesn't talk about martial arts, but she actually asked Chu Li to open a portal and chase me from a distance. The spider gets angry when he thinks about it. The transmission of the transmission Demon King is identified, and it shows that it cannot be identified. Isn't this the administrator who transcended the system and opened the back door for the devil? Spider, the #1 princess in the world, I think you are very active, you don't look like the rest of your life after a catastrophe. Spider, anyway, the group leader is big, and he won't come to help me. I have to face every day optimistically, live every day as if it were my last, eat well, sleep well, and watch the live broadcast. The #1 princess in the world, your spider life is really simple. Spider, group leader, you can't say that about me, aren't you also a fun person? The #1 princess in the world, you are getting more and more naughty. Spider, where there is, the leader of the group, don't be angry, the little spider just talked fast. Spider, let's watch the live broadcast, what about the live broadcast? Kankyo, are you sure you want to watch it? I might do something more drastic later. A certain white-haired loli who was reading messages in the chat group in Destruction God Realm. What is the intense matter? That's more interesting, isn't it? Of course, such words cannot be said. The group owner is full of majesty every day, and today is no exception. The world's #1 princess, if it's a personal matter, it doesn't matter if you don't want to live broadcast, we understand. Jianzhu, no, I'm just worried that some people in the group will not accept my approach. Ma Kengye Wang, don't worry about live broadcasting, how many people in the group do you think are good people? The #1 princess in the world. King Ma Kengye, although I don't know how you came to this conclusion, it seems very correct. Those who join the group are either supporting villains or future big bosses. It's all villains. In terms of kindness, you, Kikyo, are the kindest. Ma Kengye Wang, no, I mean except for the group leader is a good person. A certain great Onmyoji rushed to remedy the situation. The world's #1 princess, your remedial measures are more like being suppressed to cover up. Also, I don't want to be issued a good person card. Aizen Soyajuk, I'm curious, does the soul cultivation method I posted up have any effect on you, can you tell me about it? Kankyo, it's useful, my spiritual body is about to solidify. Even if I don't want the resurrected clay body, I can only act with my soul, and my strength won't drop too much. Kankyo, but maybe it's because the world is different, and I can't maintain that state for a long time for the time being, and I need a medium as the carrier of the soul. Izan Soyajuk, as long as it is useful, I am still worried about the things you bought, and I feel sorry for the worthless things. Izan was chatting with the crowd, her tone of voice was very gentle, like a big brother next door, which made people feel inexplicably fond of him. Jianzhu, no, I am very satisfied with the cultivation method. I am very grateful to Mr. Lan Ran. In addition, I would also like to thank Your Excellency Ye Wang. Your yin-yang technique is also very useful to me. Ma Keng Ye Wang, no need to be like this, I am very curious about the world you live in. The implication is, start a live broadcast. Encouraged by everyone, Kikyo finally made a choice. Ding, Kikyo started the live broadcast. At this time, Kikyo was in a cave, watching the outside. What she was wearing was the red and white maiden costume specially prepared for her by Ridao. She walked outside step by step, not fast, as if the whole person lost her soul, and her pupils did not have any agility. Seeing the panoramic view of Kikyo's live broadcast, Bellis was a little bit tongue-tied. The acting is really just like the original. It's no wonder that women are talented in acting. Even a pure maiden like Kikyo, who is full of 4 souls, can't find any flaws in acting. You're here, and this kind of clothes really suits you better. The monster Ridao bowed his body, looked at Kagam who was soaked in the green potion, and talked to Kikyo beside him indifferently. Kikyo didn't answer, there didn't seem to be any trace of anger in her dark eyes, she stared at Kagam. She, who is she? Kagam, who was lying in the pool entangled and unable to move, looked at the woman next to Lidao, who was more or less similar to herself. Her name is Kikyo, known as the strongest witch 50 years ago, and you are her reincarnation. Me, reincarnation? Kagam was obviously taken aback by Ridao's words. That's right. Lidao's voice was full of joy that the plan was about to succeed. Your soul will be returned to this strongest witch, and she will also be my most capable subordinate. As Lidao spoke, he began to perform the spell. The green potion mixed with various medicines in the pool gradually glowed. Okay, so uncomfortable. Kagam struggled to get up, but her body seemed to be pressed against a mountain, she couldn't move at all, and she felt that she was gradually losing control of her body. Page 57. It's useless, with a half-baked witch like you, you can't break free from the shackles that bind me, so accept your fate obediently. At this moment, a voice came from a distance. Gorge. How is it possible? I obviously arranged a lot of subordinates to block. Seeing Inuyasha approaching quickly, Rito panicked. Increases casting speed. Kikyo must be revived as soon as possible, otherwise he is no match for Inuyasha at all. Xiao Feng. Inuyasha carried the old man on his back, and Kikyo recognized her identity as the little girl who was by his side back then. Has it been so many years? Kikyo murmured softly. Such an obvious voice was by her side, so Lidao could have heard it logically, but now she was in a panic and didn't pay attention at all. Inuyasha jumped up from the mountainside, just in time to see the yearning priestess. Orange Terrier. His voice completely shocked Kagam who was struggling hard. Countless soul substances floated out of Kagam's body, and then submerged into Kikyo's body in an instant. However, none of the people present found it. Kikyo made a slight spell with his fingers, and these flying souls were not contained by Kikyo's soul, but were put into a well-arranged barrier. Of course, Kikyo still pretended to absorb the soul fragments. She floated to the sky, and a clean white light radiated around her body. A moment later, Kagam's soul was completely absorbed by Kikyo. Kikyo falls slowly. The closed eyes slowly opened, the dark eyes, with a hint of coldness, looked past Lidao in front, and fell on the white-haired half-demon in the fire mouse robe. Inuyasha, so you are still alive, why don't you die? Chapter 59 Maiko Kikyo. I'm so sorry Kikyo, I'm still alive and kicking. Hearing Kikyo's angry voice, Inuyasha retorted with a sneer. Why did you still come to me now? Kikyo said coldly, do you have no memory of what you did to me? Gg. Rito stood next to Kikyo and smiled like a villain. Kikyo, this Inuyasha is the one who killed you 50 years ago. Your resentment has not been released until now. Kill Inuyasha and bid farewell to the past. Kikyo didn't respond, and disappeared from Lidao's sight in the next second. She stood behind Lidao and put her hand on her head. Even if you resurrect me, I'm not something a monster like you can control. Wow! Lidao let out a scream, and blue flames shot out from his head and body. For a moment, it was burned to ashes. In the chat group. Ding! Kikyo uploaded the soul separation technique, uploaded the clay resurrection technique, uploaded. Uchihamadara, clay resurrection? I don't know how it compares to the reincarnation of the dirty soil between the 1,000 hands. Looking at the things uploaded by Kikyo, Uchihamadara was a little curious, but he held back, and managed to get more than 4,000 points, ready to be resurrected, so he couldn't waste it here. Inuyasha world. After Kikyo killed Readao, his eyes fell on Inuyasha again. Inuyasha, do you want to kill me again? Kankyo, I. Seeing Inuyasha faltering, Kikyo was silent for a while, then gently raised his left hand. The bow, arrow, and quiver in Grandma Feng's hand flew into Kikyo's hand as if she had eyes. In that case, why not let me get rid of you first? Wait, sister. Grandma Feng blocked Inuyasha behind her, as if she was really afraid that Kikyo would kill Inuyasha with an arrow. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, there may be some kind of misunderstanding. 50 years ago, Inuyasha, I was also attacked by my sister. I was wondering if someone was trying to provoke the relationship between my sister and Inuyasha. Grandma Feng shared her guess. Xiao Feng, so what if it's like what you said? I'm already a dead person. Tell me what you want to say so that I can give my soul back to someone else. Kikyo pulled the sandalwood bough and put the arrow on it. Elder sister. Grandma Feng opened her mouth, looking at the platycodon flower that was almost spraying out its spiritual power wantonly. She couldn't speak for a while. Get out of the way, Feng, this matter has nothing to do with you. The spiritual power released by Kikyo directly turned into a torrent, blowing away Grandma Maple in front of Inuyasha. Under Kikyo's deliberate control, Grandma Feng, who was blown away, didn't suffer much damage. Spider, hey, do you really want to do it? In the chat group, Hisaisa was very surprised to see Kikyo's murderous expression in the live broadcast. Just now, Kikyo didn't seem to say that to the people in the group. Princess, no. Dash in the world, this is love and hatred. Do you understand? Spider-Man, speaking of it, I thought that Kikyo would cry when he saw Inuyasha, but I didn't expect it to look so peaceful. Spider, where is it calm? Hey, group leader, they are all about to kill people, oh no, kill monsters. The world's #1 princess, in the established future known by the chat group authority, after Kikyo saw Inuyasha, she cried so hard that she almost, like that or something. It seems that she is planning to drag Inuyasha to hell with her. Irina, it sounds so scary, Irina is trembling. Pian and thin. Kikyo, I'm going to experiment with some things, and I don't have any idea of killing Inuyasha. Kikyo felt that he still needed to explain something. Pulling out the sandalwood bough, Kikyo almost couldn't hold back his expression when he put on the arrow. A group of fun people in the group know how to watch the fun. She started the live broadcast. How could she cry bitterly? Even if she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't show it casually at this time, and she would still have to be in the group in the future. Forget it, finish the work quickly and call it a day. The emotions that had been brewing for so long were killed by the chat in the group within a few minutes. Compared with the sensibility in the original book, relying on resentment to maintain, being alone, and needing to confide comfort to Inuyasha, the current Kikyo is much more rational. After all, there are a bunch of weird group members in the group, and they have seen so many things happening in the world, and their vision is much broader. Some things may be a bit uncomfortable to let go, but it is not impossible to do. Call out. The straight arrow shot towards Inuyasha's feet. Inuyasha was shocked and jumped up to avoid it. Boom! A huge deep pit was blown out of the ground. Inuyasha landed in a safe place with cold sweat on his forehead. Sure enough, I have just been resurrected, and my hands and feet are still a little unaccustomed. I will definitely hit next time. A familiar voice came, and Inuyasha trembled, and looked up at Kikyo, just in time to see Kikyo draw the bow and arrow again. Inuyasha panicked. Kanji, do you want to kill me? I died once, Inuyasha. Don't you think it's unfair that you're still alive? You. Kikyo, are you still Kikyo? Inuyasha's eyes widened. If it was 50 years ago, Kikyo would never have said such a thing. Goodbye, Inuyasha. The fingertips were released, and the strong spiritual power flew towards Inuyasha's chest along with the arrow. This time, Kikyo couldn't miss, and she wouldn't miss either. But, hateful. Feeling the powerful spiritual power coming towards him, Inuyasha drew out his teeth, ready to resist the next one. Zi. The majestic spiritual power and Inuyasha's demon power have a more intense game. But in the end, Kikyo's spiritual power attached to the arrow was superior. During the confrontation, Taisuya lost his transformed state. Seeing that the arrow exuding clean spiritual energy was about to hit Inuyasha. Suddenly, the spiritual power fluctuations on the arrow dropped sharply. What? Kikyo was surprised. Countless soul fragments flew out of the body and quickly gathered on Kagome, who was swimming in the pool. The arrows attacking Inuyasha also completely lost their power because Kikyo's spiritual power was unstable. Page 58. Kikyo glanced at the pool behind him, thinking about something in his eyes, then staggered to his feet. She ignored Inuyasha, turned around and walked away. Wait, Kikyo. Inuyasha wanted to catch up with Kikyo, but he didn't even take 2 steps. The 61 of Bind Road. 6-stick light prison. In an instant, Inuyasha's body was completely blocked by the golden energy sheet constructed by spiritual power, unable to move. Orange Terrier. Kikyo stopped and didn't look back. Inuyasha, our relationship ended 50 years ago. I can't fully trust you, and you can't fully trust me. Let everything come to an end today. Treat the girl next to you well, her name is Kagome, not Kikyo. After speaking, Kikyo took another step towards the distance. Looking at the blue sky, she has no nostalgia for what is behind her. Chapter 60. With great effort, Inuyasha finally broke free from the shackles of the 6-stick light prison. Byankyo. Inuyasha sniffed back and forth with his nose, but he couldn't smell Kikyo at all. That's right, Kagome. Inuyasha realized it later, and hurried to find Kagome. Inuyasha. Hearing the call, Kagome slowly opened his eyes, with an indescribably tired face. Great, Kagome is awake. Kaibayo on the side hurriedly turned around, seeing Kagome wake up and jumped up excitedly. Gao Wei, are you okay, is there any discomfort? Grandma Feng followed suit, with worry in her voice. No, nothing. Kagome struggled to sit up, covered her forehead with her hand for a while, and murmured. I have a lot of memories in my mind. Is it Sister Kikyo's memory? Grandma Feng asked. Judging from the situation just now, Kagome's soul returned to her body, and because of her reincarnation, she might get some memories from Kikyo's sister's resentment. There is no information about her, but there are many more spells and ways to use spiritual power. It's as if someone stuffed these things into my head on purpose. Kagome didn't mention this person, but everyone could vaguely guess it. Most likely it is Bellflower. But why would Kikyo do this? What Kagome said made everyone present look at each other in dismay. After discussing for a long time, everyone who couldn't find the answer could only leave first. At this time, Kikyo is suspended in the sky. There is a faint enchantment on his body, covering his breath. She looked down quietly. It wasn't until Inuyasha and his party left that they breathed a sigh of relief. Manipulating the enchantment fell to the ground. After landing on the ground, Kikyo staggered and almost lost his footing and fell to the ground. In the chat group, the live broadcast continued. Many group members can see the weak state of Kikyo. Ma Keng Yewang, you are really messing around, as a dead person, to link the soul of the living. You and that girl named Kagome are reincarnated, and you are really not afraid of your soul being sucked dry. Kido, I just do what I think I should do, it's a farewell to 50 years ago. Kikyo found a tree and leaned against it, sat on the ground, breathing slightly heavier on the tip of his nose. The world of shaman. King Ma Kengye stood on Huo Ling's shoulder, looked at the content of the chat group, and smiled softly. Stubborn character, but somewhat similar to Ozuri Mountain Anna. Destroy the gods. Bellis was also watching the live broadcast, and she watched it more carefully than the others. Kikyo's first arrow to attack Inuyasha was the arrow of destroying demons. Hit the feet specifically, making it clear that Inuyasha is dodging. The second arrow, the arrow of seal, was blocked by Inuyasha's iron broken fang. As for shooting the first arrow, Kikyo said, I'm not used to it, it's off. It's completely fooling Inuyasha. You clearly said to cut off the past, but you still handed over the previous technique to Kagome in the form of soul fusion. I have to say, you are really bold. As Yewang said, if Kikyo breaks the link with Kagome not in time, maybe it is not an injury, but the whole soul is swallowed by Kagome's soul. The soul of the living is more devouring than the soul of the dead. What's more, the similarity of Kikyo and Kagome's soul frequency is, to some extent, even closer than that of twins. Kikyo is still too kind. At this time, the world of corpses and souls. Aizen Soyajuk stood outside the team building, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on the tip of his nose, and the captain's generous Hayori, giving him the template of an honest man. The pictures of the chat group fell into the eyes of the face-friendly captain one by one. An interesting soul, relying on a semi-spiritual body, can release a binding way above level dash without singing. I don't know. It's exciting to see how far she will go if she completely abandons that broken body. However, the world is different. I am afraid there will be no such thing as Zanpakuto. The weapons related to the soul may be related to her bow and arrow. Of course, it is also possible that nothing will appear. Aizen Soyajuk didn't care about this kind of thing. Anyway, Kikyo's use of ghosts can be regarded as a complete experiment of his. Aizen now cares more about Inuyasha and that strange demon sword. The monsters in that world, in a sense, are somewhat similar to Su. It would be great if I could catch a few and come over to have a look. I don't know if there will be such an opportunity in the future. Lan Ran looked at the Bengaiyu in his hand, and played with his fingertips a little. If it's not that you don't want to be collected by Dragon Ball, maybe you can use Dragon Ball to make a wish and perfect Bengaiyu. From the past words of the group leader, Aizen Soyajuk is very clear that the Dragon Ball wish is probably the law that Shenlong collects in various worlds. So in order to avoid some uncertainties. Although Aizen Koyusuk collected all the points used by the Dragon Balls, he didn't have the idea of using the Dragon Balls immediately. Captain Aizen, Captain Aizen. Da-da, da-da-da. A ball-headed girl in a domineering outfit and wooden shoes ran over from a distance. With a casual hook, Lan Ran hid Bengaiyu in his clothes. What's the matter? Vice Captain Hinamori. Aizen showed an amiable smile. Haha, Captain, the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru-jin, said he wanted to see you, but he didn't say anything. Oh, I see. Aizen lightly pressed her hand on Chistantao's bun-rolled black hair. What are you worried about, Vice Captain Hinamori? Chistantao hesitated for a while, then said, Captain of the third team, he feels very bad, like a cold poisonous snake, you must be careful when you meet him. Although such words should not be said, especially from her as the vice captain, but in front of her own captain, Chizan chose to believe him. It's okay, we are all captains, Captain Ichimaru Jin. It's not that scary. Hey, it's really embarrassing. I seem to have heard some bad things. A slightly sharp voice sounded, with a calm tone, which seemed to have a hint of anger. At this time, Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the third squad, who was wearing a captain's haori, walked into the team building. Captain Ichimaru-jin. Hinamori was a little flustered, why did you come in without waiting for the notification? At this time, Chu Sentao seemed to be guilty of a thief. Aizen patted Chistantao on the shoulder, then took a step forward, blocking her behind. Captain Ichimaru Jin, isn't it a little bad to enter the other team's dormitory without permission? Aizen pushed his glasses and said. Hey, where is it, am I in a hurry? Ichimaru Jin didn't care, squinted his eyes, looked at Hinamorita for a while, then turned his gaze back to Aizen. Your Excellency, Chief Captain, let you and I go to the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art today to teach the students of the academy. Captain Aizen has forgotten, right? However, you Vice Captain, casually slandering the captain is a serious crime. Page 59. Captain Ichimaru Jin, it's wrong to say that. After all, your face doesn't look like a good person to anyone. Hearing Aizen's words, Ichimaru Jin's face froze for a moment. I really want to say something, you look like a good person. I don't, but you really aren't. To play with her vice captain's feelings, she had to be grateful to Dade. You are a dog. Especially, at this time, Aizen was blocking behind him, and Chistantao's eyes were staring. Ichimaru Jin felt that the child was really pitiful, and wondered if he would be able to live without Aizen in the future. Captain Aizen, why don't we go there first? It's not good to keep the students of the academy waiting. Fearing that he couldn't help but pull out his Zanpakuto and stab Aizen in the chest, Jin Ichimaru struggled to pull a smile on his face. Okay, but you can't hold my vice captain accountable anymore, can you? Aizen said again. Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin's eyes twitched. Yes, after all, it's your lovely vice captain, and I'm not a stingy person. Afterwards, Aizen Soyajuk and Ichimaru Jin walked out of the team building. Before leaving, Aizen also told Chu Sentao for a while, telling her not to worry, no matter what happened, she would take care of her. After walking out of the team building, Ichimaru Jin glanced at Aizen Soyajuk next to him. Captain Aizen, do you really like your vice captain? It doesn't matter, Yin. I'm just responding to the child's longing. After all, there is not much time. Let this dream last longer. There is no need to break it now. Aizen looked up at the sky, and then replied leisurely. Really, then you are really kind. Ichimaru Jin grinned. Chapter 61 Kessie's Proposal. Destroy the Gods. Ouch. Yawning Bellis got up from the bed and rubbed her sleepy eyes. I'm so sleepy, the work of the god of destruction is so simple and unpretentious. Dressing casually, Bellis walked out of the room. However, Angelika stood outside the gate. Good morning, Lady Bellis. What's the morning, and it's not on the planet? Bellis yawned again and again, cuss, how long have I been asleep? It feels a bit uncomfortable to sleep on the bones. 2 weeks. Bellis. I didn't feel it at all, it seemed to pass all at once. Perhaps, you have adapted to the work of God of Destruction. In order to control the power of destruction in his body, God of Destruction usually uses sleep to stabilize the power of destruction by himself, just like meditation on some planets. In some universes, the gods of destruction sleep for tens of thousands of years. I remember that in the 14th universe, there was once a god of destruction who was extremely sleepy. Because he slept for too long, the king of the world was killed, and then he died in a daze. I don't understand. Bellis. You needn't worry about that, though. Seeing the tongue-smacking expression on Bella's face, Kes couldn't help explaining. The god of destruction and the king of Kais have a symbiotic relationship, and the god of destruction will also die when the king of Kais dies. Hearing Kessie's explanation, Bellis recalled that when she went to the Quan Wang's palace, neither the Chuan Wang nor the great priest mentioned it, nor did she even mention her learning the creative power of Kai Wangshan. It's as if they don't care about it at all. Speaking of Kai Wangshan, I don't seem to have seen the great priest and Chuan Wang. Arrange for Kai Wangshan for me. Bellis asked suspiciously. Don't you know? Kessie tilted her head, her voice slightly surprised. Great priest, the note with the runes I gave you actually. Kessie's voice paused, I've been sold to you. Bellis. To put it simply, it is the law of the entire universe. Except for what the Almighty King intends to do, such as erasing the universe, the rest, anything that does not cause the coefficient of the entire universe to drop significantly, the Almighty King will not do anything to the 10th universe. Put one's oar in. In other words, most of the laws that existed when the entire universe was established do not apply to the current 10th universe. Even if the Chuan Wang and the Great Priest want to measure the coefficient of the 10th universe, they can only obtain the comprehensive coefficient of our universe by summing up the coefficients of the whole universe and subtracting the coefficients of other universes. Well, it seems that there is no difference, but it seems that there is a big difference. Kessie continued, the contract I made with you is basically that I am completely bound to you. If your strength can surpass mine, then my strength will also increase. How much I improve has something to do with the upper limit you can reach. If Lord Bellis is killed, then I will die too. It's like the relationship between the Great Priest and the King now. Is that so? Bellis was quite emotional. Unexpectedly, the Great Priest and the Chuan Wang had such a close connection. However, Kessie, is it really okay for you to tell me the secrets related to the Great Priest and the King? It doesn't matter. Kessie shook her head, the current High Priest is just my father, and he taught us the same way. If he really becomes an opponent, he will not show mercy. Bellis. Isn't the Great Priest's teaching method afraid of being filial to fathers and daughters in the future? So, Lord Bellis, please work hard for the future of our universe. I want to ask a question, Kessie, you are not affected by the laws of the whole universe, does that mean you can shoot at will? Angels, even if they aren't the strongest kind, they can easily swipe 12 universe gods of destruction. With this kind of strength, what kind of bicycle do you need? Please give up this dangerous idea. I am just an angel who is not good at fighting. On the other hand, an angel can only be regarded as a superior substitute for the king of the world. The existence of Kai Wangshan is to synthesize the destructive power in the body of the god of destruction and avoid rampage. The existence of angels is to teach the god of destruction to use the power of destruction. Don't I just think about it? Bellis smiled awkwardly. I still want to fight other gods of destruction in the future, if I can't beat them, I will shake them. You still practice hard. After avenging Lord Rumsey, you have slacked off a lot these days. The angel's scepter knocked on Bellis' forehead, and Bellis stuck out her tongue without resisting. I don't want to, but I feel that my strength has improved and I have reached the bottleneck. What about transforming? Because of the contract, Kessie sensed a powerful force in Bellis. Didn't you say you should practice normally? Bellis said after a moment of silence. That state, to be honest, I can't control. It's not ordinary scion transformation. Ordinary scion transformation only affects character. However, because of the emergence of that state, Bellis worried that turning into a Super Saiyan again it will might become very troublesome in the future. Especially after Ramsey was killed, Zamasa's new transformation unexpectedly appeared. Although only fleeting. However, if she hadn't realized that her consciousness was in danger of being annihilated and used her will to suppress the transformation, the entire universe might be destroyed. That was 5 years ago, when Ramsey had just died and the throne had not been fully blessed. 5 years ago, Bellis's strength did not further grasp the state of the power of destruction. If she did not use the power of destruction, her strength would be Super Saiyan 2nd level. Now? Cuss, I can't control that state, I'm afraid something will happen, so. It is almost a fusion of the power of destruction, the power of creation, and the law of Scion's transformation blood power. Such a transformation seems to be equivalent to his current normal state. But that's why it's scary, that's no ordinary Super Saiyan transformation. The strength of a super racer, after the normal strength reaches a certain level. The effect of transformation, or the multiple of transformation, will decline in a curve. Just like Dragon Ball Super, the opponents who were barely confronted normally, after becoming a super match, their strength is about the same, and they haven't improved much at all. 50 times, really according to this algorithm. Opponents who are barely confronted normally can definitely be killed in seconds after transformation. But when will it be? For example, the difference between Monkey King fighting the 3 dogs of the 9th universe and changing into a Super Saiyan is not too big. Except for the big difference between Super 3, the rest are basically the same. This kind of thing is especially obvious when fighting against the 6th universe Saiyan Kefla in the Power Conference. Take another chestnut, such as Super Broly. Vegeta's Super Red Strength, after being repelled, Goku took advantage of the gap and was able to fight for a while when he went up normally. This gap cannot be considered large, it can only be considered incomprehensible. Page 60. Since Dragon Ball Super, the strength of God of Destruction has been pulling up. In the Tournament of Power, can Monkey King's unrestrained ultimate instinct really win the official God of Destruction? Totally impossible. For example, in the comics, Vegeta, who was about to master the power of destruction, was dealt with by Beerus 2 or 3 times. After becoming the official god of destruction, Bellis realized how big the difference was between the god of destruction who possessed the god position and the alternate god of destruction. How strong the official god of destruction is at full strength is completely beyond the imagination of the alternate god of destruction, which is almost equivalent to fusing the laws of a universe into the body. Spirituality has reached an unimaginable peak. Master Balassi, do you want to go to Washija for a try? Kessie pondered for a while, then suggested to Balassi. But Bellis was still a little worried. It's okay, Lady Bellis, my strength hasn't improved. Kessie explained, in other words, even if you transform, you still can't beat me. Bellis twitched her cheek. Having said that, it's not too worrying. Chapter 62, Battle Without Borders. The Realm of Nothingness, an alien space isolated from other dimensions. This place is generally led by a great priest before entering. However, as the eldest sister-in-law of all angels, after losing the restriction of the whole universe, she can directly enter the Realm of Nothingness. At this moment, Bellis and Angel Kex were hovering in the area without boundaries. Do you want to create a battlefield, Lord Bellis? Kessie asked. It's not necessary, this is enough. Bellis, who was dressed in the God of Destruction suit, shook her head. Okay, then we can start. Kessie held the scepter in her hand, with a rather peaceful expression on her face. Call out. Bellis' figure disappeared from Kessie's eyes, and appeared behind him in the next second. A strong arrogance burst out from the fist, and it slammed towards Kessie. Kessie held the scepter in her hand, put it on her back, and then used the jeweled tip to block. When the angel's scepter sounded and trembled slightly. With the help of the recoil, Kessie retreated into the distance, and she turned around slowly, still wearing the long purple angel dress and the angel scepter in her hand. "Your strength has become much stronger, Lord Bellis." Kessie said softly, "However, it's not enough. This level is still far from Lord Rumsey. Then look at this move." Bellis raised her palm, and a planet-like destructive bomb flew towards Kessie. Looking at the oncoming giant purple destructive bomb, Kessie raised the angel scepter in her hand. In a moment, a clean white luster was released from the scepter. Under the light, the purple-red destructive bullet shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared completely within a short while. The power of an angel and the power of a god of destruction are almost the opposite of each other. Using the same amount of power can completely cancel out the power of destruction. Kessie continued to explain to Bellis. "I know, I've also learned a lot over the years." Appears behind Kes again teleporting. Then, when Kes turned around. "Sun Fist. Too much forward swing, Lord Bellis." Kessie quickly created a transparent mirror that could block light in front of her eyes. A fist came from behind. A puzzled look appeared on Kessie's face. However, relying on his extraordinary portable secret skills, he took 2 steps back and turned sideways to avoid the attack from behind. "Hey, have you developed a new skill?" Kes was a little surprised to see 2 almost identical Bellis standing together. And, there seemed to be more than 2. At the same time, he felt 2 auras that were exactly the same as Bellis in front of him. It is very unwise to divide one's divine energy into 4 equally. "No, Kes, I know I can't defeat you, but if I don't, I'm afraid I won't be able to control that power." "Oh." Kessie didn't care, looking at Bellis who surrounded her. "Because the chi is too strong, the body can't bear it, so the chi is divided equally, and then the transformation is performed." As an experienced angel, Kes quickly understood what Bellis was thinking. If there are 4 people, the consumption of spirit will be even more serious. I know that compared to the possibility of having a great possibility, and letting the powerful chi overwhelm the consciousness, this method of consuming mental power can still allow myself to adapt slowly. 4-body fist, the trick used by Tianjin Fan in the original book when he was fighting against Wukong. To be honest, this trick is much easier to use than Piccolo's clone, mainly for training. Moreover, Bailezi spent a lot of time in order to learn this trick. Then, it's time to start. After becoming God of Destruction, Bellis never used this transformation. Although after that fleeting moment, she has already noticed how it has changed. But without insurance, he didn't dare to do this. If his consciousness went berserk and destroyed the entire universe, maybe Chuanwang would really take action to erase her. Over the years, I have been looking for how to solve the hidden dangers. With Angel sleeping, there's no way she'll find someone else to fix the problem. It wasn't until the chat group was fully awakened earlier and went to Tibet that I learned some useful things from it. In the world of Dragon Ball, the concept of practice is very broad. Especially non-god practice, most of them only have chi, there is no chi, and the body is almost knocked down by a single shot. Essence, energy, and spirit can be summarized in 3 aspects in the world of Dragon Ball. Jing represents the level of life, Chi represents the breath of life, and God represents the soul. Even Vegeta and Sun Wukong's so-called God realm only strengthens Chi to the level of God. But for life and soul, there is not much improvement at all. Otherwise, Frisia after death would not be thrown down by Hades. Pale flames soared into the sky. 4 dazzling rays of light brightly illuminate the lights of Wushija. Very strong. Measuring the pale arrogance on Bellis, Kes murmured. The explosion lasted for nearly half a minute. My idea is right. If it is dispersed, it can barely be controlled. Looking at the 4 selves surrounding Kes, he felt that terrifying arrogance that could almost rival everything. This white Super Saiyan 3 with hair like a hedgehog. Nonsense, this is definitely not a Super 3. Not to mention the current state, even if it is normal, she can still grab Majin Buu's head, press his face, and rub it around the equator of the earth. Kiss, be careful. His gaze turned to the angel Kes, who was calmly standing in the center of the four of himself. Sure. As soon as the words fell, Kessie felt a strong impact. Kessie waved the scepter casually, blocking the oncoming fist. Boom! A powerful shock wave spread in all directions, centered on the two of them. It's not over yet. There was a sound from behind, and Kes just jumped up slightly, leaving Bellis in the air. Ha! Another Bellis attacked, and countless fists were so dense that it was almost invisible. However, Kessie just dodged easily and did not fight back. Above Kessie, a figure suddenly appeared, from the fourth Bellis. Super Booster. The three Bellis, who restricted Kessie's movements, used teleportation at the same time, and left quickly before being hit by the energy wave above. Page 61. The terrifying energy wave passed through the boundless realm, forming a gorgeous galaxy in the space. Kessie was also swallowed by this powerful wave of energy. However, after the energy, Bellis still didn't relax at all, watching the white enchantment that appeared in place after the energy gradually dissipated. Using the angel scepter as a fulcrum, Kessie created an enchantment and protected herself in the enchantment. You have made great progress compared to 5 years ago, Lord Bellis. Kessie's voice was full of emotion, and the glass ball on the top of the scepter, the enchantment barrier released, began to fade, and then quickly disappeared. So, are you going to stop? After the fight just now, Kessie can roughly judge the current strength level of her god of destruction. Of course, this refers to the strength of the four Bellis, not the one she imagined. Kes, the real battle is coming, you have to be careful. Bellis was silent for a moment. Bellis felt that if he took back 4 more of his chi, the scion blood in him would definitely return to his ancestors. This return to the ancestors may not change much in appearance. However, this feeling of being out of control made her very uneasy. Chapter 63. The battle is over. Bellis took a deep breath. Except for the main body, the other 3 clones became transparent and slowly disappeared. Following that, the 3 clones dispersed. The chi on Bellis' body grew geometrically again. Kessie, who had always been calm in her eyes, was a little taken aback by this energy that was many times larger than before. Like the hair of the 3rd level of Super Scion, at this time, the hair is gradually covered with a layer of white light. The peaceful energy has also become more irritable. This kind of magnanimity is not weaker than that of Mr. Ramsay. In the realm of nothingness, a ray of white light flashed across. Heavy fist shadows smashed past. Boom! When Kessie was hit, a burst of extremely strong energy fields erupted around her body. She quickly backed away, and the explosion produced a smoke range. Looking at Bellis in the distance, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. It's not at the same level as before. Although as an angel, even if she is not good at fighting, her overall strength far surpasses that of the god of destruction, and she has the ability to easily overwhelm even the transformation of her own god of destruction. However, Kessie's goal is not to defeat Bellis. Instead, I want to see the growth of Bellis, the improvement in strength in the past few years, so that I can set up a better training plan in the future. It is now impossible for Kes to teach Bellis as he does to ordinary gods of destruction. She is separated from the universe. Looking at it from another angle, she has become her former disciple and now the leader of the god of destruction. Although I don't know what level Bellis will reach in the future, but when she can still help, she will try her best to help. Kessie switched the scepter to her left hand, and slightly shook her numb palm. The aura of rage is completely different from the ultimate instinct I taught. It is more like the potential of a bloodline. It is an advanced step combined with the power of the god of destruction. Keith stared at Bellis. At this moment, Bellis looked extremely cold. The soft white hair became sharp and snow-white, and it was draped generously on the shoulders. Accompanied by the extremely pale arrogance around the body, the whole body exudes an aura that is inaccessible to strangers. Call out. Bellis disappeared from Kess' side again. Teleport. No, no, there is no trace of space ripples. While Kess was thinking, Bellis had already appeared in front of her. She stretched out her fist and punched Kessie. Is it just the speed? Kessie dodged lightly, and with the angel scepter in his hand, he lightly flicked Bellis's wrist that was punching his fist, misplaced Bellis' attack. Switch the scepter from the left hand to the right hand. The terrifying fist wind flew directly past Kessie's ear, and even the angel's inherently white hair was slightly blown at this moment. The next moment when Kessie evaded Bellis' attack, Bellis launched another punch. Countless fists turned into afterimages, hitting all parts of Kessie's body non-stop. Flash left and right, turn left and turn right, spin and jump. Even with the terrifying power and Kessie's outstanding skills, Bellis had nothing to gain. Roar. Like the roar of a wild beast. A strong chi burst out. Kessie didn't pay attention, and was blown away by the burst of chi. Could it be? Consciousness has been swallowed. There was seriousness in Kessie's eyes. If this is the case, we can only knock Lady Bellis unconscious first. Kess, please, give me some time. What? A voice suddenly came to mind, and Kessie frowned slightly. Lord Bellis. There was some uncertainty in the voice. I think of a way to control it. Can you please block my body? I need some time now. I'll do my best. You must be careful when it comes to matters involving the soul, understand? Although she didn't know what Bellis wanted to do, Kessie still urged. It is good. The voice in my head disappeared, and the pupils in Bellis' eyes completely lost focus. Kessie hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow Bellis's idea. She quickly walked up to Bellis. Roar! Bellis put her palms together in front of her, and then a monstrous wave of pure white energy rushed towards Kessie head-on. Seeing this, Kessie hurriedly avoided. Then, just as Kessie was dodging the energy wave, Bellis' figure appeared on Kay's left side again. He kicked her hard. Kessie used the top of the scepter to block the kick coming from below, and then retreated to avoid the opponent's attack range. After the attack failed, Bellis opened her hands and continuously sent energy bullets towards Kessie. Hoo. Dense balls of light shot out continuously, moving in the space like raindrops. The energy balls shone with a dazzling brilliance, there were so many of them, and there were almost no gaps. Even with the freedom ultimate instinct, it was difficult to avoid them. Kessie raised the scepter and gave a light snort. An enchantment appeared, quickly wrapping itself. Boom boom boom. The energy bomb hit the barrier in front of Hong without hesitation. The enchantment made bursts of explosions, and even set off rippling smoke and dust. Taking advantage of the smoke affecting her vision, Bellis moved to Kessie's back at an extremely fast speed. The 10 fingers are interlaced and closed, and they are chopping heavily from top to bottom. Unbelievable ripples, trembling non-stop in the enchantment. Seeing the purple destructive power wrapped around Bellis' hands, Kessie untied the barrier. Losing the barrier. The smashed fist made Bellis lose her center of gravity and almost fell down. Using the scepter in her hand, Kessie took this opportunity to lightly tap her back covered by white hair. Almost in the next second, Bellis flew backwards. Page 62. The strength began to stabilize, and the feeling of rage has also weakened. So far from the battle, Kessie clearly felt the energy situation on Bellis. Then, just wait a little longer. I don't know how long it took to destroy the God Realm. Kessie took Bellis back from nowhere. Bellis' feet had just hit the ground. Crack! Where Bellis landed, a terrifying crack spread across the entire God of Destruction realm in an instant. I've been careful to control it. Bellis looked at Kess beside her with watery eyes. Hey, Kessie sighed, and tapped the ground lightly with the end of the angel's scepter, and the cracked lines on the ground quickly repaired. Master Bellis, from now on, you should keep practicing in this state until you get used to it. Can't it change back? Bellis asked uncertainly. Your current chi has exceeded the current limit of the body and soul. It is only because of the relationship between the transformation and the return of the ancestral blood that the upper limit is forcibly raised, so that you can barely bear the load. It's not impossible if it goes back to normal. But do you want to sleep for hundreds of years to completely stabilize the energy in your body? Kessie could see what Bailezi was thinking. Although it is not very long, many gods of destruction sleep according to the principle of thousands of years. Calculate. Forget it. Bellis twitched the corner of her mouth. Hundreds of years? How many of those sand sculpture friends are still alive? Then, how long will it take me to change back? After straightening your hedgehog hair caused by excessive energy, you can maintain the energy that spreads wantonly in your body, and it's enough to make it so important. However, by that time, you don't need any transformation, and it's the norm now. Most of the transformations are the so-called combat forms that appear because they cannot maintain a high load of energy. Okay, I'll try my best. Bellis curled her lips, forgetting about sleeping to death for hundreds of years or something. Although the current situation is more troublesome, it is not impossible to live. Bellis walked cautiously back to her bedroom. She didn't want to think about it anymore, she just hoped to have a good rest. As long as she didn't fall asleep, she could still maintain her transformed form. Crack! The bed is gone. Still split in the middle. Bellis! I just touched it, and I haven't fully laid down yet. The bed or something, do you know how much it hurt my young heart? Those who didn't know thought that I was doing some strenuous exercise. Chapter 64 Spider, Basie. Spider, Irina, does Grandpa Madara know, where did the group leader go? Since the last time, the group leader told Suzuki about the world mission, the group leader's profile picture has not been lit during this period of time. Uchiha Madara, I'm just a small administrator. How do I know about the group leader? Besides, we are not from the same world. Uchiha Madara, don't call me grandpa, I just look a little older in my profile picture, but I'm actually younger than many people. They are all several years older than me times. The Uchiha spotted clam lived. Why Irina is called Ying, either by her name or sister. His name is Jeff, he is either a brother or a teacher. And to him, it becomes a super double, a grandpa. It must have been infected by this small-brained spider. Ying, in fact, I am still very young, really, I am sleeping most of the time, my real age should not be very old. Jeff. As the world's strongest magician in fairy tale, he didn't understand why Ying would care about her age, she was at least a few hundred years old. The number one princess in the world, I seem to have seen something interesting, someone has been super doubled, Uchiha Madara. Fluorescent. The group leader will always jump out when discussing inexplicable things. Seeing the familiar nickname on the public screen, Spider was excited. Spider, group leader, I finally saw you, I thought something happened to you. The number one princess in the world, what can I do, just spend more time practicing. The number one princess in the world, Spider, have you become a god? Have I been offline for a long time? Spider, becoming a god? What the hell? Don't you want to say that I can only turn back into a human being if I become a god? The half-human, half-spider Spider Zi experienced the initial confusion, and a certain Kyuli, plus the evil god D, appeared in his mind, and he seemed to have an absurd idea. The number one princess in the world, what did I say? I didn't say anything. Seeing that the spider turned into a human head, with white hair and long eyelashes, Bellis couldn't help but think of the spider's humanoid appearance. Spider, whoa, the leader of the group is a big bully, what you just said, is lying to the spider again. The number one princess in the world, okay, I admit it, I just said that only by becoming a god can you completely change into a human appearance. Spider, ah? Sure enough. Spider had a dejected expression on his face. He had obviously evolved to an infinity level, but he was only half human, half spider at the moment. There was no way to fully transform back into a human. That's why the spiders are always talking about the group leader in the group. Izan Soyajuk, at the world of spiders, other races, can only become a god to change into a human appearance. In the world of corpses and souls, Izan Soyajuk has a relatively deep understanding of the spiders who are often active in the group. Moreover, from time to time, the spider would post intimate photos of himself and the devil to the group, and spread dog food to other group members. The number one princess in the world, is that so? What's the problem? Izan Soyajuk, Spider's best friend, the demon king named Ariel, didn't become a god? If she is a spider, how can she maintain her human form? The number one princess in the world, it's not good to be too curious. But it's okay to tell you, Ariel, the devil king, is a human being herself. Izan Soyajuk, I see. After all, the creature was transformed with the Bengayu. Izan Soyajuk took the group leader's answer as the result, and it was easy to guess the cause of the demon king Ariel. However, a certain spider almost dropped its jaw in shock. Spider! Spider, is this true? Princess no. Dash in the world, it's truer than pearls. Spider, have you seen Potamus? Spider, the patriarch of the elves. There was a fight with him before. But in the middle of the fight, the demon king Ariel fell from the sky and directly stomped Potamus to death. However, the trampled one seemed to be a robot. Moreover, when Ariel arrived, Spider didn't believe Potamus' tone and actions, saying that there was no personal grudge. The number one princess in the world, what I'm going to say next, the devil hasn't mentioned it to you, so you'd better pretend that you don't know, understand? Spider, why? The number one princess in the world, Ariel turned out to be a human being, and Potamus was the patriarch of the elves from the beginning to the end, and the number one princess in the world, in a sense, Potamus is the father of the devil Ariel. Spider. Spider was dumbfounded. Elf father, human. Demon king, Ariel. Spider, group leader, you don't want to say. The number one princess in the world, it's just what you think. Spider, why did you do such a thing? In Spider's mind, only a few words came to mind: reform people. Potamus, the patriarch of the elves, stole Ariel from humans and transformed her into a primitive spider. The number one princess in the world, although Potamus is not as powerful as the current demon king, it is not impossible for him to kill the demon king. Based on this, what do you think is the reason for Potamus to do so? Spider, become a god. Spider had an answer in his mind, but he was a little uncertain. The number one princess in the world, who knows? By the way, Ziobai, since you have evolved to the last step of the system, then, according to my agreement with D, she will test you. Spider. The world's number one princess, I don't know how to test it, maybe it fits with D's own bad taste. Page 63. Hearing what the group leader said, the spider trembled with fear. Spider, can I not go? The number one princess in the world, yes. Spider, great. The number one princess in the world, the evil god D has no patience with Chu Lai. If you can't become a god within a certain period of time and pass her test, then the planet might be destroyed. Spider. What do you mean, if she doesn't become a god, the planet will be destroyed? Isn't this alarmist? Feelings, she is still the hope of the world. Chapter 65 Konoha, Hindering Peace in the Ninja World. Spider, then, how can I become a god? She didn't want to die. She had worked so hard to become half human, half spider. It wasn't worth dying. The number one princess in the world, I can't tell you. This is an agreement between me and D. If you follow things, you will definitely have a chance. I can only tell you that your chance to become a god is in a ruin. The number one princess in the world, of course, this is something you will do in the future. As for whether there will be changes after joining the chat group, I don't know. Anyway, it's not an important thing for me. Spider. She knew that the leader of the group was a riddler and liked to catch spiders. Bellis did not tell Spider the detailed process. Some things are vague, but they are more likely. Once they are clear, accidents are likely to occur. In Spider-Man's original book, becoming a god is itself a very unexpected thing. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the spider doesn't become a god, that kind of god is nothing at all, even D himself doesn't care, he just thinks the spider is interesting, and he just gave her a chance. After talking about the spider, Bellis thought of one more thing in the chat group. I don't know what Sasuke Uchiha thinks. Of course, whether she refused or agreed, Bellis did not have much emotional fluctuations. At most, it is a little troublesome to collect the rules of Naruto world. Besides, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke are % able to use Dragon Balls, and it is not difficult to collect the rules of the Naruto world. As for how the Dragon Balls are used by the two, Bellis has no control. The world's number one princess, are you there? Uchiha Sasuke, I'm here, group leader. The number one princess in the world, what do you think, do you want to agree? Just follow your own ideas, there is no need to worry that I will get angry. Uchiha Sasuke, Blade told me about this before, but I don't know how to make most of the living people in the ninja world agree with me from the bottom of their hearts. The number one princess in the world, you can do whatever you want. The system will pass the rules and judge the recognition of you by the living people in the ninja world. When it exceeds 50.00%, it can be considered that your mission has been completed. The number one princess in the world, to tell you the truth, only when you reach more than half of the approval can I use the rules of the chat group to pull your planet into the universe under my jurisdiction. The number one princess in the world, at that time, I will resurrect your people according to the rewards for completing the mission. The number one princess in the world, but only for that one time, even if I can't just violate the theory of life and death that governs the universe. Otherwise it will have a great impact on the laws of the universe. The last words are pure deceit, but if life and death cannot be violated, try not to violate them. If the boundary between life and death is too blurred, it will have a bad impact on the development of the universe. Uchiha Madara, I assist Uchiha Sasuke to complete his world mission, what can I get? The number one princess in the world, how about resurrecting you and your younger brother Kwana? Uchiha Madara, okay, I agree. Uchiha Madara seemed to be afraid that the group leader would go back on his word. For things like points, it's better to use them sparingly. Anyway, I don't plan to use unlimited monthly reading. Group leader, the world's number one princess released a world mission, Mission World, Naruto World. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, accept the task, Uchiha Madara accept the task. At this time, Naruto World. Uchiha Sasuke, looking at the task list in the chat group, fell into deep thought. 5 years. Don't talk too much, say a lot less. But in 5 years, it is impossible for at least half of the people in the ninja world to return to themselves. Uchiha Sasuke is not a daimyo or shadow of a big country, so how can he have such a big influence? Even if it is a shadow or a daimyo, at least half of the ninja world must be conquered in order for this kind of recognition to exist. Uchiha Sasuke, is it only 5 years? The number one princess in the world, Yes, you can use illusion to control everyone, even kill all those who disobey you, and leave behind those who approve of you. That's fine. The world's #1 princess, as long as you can meet the minimum requirements of the mission, I will reward you and Uchiha Madara according to the mission content. Irina, isn't it too cruel? Irina, who was just preparing to travel, felt a little unbearable. The world's #1 princess, the reward for resurrecting so many people is itself a test for Uchiha Sasuke. If I can't achieve it, I will only announce that the mission has failed and there will be no punishment. The world's #1 princess, however, if you are pulled into the universe under my jurisdiction, once the evaluation of the planet is lower than the lowest rating standard of the entire universe due to your past actions, I will give you rewards and never give up. Destroy it without hesitation. The world's #1 princess, of course, the people who are destroyed include you, even if you are members of the group, there is no exception, Sasuke Uchiha, since he has been in the group for so long, Uchiha Madara must have told you what I do. Uchiha Sasuke, who heard this, fell into a long silence and did not answer. Uchiha Madara, it means that you can't kill at will? What is the rating standard for the universe you manage? How do we know that we will not be destroyed by you in the next second after we enter your jurisdiction? The world's first princess, the specific evaluation criteria are judged by the universe coefficient, and I am only the executor. What I tell you is that the evaluation criteria are roughly related to the ecology of the planet, the strength of life, the value of death, and the lifespan of the planet. The prospect of the planet and so on are related. The world's #1 princess, your current ninja world, although under the influence of chakra, the value is much lower. But there is still a long way to go before breaking the red line, so don't worry about it. Uchiha Sasuke, can I ask for foreign aid? Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha of Pure Land was stunned. I am not a foreign aid? Uchiha Madara, Sasuke, what do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke, I want to help me, wait until you kick the coffin board. Uchiha Madara. The #1 princess in the world, who are you looking for, Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke, it's not him, and I don't want to care about that guy. I will prove him wrong. Konoha is an obstacle to peace in the ninja world. The #1 princess in the world, it seems that you already have an idea, can you tell me who it is? Uchiha Sasuke, Ashimaru, he is very interested in eternal life, I am sure to convince him, but I don't know about the chat group. The purpose of Uchiha Sasuke's speaking was to ask what the group leader thinks about Orochimaru. After all, people like Orochimaru do not conform to the perception of ordinary people. I still have a lot of thoughts. In the God of Destruction realm, Bella smiled slightly. Immediately, she posted a sentence on the public screen. The #1 princess in the world, okay, but, make sure you are safe. If something happens to you because you revealed something about the chat group, I don't care. Uchiha Sasuke, thank you, group leader. With the consent of the group leader, Sasuke Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. It is not difficult for Sasuke to ask Orochimaru to help. Orochimaru lived here for 2 years, and except for his body, Orochimaru treated him well. Chapter 66 Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. Sasuke Uchiha came to Orochimaru's bedroom again. In the room, as usual, Orochimaru was taking care of the sick bed. Seeing Sasuke coming, Toto didn't even raise his head. Sasuke-kun, you haven't come to see me for a while. Orochimaru said hoarsely, with a hint of a chuckle. I've come to ask you something. Sasuke said. Sasuke Uchiha, don't push yourself too far. Yakuhito suddenly raised his head. The last time I sorted out the materials for Sasuke Uchiha, I was exhausted from working overtime day and night. Hearing that Sasuke came to ask Orochimaru to do something again, he couldn't hold back anymore. Listen to Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru coughed a few times, then shook his head at the bag beside him. Pharmacist Pocket. Your health is not very good, Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru's paler face than last time, Uchiha Sasuke said indifferently. That's, compared with yours, this original body is really not that good. Orochimaru did not hide his desire for Sasuke's body at all. Is it interesting to live on the last breath? Even if you can get me, how long can you hold on? Page 64. Changing the body every 3 years, this is not made up by Uchiha Sasuke, but Orochimaru has been like this for several reincarnations. Hehe, if the body matches, it's not a problem to last 10 or 8 years. At that time, I'm afraid I will have a better way to make up for it. Orochimaru said. Then you really worked hard. Sasuke couldn't deny Orochimaru's explanation. Sasuke-kun, you've really changed a lot these days. If I'm not mistaken, you've opened those eyes, right? The information revealed in Dashawan's unhurried words made the expression of the pharmacist beside him change suddenly. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. These words instantly appeared in everyone's mind. What are you going to do if I say yes? Sasuke Uchiha's dark eyes turned into scarlet Sangodama. What should I do? Orochimaru said, compared to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, I am more curious about what made you so stable. And Orochimaru said this, and paused for a while. What do you think after reading the information collected by Do? I mean, the Uchiha extermination. Boom! As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, the terrifying chakra filled the air. Uchiha Sasuke's three-pointed jade sharing eye, quickly turned into a kaleidoscope shape of a six-pointed star. Wan, kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Todo turned pale with shock, even though Master Orochimaru said it clearly. Todo still didn't believe that Sasuke could open those eyes now. Uchiha Sasuke exhaled foul breath, and the chakra surrounding the whole house slowly receded, leaving only the kaleidoscope shape of his pupils. Cough, cough. Orochimaru coughed again and again, as if it was caused by the chakra released by Sasuke just now. Master Orochimaru. Do hurriedly wanted to feed Orochiwan with medicine. I'm fine, Do. After Dashyuan coughed, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really rare that you didn't attack me. It's so light, your eyes may have been open for a while. For the study of Sharingan, Orochimaru surpasses anyone. Orochimaru also vaguely speculates about the kaleidoscope changes of Sharingan and the particularity required. Seeing Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan, Orochimaru was completely sure. In fact, Orochimaru has already noticed that the final evolution of Sharingan is Pain's Samsara. Orochimaru, why did you attack the third Hokage, for Konoha, or because he is your teacher? Uchiha Sasuke came here to confirm Orochimaru's thoughts, and then make a plan. In the established future that he saw, Orochimaru said that his purpose of killing the 3 generations seemed to be to make the windmill turn. Everyone has their own opinions on what this turn means. I see. You, who seem to know the truth, are still on the opposite side. Orochimaru said with a hoarse smile, Sasuke-kun, I don't have any opinion on Konoha. Are you satisfied with this answer? The kaleidoscope Sharingan spins rapidly, and in an instant, Orochimaru senses a change in the surrounding scenery. Illusion. However, Orochimaru was neither anxious nor angry. Sasuke, who has a kaleidoscope Sharingan, does not have much hope of winning now, but it is completely impossible for Sasuke to kill her. I have left dozens of backup players all over the ninja world, and there are many ways to resurrect them. It's a pity that if Sasuke killed himself, then Kabuki would probably die too. It would be a pity for such an excellent and diligent subordinate to die casually. However, the torment resembling pain did not appear. Uchiha Sasuke, who was opposite, just looked at him quietly. Sasuke-kun, what are you going to do? Orochimaru said leisurely. I know, I can't kill you. The purpose of my coming to you is to hope that you can join me. Oh. Orochimaru neither agreed nor refused. So, what does Sasuke-kun want to do? Ashimaru, since you are curious, then take a closer look, what you want to know, or what I want you to know. The kaleidoscope Sharingan turns again, and Suzuki and Orochimaru are in the blood moon scene. Transformation begins. Outside world. Seeing Orochimaru hit by the illusion, Do was taken aback. Master Orochimaru. Do's face rose ferociously. Nasty Uchiha Suzuki, what did you say just now that you shouldn't do anything to Ashimaru-sama? Where's your face? Do grabbed the medical book on the table, gathered the chakra knife in his palm, and prepared to launch an attack on Uchiha Suzuki to protect his respected Orochimaru. Cough, 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 ha 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 hiccup. Orochimaru on the bed spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, with an extremely sick expression on his face. Master Orochimaru. Putting down the senior, he quickly picked up the wooden bucket under the bed to pick up the vomit from Orochimaru. No need, cow. Orochimaru wiped the corners of his mouth with his hands in complete disregard of appearance. Suzuki-kun, you really made a condition that I can't refuse, and your chance is really enviable. Sage of the Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Madara Uchiha, and that mysterious group leader, haha. Orochimaru raised his head, madness appeared on his sickly face. Suzuki-kun, since you are the reincarnation of Indra, then, you don't know clearly, you may be watched by the Sage of the Six Paths. I know, the group leader has already blocked that surveillance. Suzuki Uchiha said, how about it, Orochimaru, do you agree? Suzuki-kun, I can't refuse, can I? You showed me a wider sky. Orochimaru collected his thoughts, breathed a sigh of relief, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again, and said, in 5 years, I will help you realize your wish, and find a way to find Uchiha Madara's body. Since that ninja Shura will help, it is a bit wasteful to stay in the Pure Land. However, the specific plan has to wait until I get my hands back, how about it? Dashimaru said. Yes. Suzuki nodded, and Orochimaru saw the picture of the future, so it's normal to have his own thoughts. In Boren's Huan, Orochimaru is the only one that has not been cut, but also strengthened. Chapter 67 Evil God D, and Kurapika. The universe of the world where Spider-Man lives. In the underworld. Mingtu, it's okay, I want to go out for a while, and do work or something later. Sitting in front of the workbench, Thulhudi put his hands straight on the stage, with a look of lovelessness on his face. No way, Mr. D, you want to sneak out and leave the job to me. Are you the master of the underworld or am I the master of the underworld? A woman dressed in a maid outfit with shoulder-length hair stood behind D and kept tapping the table with her fingers, reminding the evil god D to work harder. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for you, Master D, releasing your breath, I really don't know where to find you. Also, are you having fun? You really have a lot of leisure time. Being a student is not good enough. When you are bullied, you don't fight back. You even help others reincarnate. The maid lady, Mingtu, really doesn't know how to complain about her immediate boss. That was an accident, but that little spider named Beizi is also very interesting. Evil God D commented with great interest. Humph, how dare you say that if you recruit powerful people from other universes, it might be very troublesome if the coordinates of our universe are exposed. Mingtu, I'm serious this time, I plan to establish a relationship with that god named Bellis. If possible, I would like to proceed to the next step. Hearing that Mingtu was silent for a while, he sighed, hey. Whatever you want, you are the highest god in this universe, even if I want to refute, if you really want to do it, I can't stop you. It's like pulling the evil god D back to work. If D really wants to run away, she can't pull him back. D leaned on the chair and looked up at the maid Mingtu who was standing beside her. In the battle with that other universe manager, I found that I was not her opponent. The most important point, her breath of life made me feel very young. Didn't you say that she is just a projection? That's right. Fulhu sighed, and said in a dignified voice, but even so, even if I try to defeat her with the help of buffs from the entire universe, there is a high probability that I will be seriously injured. Young universe managers, such a strong world may be very dangerous. Netherland thought thoughtfully. So, I plan to join that chat group first, at least know her general personality, and then discuss it. Although I don't have much time to talk to her, based on my experience, I can tell that she is not the kind of god who insists on the laws of the Black Forest, or who is strong enough to make things difficult for others. Like you, do you practice equivalent exchange? Probably yes, I can deduce how she helped the little spider. Hearing these words, the maid spread her hands. You don't need to tell me about this, I'm just your subordinate, but I hope you will think carefully when making a decision. Okay. Dee nodded. Hey! The evil god Dee frowned. What happened? I might have to go out, it's time to give that little spider a test. Dee said. When the time comes, will she come? If you can, please take me with you. The Netherland maid said seriously. No matter where Dee goes, for such a dangerous and strong man, it is better to have a helper than none at all. No problem. Dee nodded, then grabbed a stack of documents on the desktop with both hands, and put them in front of the maid. I will leave the matter here to you, don't worry, I won't deduct your salary, I'm cute Miss Underworld. Mingta's face was black, watching the evil god Dee open the space and leave. As the space passage closed, Mingta sighed, I hope Mr. D did not make a misplaced decision. Page 65. In the chat group. After chatting with Uchiha Madara and Spider-Man, a new group member who joined before, Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter World began to speak. Kurapika, group leader, if I need to revive my clansmen, what price will I have to pay? Kurapika is the same as Uchiha Sasuke, the tribe was also exterminated, the only thing that is not so tragic is that the extermination was done by outsiders, not by close relatives. The number one princess in the world, this is impossible, unless there are two people in the group in your world, you can use Sasuke's method. Kurapika, is that so, is there no other way? The number one princess in the world, you can only collect Dragon Balls, whoever you want to resurrect can revive one at a time. Kurapika was a little reconciled, but it was better to revive one of his clansmen than none at all. The world's number one princess, at Kurapika, have you got your hunter's license yet? Speaking of which, Bella still doesn't know where the world of hunters has developed, and whether Kurapika's situation is before the hunter exam or after the hunter exam. Kurapika, I haven't got it yet. I plan to take the hunter exam this year. There is still about half a year before the registration time. The number one princess in the world, in other words, you haven't learned how to read yet. Bellis is also a little interested in thinking about the world of Hunter x Hunter. It looks somewhat similar to the Chi in the Dragon Ball world, but more is that they are changeable, and it can even be said to touch the law. Of course, the specific Bellis is not clear. Kurapika is just an ordinary person now, and has never been in contact with psychic power. And with Bella's current state, it was impossible for Kurapika to agree to go to his world. Among other things, as far as she is now, she can destroy the god realm from time to time, step on it to pieces, and even collapse the bed while sleeping. How dare Kurapika let her go there? Maybe, let alone the dangerous dark continent, the entire planet might be reduced to scattered rubble if she was not careful. She wanted to help others in the past, and go back to understand the rules by the way, not to destroy them in the past. Kurapika, what is the reading? Kurapika is a shocker. He has also learned before that the so-called Dragon Ball wishing, to some extent, is related to the strength of the world. Although it may not be completely related, it is certain that the world he lives in is not an everyday world. After all, it takes 6,000 points to exchange Dragon Balls, which is not the daily world no matter how you think about it. The world's number one princess, the so-called mind is the body's energy, or the breath of life. I don't know the specifics. I am not from your world. The laws are different, and the manifestations will be different. The number one princess in the world, anyway, as long as you know it's something extraordinary. Kurapika, is it possible for me to learn to read? Kurapika's voice trembled while he was working. If he learned how to read, maybe he would have a chance to seek revenge from the spider. The number one princess in the world, for the hunter exam in your world, reading is a compulsory course after becoming a hunter. In other words, as long as you become a hunter, the Hunter Association will send someone to teach you how to use reading. Bellis also told Kurapika some common sense about Nan in the hunter world. In the world of hunters, Kurapika found a quiet place, sat down, and carefully analyzed what the group leader said. Although these are common sense for hunters, they are equivalent to opening a new door for him. Kurapika, I heard from other group members that you can know the past and future of all group members through the chat group, so in the future, have I learned to read, and what is the ability to read? The world's number one princess, you are very smart Kurapika, grasp the point of my words, your telekinetic ability is the materialization type, and after opening the fiery red eyes, it will become a rare trait type. The world's number one princess, I won't talk about your specific recitation ability, because I can't guarantee that you will learn the direction of recitation according to the established direction in the future. Thoughts of the same attribute are developed differently by each person. Who knows what kind of mind ability Kurapika intends to develop after joining the group? Kurapika, please be sure to tell me, I will bear all the consequences. Bellis was silent for a while, but still told him about Kurapika's original ability to read. Speaking of which, Bellis is very interested in the absolute time after Kurapika opened his red eyes. That seems to involve the ability of the law. It stands to reason that Kurapika's current strength cannot be touched. Because of constraints and vows? Bellis thought for a while, and typed a word into the group. The world's number one princess, at Kurapika, if you want to learn to read before the hunter exam, I can also teach you, but the process may be a bit dangerous. Chapter 68 Kurapika wants to learn to read. Kurapika looked at the information on the public screen of the chat group, and was silent for a long time. I will become a hunter in the future, and with the help of the Hunter Association, I will learn the ability to read. However, the premise is that he can become a hunter. The moment you join the chat group, the future has changed. Kurapika can't guarantee that all the choices he makes in the hunter exam will be made according to the past, nor can he guarantee that he will definitely become a hunter. It is impossible for him to make a choice and ask the group what he did in the past, let alone the question of whether it is okay or not. He has no face to ask the group leader like this. After taking a deep breath, Kurapika's consciousness turned to the chat group. Kurapika, I want to learn, no matter what the danger is, as long as I can learn to recite, everything is worth it. Kurapika knew very well that it was a great honor for the group leader to teach him the power of mind. No matter what the future holds, I am just an ordinary person now. I only got 10 points for signing in, and I couldn't even afford anything on the trading platform in the group. The world's number one princess, then you go to the Sky Arena first. The Sky Arena above the 200th floor is a battle for people with abilities. The world's number one princess find a way to get a viewing ticket for the Sky Arena above 200 floors, and then broadcast it live in the group. I need to analyze the law of the mind by observing the battle of the mind-capable people. Kurapika, the number one princess in the world, is there any problem? Although my strength is not bad, but I can't even read it and analyze it, let alone something from a different world. Kurapika, it seems right. Kurapika's cheeks twitched slightly while sitting on the chair. This group leader is a bit unreliable. When you can't learn to read, can you play with his life? World's number 200 princess, at Kurapika, if you can't get the viewing tickets for the -th floor, find a way to find a young man named Jung and a child named Zhixi in the sky arena. The number one princess in the world, they are all capable, and Jung is a hunter from the Hunter Association. Karapika, hunters? Are you asking me to learn the ability to read from them? Hearing the word hunter, Karapika suddenly thought that hunter and neon are standard equipment. The number one princess in the world? Impossible, he won't teach you unless you get a hunter's license. In the original book, Jung taught Zyja and Kia the ability to conceive. At the beginning, I flickered and didn't intend to teach at all. Of course, he also has the ability to teach the two to read, which is not Yungu's task, he just brought his disciples to the game. The world's number one princess, what I mean is, try to broadcast the live broadcast while you are watching Zhixi's game. I'll try to see if I can analyze the composition of the mind ability across the world. Karapika. It feels so unreliable. The number one princess in the world, by the way, Karapika, you can also participate in the competition in the sky arena. Remember, it is best to participate in every competition with the red eye, and get used to closing and opening the red eye at any time, say in the state of indeterminate fiery red eyes, it is easier for you to awaken and read. Karapika, that's the case, but I'm worried. The number one princess in the world, is it okay to wear colored contact lenses? No one below the 200th floor can tell that you have red eyes. Karapika, I am the Kurita tribe. The number one princess in the world, the name is a little hard to remember, it doesn't matter, it's all the same to me. Karapika. In God of Destruction realm, after explaining things to Karapika, Bella's consciousness quit the chat group. Because the angel Kessie happened to be looking for her. Master Bellis, I have already analyzed the two gods' eyes. Kessie held the god's eye in his hand and bowed slightly when he saw Bellis coming. You seem very happy. Bellis looked at her in surprise. A little bit. Kessie nodded shyly, then straightened her face, and said, these two gods' eyes can indeed strengthen the laws of our universe, and can conduct experiments on some planets to strengthen the universe's scoring coefficient. Tell me in detail. In Bilisi's mind, the information of the god's eye in the original god emerged. Kessie organized the language and explained, the main function of the god's eye is to lock one's own desires and strengthen a certain aspect of the user's ability. This enhanced ability is usually the most suitable for the user. It is equivalent to abandoning all-round development and focusing on developing a certain advantage, so that it is easier to comprehend the law. That is to say. Kessie paused for a while when she said this, when the user is able to comprehend the law, the bondage of the god's eye will no longer exist, and the power of wish will be fed back to the user. Law, such a power. Even the weakest one, is not easy to comprehend. Bellis murmured, what if it fails? In the world of the original gods, the eyes of gods are external magical organs. As the user dies, the eye of God dims until the next recognized person appears. In the game, there are very few who can open the second opening of the god's eye. It seems that there are only the condensed light of the Jade Pavilion of Tiandong Kunyu, and Feng Yuan Wanyi who is known as Yetiendi. Master Bellis, didn't you guess it? Page 66. Kessie was silent for a while, then said. When the user dies, the power solidified into a wish will be absorbed and stored by the god's eye. Until the number 2 user appears, of course, whether this user will inherit the wishes of the previous user, I'm still not sure, we don't have enough experimental subjects. However, there is one thing I can be sure of. The creation and appearance of the Eye of God, apart from the solidified power of collecting desires, is to help users grasp the laws more easily. Can it be mass-produced? Bellis asked. No problem, but because I don't fully understand the laws of the world where the Eye of God lives, the things produced may be very different. The scepter in Kessie's hand lightly tapped towards the open space in front of her, and little by little rules began to converge. Crack! A fiery red eye of God fell to the ground. Bellis picked up the god's eye on the ground. The moment the slender fingers touched the god's eye on the ground emitted a slight light. Bellis even felt a little restraint in the energy of her body. Lively fire attribute. Violet destructive power emerged from Bellis' body, and the sense of restraint wrapped around her body was instantly erased. Boom! In the next second, the Eye of God broke into countless pieces, which slipped from the gap between the fingers to the ground. Bellis was speechless for a while. Sure enough, in the transformed state, she still couldn't control her power well. Obviously paying attention, the Eye of God suddenly shattered. Chapter 69 Foodie Spider, Swallow the Bomb in One Bite. I saw debris falling like sand from the gap between Bellis' fingers. Keith sighed and said, "You are using too much force. This kind of thing called God's Eye is not very powerful in itself. It is used for some weaker creatures to practice." "I don't know." Bellis shrugged, "I thought what you did would be harder. Do you want more? If you want, I'll make another one for you," Kessie said while holding two God's Eyes brought back from the Teyvat continent. "Forget it." Bellis waved her hand, "Don't worry about these things. If necessary in the future, just make some and throw them on a few planets to see the effect. Think about it, maybe after Naruto World pulls over, throw a few on it and try it out. The natural power of the Naruto World is quite similar to the elemental power of the Eye of God. Up to you." Kessie nodded. After a while, Bellis was still diving in the group, and the chat group was quite quiet as everyone was busy with their own affairs. Since knowing that Kikyo can practice in the state of soul, Uchiha Madara, who is crazy about cultivation, can't help it. After all, if the world task is completed, both himself and his younger brother can be resurrected, so regarding the resurrection, Uchiha Madara is not in a hurry to use Dragon Ball. In order to help Uchiha Sasuke, who is very similar to his younger brother Kwanna, Uchiha Madara also entered a state of practice. And by some cultivation methods that can enhance your strength from the group. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the chat group. "Spider, help, group leader. The world's #1 princess. Spider, when the Demon King and I went to the demon camp, we accidentally encountered a strange ruin, and then we met Potamas, and our group began to explore the ruins. The #1 princess in the world. Tell the key points. Potamas teamed up with Spider-Man and the Demon Lord, could it be that ruin?" Bellis was thoughtful. "Spider, yes, in short, at the bottom of the ruins, we found a bomb capable of destroying the continent. This bomb seems to be about to detonate. Ying, the bomb that destroyed the continent, a man-made object." Inajima was secretly observing Kong, Princess Ying of the Abyss, and was quite interested when she saw the message that Spider Zi sent in the chat group. "Spider, yes, I don't know if Potamas did it, I always feel that it has something to do with him, but he can't control the bomb now, the bomb is about to explode. And, there are still the last 3 minutes. The world's no. Princess, do you want to change into a human form? Spider, the world's no. Princess, if you swallow that bomb, you may become a god." Hearing what Belize said, he was in the ruins with the Demon King, flustered like a spider on a hot pot, and a question mark slowly appeared on his forehead. "Spider, group leader, don't lie to me. If you swallow that kind of thing, even if I have skills, I might not find the ashes. Otherwise, group leader, take some time out of your busy schedule to come here. Is this bomb defused? The world's #1 princess, no, I'm still in the state of cultivation. Recently, my power has been a little out of control. If I go to your side, maybe it's not a continent that will be destroyed, but the entire planet will be blown up." Spider. Ying, group leader, is it true that a spider can become a god? Ying, with a thoughtful expression on her face, the group leader probably wouldn't casually joke about this kind of thing. In other words, in the established future, the spider is likely to become the god of that world by blowing up this bomb. The world's #1 princess, yes, but that's what the spiders who used to, or didn't join the chat group did. The #1 princess in the world, now. I don't know, maybe there is a bang, and there may be no bones left in the explosion. Spider, hey! Spider, I really ate it. Seeing the information in the chat group, Spider was stunned. It was such a big bomb, and it still emitted infrared light. Swallowing this one bite, is it human digestible? Spider's 8 legs were trembling, he coughed a few times, and glanced at Potamus. Hey, Potamus, don't you have a way to stop the bomb? No, even I can't do anything after the bomb falls. Potamus said indifferently, it's just a clone anyway, it doesn't matter if you die. Spider. A bad guy. What to do, what to do? Spider, well, can you ask a question? I swallowed this thing, what is the probability that I will survive? The #1 princess in the world, 50.00%. Spider, is it so tall? I'm confident after hearing what the group leader said. Hui you and I, the group leader means that either success or failure, be mentally prepared. Spider. Wouldn't that be the same as not saying anything? Could it be possible to say both success and failure? The spider gritted his teeth and watched the bomb fall down, with the last 30 seconds left. Wow, I worked hard. In order to become a human being. The spider roared and moved towards the position of the bomb. The speed was so fast that even the Demon King and Potamus beside him couldn't react. Ow! With its mouth wide open, the spider swallowed the bomb in one gulp. Spider's coquettish operation stunned the Demon King Ariel and Potamus. Hey, don't eat everything. The devil's scalp was numb, and he hurried to the spider. With this kind of energy bomb, she dared not even swallow anything. Spider, do you want to die? In fact, the devil still has a way to force his own power beyond the limit of the system, and use his powerful strength to offset the power of the bomb. It's just that in that case, the lifespan will be greatly consumed, and even only 1 month can be lived. In the original book, Ariel, the Demon King, defeated Potamus' real body in this way. It's hopeless. Potamus said with a smile. Shut up. The Demon King compressed and released, and the powerful energy sent Potamus flying out in the distance, directly hitting the wall behind. Ariel didn't care about Potamus anymore, he was just a clone, and he could kill him with just a raise of his hand. She's worried about the spiders now. Noob. The spider hugged his body and kept rolling on the ground, with a painful expression on his face, which made the Demon King feel like a knife was piercing his heart. Why are you so stupid? I still have a way, there is no need to swallow the bomb. Time passes by 1 second. Demon King Ariel could only stand aside, watching the spider struggle and become weaker and weaker. Damn it! The Demon King gritted his teeth. Page 67. It wasn't for meeting Potamus by accident, she and Spider, it was impossible to go down to such a deep place in the ruins, and it was even more impossible to accidentally activate the bomb that could destroy the continent. It's useless. The power of that kind of bomb cannot be swallowed by your spider friend. Even you, I'm afraid there is nothing you can do about it. Potamus clawed himself out of the wall, still grinning haughtily. Go to hell. As soon as Ariel raised her hand, a burst of coldness burst out of her black eyes, and powerful energy overwhelmingly pressed towards Potamus. Boom! Potamus exploded all of a sudden, and scattered mechanical objects scattered all over the ground. Humph, even if Bazi will die, it's not up to you to say. Ariel put her hands down and took a deep breath. She took a few steps back, her eyes still fixed on the spider. If I can absorb part of the bomb's energy, maybe I can. Ariel thought of her skills. However, in the unstable state of the spider, when there is external interference, it may suddenly lose its balance and explode. Damn, can I just watch? Okay. Ariel keenly noticed the chaotic energy around the spider, and it began to stabilize. Also, a cocoon begins to form around the spider. This is. The energy tends to be stable, which means that Xiaobai has passed the most dangerous time. Is she evolving? Ariel asked uncertainly. However, Ariel relaxed her anxiety a little bit. At this time, in the chat group, Ying, spider, there was no water for a while. Princess no. Dash in the world, maybe she just swallowed the bomb and is evolving, or she was directly killed by the bomb. Just waiting for us to eat. Fluorescent. Group leader, you can talk, but please stop talking. Chapter 70 The Godlike Orochimaru. Irina, group leader, it can't be true, spider, she. Although it hasn't been too long since joining the group, Spider-Man has always been the first choice to activate the atmosphere, and everyone is familiar with it. If a group member dies suddenly, Irina will feel a little sad. The number one princess in the world, don't worry, Irina, Xiaobai will be fine, her profile picture hasn't gone dark yet, has she? Irina, is that so? Irina subconsciously looked at the head of the spider, it seemed that it was still on. In the world of God of Destruction, Bellis watched the content of the chat group. I have an agreement with the evil god D, so I am not worried about spiders. Even if something happened to the spider, the evil god D would bring her back. Different from the original work, in the original work, the evil god D is almost playful with the spider. But now, there is an agreement, and judging from the expression of the evil god D's serious deal with him before, even if the spider fails to become a god in the end, at most, his evaluation is a little low. What Thulhudi now cares about is not the spider, but her behind the spider. Therefore, regarding the existence of spiders, it can only be said that they arouse a little interest in their spare time, and that's all. It sounds like a bit of an angry spider. Don't worry about the spider thing, maybe she will pop out by herself in a short time. The world's number one princess, what are you doing now? Uchiha Sasuke, Ashimaru and I are on our way to the Uzumaki country, he hopes to get back his hands sealed in the god of death first. And then proceed to resurrect Uchiha Madara. The world's number one princess, isn't Uchiha Madara's body in the hands of Haze? Are you sure? Uchiha Sasuke, Ashimaru said, he came to find a way. Naruto World. Led by Orochimaru, Sasuke and his party came to the vicinity of Konoha, a place similar to the original book. On a high cliff, Sasuke looked down at the front. In the distance, Konoha Ninja Village was brightly lit. It's really peaceful, but it doesn't belong to me. Sasuke's gaze moved slightly to somewhere on the edge of Konoha. It was the land of the Uchiha clan that migrated after the Kyuubi rebellion. In the dark night, there is no trace of vitality, which seems out of tune with the prosperity of Konoha. When I see Konoha again, will I still feel emotional? Orochimaru walked to Sasuke's side. The screen shown by Sasuke's kaleidoscope before shows that during the Fourth World War, he took Sasuke and his party to stand in this position, and Sasuke also looked at Konoha in the same way. Maybe, but it's all indifferent. Sasuke didn't think much about Konoha anymore. After sighing, Sasuke glanced at the position of his left arm, and Xiangling child kept rubbing his arm. Sasuke was very speechless. Xiangling is almost done, let go of my hand. Well, Sasuke-kun, Enin. Hearing Sasuke's serious words, Xiangling let go of Sasuke's hand. After watching the Hokage plot, Sasuke also vaguely understood why Xiangling relied on him so much. An unexpected rescue in the Chunin exam? I am not Xiangling, and I don't think about it so much, let it be. His primary purpose now is to complete the world quests in the chat group, resurrect his parents, and his clansmen. Sasuke, before you choose to transplant the cells from Senshou Bashirama, I suggest that you can transplant the cells from Xiangling to a certain extent. Senshou and Uzumaki are distant relatives, and Xiangling has very pure blood of the Uzumaki family. It might allow you to reduce the risk of transplanting interstitial cells later on. Okay, I can give whatever cells Sasuke wants. Xiangling agreed with both hands, not to mention a little bit of cells. Even Sasuke and himself can exchange cells. We'll talk about this later. Sasuke was silent for a while and said, Ashimaru, didn't you say you're going to get your hands back? Don't you hurry up. Not long after Sasuke finished speaking, several figures on the cliff disappeared into the night sky. The rustling sound spread from the position of the mountain cliff to the jungle behind. The ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru found the Reaper mask and began to release the ghoul ban. Sasuke took out a scroll and threw it on the ground. With a poof, the smoke from the scroll disappeared, and there were 5 more Baiju who suspended animation. As for how Baiju came here. To put it simply, before Uchiha Madara died, he didn't have time to tell Obito and others about the White Collection, belonging to private money and the like. So, Sasuke knew from the chat group where Uchiha Madara put Baize, and by the way, 5 Baize that had not been activated came over. Like the original work, Orochimaru, with its superb technology, successfully stuck the bug of Shinigami. The Grim Reaper can only slowly disappear with innocence and stare. As expected of Baiju's body, it is really resilient. Orochimaru grinned, raised his hands and shook them. Mr. Sarutobi, I don't know what kind of expression you will have after seeing me take my hands back. I'm really curious. Orochimaru said with a gloomy smile, and then made seals with both hands. Hit the ground with your right hand. Reincarnated from the dirt. There were bursts of howling ghosts and howling wolves, one after another. The first, second, third, and fourth Hokage appeared in front of everyone. However, the next moment, before the 4 Hokages regained consciousness, coffins rose one by one behind them, and quickly filled them with the rest of the Hokages except the 3rd Hokage. Hey, with the strength of the first generation of Hokage, I dare not let him out casually. Orochimaru grinned. After the coffin was installed, the 3 coffins were slowly buried in the ground. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, had regained consciousness. Long time no see, Mr. Sarutobi, GGGG. 3 generations of Hokage's chaotic consciousness, before he was fully awake, heard a voice that made him yearn day and night. Orochimaru. That's right, it's me, isn't it unexpected? Orochimaru didn't laugh at it, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Page 68. Mr. Sarutobi, I have deciphered the God of Death technique you are so proud of. In other words, you died in vain. Ashimaru, you bastard. 3rd Hokage showed a ferocious face, as if he was going to attack Orochimaru. This is not allowed. Orochimaru made a seal, interrupting the interpretation of the 3 generations of Hokage. But, damn it, I can't move my body anymore. The 3rd Hokage glared at Orochimaru, I really regret not killing you sooner. That's really a pity. Orochimaru didn't care at all, and the snake eyes narrowed, there is no regret medicine in the world. What do you want to do to Konoha? The immobile 3rd Hokage couldn't do anything except breathe fire from his eyes. It's not what I want to do to Konoha, but my disciple Uchiha Sasuke thinks that Konoha should not exist. Disciple. S.A. Sasuke. The eyes of the 3rd Hokage followed the direction indicated by Orochimaru, and happened to see everyone in Eagle Squad and Yakushito. And standing in front of these people is a young man who is quite familiar to the 3 Hokages. Although it has changed a lot compared to before, the 3rd generation can still vaguely recognize it. Are you Sasuke? Chapter 71 3 Generations of Hokage, and Sasuke's Plan. I haven't seen you in almost 3 years, Sandaime Hokage. Looking at the slightly hunched, wrinkled old man in grey armor, Sasuke's face was rather complicated. Sasuke, have you betrayed Konoha? Why are you colluding with people like Orochimaru? There was a little reproach in Sandai Hokage's voice. Itachi worked so hard to leave the Uchiha blood, how could he betray Konoha? I can't pretend that I didn't hear that, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru's sneering voice came over, Sasuke-kun, but you came to find me by yourself. Or, the third generation thought that there is a better teacher than me in Konoha? And, that person is willing to teach Sasuke. You. Orochimaru. Orochimaru's words left Sandame speechless. The matter of Sasuke is very complicated. In a sense, teaching Sasuke to become stronger has a certain degree of danger to Konoha, because sometimes they are also worried that Sasuke will perceive a certain truth. Besides, in the ninja world, whether it is being a teacher or their own talent, there are a few people whose ability is better than Orochimaru. Mr. Sarutobi, after you die, what will happen to Sasuke, do you still have to tell me? Orochimaru smiled indifferently. You don't think that Danzo will abide by the agreement between you and Uchiha Itachibar? Orochimaru has already made it up from Sasuke's memory. Soon, when Naruto comes to Sasuke, there will be a scene where Sai assassinates Sasuke, and Danzo is the one who issued the order. If Sasuke is still in Konoha after the death of the third Hokage, will the root for Konoha let go of this unstable factor? Uchiha attack a threat? Nonsense! How long can his eyes last? Can they consume a Konoha? Besides, he is Uchiha Itachi, not Uchiha Madara. As for revealing secrets to other countries, it is even more ridiculous. Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan, who have been guarded all the time, how many secrets can they have when Uchiha Itachi defected? After so many years, it has been changed long ago. Even if the secret passage that entered Konoha without being discovered at the beginning may have been under the supervision of Sandai, but Sandai died at that time. It's no wonder that in the blogger's biography, Sasuke would go back to the past and say that going to his Orochimaru is a must. It's not just about studying, but more about escaping Danzo, although Sasuke didn't know about it at that time. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sandai Hokage did not refute, obviously also thinking of his old friend's behavior, and it is indeed possible to do something to Uchiha Sasuke after his death. Sasuke, you. Sandai Hokage, standing here means that I know all the truth. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was very calm. Hey! Sandai Hokage sighed, I'm sorry about Itachi. If you can't solve the problem, just get rid of the person who raised the problem. Isn't that what you Konoha executives have always done? What's the use of talking about it now? Sasuke didn't have much mood swings when the third generation mentioned Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, I've been trying to stop. Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes turned into kaleidoscopes, and Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Sandai Hokage's words with a loud shout. Eyes like Itachi. Seeing Sasuke look beyond Sangodama's eyes, Sandai Hokage's expression changed suddenly. 3 generations, after the Kyuubi rebellion, Uchiha was driven to the edge. I don't believe it. You never thought about what kind of results would be caused by such an approach. Uchiha endured it for 8 years, and your high-level officials never gave it to you. An explanation. 24 hours, uninterrupted monitoring, but no evidence can be found, so I don't come out to clarify. What do you let other people in Konoha think, and what do the people of Konoha think? When Sasuke said this, his voice slowed down, thinking of something, he laughed. However, it's not like you haven't done something similar. For example, the identity of Naruto Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is well known, and the identity of the 4th Hokage's son has not been revealed at all. Sasuke, you. The expression of Sandai Hokage gradually became horrified. How do you know Naruto's identity? Hey, what a pity, Sandai-sama, I have been sorting out the information for Sasuke-kun. Shiro, who pushed his glasses, stood up and looked at Sandai Hokage. "Are you Kato at that time?" Kakashi told him about Kato's identity during the Chunin exam, but he was not sure if he was a spy of Orochimaru. The third Hokage took a deep breath, ignored the rest of the matter, and turned his gaze to Sasuke. "Is there really no room for negotiation? What are you going to do to Konoha?" "Sandame, you said Ataka's actions were for peace, right?" "That's right, once Uchiha and Konoha go to war, Konoha is likely to..." Sandai's words have not yet finished. "You F4 combined are more than 13 years old, fooling a -year-old boy to exterminate the clan. Does Uchiha have to consider the consequences of going to war with Konoha, and you Konoha seniors don't have to consider the price paid for destroying Uchiha and the consequences of being invaded by other countries? No, you have considered it, so you have thought of obtaining the greatest benefit at the smallest cost. You don't have to carry dirty water, and you have righteousness. You can even deter other families. Hehe, this is really the great will of fire." Sasuke's voice gradually became cold. Then, "Konoha hinders the peace of the ninja world, can I destroy this stumbling block? After all, for the sake of peace, Konoha should not exist." "Sasuke, you are too radical. I didn't agree with Danzo's behavior at the beginning, it was..." "Yes, I didn't agree, but I didn't veto it either, did I?" Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. "From Konoha's point of view, it's no problem to destroy a hostile group at the least cost and gain a wave of benefits. I don't even think there is any problem. However, what you did made me sick. However, there is nothing to say. Your wife died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. At the hands of the masked man, you think Uchiha did it. So it's okay to clear Uchiha. It's a normal thing. It's more about personal feelings, Mr. Three Generations. I'm afraid you still want to destroy Uchiha." You don't have to answer me. What happened to Kyuubi was not done by Uchiha of Konoha. I will also investigate who did it, but there is no need to tell you." Sasuke suddenly laughed. "Right or wrong, it doesn't matter to me anymore, I just want to do one thing when I tell you this. Let all the executioners who killed the Uchiha clan pay the price. Whether it's Anbu or Genbu, those who caused the killing of the Uchiha clan will all pay for their lives for the Uchiha clan. The executor who kills them will be executed by you, the heir of the will of fire, and the second generation of Hokage who thinks that Uchiha is inherently evil." "Sasuke, you can't do this." Sandai Hokage was anxious. "Why, no. As long as you kill Uchiha, I can't kill those guys." Sasuke has a cold expression on his face. "I didn't let Sarutobi and Chimura exterminate the clan. I have already restrained myself. I plot against the son of the Uchiha clan patriarch to destroy my own clan. My approach is completely incomparable to yours. Or, I'll change the terms." Sasuke thought of something, and sneered, "I can let them go, but how about letting you kill the Sarutobi clan with your own hands? By the way, including your grandson named Konohamaru, kill them together die." "Sasuke. What? No one was spared, old or young, women and children. Isn't this what you asked Ataka to do to Uchiha?" Ignoring the hoarse roar of the third Hokage, Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru sympathetically. Orochimaru nodded. Then, a coffin appeared behind the third Hokage, slowly absorbing it into it. After tidying up the four shadows who were reincarnated in the dirt, Orochimaru came to Sasuke's side. "Sasuke-kun, are you really planning to exterminate Sarutobi-sensei?" Sasuke sighed, "I've seen it, if you don't get hindered, don't worry about them, but those who attack the Uchiha clan must not let them go. The memory of the third Hokage should have that time the list of people who did it is right." "That's it, no problem. I'll ask Do to help me sort out a copy." However, the person who killed them was executed by the third Hokage and the second Hokage. Orochimaru asked. "That's right, there is no room for negotiation on this matter, but Orochimaru, the second Hokage should pay attention, he can undo the reincarnation of the dirt. Hey, no problem, Suzuki-kun can rest assured, I won't be as careless as Kato. As Orochimaru said, he could only glance at the bewildered pharmacist pocket with indescribable eyes. After finishing these things, Suzuki put his consciousness into the chat group. On the public screen, a large full-body selfie happened to appear. It was a girl. The long pure white hair was lightly covered by the felt hat, and the skin could be broken by blows. Against the backdrop of a white robe, it faintly exuded a holy luster. Page 69. Chapter 72 Baiji, and the Scion Prince? In the chat group, after the spider posted a selfie, his tone became a bit resentful. Spider, group leader, help me quickly, is there something wrong with my body? Spider, who had turned into a humanoid appearance, looked dazed. What about my skills, my gorgeous health bar? Where is my panel that is comparable to a Devil King? It's gone, it's just a whiteboard. Woohoo, how will you mess around in the future? Could it be that he can only eat soft meals with the Devil Ariel? Hey, no, little spider. The world's #1 princess, don't worry, your life level and soul level are beyond the limits of the system, so, in a sense, the system can't work on you. Spider, please be more specific, group leader, I'm so panicked. The #1 princess in the world, then congratulations Xiao Beizi, you have shed your spider appearance and sublimated into a god, becoming in existence on the same level as the dragon god Chu Lai, but you are far inferior to him now. Spider, become a god, so she succeeded? But how can it be like drinking some washing potion in the game? Spider, but I can't use my skills, what's the reason? Don't talk about skills, I'm dying of panting after taking 2 steps, and people will believe me when I say I'm recovering from a serious illness. The #1 princess in the world, before you became a god, the ability you used was equivalent to the system rubbing it in advance. You just used it, not that you had already learned it. The world's #1 princess, you have uploaded your skills to the chat group, right? It didn't work, right? Spider, yes. She has the idea of uploading skills multiple times, but the feedback information is displayed every time. The skill is incomplete and cannot be uploaded. The world's #1 princess, that's because the skills of the system template are not the abilities you know. You just use them through the system, not that you have mastered them, so you can't upload them. Do you understand me? After the group leader's explanation, the spider understood the reason why he couldn't use magic. It turned out that she only knew what it was but didn't know why. Spider, I probably understand, the group masters, what happened to my body? The #1 princess in the world, the level of life and the soul are advanced at the same time, there will be a certain adaptation stage, this depends on you. The #1 princess in the world, it won't take too long, so don't worry. Spider, that's good, thanks to the group leader for clearing my confusion. The #1 princess in the world, there's no need for that. Instead of being grateful, you should master the power as soon as possible. I don't know when the evil god D will test you. Spider, Fulhu. That group leader is great, I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with my memory, and there seems to be something wrong. Destroying the god realm, Bellis was stunned when she saw the words of the spider on the public screen. It seems that he has noticed something, but is it because he is not sure yet? The #1 princess in the world, when you fully grasp your own power, you will understand everything, don't worry, Beizi. Spider, okay. With doubts, the spider left the ruins with the Devil Ariel. Not long after the spider left, a black-haired girl appeared at the bottom of the ruins. Just a little guidance, I didn't expect the little spider to swallow that thing. It should be said that it's messy, or that stupid people have stupid luck. The spider not only swallowed the bomb, but actually persisted, successfully breaking away from the restrictions of the system. In fact, according to her thinking, it was the devil and the spider who split the power of the bomb at the same time. However, it doesn't matter. The figure of the evil god D gradually became transparent. The follow-up test will wait until you fully recover. Your last opponent is not simple, little spider, he will save his planet with the purpose of killing you. After the voice finished speaking, there was no longer any figure in the ruins. Outside the ruins, Spider and his party are heading to the Mozu camp. That is to say, you have become a god, like Xu Lai. Demon King Ariel looked at the spider up and down, a little incredulous. Think about yourself, and then think about Potamus, who tried almost every method in order to become a god, and accidentally synthesized the high-end combat power of the entire planet. How long has it been since this little spider was born? You didn't lie to me. Demon King Ariel worried that she had heard wrong, so she asked again. That's what the group leader said. I mentioned it to you before, the one who can wrestle with the evil god D. Baizi spread her hands and said helplessly. It will take a while for me to fully recover my strength. Without the assistance of the system, I'm afraid I have to relearn to release magic. It's so annoying. I can help you with the problem of magic. Although I have not crossed the system limit, I am quite clear about these things after living for so many years. Demon King Ariel said. Thank you, Ariel. Baiji said gratefully. You're welcome. Compared to this, I care more about what you said about your wish before. Is it true? Not long ago, Baiji mentioned the Dragon Ball that can make any wish come true. Well, really, but I need to learn it completely before I can upload the skills to the chat group in exchange for points. Baiji didn't understand why there was such a setting. Of course, Baiji paid more attention to exchanging points for Dragon Ball than the rules for exchanging points. What is it calculated on? The points to exchange for Dragon Ball are only 5,000, which cannot be said to be small, but can only be said to be incomprehensible. Judging from the 5,000 points, his own world is similar to Uchiha Madara's world. After excluding Thulhudi, is it only counted as the current boundary of this planet? Baiji didn't understand, but he didn't ask in the group either. She wants to help Ariel and save her mother, the angel Surreal. That is, the gods who were banned at the bottom and existed as system elves, and who were once taught by the goddess. Spider is thinking about how to raise points to exchange for Dragon Balls. On the other side, the Dragon Ball world, the 10th universe destroys the God realm. The recent group members are so quiet, either they have something to do, or they rarely talk. Bellis yawned, feeling a little speechless. Because after transforming, I ate more. It seems to be completely in the shape of a scion. After becoming a god, I eat very little, and I can even eat or not. Why do I want to eat after transforming, and I can obviously not eat? Pick up a spiritual tree fruit next to it and put it in your mouth. Well, it's a bit astringent, it's okay as a snack. When it comes to eating, when it comes to science, Bellis thinks of universe dash. I don't know, how about Vegeta and Nappa, I'm really curious. Suddenly, Bellis heard a voice in her head. Ding, draw a girl and insist on a boy, join the chat group. Ding, Scion Prince, join the chat group. Chapter 73 Newcomers join the group, and the plot changes? Say CAO is here? Looking at the new members in the chat group, Bellis slowly put a question mark on her forehead. Scion Prince? Vegeta? No, I just said it, there is no need to pull him over, okay? Bellis looked at the profile position, first looking at the information of another group member. From the time travel drama Knights and Magic. It tells the story of a high-end programmer and mech model enthusiast who was sent to a different world by a large truck that wasted his performance when he crossed the road at night. The protagonist, whose gender is Hideyoshi Ernesti Eshberia. In a different world with magic and mechs, the protagonist successfully developed an exclusive mecha through programming, and opened the legend of Feng Aotian. Simply put, it's a Gundam. Bai Lizzie turned off the profile of the group member of drawing women insisting on men. With trembling hands, he tapped the head of the lower Scion Prince. The Scion Prince and the group leader are from the same world. The eye-catching big characters made Bellis speechless. Headache, how could it be Vegeta? She really doesn't want someone from the Dragon Ball world to join the group. Page 70. At least not until she has the ability to wrestle with the Chuan Wang. The god of destruction cannot interfere with the operation of other universes, nor can it steal the materials of other universes. This is the consensus of all gods of destruction and angels. That's why, the last time Bellis went to the 7th universe, she didn't take things like fairy beans, because that's not allowed, and once the angel finds out, the consequences will be very serious. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't get caught. However, Bellis is not sure that she will be black in the hands of the angel. Or, kick it out. A wonderful idea suddenly appeared in my mind. Now the 10th universe is suspected not to be under the jurisdiction of Chuanwang universe, but it is still under the jurisdiction of Chuanwang universe in name. If Vegeta joins the group, what kind of parallel universe will be created by accident? There is a high probability that the Chuanwang or the Great Priest will investigate. Don't look at how easy it is in the original book, but there are parallel universes in reality. If the two in the Chuanwang Palace are serious, even the god of destruction may have to be wiped out. In fact, Bellis went to Universe N to collect Dragon Balls. It is also an act that may create a parallel world, but at that time, with the consent of the Great Priest, Bellis didn't think much about it. When she came back, Bellis deliberately took out the relic of the former king of the world, God Gvuz, the box containing the space-time ring. When she found that there were not one or two more space-time rings, she was immediately relieved. Staring at the head of the Scion Prince for a while, Bellis did not kick Vegeta out in the end. Forget it, Giadugia, what else are you playing? I am not the kind who can add money to the blood of the closest relatives. Sink your consciousness into the chat group. Uchiha Madara is giving newcomers the rules of the popular science chat group. Then, Scion Prince, chat group, what is this? What are you ants talking about in my head? The painting girl insisted on talking about the man. Excuse me, which world's boss is the one above? As a time-traveling heroine and a programmer of the magic department, Al quickly sorted out useful information in his mind. Those who can be so crazy are usually capable people. Perhaps. Uchiha Madara, newcomer, please pay attention to your words. There are many powerful people in different worlds in the group, don't offend others because of your words. Except for King Asakura, who was deliberately led to single out by him before, Madara Uchiha saw such an arrogant newcomer for the first time. Dragon Ball World, Scion Prince? Seems like he might be a pampered guy. However, Uchiha Madara is not the Wuxia Amen back then. I already know my responsibilities and will not get angry casually. Even if there is a tic-tac-toe on his forehead, on the surface he will say hello, hello, hello everyone. The world's #1 princess, Vegeta, all the information in the chat group has been transmitted to your minds, please check carefully. The world's #1 princess, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I am the group leader, berries, and don't provoke other group members casually. This is a very dangerous move. Scion Prince, how do you know my name? Vegeta, who was heading to Earth in a spaceship and was still dormant, was directly pulled into the group by default because he did not answer the chat group invitation message. At this time, his vague consciousness gradually woke up from a deep sleep. Outside the window, there is still the picture seen by the spaceship passing by like a flow, and it seems that it has not yet reached its destination. Thoughts appeared in Vegeta's mind. Chat group. Can you actually send information into my memory without noticing it? Even Frisia, I'm afraid he can't do it, right? Could it be the high technology of which planet? Vegeta looked at the chat group again. At this time, after he spoke, there was another message. Lord! Is this the boss of the chat group? As long as you join the chat group, you will know my past and future. Is it really so magical? Did you cheat me? Vegeta quickly scanned the information in his mind. Scion Prince, what kind of group leader is that? You are the most powerful person in the group. The number one princess in the world, it's okay, a little stronger than you. Scion Prince, do you know who I am? Dare to say that I am stronger than me? I am the prince of the strongest fighting nation in the universe. The number one princess in the world, that Scion who was exterminated and only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens are left, the bear commander prince? Well, I know. Vegeta, who was still flying in space, almost exploded with gas and blew up his spaceship. Scion Prince, you are not allowed to insult the dignity of Scions. Wait, what do you mean by extermination? Vegeta suddenly reacted. Wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed by a meteorite impact? Frieza told him so. The world's number one princess, literally, after entering the chat group, I can know a little about your past and future, so it's not surprising that I know the truth about the extermination of the Scions, right? Scion Prince, who? Vegeta held back his anger and gritted his teeth. The world's number one princess, I advise you to be careful, there is Frieza's listening device in your detector, do you understand what I said? Who do you think can wipe out the Scions? Seeing the information on the public screen of the chat group, Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot. Then, as if thinking of something, he reached out and put his hand on his eye socket, and squeezed the detector he was wearing. Boom! There was a slight explosion, and the detector was reduced to pieces. Vegeta showed fierceness on his face, and said viciously. Frieza, for so many years, you actually treated me like a monkey, thanks to my dedication to help you conquer the planet. Chapter 74 Bella's Thoughts. The 10th universe destroys the God realm. Observe whether there is a parallel world. Hearing the purpose of Bella's visit, Kessie had a puzzled look on his face. That's right. Bellas nodded. Cuss, do you still remember which universe I came from? The 7th universe. Kes didn't quite understand why Bellas would bring this up. I want to interfere with the 7th universe, but I'm worried that a parallel world will appear. Bellas' words made Kes silent for a while. Are you sure? The god of destruction interferes with other universes, and it will be very difficult for the Chuanwang and the Great Priest to explain. Furthermore, if the laws of the god of destruction enter other universes, they will be discovered by angels immediately. Truth be told, Kes wished Bellas would dismiss the idea. I still have a relative in the 7th universe, so I hope you can help me observe the frequency of the universe. That's it. Kessie sighed. That's right, you haven't been a god of destruction for a long time, and it's quite normal to have relatives, but if you want to transfer the planet to the 10th universe, I'm afraid it won't work. I know the rules. Before I have the strength to negotiate, I will not do such a reckless thing. Planets in different universes cannot trade. This is the rule set by the universe under the whole king system to avoid unfair competition. In the original book, the success of the competition in the 6th and 7th universes to attract the king may not be due to the reason of putting the planet on the balance of the transaction. Beerus and Kampa, do you know that planets cannot be used as bargaining chips? There is also a question mark. Maybe I knew it before, but I forgot it after a long time. After all, which god of destruction would care about whether a planet can be traded? Anyway, if something goes out of the ordinary, the angel next to him will come out to stop it, so let him alone. Thus, there is the 6th and 7th universe tournament. And the angels of the 6th and 7th universes did not remind themselves of the god of destruction of the universe. It was because of their own reasons that they wanted to wait until after the game, or what Chuanwang said to the angel while watching the game, so the angel did not mention it. Just don't know. In short, if you want to get planets from other universes, you need the approval of the king. Master Bellis, I shouldn't have said more, but I still want to say something about your relatives. Kessie looked at Bellis, was silent for a while, and said, if you cannot interfere, try not to interfere, no matter whether there will be a parallel universe or not. Because once your behavior is discovered, it will cause more serious consequences. Page 71. Although, for the sake of my face, the angels of the 7th universe will not pursue the responsibility of the 10th universe, but regarding this matter, as angels, they will report to the god of destruction, which is inevitable. Once this happens, there is a high probability that the planet and even your loved ones will be wiped out by the god of destruction of the 7th universe. After listening to Kessie's explanation, Bellis fell silent, and nodded after a long time. I know, I'll pay attention. Seeing this, Kessie breathed a sigh of relief, then, I'll go first. If there is a trend of parallel universes appearing, I will tell you through the contract. It is up to you to decide whether to stop. I will always stand with you, Lord Bellis. After Kess left, Bellis pondered what to do next. Vegeta definitely can't be kicked. Next, Bellis was not sure whether to help him or not. Through the chat group, it is possible to avoid being discovered by the angels, but if she steps into the 7th universe, the aura of the god of destruction that is incompatible with the 7th universe will definitely be noticed by the angel Weiss. Bellis is still not sure where the timeline of the 7th universe develops, but there is a high probability that Vegeta will come to Earth, or the chapter of Namek. That is, if nothing else. Vegeta will most likely die at the hands of Frisia. This is what Bellis doesn't want to see, even if she can be resurrected later. But this is a very uncertain factor. What if he doesn't survive? In Hell, with Vegeta's actions over the years, 100% of his memories will be washed away. Once the memory soul is washed away, even Dragon Ball can't restore it. Therefore, it is speculated that he is likely to make a move on Namek. Bellis just asked Kess to confirm something. It's so troublesome. Because the mood is unstable, the chi spreads wantonly to the surroundings. The result is an instability. Crack. Destroy the surface of the god realm and split it in half from the middle. The entire area of the god of destruction realm is filled with extremely powerful energy. Even if Frisia appears here, he will be torn to pieces by the wind formed by the energy in the next second. As for Kess, why is it okay and can talk to Bellis casually? That is an angel, the existence that even if Bellis tried his best, he would not be able to win. The little bit of energy unintentionally released by the district might not even be able to bend Kessie's long braid. Forget it, let's calm down first. Bellis sits cross-legged. Time, just passing by this minute and second. 2 days later. The terrifying energy diffused in the god realm has become negligible. Bellis stood up and murmured. It took a lot of time. After maintaining her transformation for such a long time, she is now barely able to control her chi. But it's still easy to get out of hand. Patting the dust off her body, Bellis stood up. I don't know what's going on in the group. The current Vegeta is not a law-abiding master. Hope nothing major happens. At this time, in the chat group. Vegeta, Uchiha Madara, get out of here, what kind of tricks are you doing? Uchiha Madara, it's fine if I win, who cares about the process with you, the important thing is the result. Vegeta, your TM pink eye disease, come again. The game just now doesn't count. Vegeta was really angry. And several people in the group were scolded by a sentence of pink eye disease. Uchiha Madara, hehe, I can't hear you. Suzuki Uchiha. Kurapika. Vegeta, damn it, it wasn't my carelessness. An ant like you can't beat me at all. Even so, I win 2-1. Uchiha Madara, I only saw the last game, the front. That's my strategy. Who knew you had such a brain problem? For those who openly and silently swear at others, the Bear Scion Prince. Uchiha Madara is not false at all. What are you afraid of? You can still cross the world and follow the chat group to hit me. The number one princess in the world, did something happen? You guys are so lively. A group owner who went online silently was quite curious watching the quarrels in the chat group. Spider, group leader, you missed the wonderful picture. The spider narrated what happened during this time to the group leader. Then, in God of Destruction realm, Bellis was watching the public screen of the chat group. Suddenly, I felt that the fruit of the spiritual tree in my hand was no longer fragrant. Vegeta is bored in the spaceship, so find Uchiha Madara to fight in the arena? After winning twice, Vegeta laughed wildly and got carried away. Accept Uchiha Madara's third challenge without hesitation, and then Uchiha finds a flaw to fight back? This is really surprising. Bellis was a little speechless. From the words of the spider, Bellis roughly inferred the current timeline of the 7th universe. Vegeta and Nappa are on their way to Earth. In other words, Vegeta has 18,000 combat power at this time. 18,000 combat power, not 1,800 combat power. The advantage is in me. How can I be counter-killed? Will you play? Chapter 75 The Battle Between Bellis and Vegeta. Vegeta has 18,000 combat power. No matter how you look at it, Uchiha Madara is only a few hundred combat power. How did this guy win? Listening to the narration of the spider, Bellis also roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Vegeta relied on his own strength, and after winning once, he said that he would let Uchiha Madara with one hand. However, Uchiha Madara still didn't win. The complete body of Susanoo Hyugamu, who was bombarded by Vegeta's energy bomb, even the scum of people and objects is not left. Then, Vegeta became even more arrogant, showing an extremely standard and confident gesture. Yes, it's the Wa Liwa, speed up Vegeta. Similar gesture. Then he said, I don't use my hands, you can make me retreat 10 meters and I will lose. Thus, Uchiha Madara and Vegeta, the third arena battle began. Uchiha Madara was extremely ignorant of Wujud, and rushed behind Vegeta at the fastest speed. The careless Vegeta didn't flash either. Uchiha Madara? The speed at which the tortoise climbs, using flash? Then, it becomes a tower of tragedy. Uchiha Madara uses reincarnation eye to twitch soul. I can't beat you, but take your soul out of the head office. Vegeta can't sense chi yet, and it doesn't have much to do with the soul. Without checking, the soul was directly drawn out by the world. Vegeta, who had lost his body and only had his soul left, had no strength to resist at all, and was killed by Uchiha Madara with a yin and yang escape black stick. How should I put it? All kinds of coincidences, thanks to Uchiha Madara can think of it. Warriors in the Dragon Ball world usually have big flaws. Chi can be very strong. But in terms of life level and soul level, it is appallingly low. Once you lose your body, you are not even as good as fighting the 5 dregs. For example, the final battle between Spider and Chu Lai. Are the strengths of both sides stronger than the current Vegeta? Not at all, the gap is still huge. But in the battle between the two, even if they are smashed into particles, they can still recover, and then jump around alive and well. Page 72. In addition, Aizen from Bengayu's evolution, Uchiha Madara from 6 Paths, and Asakura Leaf King who became the Shaman King all have the ability to be almost immortal. And not like Dragon Ball World, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Purely in the aspect of Chi, the lumbar intervertebral disc herniated. Super Saiyan Monkey King, what kind of viral heart disease does he actually have? For things like heart disease, it's not like digging out the bad heart, waiting for a while, and a new one will grow out of the original place, wouldn't it be fine, and you need to take medicine? Under various coincidences, it is not unreasonable for Uchiha Madara to win Vegeta. The current Vegeta can't even feel chi. This kind of inability to sense danger is undoubtedly very fatal sometimes. To be honest, the strength Vegeta showed really shocked everyone. The combat power of 18,000 is far more terrifying than the gods in any group. However, Uchiha Madara took the lead. Many big bosses in the group thought of how to solve Vegeta. To put it simply, Vegeta is attacking high and defending low, especially in terms of soul. Also, if you lose the protection of something called chi, your physical strength doesn't seem to be very good. Vegeta, damn it, it was just an accident. Vegeta is still defending himself. Ma Dan, if he is defeated head-on, he can still accept it, but this is completely playing tricks, and it is a method he has never seen before. Just like the Jinnu team, the greenskins with only 12,000 combat power are disgusting as they can stop time. The world's #1 princess, at Vegeta, if you feel uncomfortable, how about a fight with me? Vegeta, okay, I happen to be full of anger, the group leader, right? Don't regret it when you lose face. Uchiha Madara, this administrator, is only mediocre. Even if the group leader is stronger, according to Vegeta's speculation, at most he can hit Uchiha Madara with one hand. A combat power of 10,000 is considered high. If he hadn't been lax and let Uchiha Madara use a dirty trick close to him, he could solve it with just a single energy. What kind of Susanoo with the power of God is not a matter of one move, it can be broken with a flick. Bellis, who was destroying the God realm, saw Vegeta's speech, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The #1 princess in the world, then look forward to it, and then don't say I bully you. Vegeta, what did you learn from Frieza? How did I teach you? How about your low profile? Especially in an unfamiliar environment, when you don't know the situation, you should keep a low profile and shoot the first bird. Ding, Vegeta invites you to enter the arena. Bellis. Vegeta, you just shake em like this, so can't wait for the whip of love? Ding, group leader, the #1 princess in the world, accept the challenge. Arena events will be broadcast live, please watch. The information in the chat group shocked many members of the group. Especially the big bosses. Although several people have thought about how to win Vegeta, in fact, they have never done it, and they don't know if it will work. What they are facing is an existence that can instantly kill them. Even if it has various flaws, it is still very terrifying, isn't it? Irina, the battle between the group leader and Vegeta, I don't know if it will be very intense. Huira AI, well, maybe it's the same as watching a blockbuster movie. Vegeta casually wiped out Uchiha Madara's Susanoo Hikage, who was 1,000 meters away. This shocking scene did leave a big place in everyone's hearts. Although, in the end, Uchiha Madara was moved back to a game, but everyone always felt that Uchiha Madara's victory was invincible. Moreover, they vaguely felt the battle between the group leader and Vegeta. Wouldn't it be the group owner looking for a place for his administrator? Except for the serious members of the group, some diving villains are silently not bubbling. But the convergence of the pupils in the eyes indicated that they were quite interested in this duel between the two sides. In the arena, Bellis and Vegeta appeared on an unknown planet. Humph, I thought who the group leader was, it turned out to be a bratty bean sprouts girl. Vegeta sneered and turned on the mocking mode. Bellis looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, and Vegeta had a look of disdain on her face. In front of the forehead that was vaguely covered by snow-white hair, the eyebrows were raised slightly. Good guy Vegeta, full-level taunt? I'm bothering you, right? I haven't hit you for so many years, so I want to go to the house to expose the tiles? Spider, Group leader, why did your hairstyle change? Did you go out for your styling? In the chat group, the spider can always pay attention to some strange things. Bylice's hair is no longer white and long and straight, but a snow-white hedgehog head hanging down the waist. The distribution of the hair also looks sharp and angular. I didn't look carefully before. It seems that the profile picture of the group leader in the chat group has also changed a lot, especially in terms of hairstyle. Uchiha Madara, it has indeed changed a lot. Are you transforming? As mentioned by the spider, Uchiha Madara, who was once beaten by the group leader with blonde hair, also remembered something like this. The number one princess in the world, almost, I'm practicing now, and the change in hairstyle is caused by the fact that I can't control my power, so. Bellis hadn't finished speaking. Boom! There was a loud noise from the live broadcast, and the entire screen was shrouded in golden light. Ding! Vegeta is dead, the group leader, the number one princess in the world, has won the arena. The number one princess in the world, well, like this, the planet will be blown up if you are not careful. Uchiha Madara. Spider. Other people. After a few seconds, information appeared again in the chat group, and the source of the information was Vegeta. Vegeta, group leader, UTM don't talk about martial arts, who started to blow up the planet. The world's number one princess, sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak, you can't even withstand the impact of the planet explosion, do you want to do it again? I will be careful this time. Vegeta. Looking at the live broadcast that hadn't been closed yet, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Blowing up the planet, whoever said it would be the same, isn't this kind of behavior shameful? Vegeta, one more game, the one just now doesn't count. Live streaming. The energy of the star explosion has dissipated. Bellis stood quietly in the universe, no matter her clothes or hair, there was no dust at all, let alone any injuries. Vegeta? There is no Vegeta.